Chapter 1. Only those with issues choose summoners. I shall remind you once more, once you select a profession, there is no turning back. This vocation will accompany you for the entirety of your life. The profession you choose not only dictates how far you can advance in the future, but also directly influences your standard of living. While some may assert that every profession has its future, the phases of their potential vary significantly. Only the warrior class is truly suited for you. It requires no financial investment, minimal talent, and offers immediate combat capability. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, you will secure employment. In Class 3 of the Awakening Vocational School, the homeroom teacher reiterated this message, one he had conveyed countless times before. In summary, if you meet the criteria for transitioning into a warrior, regardless of how appealing other professions may seem, choose the warrior. If your family is affluent, by which I mean they can readily provide you with 10 million to purchase equipment, another 10 million for spells, and yet another 10 million for hiring assistant Cedo, not hesitate, opt for a life of indulgence. And if you do not meet the warrior criteria and your family lacks wealth, what then? The students in the classroom responded in unison, support roles. Correct, choose support roles. Do not aim too high, refrain from selecting professions like druid, ranger, monk, or shadowmancer. I do not imply that these professions are inferior, but rather we must possess self-awareness. These roles were not designed for us. In short, either select warrior or choose support, or simply rely on family wealth to thrive. The homeroom teacher reiterated his points emphatically. He was aware that his remarks bore a certain negativity. Yet, there was little choice. His school was merely an ordinary vocational awakening high school. The exceptionally gifted students had been snatched up by prestigious institutions. The remaining students were predominantly of average talent. He was merely guiding his pupils toward a more stable path. Very well. After our lunch break, we shall convene on the playground to prepare for the transition at the temple. The homeroom teacher looked at his obedient students, nodding in satisfaction, contemplating that this year's employment rate should remain steady. Once the teacher departed, the classroom erupted into animated discussion. At last, we can awaken. I have awaited this day for such a long time. It's meaningless. We're all becoming warriors anyway. Being a warrior is fine. At least I can start earning. My father has already arranged for me to join the largest angelic pharmaceutical company in our province once I reach level 10, with a starting salary of 8,000. How enviable. What do you mean being a warrior is fine? Simply being able to transition is already a blessing. Our class had only a 50 pass rate in previous tests, meaning half of us cannot transition. Though I can transition, my strength talent rating is lacking, so I cannot become a warrior. Fortunately, my mental acuity meets the standard, allowing me to become a priest. A priest is excellent. Many professionals pay to hire priests for deep dives. That's a lucrative profession. I plan to become a shield warrior, serving as a bulwark to absorb damage for the mages. Come on, a tank must be at least level 15 to withstand the damage from a level 1 abyss. Can you even reach level 10? I wonder what profession Zhengyu will choose. Our class leader should also be a warrior, right? Isn't it a pity? His intelligence talent rating is so high. There's nothing to be done. His family isn't wealthy, and he is reluctant to choose a support profession. Besides, his warrior rating meets the standard, so he can always switch to a battle mage later. A magic warrior is a rare profession. Not everyone can transition into it. What a shame. What's there to lament? We don't even know what the future holds for us. Why should we worry about others? That's true. At that moment, the subject of their discussion, a young man named Zhengyu, sat in a corner, listening to his classmates chatter from afar. Zhengyu, the class leader of the 3rd class. His talent rating was the highest in the entire grade. Except for a slightly lower agility rating, the rest were exceptional. This achievement was considered outstanding at their school, yet merely average in the broader Jiangshui city. Brother Yu, have you decided what profession you want to choose? Zheng Yu's desk mate, Tao Qian, heard the discussions and turned to inquire about his thoughts. Zheng Yu shrugged. Of course, he'll choose warrior. Why does everyone pick warrior? Tao Qian lamented. What a pity for your intelligence potential rated at 4.7. What's there to be sorry about? Employment outweighs everything. Even if I chose mage, I wouldn't have the money to buy equipment or spells. It's better to honestly select warrior. Zheng Yu felt no regret whatsoever. He wholeheartedly agreed with what the homeroom teacher had just said. It was akin to choosing between attending a vocational school to learn a trade or enrolling in a mediocre university for a diploma. Warrior, akin to a practical skill, is straightforward, easy to master, and boasts a high employment probability. Druids, rangers, assassins, shadowmancers, and monks are like attending a third-tier university. This doesn't imply that these professions are inferior. It's merely that if you study law at a third-tier school, you're likely to face unemployment, while attending a prestigious university offers a greater hope. Those present were all individuals with mediocre talent from third-tier backgrounds. Choosing warrior was the most secure path. The military would recruit level 10 warriors, but would not enlist level 10 rangers. Major companies would only hire low-level warriors, not low-level monks. In this world, leveling up is exceedingly difficult. As someone who has traversed from a former corporate life, Zheng Yu understands the significance of employment. Thus, warrior is his primary choice. Survival is the most crucial aspect. Zheng Yu earnestly conveyed to Tao Qian. In this world, due to the universal job transition, there are almost no universities after graduating from high school. One can transition, level up, and then seek employment. Students unable to transition will opt for technical schools to study law, management, architecture, mechanics, and other subjects. In this realm, those who have transitioned hold the utmost importance. To fend off the abyss, to safeguard the remnants of humanity, and to amass strength in anticipation of the terrifying doomsday prophecies that, in summary, this world reveres the strong. The level of one's profession serves as a symbol of status. Thus, Zheng Yu felt a sense of satisfaction at the prospect of being able to transition into a warrior. It was certainly preferable to remaining stagnant. Tao Qian, with a serious expression, declared, "I plan to become a monk. Are you wagering on your talent?" "Indeed, I'm taking a chance on my potential. If I possess a great talent, I could soar to great heights." Nearby, someone scoffed, "Wagering on a great talent? You'd be better off betting on a hidden profession." Last year, there was reportedly only one grade talent professional in the entire Jiangsu city. Last year, in all of Jiangnan province, there was only one grade talent professional and 30 grade ones, yet there were over 30 hidden professions throughout the province. Tao Qian replied defiantly, "Is it impossible for me to be one of those 30? Best of luck to you." Seeing that Tao Qian was already bewitched, the others ceased their persuasion. Instead, Tao Qian began to encourage Zheng Yu, "Brother Yu, I believe we shouldn't heed the homeroom teacher. Such a life would be too mundane. We must take a gamble. What if a bicycle turns into a motorcycle?" Zheng Yu retrieved his potential test results from the day before and handed them to Tao Qian, saying, "I would like to take a gamble, but you should look at my results." Tao Qian examined Zheng Yu's report. Strength, potential rating, 3.7. Intelligence, potential rating, 4.7. Constitution, potential rating, 4.0. Spirit, potential rating, 3.8. Agility, potential rating, 1.9. Isn't this quite good? A rating above 3 is considered excellent. Your score surpassed mine by far. Zheng Yu pointed to the bottom of the evaluation. "Take a look at this." Tao Qian saw a recommendation at the bottom. According to the temple's assessment, the profession most suited to you is summoner. Tao Qian's mouth fell open slightly. Summoner? This cannot be. While your potential ratings may not compare to those of top-tier geniuses, they are certainly not low. How could they recommend a summoner for you? Zheng Yu chuckled lightly, nonchalantly stating, "Perhaps the temple makes mistakes as well after all. It has been decades, and no one has truly deciphered the origins of the temple. Regardless, I do not trust the temple's recommendations. Even if the summoner is deemed most suitable for me, I would never choose it. It's a quintessentially undesirable profession. Anyone who chooses it is bound to be deceived. I would rather die than select being a warrior is far superior." Each year, the number of professionals choosing to become summoners is negligible. Those who do so are often compelled to make that choice due to their inadequacy in other professions. Warriors have always held a dominant position. Monks and druids are strong in the mid-game. Assassins and shadowmancers shine in the late game. Mages become formidable late-game deities. While shield warriors, paladins, and priests may not be exceptionally powerful, their roles as support ensure they have no trouble forming teams. But summoners, a profession often spurned by others. It lacks strength at all stages, burns more money than mages, and cannot compete with paladins in combat. The only strategy that can be considered an advantage, the swarm tactic, has been overshadowed by necromancers. It is the profession that consumes the most resources while being the most foolish to pursue. No one wants to team up with them, and they cannot even manage solo endeavors. The summoner is a profession wholly abandoned by practitioners. Only someone with a troubled mind would choose the summoner. Zheng Yu remarked earnestly. Beside him, Tao Qian concurred. Indeed, only a fool would opt for the summoner. Just as he uttered those words, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Detection indicates that the host harbors significant prejudice and misunderstanding towards the summoner profession. The divine talent of the Summoner Hextech Enhancement Rune has been activated in advance. Hextech talent. Every 5 levels, 2 random Hextech Enhancement Runes will be selected, and their effects will exclusively apply to summoned entities. This talent is solely designed for the summoner profession. Should the host choose not to pursue the summoner profession, the system will become exceedingly displeased and self-destruct. The host is advised to make a careful choice and treat this matter with utmost seriousness, lest it be taken lightly. Zheng Yu. Good news, the system has arrived. Bad news, it seems he has just insulted the system. Well, it appears he has also insulted himself. Chapter 1. Only those with a flawed mind would choose the summoner. I shall remind you once more, once you select a profession, there is no turning back. This vocation will accompany you throughout your life. The profession you choose not only determines how far you can advance in the future, but also directly influences your standard of living. Though some may argue that every profession holds promise, the stages of advancement vary significantly among them. The warrior class is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. It requires no financial investment, minimal innate talent, possesses combat capabilities from the onset, and offers immediate employment upon reaching level 10. In Class 1 of the Awakening School, the homeroom teacher reiterated this statement, which he had repeated countless times before. In essence, if you meet the criteria for transitioning to a warrior, regardless of how well-suited you may be for other professions, choose the warrior. If your family is affluent, which I mean they can readily provide you with 10 million for equipment, another 10 million for spells, and yet another 10 million for hiring mercenary esto, not hesitate, embrace a life of financial indulgence. What if you do not meet the criteria for a warrior and your family lacks wealth? What then? The students in the classroom responded in unison. Support roles. Correct. Select support. Under no circumstances should you aim too high by choosing professions such as druid, ranger, monk, or shadow wielder. I do not imply that these professions are weak, rather, we must possess self-awareness. These paths were not crafted for us. In summary, either choose warrior, select support, or directly rely on your family's wealth. The homeroom teacher emphasized this point repeatedly. He understood that his remarks may come across as somewhat pessimistic. However, there was little alternative. His school was merely an ordinary institution for aspiring professionals. The exceptionally gifted students had already been recruited by prestigious academies. Those remaining were predominantly of average aptitude. He was merely attempting to guide his students toward a more stable future. Very well, after the lunch break, assemble on the playground in preparation for the transition at the sanctuary. The homeroom teacher observed his obedient students and nodded in satisfaction, contemplating that this year's employment rate should remain steady. Once the teacher departed, the classroom erupted in lively discussion. At last, the awakening is upon us. I have awaited this day for such a long time. Of little consequence in any case, we are all becoming warriors. Being a warrior is acceptable. At least I can begin earning. My father has already arranged for me to join the largest angel pharmaceutical company in our province once I reach level 10, with a starting salary of 8,000. How ambitious? What do you mean by being a warrior is acceptable? Just being able to transition is already a significant achievement. Our class previously had a success rate of only 50%, meaning half of us will not transition. So although I can transition, my strength aptitude is insufficient to become a warrior. Fortunately, my mental capacity meets the requirements, allowing me to become a priest. A priest is quite commendable. Many professionals paid a higher priest for ventures into the abyss. This is indeed a lucrative vocation. I am preparing to become a shield warrior, serving as a meat shield to absorb damage for the mages. Come on, a tank must be at least level 15 to withstand the damage from a level 1 abyss. Can you even reach level 10? That's a question in itself. I wonder what profession Zheng Yu will choose. Our class leader should also be a warrior, right? Isn't that a pity? His intelligence aptitude rating is so high. There's nothing to be done. His family lacks funds, and he is reluctant to switch to a support role. Besides, his warrior rating already meets the requirements, so he might transition to a battle mage later. A magical warrior is an exceedingly rare profession. Does he truly think everyone can switch? What a shame. What's there to regret? We don't even know what our future holds. Why worry about others? That's true. At that moment, the youth being discussed, named Zheng Yu, sat in a corner, listening to the distant chatter of his classmates. Zheng Yu, the class leader of Class 3. His aptitude rating ranked first in the entire grade. Apart from a slightly lacking agility talent, the rest were exceptional. This achievement is considered elite at #1 high school, but only average in the broader Jiangsu city. Brother Yu, have you thought about what profession to choose? Zheng Yu's deskmate, Tao Qian, also overheard the discussions and directly turned to inquire about his thoughts. Zheng Yu shrugged. Of course, I will choose warrior. Why does everyone choose warrior? Tao Qian lamented for Zheng Yu. What a waste of your 4.7 rating in intelligence potential. What's regrettable about that? Employment trumps all else. Even if I chose mage, I wouldn't have money for equipment or spells. It's better to honestly pick warrior. Zheng Yu felt no sense of loss whatsoever. He wholeheartedly agreed with the class teacher's earlier sentiments. It is akin to choosing a vocational school to acquire a skill versus opting for an ordinary third-year university to obtain a diploma. A warrior is like a skill. It is straightforward, easy to grasp, and offers a significantly higher employment rate. Professions like druid, ranger, assassin, shadowmancer, and monk resemble third-tier universities. This is not to say these professions are inferior. Rather, if you study law at a third-tier school, you're likely to face unemployment upon graduation, whereas attending a prestigious university greatly enhances your prospects. All present are talents of modest aptitude from third-tier backgrounds. Selecting warrior is the most secure path. The military will recruit level 10 warriors, but not level 10 rangers. Major corporations will only hire lower-level warriors, not lower-level monks. In this world, leveling up is exceedingly challenging. As a former corporate slave who has traversed to this world, Zheng Yu understands the significance of employment. Thus, warrior is his primary choice. Survival is paramount. Zheng Yu earnestly conveyed to Tao Qian. This world, due to the universal job transition, has virtually no universities. After graduating from high school, one can transition, level up, and then find employment. Students unable to transition opt to attend vocational schools, studying fields such as law, management, architecture, and mechanics. In this world, those who could transition are the most vital entities. To fend off the abyss, to protect the remnants of humanity, and to gather strength, preparing for the harrowing doomsday prophecies ahead. In summary, this world reveres the strong. The level of one's profession serves as a symbol of status. Thus, Zheng Yu felt quite content with his ability to transition into a warrior. It was certainly preferable to remaining stagnant. Tao Qian, with a serious expression, declared, I intend to become a monk. Are you gambling on talent? Indeed, I am wagering on potential. If I possess a great talent, I shall soar to great heights. Nearby, someone scoffed, gambling on a great talent? You will be better off betting on a hidden profession. It is said that last year, there was only one grade talent in the entire Jiangsu city. Last year, the entire Jiangnan province had only one grade talent and 30 grade talents. Yet there were over 30 hidden professions throughout the province. Tao Qian retorted defiantly, so, can I not be one of those 30? Well, best of luck to you. Seeing that Tao Qian was already bewitched, the others ceased their persuasion. Instead, Tao Qian turned to encourage Zheng Yu. Brother Yu, I believe we shouldn't heed the homeroom teacher's advice that path leads to an ordinary life. We must take a gamble. What if a bicycle turns into a motorcycle? Zheng Yu retrieved the potential assessment report from the day before and handed it to Tao Qian, saying, I wish to gamble, but take a look at my results. Tao Qian examined Zheng Yu's report. Strength, potential rating 3.7. Intelligence, potential rating 4.7. Constitution, potential rating 4.0. Spirit, potential rating 3.8. Agility, potential rating 1.9. That's quite good, isn't it? A rating above 3 is considered excellent. Your scores far surpass mine. Zheng Yu pointed to the bottom of the evaluation. Now, look at this. Tao Qian saw the assessment recommendation at the bottom. According to the Holy Temple's evaluation, the profession most suited to you is summoner. Tao Qian's mouth fell slightly open. Summoner? That cannot possibly be right. Your potential ratings, though not on par with those top-tier geniuses, are certainly not low. How could they recommend summoner to you? Zheng Yu chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps the Holy Temple makes mistakes too after all. It has been decades, and no one has unraveled the origins of the temple. In any case, I do not trust the temple's recommendations. Even if summoner is deemed most suitable for me, I would never choose it. It is a quintessentially undesirable profession. Anyone who chooses it is bound to regret it. I would rather be a warrior. Each year, the number of individuals opting for the summoner profession is exceedingly few, and those who do so often do so out of necessity when other professions do not meet standards. Warriors have always been formidable. Monks and druids are strong in the mid-game. Assassins and shadow walkers dominate in the late game. Mages shine in the late stages as true divine professions. While shield warriors, paladins, and priests may not be strong, their roles as support ensure they have no trouble forming teams. But summoners, a profession that is met with disdain, neither ascending to greatness nor sinking to mediocrity. Weak in all phases, they burn more resources than mages, unable to even contend with paladins in combat. The only strategy they can claim as advantageous numerical superiority has been outmatched by necromancers. They consume the most resources and practice the most foolish profession. No one wishes to team up with them, and they cannot even manage solitary challenges. The summoner is essentially a profession abandoned by the experts. Only someone with a flawed mind would choose the summoner, Zheng Yu remarked earnestly. Beside him, Tao Qian echoed, "Indeed, only a fool would select the summoner." Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, detected that the host harbors profound prejudice and misunderstanding towards the summoner profession. Activating the summoner's divine talent Hextech Enhancement Rune talent. Hextech talent. Every 5 levels, randomly select 2 Hextech Enhancement Runes, the effects of which will apply solely to summoned entities. This talent is exclusively for the summoner profession. Should the host choose not to pursue the summoner profession, the system will become exceedingly displeased and self-destruct. So the host is advised to make a serious choice and treat this matter with utmost gravity, without any frivolity. Zheng Yu. Good news, the system has arrived. Bad news, it seems he just insulted the system. Well, it appears he also insulted himself. Chapter 2. The 8th Contract and the Heart of the Steward. Only those with a troubled mind would choose to be a summoner. This was a statement he had just uttered himself. Indeed, he had given himself a thorough reprimand. According to the system's description, if he did not choose to be a summoner, not only would he be deprived of a divine-level talent, but he might also have to endure the catastrophic consequences of a system self-detonation. He had never anticipated that the essential system for the traverser he had been awaiting would pertain to summoners. Zheng Yu wore an expression of helplessness. Have the systems of this era become so volatile, threatening the host with self-destruction? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Since the system promised him a divine-level talent, any profession would suffice. Even a summoner, who was often regarded with disdain. After all, it was a divine-level talent. The highest talent in this world is the divine-level talent. There exists only one in the entire world. It is also the current number 1 in the level rankings, the battle power rankings. In the Abyss monster-slaying rankings, the unparalleled war god of the 9 provinces, Nan Mu Yun. The talents descend in order from divine level to level, level, all the way down to level. Level is already recognized as genius. At level, an entire province would mobilize resources for cultivation. At level, one would be designated as a key cultivation target by the nation, ensuring a lifetime of resources without worry. Aside from the exceptional divine-level talent holder Nan Mu Yun, level is considered top tier. However, a divine-level talent has never existed. Moreover, Hextech, doesn't that resemble a gameplay element from Teamfight Tactics? Similar to enhanced runes, each technology has its unique enhancement method, allowing summoned pieces to grow stronger. Pieces equate to summoned entities. Hextech corresponds to collective enhancement runes. Furthermore, every 5 levels, one receives 2 Hextech enhancements. Currently, the highest-ranked war god, Nan Mu Yun, stands at level 71, and he hasn't leveled up in quite some time. It seems he has encountered some form of bottleneck, or perhaps the experience required for level 71 is exceedingly high, making it difficult even for a powerhouse of Nan Mu Yun's caliber to advance. However, even at level 70, he possesses a staggering 30 opportunities for Hextech selection. At a minimum, there are 30 instances of collective enhancement. No wonder this talent can only be utilized by summoners. If any other profession were to wield this rune, it would lose its efficacy. 30 instances of collective enhancement equate to 30 talents, truly deserving of the title Divine Level Talent. Even if the individual Hextech talent does not match the level talent, possessing at least 30, or perhaps even more, would allow for the potential to accumulate divine level outcomes. It remains uncertain what the practical effect of Hextech runes will be when translated into reality. Zheng Yu felt a growing anticipation for his class change later that afternoon. After the midday break, Zheng Yu boarded the school bus and arrived at the Holy Temple branch in Jiangshui City. With the arrival of the Abyss and the invasion of foreign races, 9 main holy temples emerged throughout the 9 provinces of the 9 regions. Each was situated in the capital cities of the respective provinces, bestowing strength upon humanity and instilling hope for survival. Empowered by the Holy Temple, humans ascended through continuous upgrades. And after decades of struggle, they finally managed to secure their territories. Although the threats and pressures from the Abyss and the alien races have been ever present, humanity has also developed its own strength, largely thanks to the Sanctuary. The Sanctuary in Jiangshui City serves as a branch, primarily responsible for initiating newcomers into their first job transfer, testing their potential, and showcasing rankings. Zhao Kuan, student number 00278 from Class 1 of the Senior 3 at Experimental High School, is summoned to the 3rd station to undergo the baptism of job transfer. Upon entering the sanctuary, he notices a crowd has already gathered, with many schools commencing their job transfers. Zheng Yu, please escort your classmates to the 4th station for their transfers, the homeroom teacher instructs. As the class leader, Zheng Yu naturally takes charge. Understood. Having visited the Jiangshui City Sanctuary branch before, the process is familiar: registration, receiving a number, and waiting at Station 4. After approximately an hour of waiting, it is their class's turn. Please, Zhang Ao, student number 01876 from Class 3 of Senior 3 at Jiangshui No. 1 High School. Approach Station 4 to receive your job transfer baptism. Called by name, Zhang Ao's expression tightens as he stands up, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Although the test results indicate he qualifies for the warrior profession, there have been instances where individuals have passed the test yet failed to transfer. Please stand in the center of the transfer platform. You may experience nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even fainting during the process. Do not be alarmed, as these reactions are normal. Just endure for 5 seconds, the staff member reassures him. Upon success, you will be able to see your attributes, profession information, and talent level. If your talent level exceeds the standard, please inform us. As the staff member continues, Zhang Ao steps into the center of the transfer platform, momentarily bewildered about what to do. Suddenly, a beam of light projects from the ceiling of the sanctuary. Zheng Yu recalls from his textbook that the transfer light at the branch is actually transmitted from the main sanctuary. The staff member then states, according to the feedback from the sanctuary's holy light, you meet the conditions for a warrior transfer. The first compatible profession is monk, and the second is warrior. You may choose either profession for your transfer. Zhang Ao's face brightens with joy as he promptly declares, warrior. He opts for the most stable path. Transfer successful. Congratulations. You are now a warrior transferee, the staff member states with little emotion. They continue to inform Zhang Ao. You may now proceed to the 2nd floor to find the Warrior Guild's office. Joining a guild will expedite your understanding of the warrior profession. They will teach you how to level up and the rules pertaining to practitioners. Thank you. Zhang Ao responds, his excitement palpable. Becoming a warrior signifies a promising future, ensuring a secure career ahead. Next, please, Zhang Yu, student number 01877 from Class 3 of Senior 3 at Jiangshui No. 1 High School. Approach Station 4 to receive your job transfer baptism. Zhang Yu is the second in line, under the watchful eyes of his classmates and homeroom teacher. He steps onto the transfer platform, with everyone curious about his choice. While it is widely believed that a mage would be Zheng Yu's first choice, they all understand the financial constraints of his family. The mage profession, being costly, is not feasible for everyone. Transferring to a warrior feels somewhat like a waste of his intellectual talent. Other professions have their merits, but it ultimately hinges on Zheng Yu's choice. The procedure is well understood, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The staff member, without repetition, simply remarked that it was to expedite the process. Zheng Yu nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, a beam of light enveloped him, a warm sensation wrapping around his entire being. The voice of the staff member resonated in his ears. According to the feedback from the holy light of the sanctuary, the most suitable primary profession for you is summoner. With no secondary recommendations, the staff member, upon witnessing the holy light's feedback, was momentarily taken aback. He could see Zheng Yu's test data, which indicated that, aside from the assassin and ranger requiring agility above 35, All other professions were eligible for transition. Yet, the sanctuary offered only one recommendation. The crucial point was that this recommended profession was summoner. The staff member stated, based on the data feedback, you could also transition to professions such as mage, warrior, priest, or paladin. I choose summoner, Zhengyu replied. If you were to forego summoner, you could close your eyes now, and you should be able to see hints for other profession options. What would you select? The staff member assumed he had misheard. Zhengyu reiterated, summoner. You should consider this carefully, the staff member urged, a rare moment of counsel. As a transition staff member, he understood that the number of individuals transitioning to summoner was significantly less than those with similar potential. In fact, there had been no summoner this year. Yet, Zhengyu smiled and said, since the sanctuary recommends summoner and does not provide other options, it indicates that I am well suited for this profession. The sanctuary is not infallible, the staff member murmured. However, I choose to trust the sanctuary, Zhengyu declared resolutely, without hesitation selecting summoner on the profession transition interface before him. To be frank, it was not that he had faith in the sanctuary. He had never considered becoming a summoner. In fact, he had always thought that those who chose the profession were foolish. However, the system had offered too much to ignore. A divine talent would be foolish to overlook. You have transitioned to the summoner profession, activating divine talent Hex Enhancement Rune. Extracting Hex Enhancement Rune. Congratulations. You have extracted the first rune, Prismatic Grade Rune, Demon Contract. Congratulations. You have extracted the second rune, Silver Grade Rune, Heart of the Steward. Chapter 3. I am envious, yet it does not hinder my admiration. Demon Contract. Zhengyu's face lit up with astonishment. The Demon Contract was undeniably the most formidable hex rune in the early stages, without exception. He never anticipated that his first talent would be a prismatic grade rune. Hex enhancement runes are categorized into 3 tiers, silver, gold, and prismatic. The 2 enhancement runes he acquired upon transitioning were 1 silver Heart of the Steward and 1 prismatic Demon Contract. Demon Contract, prismatic grade enhancement rune, consumes maximum health to gain talent points, which can only be applied to summoned entities, enhancing their inherent abilities. The consumed health cannot be restored or reverted, resulting in a permanent reduction of maximum health. The Heart of the Steward, silver level enhanced rune. Your team is regarded as possessing an additional steward and is granted a steward emblem. Upon witnessing the enhanced effects of the Demon Contract, Zhengyu inhaled sharply, astonished. Truly, it is of prism grade. Indeed, it is the old 8 contract. Exchanging life limits for talents presents a precarious enhancement, yet it is intoxicatingly compelling. The reason summoners are often disparaged is that their summoned creatures typically lack strength, with most talents being subpar, rendering their cultivation arduous and costly. However, with the old 8 contract, Zhengyu could ensure that each summoned beast reaches a pinnacle of talent. According to the system's modified Demon Contract, even in later stages, it remains exceedingly valuable. After all, a practitioner's health limit increases with level advancement. As long as there is health, one summoned beast shall perpetually ascend. A sigh interrupted Zhengyu's contemplation. Turning around, he noticed the staff and his homeroom teacher. The staff member sighed in confusion, while the teacher appeared troubled and perplexed. They both struggled to comprehend why Zhengyu had chosen the summoner profession, often deemed a lowly path. The teacher gazed at Zhengyu, shaking his head in disappointment. I have encountered many students, some of whom were exceptionally gifted, not inferior to you, yet ultimately, due to their pride, they opted for other professions. Years later, without exception, none of them continued along the path of practitioners. I believed you would be different, but it seems you were even more extreme than I anticipated. Do you truly understand the consequences of choosing to be a summoner? The teacher's face was etched with disappointment. Even if Zhengyu had chosen a mage or a shadow assassin, it would have been a better option than the summoner. The summoner lacks a guild and national welfare benefits. It is one thing to be without these. How do you intend to level up? By relying on your summoned level 1 goblin? Entering the level 1 abyss, even in a party, poses a life-threatening danger. I truly feel that my previous heartfelt advice has been in vain. The teacher's agitation stemmed primarily from her genuine belief in Zhengyu's potential. Gifted talent signifies growth potential for the future. Zhengyu fully understood the teacher's expectations and recognized that her words were rooted in concern and misunderstanding. With a smile, Zhengyu replied, everyone claims that summoners are weak. However, if I demonstrate a top-tier talent, does that still render the summoner weak? As he spoke, he revealed his attribute panel. A talent named Demon Contract of the highest grade prominently appeared in the talent attribute column. Level. The staff member's voice rose an octave in disbelief. The homeroom teacher stood in stunned silence, staring at Zheng Yu's attribute panel. It is indeed of the highest grade. After a moment, the teacher finally regained her composure, pondering the nature of this demon contract talent, which she had never encountered before. Zheng Yu remarked, naturally, "The specifics of the talent cannot be disclosed, but is this top-tier talent not real?" The staff member excitedly nodded. "Of course it is real." "Can anything appearing on the attribute panel be false?" Zheng Yu inquired once more. "Will I be able to enjoy the benefits of these resources?" The response was resoundingly affirmative. "So far this year, no other practitioner with a high-level talent has emerged, and you are the sole exception." "That settles it then," Zheng Yu remarked to the homeroom teacher. "Initially, I intended to heed your advice, but I couldn't shake the feeling that not choosing the summoner class would lead to regret. After all, the feedback from the temple indicated that I am best suited for the summoner role, so I decided to take a gamble. Thankfully, it paid off. In comparison to a warrior with ordinary talent, I would much rather embrace the summoner with high-level talent, even if it means starting from the depths." Upon hearing Zheng Yu's explanation, the homeroom teacher found it acceptable. The instincts of such practitioners often outweigh experience. Nevertheless, the summoner class still caused some unease for the teacher. "It's all right," Zheng Yu reassured nonchalantly. "After all, the benefits of high-level talent only require a talent level. They never specified that a high-level summoner cannot partake in them. As long as there are resources and wealth, all is well." The teacher nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his argument. Initially, Zheng Yu's classmates intended to mock him for what they perceived as a foolish decision, but before they could utter their jibes, news of Zheng Yu's high-level talent reached their ears. The sensation was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride, leaving them with expressions of complex emotions. Despite Zheng Yu's popularity and numerous friends, envy still lurked beneath the surface. After all, one could be concerned for a brother's struggles while simultaneously fearing his success. High-level talent was indeed a formidable asset, yet it was regrettable that he chose the summoner class. "Are you truly lamenting this?" They scoffed. "Previously, when the class president transitioned to a warrior, you lamented his choice. Yet now that he possesses high-level talent, you express regret. Why not reflect on your own situation?" Their words were laced with bitterness. They implied that had Zheng Yu been a high-level mage or warrior, they could at least boast that a top-ranked player was their high school classmate, with whom they still held contact. However, imagining a summoner reaching the global rankings was a daunting thought, even with high-level talent. I would argue that a high-level talent bestowed upon a summoner is a sheer waste. One of his peers remarked. Tao Qian, who had been listening to the conversation, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "Are you all underestimating the significance of high-level talent? To date, no practitioner who has awakened such talent has faltered." "Ah, but Zheng Yu will be the first to fail as a high-level practitioner," they retorted. "Indeed. Even if I possessed high-level talent, I would not choose the summoner class. Do you really believe a single talent can salvage a profession? I shall be keen to observe just how far he can elevate the summoner class." Tao Qian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yes, you are all correct." He ceased to argue with them, realizing their jealousy had clouded their judgment. "Let your envy fester. You too possess high-level talent, yet you dare to mock Zheng Yu. Who has achieved it?" Just as Tao Qian was about to continue, he noticed the very students who had been disparaging Zheng Yu hastily rising and heading in a particular direction. Upon looking, he discovered that Zheng Yu had completed his registration and was returning, surrounded by his classmates with eager enthusiasm. The individuals closest to Zheng Yu were precisely those who had spoken most harshly moments before. However, in Zheng Yu's presence, they donned expressions of friendliness, exclaiming, "Class monitor, given our relationship, you must look out for me in the future. With such exceptional talent, once you achieve success, do not forget us. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to celebrate our brother Yu awakening his remarkable talent. Come to my father's restaurant, where I will ensure the finest vintage of Maodai is served." Tao Qian interjected, "Wait, your transformation is astonishingly swift. When he was absent, you were not like this at all. In public, you act as if you were close friends. Yet in private, you are consumed by jealousy. Just moments ago, you disparaged him, claiming he is inferior to a mere summoner. Now, you are ingratiating yourselves, seeking his protection?" In that instant, Tao Qian comprehended the essence of growth. This is growth. This encapsulates the very essence of adult life. Even if I harbor deep-seated resentment, I shall not reveal it. After all, even if Zheng Yu is a summoner, his exceptional talent is undeniable. The real fear lies not in his inability to succeed, but in the possibility of him becoming a formidable professional. At that point, any attempts at flattery would be futile. Chapter 4. Surrender early, seek treatment early. Enter the factory early, earn money early, and avoid 40 years of detours. Ultimately, Tao Qian chose to transition into a monk and secured an exceptional talent. Though not at the highest tier, he seemed quite satisfied with his outcome. Once Tao Qian completed his job transition, Zheng Yu did not linger in the temple and returned home early. As summoners lack guilds, amidst the millions of job changers across the land, fewer than 100 could be found, and of those, 98 likely had no intention of pursuing a professional path. The absence of a guild meant there were no mentors or seasoned professionals to guide them. Everything had to be discovered through personal exploration. Zheng Yu had little interest in the job transitions of others. He waited solely for Tao Qian, for he could discern genuine brothers from false friends. Upon returning home, Zheng Yu navigated around the scattered refuse and entered his room. This was a relief house allocated to impoverished families by the government. When he traversed into this body, the original Zheng Yu's parents had long since vanished, leaving him to be raised by his grandfather. 2 years prior, his grandfather had passed away due to illness, and this government-provided dwelling had become Zheng Yu's solitary refuge. Upon entering his room, the typically tidy Zheng Yu had arranged his space with care. Although modest in size, it remained inviting. His time spent with his grandfather had not been extensive, but ensuring a proper burial for him served as a final tribute to this body. Following that, he faced a solitary existence, akin to his previous life, and Zheng Yu felt no discomfort in his new reality. After a simple meal, he commenced serious matters by bringing up his attribute panel. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, non-occupation, summoner level, 100 experience points away from the next upgrade. Health, 1100 mana, 110 strength, 11 intelligence, 13 agility, 11 remaining free attribute points, 5 skills. Contract formation, Beast Frenzy, summoning beast space, no summoned beasts contracted, currently eligible for 1 contract. Talents, Demon Contract. Butler's Heart equipment, none. The talent list displayed does not show Hextech Enhancement Runes, but rather the recently acquired Prism-level Demon Contract and Silver-level Butler's Heart. The previously observed talent level by the staff and homeroom teacher was indeed the display of the Demon Contract. However, Zheng Yu sensed that the Demon Contract was far more intricate than a mere level talent. The Demon Contract allows for the consumption of health limits to exchange for the talents of a summoned beast, which first requires a summoned beast to exist. Zheng Yu gazed at his empty summoned beast space and discovered a dusty tome titled, Starting from Zero, Mastering the Summoner Profession. Indeed, it was a textbook long abandoned, never having been opened. Zheng Yu had never contemplated a career as a summoner, thus he had never cast a glance at this book. He was entirely ignorant of how to contract summoned beasts or how to develop in this profession. Truly, it was a journey beginning from zero. Zheng Yu muttered in exasperation. Upon opening the first page of the textbook, he encountered a blunt statement. Please abandon the profession of summoner. A forthright admonition. If you have truly resorted to becoming a summoner, be prepared for an arduous journey, for this book offers little assistance. Zheng Yu, what a gem. Is this a textbook? So straightforward? With patience, he continued to flip through the pages, and within 10 minutes, he had perused the entire volume of over 100 pages. The content was indeed sparse. Aside from the initial pages instructing on how to contract summoned beasts, the remainder was filled with illustrations. The author had compiled numerous images and data about summoned beasts, interspersed with somewhat trivial commentary, barely forming a coherent book. At the conclusion of the textbook, Zheng Yu found the author's musings on the relationship between summoners and their beasts. It was not merely a connection akin to that of other professions and their skills, but rather a bond of mutual growth. Summoned beasts, akin to being sealed by skills, engage in a process of aiding you in battle and evolving alongside you through contracts. The attack power and skill damage values of summoned beasts are directly correlated to the summoner, indicating that a summoner's talent constrains the growth of the summoned beast. Conversely, it also suggests that, should a summoner possess high talent, they could nurture a summoned beast to rival other professions in capability. Of course, this is merely a personal fantasy. Fellow summoners, and those aspiring to become summoners, should not harbor such illusions. If one possesses such talent, why not choose other professions with swifter growth? Warrior, mage, aren't they enticing? In summary, early abandonment, early treatment, early employment, and early profit can save one from wandering for 40 years. Author, Zhang Anquan. Zheng Yu remarked. The fact that such a book can be selected as a textbook reveals how little esteem summoners hold. Yet, in truth, there is little to impart. Unlike warriors, who must decide whether to pursue a bloodline or a berserker path, balancing offense and defense, or focusing solely on output, Each specialization necessitates careful selection of skills. The allocation of skill points, distribution of attribute points, choice of equipment, and selection of abyssal zones for farming all demand prudent deliberation. A single misstep can lead one astray. This underscores the value of textbooks and professional courses. I need to purchase a level 0 summoning skill book. Zhengyu opened his computer and navigated to the temple website established by the Ministry of Justice. On the homepage, he found the store section. Here, items emerging from the abyss, such as equipment, skill books, and various potions, were available for sale. Searching for summoning skill books, Zhengyu inputted the relevant keywords, and several hundred items for sale appeared. Despite the scarcity of summoner players, numerous individuals still offered summoning skill books online, primarily because they served no purpose when retained. Enlisting them on the website incurred no fees. They simply awaited a willing buyer. After a lengthy search, Zhengyu finally located a level 0 summoning skill book. Summon Goblin. Skill book, level 0. One-time item. The skill book disappears upon learning. Summoners can learn it to obtain a trainable goblin. Price, 500 yuan. It was remarkably inexpensive. Zhengyu confidently stated that this was the cheapest item in the entire store. Even a potion that restored 200 health points cost 1,000 yuan per bottle. Zhengyu chuckled, humorously reflecting, this is probably the sole advantage of being a summoner, affordable prices. Due to lack of demand, prices were low. Zhengyu noted that a tradable warrior skill, the level 0 Rage Slash, was priced at 120,000 yuan, rendering the summoner's skill book mere pocket change by comparison. The availability of only one level 0 summoning skill book also spared him the trouble of making a choice. A goblin would suffice. It was certainly better than having nothing at all. Now, it remained to be seen how effective the demon contract would be. Zhengyu purchased the skill book, which was seamlessly transported to his personal inventory through the temple's holy light, a remarkably convenient process. He proceeded to set up the contract formation, a fundamental skill inherent to summoners. Upon utilizing the skill book, a green-skinned goblin materialized at the center of the formation. Unlike other professions, where skill books impart skills, summoner skill books summon creatures. As stated in that textbook, summon beasts are lives sealed within the skills. Contract. As Zhengyu's voice resonated, the contract formation illuminated, and the goblin's initially bewildered gaze gradually became clear. When it looked at Zhengyu, a sense of warmth and familiarity emerged. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a contract with the summoned creature, the goblin. The goblin will be summoned as a skill and will grow in strength as your level increases. The summoned creature can wear equipment, and upon its demise, there is a chance that its gear may drop. However, the goblin will not truly perish. It will await resurrection within the summoner's realm. Upon the successful signing of the contract, Zhengyu was presented with the attributes of the goblin. Summoned creature, goblin, level 1, increases with the summoner's level, health 400, attack power 325, 13 summoner intelligence multiplied by 25, talent 0, requires 1 more point to level up. Skill, jumping hammer strike 1. The goblin leaps high and delivers a rapid strike to the enemy, inflicting 1625 damage, 5 times 325 goblin attack power, with a 15 chance to stun the opponent. Skill, rock throw 1. Accurately hurls a rock, dealing 130 damage, 4,325 goblin attack power. Summoned creature equipment. Nun Zhengyu gazed at the goblin's attributes, feeling somewhat speechless. No wonder summoners find it difficult to level up. With the goblin's current strength, few would be inclined to form a party. The mere 400 health sets it significantly apart from other classes. The goblin's attack power and skill damage are contingent upon Zhengyu's intelligence, following a proportional coefficient that is rather low. A single skill barely inflicts over 100 points of damage. Although the summoned creature is currently at level 1, it will indeed improve with level-ups. However, the pressing issue remains. No one is willing to team up with a summoner, leaving Zhengyu to grind in the abyss alone. With these stats, even minor foes would pose a challenge. The summoner possesses little combat prowess, relying entirely on the summoned creature for strength. The goblin offers no sense of security. Zhengyu placed his hopes upon the demonic contract for assistance. He opened the demonic contract talent. A prompt appeared. For every 10 points of health sacrificed, gain 1 talent point. Zhengyu pondered for a moment before tentatively sacrificing 600 points of his health limit, thus acquiring 60 talent points. He refrained from sacrificing all of his health, as the summoned creature could be revived upon death, but his own demise would be final. It was prudent to retain some health to ensure his own survival. Upon observing the goblin's talent section, he noticed a number in parentheses. He clicked the plus sign. Ding! Goblin, 0 rank, talent evolution, Goblin Warrior, 1 rank. In the midst of the summoning array, the goblin's body suddenly expanded. Its previously diminutive stature now grew to around 17, yet due to a curved spine, it appeared considerably shorter than Zhengyu. Nonetheless, its muscles were quite pronounced, and the goblin's overall presence had significantly increased. Gone were its coarse rags, replaced now by gleaming armor. The data was promptly updated. Summon Beast, Goblin Warrior, level 1, increases with the summoner's level, health 800, attack power 39, based on summoner's intelligence with a coefficient of 13, skill. Warriors strike when the Goblin Warrior charges its attack on the target, inflicting damage that increases with the duration of the charge, dealing a total of 273,468, 7 coefficient, 39 Goblin attack power, 12 coefficient, 39 Goblin attack power, points of damage. Summon Beast equipment, none excellent. Zhengyu gazed at the refreshed data of the Goblin Warrior, nodding in satisfaction. With the enhancement of his talents, the overall attributes had risen, and he had acquired an additional warrior skill. The health increased to 800. Both the Hammer Strike and Warrior Strike skills could inflict over 200 points of damage. Although still insufficient for soloing the Abyss, this only consumed 1 talent point. Zhengyu still held 59 talent points and a health cap of 500. There was room for further enhancement. Zhengyu clicked the talent increase button 10 times consecutively. Another enhancement. Ding! Goblin Warrior, first tier, talent evolution, Elite Goblin Warrior, second tier. Health, 8001500. Attack power, 3952, based on summoner's intelligence with a coefficient of 13. 50 talent points remaining until advancement. Wonderful, wonderful. The health of the Elite Goblin Warrior had now surpassed Zhengyu's own health. The attack coefficient had reached 4. Yet, it still fell short. To solo a dungeon at level 1, apart from a few hidden professions, all others must team up. This is due to the fact that the health of monsters in the level 1 abyss can exceed 10,000, making it difficult to eliminate them instantly. Only through teamwork can they be defeated. This explains why leveling up as a professional is so challenging. The abyss, referred to as a dungeon, poses a daunting difficulty. The requirements for party composition are exceedingly high. Generally, summoners find it nearly impossible to form a group. Zhengyu's only path to leveling up is through soloing. With 49 talent points remaining, he needed 50 to reach the 3rd tier. Without hesitation, Zhengyu consumed 10 health points to replenish his talent points to 50. Just 10 health points. Zhengyu currently had 490 health points remaining. He allocated all 50 talent points to the Goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior, 2nd tier, talent evolution, Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 3rd tier. A low roar emanated from the summoning array. An impressively large wolf appeared within the summoning formation, with the Elite Goblin Warrior seated atop it, exuding an aura far surpassing its predecessor. Health, 1,503,000. Attack power, 5265, based on summoner's intelligence with a coefficient of 13. A health of 3,000 and an attack coefficient of 50, quite commendable. Zhengyu felt a sense of satisfaction, although still a bit short of being able to defeat foes. It was more than sufficient to handle the minor monsters in the level 1 abyss. The data would further improve upon leveling up. Additionally, Zhengyu discovered that the Goblin Wolf Cavalry had acquired a new skill. Skill, Goblin Wolf Cavalry Charge 1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry initiates a charge, delivering a striking blow to the target, inflicting 1640 points of damage, 65 Goblin attack power, 25 coefficient. Hiss, 1600 points of damage? In the novice zone. That is no trifling number. This is still under the condition that Zhengyu is not equipped with gear, nor is the Goblin. The summoner's equipment is the same as that of the mage. Mages, as is well known, are a money-burning profession. The summoner, a little-known fact, is even more extravagant with expenditures than the mage, utilizing the same set of equipment, spending the same amount of money, yet unable to deliver the damage comparable to a mage. Zhengyu gazed at the summoner equipment in the shop and muttered, "Another reason for the summoner's abandonment has emerged. Within the entire temple mall, there isn't even a dedicated section for summoners." Zhengyu could only browse through the mage equipment section. Ultimately, he chose a novice staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Equipment name, novice staff, equipment level, level 1, equipment attributes, intelligence 10, strength 2, magic power 50, equipment origin, level 1 abyss, equipment durability 50-50. Although Zhengyu felt that spending 6,000 for a novice staff that only boosts intelligence by 8 points with no other benefits, was not worth it. He had no choice but to purchase it. Unlike in a true game, newly transitioned professionals do not receive a novice gift pack. Everything must be bought independently. This was already considered fortunate. At least he did not have to embark on a pioneering expedition alone. Zheng Yu recalled from his history lessons that the first batch of human professionals had entered the abyss empty-handed. The number of deaths was innumerable. The pioneering expeditions resulted in mass casualties. Nowadays, being able to easily find abyss strategies and purchase appropriately leveled equipment is all thanks to the efforts of predecessors. This is precisely why the top-ranked Nanmu Yun is currently at level 70 and engaged in pioneering. Humans have yet to set foot in the level 70 abyss dungeon. Zheng Yu continued searching for summoner beast equipment and was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was indeed equipment available for summoner beasts. Summoner beast equipment, Sharp Fang, equipment level, level 1, equipment attributes, health 300, attack power 5, price, 500 yuan. Well, that is all. Simple attributes. Affordable price. He equipped the novice staff and entrusted the Sharp Fang to the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. The overall stats experienced another enhancement. However, this was not the end. For Zheng Yu had one final means of augmentation. The Silver Grade Hex Enhancement Rune, Butler's Heart. Butler's Heart. Your team is regarded as having an additional butler and gains a butler emblem. The emblem can enhance the bond of the flag. Zheng Yu did not anticipate that the modified emblem could also augment the bond of summoner beasts. If multiple summoner beasts could form a high bond configuration, it would provide a formidable boost. He wondered if luck-based bonds like Fortune Star and Pirate were included. Perhaps it was worth a gamble. Zheng Yu opened the emblem heart and retrieved a butler emblem. Butler Bond 2468. The summoned butler will ascend to the status of a butler, evolving to possess even more formidable abilities. Currently, 2 butler bonds have been activated. 2. Choose a summoned beast to evolve into a butler. All butlers will receive an increase of 20 in health and 20 in attack power. The butler will acquire special skill enhancements. Zheng Yu a butler? Special skill enhancements? Zheng Yu's interest was piqued. He was familiar with the concept of a butler, yet the notion of a butler goblin intrigued him. Chapter 6. Butler. A goblin noble? Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has donned the butler insignia. Currently, 2 butler bonds are activated. You may choose to evolve the Goblin Wolf Cavalry into a butler. Do you wish to proceed with the evolution? Yes. Could I refuse? That is inconceivable. Ding. Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has evolved into a butler-grade Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Skill. Charge enhancement for Wolf Cavalry. A dazzling light enveloped the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. The elite Goblin Warrior, perched upon the Wolf Cavalry, underwent a remarkable transformation, exuding the air of an upper-class goblin. Although the demeanor was noble, it remained unmistakably goblin. Unsightly, yet impeccably groomed, with a green visage and tusks, yet possessing a gentlemanly gaze, brimming with aristocratic elegance. In essence, a peculiar sight indeed. A goblin noble? Difficult to fathom. Yet it stood vividly before Zheng Yu. He observed that even the mighty wolf boasted a flowing coat, akin to a prized pooch freshly groomed from a pet salon. Zheng Yu found it hard to look directly at it. Nevertheless, the enhanced strength was all that mattered. The noble goblin was hard to behold. Yet the statistics from its evolution left Zheng Yu in awe. Summon Beast. Butler-grade Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level 1. Increases with the summoner's level. Health 3,900. 3,000 base health 600 from the Butler Bond 300 from the Blade Tooth Attribute, Attack Power 120, 23 from Summoner's Intelligence 50 Coefficient 5 from the Blade Tooth Attribute 230 from the Butler Bond, Talent, 3rd Tier, 100 points needed for upgrade, Skills, Leap Smash 1. Vault high into the air to deliver a rapid strike against the enemy. Inflicting 600, 5 Coefficient 120 Goblin Attack Power, points of damage, with a 15 chance to stun the opponent. Skill, Archery Mastery 1, accurately loosing arrows, causing 600, 5,120 Goblin Attack Power, points of damage. Skill, Warrior's Strike 1, the Goblin Warrior charges an attack against the target, with damage increasing based on the charge time, inflicting 840 to 1440, 7 Coefficient 120 Goblin Attack Power, 12 Coefficient 120 Goblin Attack Power, points of damage. Skill, Enhanced Charge for Wolf Cavalry 1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry initiates a charge, striking multiple, 3, targets, dealing 3,120 Goblin Attack Power 25 Coefficient, points of damage. Summon Beast Equipment, Sharp Blade Tooth. Now, this is what a summoned beast should be. Zheng Yu gazed at the attribute table, unable to restrain his exclamation. With a health pool of 3,900, he surpassed the stalwart paladin class by an unfathomable margin. The most terrifying aspect surely lay in the skills enhanced by the steward, dealing a staggering 3,000 points of damage to 3 targets. It is worth noting that before sacrificing his own health, Zheng Yu possessed merely 1,100 hit points. Who could withstand such a charge? Furthermore, Zheng Yu discovered that the formerly mundane skill of throwing stones had transformed into archery mastery. This change was entirely reasonable. After all, now as a steward and an elite warrior, hurling stones as an attack seemed rather beneath his elevated status. The elite goblin warrior mastering archery was indeed fitting. Truly, he was blessed with a divine talent. Truly, he had forged a pact with demons. Although his health cap had plummeted to 490 and would never be restored, the acquisition of such a formidable summon was worth the sacrifice. It was time to venture into the abyss. In the southern district of Jiangshui City, what was once a bustling street decades ago had now been fortified by military forces, transformed into an abyss dungeon designed for novice adventurers to level up. Despite it being the dead of night, the area remained brilliantly illuminated and teeming with people. Cold Street Abyss, a level 1 abyss. The level of the abyss corresponds with that of the adventurers. Though labeled as a level 1 abyss, it was in fact a level 110 abyss, accessible to those below level 10. Adventurers exceeding level 10 would face backlash upon entering Cold Street Abyss, hunted by the Butcher, a formidable overseer of the abyss. While the identity of the powerful race orchestrating the abyss remained shrouded in mystery, such concerns were of little consequence to these aspiring adventurers, who were solely focused on leveling up. What conspiracy, what grand scheme, what alien warfare? Until they reached level 50, they had no qualifications to engage with such matters. Their singular goal was to level up. Seeking a party. Level 1 warrior, equipped with a novice shield and a full set of 5 novice gear, battle armor, shoulder pads, trousers, boots, gloves. Offering to guide through the straightforward Cold Spring Abyss. I am a level 7 blood warrior with 4 successful completions of the simple Cold Street Abyss. With 2 spots available, 150,000 each, non-negotiable. Fast track through Cold Street Abyss. 1 warrior needed, level 3 or above. Hurry in. Self-reliant. Simple Abyss. Current team composition. 3 level 1 warriors, 1 level 1 priest, seeking another warrior or paladin. New game hero, seeking assistance. Level 10 Berserker Route Warrior. Offering a run through the ordinary Cold Street Abyss. 100,000 each, seize the opportunity before it slips away. Upon entering the Abyss Hall, he was greeted by various calls for party formation, requests for teammates, and offers for leveling services. The hall screen continuously scrolled with party information. This display service incurred a fee of 100 yuan per entry. Not overly expensive, yet not particularly cheap either. A single scroll meant that if one saw it, it was serendipitous, but if missed, another payment was required. Zheng Yu surveyed the area and discovered that all the requests clamored for warriors. Some parties were even composed entirely of 5 warriors, rejecting support, tanks, and mages altogether. The warriors had congregated, indeed. Zheng Yu heard someone calling his name, and turned to see Tao Qian waving at him from amidst the crowd. Surrounding him were several familiar faces. Approximately a dozen of their classmates. Why did you arrive so late? We've been here for quite some time, Tao Qian remarked. He and his companions had essentially come straight to the Cold Street Abyss from the sanctuary without wasting any time. Have you cleared it? Zheng Yu inquired. Tao Qian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Cleared what? No one formed a team. Zheng Yu frowned. You've been here for several hours. And no one has formed a team? On the other hand, Guofeng and Xu Xiaozhan managed to assemble a party, as both were warriors with excellent talents, making them highly sought after. Xu Xiaozhan even purchased a brand new warrior starter set worth 100,000, only to be whisked away into a team immediately upon arrival. The warrior starter set comprised 7 items: a starter sword, a starter shield, starter armor, starter shoulder pads, starter trousers, starter boots, and starter gloves. Although these items were generally inexpensive, the overwhelming demand for warriors had driven their prices sky high. Why don't you try forming a team to enter? Zheng Yu asked curiously, feeling that lingering around without venturing into the abyss was a waste of time. Tao Qian expressed his helplessness. The main issue is fear. You should have seen it. A team of complete novices entered, and when they were teleported back, you can only imagine what emerged. Just a pile of minced flesh. It was terrifying. Despite the existence of guides for the Cold Street dungeon, the disparity between theory and reality was stark. One truly required an experienced individual to lead. But I just saw on the big screen a group of level 1 warriors seeking teammates, Zhang Yu responded. Stubborn fools, they're not afraid of dying. But I'm not here to perish in the abyss. I'll wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe that as a monk with level talent. I can't find a team, Zhang Yu suggested. How about I lead you? Zhang Yu offered. Tao Qian grinned. I was hoping you would say that. With your level of talent, finding teammates will be no trouble at all. In truth, Tao Qian could find a team himself. The monk's role in the early stages was significantly more impactful than that of mages or rangers. Given his level of talent, he could secure a team without spending any money. He was merely waiting for Zhang Yu. With Zhang Yu by his side, their chances of clearing the dungeon would be greatly enhanced. Let us quickly post a message to find 2 strong teammates for a rapid clear, Tao Qian exclaimed. But Zhang Yu interrupted him. I want to compete for the leaderboard. Tao Qian paused briefly, then regarded Zhang Yu with seriousness. Although he had always supported him, this matter was far from trivial. Are you confident? Zhang Yu replied succinctly, absolutely. Then it's settled, Tao Qian said, gritting his teeth and deciding to trust Zhang Yu this time. Competing for the leaderboard meant vying for a position on the level ranking chart. Every year, on the day of novice class transitions, the sanctuary would launch a leaderboard for new players to track their level increases over the course of a month. After a month, the rankings would be finalized, with rewards distributed by the sanctuary, along with additional prizes at the city and provincial levels. Zhang Yu is in dire need of funds. He has already demonstrated his exceptional talent, and what he needs is to be as ostentatious as possible to showcase his abilities, thus garnering more attention. The sole purpose behind this endeavor is to secure greater financial rewards. Zhang Yu has also done his homework, familiarizing himself with the ranking competition, the timing, and the rewards from dungeons. He aims for a faster accumulation of experience. The abyss can accommodate a maximum of 5 participants. The more individuals present, the slightly stronger the monsters become, consequently increasing the experience gained. The term solo play does not imply entering alone, but rather leading a team of 4 auxiliary members. The captain is responsible for defeating the abyssal creatures, while the remaining teammates merely chant in encouragement. The captain reaps the majority of the experience. And the teammates not only do not detract from his experience but also escalate the difficulty of the abyss, allowing Zhang Yu to accrue even more experience. This strategy maximizes experience acquisition, provided that one possesses sufficient strength. Tao Qian chose to trust Zhang Yu, and after Zhang Yu made his decision, he immediately called out to those around him. Exceptional Talent Practitioner Ranking Competition, bringing along 3 support members, priority for a mid-tier practitioner. Come quickly. Chapter 7. Forming a team. Entering the dungeon. Cold Street Abyss, is there a competition for rankings? Who is it? They say it's an exceptional talent. Is that so impressive? Do we have an exceptional talent practitioner in Jiangshui City? You're unaware? Our Jiangshui City's WeChat has already announced it. Zhang Yu from the mid-tier. An exceptional talent summoner. What? You heard correctly, a summoner. Huh. What is he competing for? I thought he was a master, but he is merely a pretender. A summoner? In this day and age, there are still those who choose to be summoners. Look, even if he is a summoner, he possesses exceptional talent. Why does everyone only focus on the summoner class? Let me put it this way. If Zhang Yu were to form a team, I'd rush over to align myself with him because even as a summoner, his exceptional talent guarantees he is not weak. However, what he seeks is the ranking competition. Do you understand what that entails? It means bringing along 4 support members, with him absorbing the bulk of the experience while he solo clears level 1 abyss. If he were a warrior, I would be eager to join, but as a summoner, I doubt his capabilities. To put it bluntly, he lacks the strength to compete for rankings and may even jeopardize himself and his 4 support members due to his arrogance. You make a valid point. It seems we were overly optimistic, thinking we could catch a cheap ride. Many are watching, yet none dare to approach. They are all hesitant. In fact, the majority do not hold out much hope for Zhang Yu. How foolish these short-sighted individuals are. Seeing no effect, Tao Qian turned to his classmates, who had quietly taken a step back. Zhang Yu and Tao Qian. They did not anticipate the significant impact of their retreat. Tao Qian, frustrated, remarked, "Forget it. I no longer expect anything from these timid souls. I'll send out a broadcast message and see if any brave souls emerge." Zhang Yu was at a loss for words, clearly. Using the term brave souls indicated that joining him in the abyss before he displayed his strength indeed required a measure of courage. Broadcast sent. Exceptional Talent Practitioner Ranking Competition. Bringing along 3 support members, priority for a mid-tier practitioner. Come quickly. Once again, the message was clear. The response was immediate. with a flurry of private messages flooding in, seeking information and pricing details. Upon witnessing the profession of Captain Zheng Yu, the conversation fell silent. However, an assassin reached out to Zheng Yu in private. Kuing, assassin, are you truly a level talent? Zheng Yu, summoner, yes. Kuing, assassin, could you possibly lower the price? I am quite out of funds. Would 5,000 suffice? Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian, inquiring about the market price for a level 1 abyss pendant. It was 150,000. Although it was considered a mere accessory, the experience gained was substantial. Thus the price remained unchanged. Zheng Yu nodded and then messaged the assassin. Zheng Yu, summoner, that is acceptable. Just submit the application. The price is of little consequence, as few dare to join him in a team. Once one enters the abyss, unless they clear it, there is no exit, and any misstep could lead to death. Zheng Yu was reluctant to waste any more time waiting. Kuing, assassin, thank you so much. Shortly thereafter, another assassin joined the party. Kuing, assassin, great master. I see there is still room. May I invite a friend to join as well? Zheng Yu, summoner, certainly. Kuing, assassin, thank you. I will bring her in right away. Zheng Yu, summoner, all right. In response to Zheng Yu's succinct and aloof replies, Ku Ying's expression bore no signs of dissatisfaction. Rather, she felt elated to have found such an affordable opportunity. Meanwhile, when Ren Qingyu, who was observing the chat logs, remarked, this fellow is silent. Pretending to be a master, is he? Wait, Xiaoying, are you truly considering joining this team? Isn't it too perilous? Many are too afraid to join. Ku Ying remained silent, directly opening her mobile banking app to display her meager balance. This is all I have. Can you think of a solution? The two had been searching for a team for an entire day, with no one willing to accept an assassin unless compensated. Moreover, they were both assassins. A simple dungeon run required 150,000 for one person, which meant they needed 30,000 between them. Recognizing when Ren Qingyu's concern, Ku Ying reassured her, trust my judgment. I believe the risks are minimal. Consider this. Zheng Yu is a level talent. Those with such gifts are the least likely to take reckless chances. Only those with no other options would act so rashly. The higher the talent, the more one values their life. And besides, where else could we find such an affordable team? When Ren Qingyu conceded that Ku Ying had a point, but still voiced her apprehensions. I hope so. Let us just hope this isn't our last venture into the abyss. Ku Ying, however, maintained a more optimistic outlook. In truth, there are always dangers. Teaming up poses greater risks as you cannot be certain of your teammates' reliability unless they are part of a well-established group. Recruiting others also carries risks. What if they make a mistake? At least with Zheng Yu, there is the assurance of a level talent, which I find more trustworthy than others. The difficulty of leveling up for practitioners primarily stems from the inability to quickly exit the abyss dungeons. In the face of danger, one must disengage from combat to escape the abyss. The methods of disengagement involve either vanishing from the monster's line of sight or vanquishing the creatures before them, both of which are challenging endeavors. Under ordinary circumstances, a misstep would result in being ensnared by the abyssal creatures, ultimately leading to demise. Of course, one could procure resurrection and teleportation items, yet both are exorbitantly priced. It is not merely novices who struggle to afford them. Even seasoned professionals may find them beyond their means. Thus, for new adventurers capable of swiftly ascending levels, there are but three categories: the reckless, the exceptionally skilled, and the affluent. The remainder, like classmate Zheng Yu, who fears perishing in the abyss, must seek a competent team. However, good teams often spurn them, leaving them to languish in anticipation. Their initial day is likely spent hoping for a stroke of luck, but in a few days, they will resort to paying others to guide them. After all, 150,000 is not overly steep, and an ordinary family might manage to scrape together such an amount. After Kuing and when Ren Qingyu entered, Tao Qian invited a friend, a tall and robust young man who appeared considerably older than both Tao Qian and Zheng Yu. Tao Qian first introduced Zheng Yu. This is my coach. 3 years my senior, named Wu Zong. He graduated from our school and, like me, is a monk. He has remained at level 1 due to financial constraints. Then, he introduced Zheng Yu to Wu Zong, saying, this is our team captain, with exceptional talent. Zheng Yu nodded, acknowledging the introduction. But Wu Zong's gaze reflected a hint of hesitation, particularly upon observing the team composition: a summoner, a monk, 2 assassins, all at level 1. He would have found it reasonable had there been a warrior or a healer. The configuration felt decidedly unusual. Nevertheless, Retracing the path of an adventurer had long been his aspiration, and with a single opportunity, he decided to take the plunge. Even if Zheng Yu faltered, after years of training, he was confident in his ability to disengage from combat and exit the abyss. The most compelling factor was the cost, merely 5,000. It is worth noting that after taxes, his monthly salary barely exceeded 3,000. Had he paid the original price of 150,000, it would take him half a year to earn that amount. The expenses associated with pursuing the adventurer's path only escalate, and unlike warriors, who can earn substantial sums, he must judiciously manage the savings he had accumulated over the past 3 years. Thus, the team was assembled. The captain was an exceptionally talented summoner, accompanied by his trusted friend Tao Qian and 3 desperate souls willing to risk it all for meager rewards. They formed a motley crew. "I'm going in," Zheng Yu declared in the team voice chat. "Tao Qian, Monk 1, let's go. Kuing, Assassin 1, good luck. When Ren Qingyu, Assassin 1 Wu Zong, Monk 1, I'm ready. We can enter." Guided by the panel's prompt, Zheng Yu selected the cold street abyss. 5 beams of light descended, and Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Kuing, Wen Ren Qingyu, and Wu Zong vanished from their location. Observing Zheng Yu's disappearance, his classmates began to murmur, "Zheng Yu truly found 4 companions. Does he genuinely intend to compete for rankings? I thought he was jesting." Awaiting the outcome, one wonders whether Zheng Yu will emerge unscathed or deliver a resounding slap to all our faces. We must wait until tomorrow. The fastest completion time for the Cold Street dungeon currently stands at 4 hours and 41 minutes, and as a summoner, Zheng Yu is likely to take even longer, perhaps 8 hours, I surmise. If he manages to clear it, that would indeed be commendable. However, I doubt he will succeed. What an intriguing spectacle it would be if the first-level talent were to perish in the first-level Abyss dungeon. Such news would be monumental. Why can't you all hope for something positive? Zheng Yu is, after all, the only first-level talent from Jiangshui City, which is a matter of pride. It's not my pride, so why should I hope for his success? If that first-level talent were bestowed upon me, I would surpass him. Indeed, as a summoner, how far can he truly go? In Zheng Yu's presence, they would not dare voice such sentiments. Yet, in his absence, they speak freely. While this group of individuals indulges in unrestrained chatter born of jealousy, Zheng Yu and his companions have already entered the depths of the Cold Street. Chapter 8. A single arrow to obliterate the mighty goblin wolf cavalry. A gust of frigid wind swept through. "It's freezing," Tao Qian exclaimed, hurriedly donning a coat from his inventory. Zheng Yu also retrieved the military coat he had prepared earlier, along with gloves and a thick hat, wrapping himself snugly against the cold. At that moment, he caught sight of the 2 female assassins who had joined their party. Kuing, petite in stature with an innocent visage, appeared almost juvenile. Were it not for the necessity of transitioning only upon reaching adulthood, he might have mistaken her for an underage girl. One Ren Qingyu embodied the quintessential image of a fresh high school graduate, radiating youthful exuberance. The presence of 2 distinct types of beautiful girls within the team lent a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise oppressive atmosphere of the Abyss dungeon. Zheng Yu addressed Wu Zong, Kuing, and Wen Ren Qingyu. "Are you familiar with the rules?" Wu Zong nodded. Kuing, more talkative, replied, "Yes. We'll observe while you handle the monsters. We won't pick up items, wander aimlessly, or interfere with your efforts." Wen Ren Qingyu, quite curious, interjected. "We understand the rules, but we are eager to know how you, as a summoner, plan to solo the Abyss dungeon." Zheng Yu smiled and responded, "How else would I tackle it? Naturally, I will employ my summoned beasts." With that, Zheng Yu raised his hand, and the summoning array materialized. A wolf's howl erupted from the array. As the summoning light faded, a colossal wolf appeared before them. An elite goblin warrior sat atop the massive beast, bowing respectfully to Zheng Yu, his movements exuding the elegance of a true gentleman. After greeting his master, he politely nodded towards Tao Qian and Wen Ren Qingyu, as if acknowledging their presence. Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, I never thought this goblin could possess such charisma." Wu Zong remarked, "No need to speculate. He is indeed more refined than you, like a noble gentleman. How peculiar it is to encounter a courteous goblin." Kuing scrutinized the goblin wolf cavalry, her gaze somewhat audacious. A single glare from the giant wolf caused her to flinch, yet the goblin tenderly patted the wolf's head, calming its demeanor, as if to say that one should not be discourteous to ladies. Such a sentiment felt utterly dissonant. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this goblin and the giant wolf exude an aura so formidable that it utterly extinguishes any resistance. With a staggering 3,900 health points and an attack power of 120, Tao Qian was astounded upon discovering the statistics of the goblin. While 3,900 health points are somewhat acceptable, after all, even a tank-like paladin at level 1 boasts over 3,000 health. The real concern was the goblin's attack power of 120. Tao Qian glanced at his own strength, a mere 13 points. A fierce slash from him would yield around 200 damage. Yet this goblin possessed a raw attack power of 120. He then remarked, "Yugu, it seems you were not exaggerating after all." Just a glance at the goblin cavalry's data assured him that conquering this dungeon was likely a foregone conclusion. Zheng Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Did you truly think I was boasting all along? Then why did you follow me in?" Tao Qian chuckled. Believing a friend may be stretching the truth is quite different from trusting him. At that moment, the sound of cracking ice echoed through the chilly streets. As a number of frozen corpses emerged from the shadows. Abyss creature, cold corpse, level 1 health, 500, attack power, 20, skill, bite, skill, slow aura. With the arrival of the cold corpses, the temperature plummeted further. Tao Qian and Kuding, along with the others, instinctively retreated behind Zhang Yu, both to avoid claiming his experience and to ensure their safety. Despite the cold corpses possessing only 500 health points and 20 attack power, their sheer numbers were daunting. In an instant, nearly 7 or 8 cold corpses appeared from either side of the street. They observed as the elite goblin warrior, perched atop the giant wolf, drew a longbow from its back, remaining still as it aimed and released an arrow. Swoosh! The arrow struck the nearest cold corpse with deadly accuracy. Crack! It shattered like ice upon impact, resulting in a headshot. A damage value floated above the cold corpse's head. 693. Cold corpse killed. 1. Earned 7 experience points. Oh wow! Wu Zong, who had remained quiet until now, could not contain his astonishment at the displayed value. It was exceedingly high. To their eyes, the goblin's shot appeared as a mere ordinary attack. However, it was, in fact, a demonstration of archery mastery. Inflicting nearly 700 damage and instantly dispatching the cold corpse was indeed outrageous. Ku Ying and Wen Renqing Yu exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Their wager had proven correct. This summoner was indeed a true powerhouse. Moreover, considering the speed at which he annihilated the cold corpses, breaking a record seemed well within reach. They had watched videos of other adventurers traversing the cold street abyss, and none had achieved such effortless kills. The cold corpses, with their slowing aura, could severely hamper a warrior's speed. With 500 health points, they were not easily dispatched in one fell swoop. The first wave of 12 cold corpses would require careful kiting, and completing that wave in half an hour would be considered swift. However, observe here, the goblin warrior has loosed 4 arrows in a mere span of mere seconds, effortlessly dispatching 4 cold corpses in succession. In fact, he has annihilated 12 cold corpses in under 3 minutes. This is utterly preposterous. Is it truly the case that summoners possess such formidable prowess? When Ren Qingjiu has finally cast aside his biases against summoners, now engulfed in profound perplexity. If the summoner is so powerful, why are they often deemed weak? Nearby, Tao Qian, overhearing the conversation, smugly remarked, "It is not the summoner who is strong. It is my comrade who excels." Meanwhile, Zheng Yu was contemplating the issue of damage. According to the values and skill coefficients, mastery of archery indicates that a single arrow can inflict 600 damage, and this figure represents theoretical damage, yet one must also account for the opponent's armor and level. The cold corpses are level 1, thus there is no level suppression. Armor mitigates a portion of the damage. Yet astonishingly, the inflicted damage reached a staggering 700 points. Could it be due to headshots? Zhang Yu speculated. The theoretical damage and actual damage are invariably disparate. Headshots are likely a contributing factor to the increased damage. Given the sluggish speed of the cold corpses, the goblin warrior can almost guarantee a headshot with each arrow, eliminating 1 cold corpse per shot. 666. Kill cold corpse 1. Gain 8 experience points. 711. Kill cold corpse 1. Gain 9 experience points. 705. Kill cold corpse 1. Gain 8 experience points. 619. Kill cold corpse 1. Gain 7 experience points. 659. Kill cold corpse. The cold corpses could not even approach the goblin before being relentlessly struck down by a barrage of arrows. 782. The final arrow struck true, piercing the forehead. Kill cold corpse 1. Gain 8 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 200 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 410,510. Mana, 160,170. Intelligence, 2,326. Strength, 1314. What a delightful moment for Zhang Yu. For leveling up signifies an enhancement in health capacity. With a bit more accumulation, he could further elevate his summoner's talents. Chapter 9. Charge Strike, 3,000 damage. The expanse of the Cold Street Abyss is vast, necessitating traversal through frozen thoroughfares, ultimately leading deep into the street to uncover its secrets. They currently stand at the entrance of the Cold Street. After vanquishing 8 cold corpses, Zheng Yu, adhering to the Abyss strategy, paused for several minutes at the first intersection. According to the strategy, a level 4 cold corpse resides within a nearby shop. Should they not wait for it to emerge and instead pass through, they would be ambushed by both the abyssal creatures ahead and this level 4 cold corpse. The strategy for the Cold Street is a vital curriculum that every student of Joshua City must master. For Zheng Yu, the tactics of the Cold Street are indelibly etched in his mind, akin to the depths of the difficulty of the Shu Road. Crack, crack. Indeed, after 2 minutes, the ground began to freeze. A colossal cold corpse emerged from within a shop. Deep Abyss Creature, Frost Corpse, Level 4, Health, 2000, Attack Power, 80, Skills, Bite, Skills, Slow Aura, Skills, Ice Axe Throw, with a low growl. The Level 4 Frost Corpse warned the Goblin Wolf Cavalry encroaching upon its territory. The surrounding shops echoed with strange sounds as nearly a dozen frost corpses emerged from the shadows. Goodness, so many, Tao Qian exclaimed. Beside him, Wu Zong remarked. No wonder so many teams chose not to invite me back then. It seems I truly have no significant role. Both Tao Qian and Wu Zong, who was 3 years their senior, were entering the abyss for the first time. Previously, they had only gleaned information from videos and images online. They had assumed that the teams refusing to include them were merely overly cautious, and that those who perished in the abyss were simply inept. However, experiencing it firsthand, they finally comprehended the true difficulty of the abyss. In other words, without Zheng Yu, they would likely struggle against even the first wave of frost corpses, let alone the formidable level 4 frost corpse before them, boasting 2,000 health. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Xingyu swiftly retreated from the battlefield, distancing themselves from the level 4 frost corpse. I now understand why Zheng Yu is so eager to compete for rankings. Those people were skeptical. Just this level 4 frost corpse is beyond what our group of level 1 Kalami could handle, Tao Qian said, his heart still racing as he gazed at the massive frost corpse emanating chilling aura. Thank goodness we withdrew quickly. Wu Zong nodded in agreement. This is why I trust you. Had I known you were uncertain, I would never have followed you in. He chuckled. Yet, I'm glad I did. Who would have imagined that a summoner could be so formidable? Though the level 4 frost corpse was powerful, it faced Goblin Wolf Cavalry capable of inflicting over 700 damage with a single strike. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry had remained stationary, raining arrows upon the horde, resulting in the demise of numerous frost corpses. Impressive. When Ren Xingyu, who had harbored biases against summoners, marveled. Observing the attributes of the level 4 frost corpse, she questioned. I am beginning to doubt whether those warriors outside can truly defeat this frost corpse. Providing her with clarity was Zheng Yu, seated nearby. Although this frost corpse appears fearsome, its attack power of 80 means it can only deal around 400 to 500 damage with a skill. The warriors outside, who charge for leading newcomers, typically operate in groups of 2 or more, often accompanied by a paladin or priest for support. While they may not be able to eliminate the frost corpse instantly, their lower agility allows for strategic engagement. However, when Ren Xingyu was primarily fixated on one question, what are you doing here? With a shrug, Zheng Yu replied, is it not permissible for me to be here? When Ren Xingyu responded, it is, but it feels peculiar. It seems as though the one guiding us is that Goblin Wolf Cavalry, rather than you. They were far removed from the battlefield, merely playing the role of bystanders. When unexpectedly, their leader was also present, reclining in comfort far superior to theirs. Indeed, he was lying down, oblivious to the origin of the chaise lounge he had procured. Zheng Yu, lounging on the chair, chuckled and remarked, you are quite correct. It is this Goblin Wolf Cavalry that is leading you. I am a summoner, after all. Perhaps due to their lack of prior exposure to summoners, the sensation of being carried along by summoned beasts in tandem with their leader was refreshingly novel. Tao Qian gazed at Zheng Yu's chaise lounge and inquired, where did you acquire that chair? I brought it from home. After all, my spatial inventory is quite ample. Just one. Only one, but I have another at home. I shall bring it for you next time. All right, it appears quite comfortable. It is passable. I plan to bring my lazy sofa next time as well. By the way, care for some coffee? Do you have hot water? I prepared a kettle in advance. Considering that the cold street abyss is rather frigid, I thought it prudent to bring hot water. You truly know how to indulge. Observing the seemingly mundane conversation between Tao Qian and Zheng Yu, juxtaposed with the current circumstances, left the other three individuals looking quite bewildered. Is this the abyss? Why does it seem as though you two are on holiday? You even brought tea? Zheng Yu looked up and asked, would you like some hot tea? Wu Zong. Kuing. And when Rinxing Yu replied, yes, please. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the cold street abyss. Ahead, the goblin wolf cavalry was fiercely dispatching the cold corpses with precise arrows, while behind them, a group of young men and women, cradling teapots, chatted and laughed. This was more incongruous than the gentlemanly demeanor of the goblins. As Zheng Yu sat sipping tea, his experience points surged. 694. Slain cold corpse. 1. Gain 9 experience points. 777. Slain cold corpse. 1. Gained 8 experience points. 782. Slain cold corpse. 1. Gained 9 experience points. After leveling up, the goblin's archery skills also saw an enhancement, leading to the swift elimination of the remaining cold corpses. The level 4 cold corpse, unable to remain passive any longer, hurled a spinning ice axe at the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe missed its mark. Unbeknownst to it, the goblin had already knocked its bow and leaped nimbly, evading the ice axe's assault and landing directly before the level 4 cold corpse. Gripping a hammer, it struck ruthlessly at the cold corpse's head. Bang! 890. The hammer blow, delivered during the leap, obliterated a substantial portion of the cold corpse's health. The attack coefficient of the leaping hammer strike was akin to that of archery. Yet this blow was executed with greater precision, striking the head directly. Furthermore, the actual damage inflicted in close combat was indeed higher than that of ranged attacks. Stun. The precise hit on the head triggered a stunning effect. Given the cold corpse's already sluggish speed, this strike rendered the level 4 cold corpse immobile. The goblin warrior, with its heavy hammer gripped tightly, flexed its muscular arm, seizing the opportunity during the cold corpse's daze. Charging. The heavy hammer struck. Bang. 1,750. A lethal blow. Damage overflow. The entire body of the level 4 cold corpse was smashed into 2 segments. After defeating the cold corpse, 4, I earned 72 experience points. My experience has significantly increased. With another wave of abyss cold corpses, I shall likely reach level 3. Progressing through the early stages is relatively swift, and it is quite feasible to attain level 4 after completing a simple dungeon. Zheng Yu's method of leveling is even more efficient. Goodness! A damage output of 1750. Tao Qian spilled half of his tea. Is this goblin not merely a novice summon beast? How extraordinarily formidable! While Tao Qian initially remained composed, witnessing the goblin wolf cavalry deliver a single blow totaling nearly 3,000 in damage rendered him quite unsettled. This could likely obliterate a paladin. Kuling expressed her astonishment, stating that there is no need for speculation. Although a level 1 paladin can reach 3,000 health points, it seems the paladin would be slain by my brother Yu's goblin before even closing the distance. In light of their surprise, Zheng Yu felt somewhat reassured. After all, this was a fully charged strike. If the damage output were not high, it would indeed be a disservice to the 15 chance of stunning. The skill warrior's strike, combined with the stunning effect of the leap hammering, perfectly aligns with fully charging power. A strike with a 12-fold coefficient, augmented by various enhancements. Producing such damage was well within Zheng Yu's expectations. Subsequently, the goblin wolf cavalry dispatched the remaining cold corpses. A total of 14 level 1 cold corpses yielded 112 experience points. A single level 4 cold corpse granted 72 experience. I am just a fraction away from leveling up. The only disappointment is that the level 4 cold corpse did not drop any equipment. Chapter 10. Annihilating level 5 cold corpses with relentless force. 778. Defeated cold corpse. 1. Gained 8 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level 23, 349 experience points needed for next level. Health 510,640. Magic 170,180. Intelligence 2,631. Strength 1415. Upon re-entering Cold Street, I encountered another wave of level 1 cold corpses, which I easily dispatched, resulting in a level increase. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry also ascended to level 3, with health rising to 4,500 and attack power increasing to 160, corresponding with Zhang Yu's intelligence growth. The current Goblin Wolf Cavalry can now inflict 900 damage with a single arrow, thanks to precise archery, as soon as a cold corpse reveals itself. It is almost instantaneously eliminated. The progression is rapid, albeit the experience gained is somewhat lacking. Each cold corpse only provides 78 experience points. Encounters with level 3 and level 4 cold corpses are rare. Level 3 cold corpses yield 3,040 experience points, while level 4 cold corpses offer 7,080 experience points. After several waves of cold corpses, I accomplished my goal in under an hour, reaching the innermost part of Cold Street, where the final spawns occur. If not for the expansive nature of the Cold Street map, which consumes time in traversal, and the slow movement of the cold corpses requiring them to respawn, I could have progressed even faster. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yu and his companions advanced, pausing intermittently, with the Goblin Wolf Cavalry leading the charge. Each arrow dispatched a small cold corpse, ensuring that no matter how many cold corpses respawned, they would never reach their position. After all, the speed of the cold corpse is hardly faster than a leisurely stroll. This is the final destination. Tao Qian gazed at the park at the end of Han Street and spoke to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded and, with a serious expression, declared, "Let us commence." Indeed, Wu Zong retrieved a barbecue grill from his inventory, deftly setting it up. Tao Qian tended to the fire, ensuring the charcoal was lit, and anxiously inquired, "Old Wu, are you truly adept at barbecuing?" "Rest assured, before I became a coach, I spent 3 months grilling," Wu Zong replied confidently. "Very well, the task is yours." Ku Ying and Wen Renqingyu were also busy, arranging small tables. Wen Renqingyu prepared tea, while Ku Ying focused on appetizers and setting out plates. As for Zhang Yu, he took out a reclining chair and settled in comfortably. Although the wind on Han Street was chilly, the heater beside Zhang Yu provided a perfect refuge from the cold. While tending to the charcoal, Tao Qian remarked, "I have surveyed this area. No cold corpses will respawn here. We are absolutely safe." They were situated on the rooftop of a small villa adjacent to Central Park. Zhang Yu had not only brought tea but also instant noodles, the grill, snacks, and even skewered meat. A descent into the abyss would take nearly 3 hours at the very least. Summoners need not fight directly. Why should they endure the cold? Thus, Zhang Yu nearly emptied his refrigerator and even borrowed the barbecue grill from the old man downstairs who was not using it, as well as the heater. They were committed to a top-tier experience. Wen Renqingyu, while preparing tea, whispered to Ku Ying, "Is what we're doing really acceptable?" Ku Ying rolled her eyes. "Who is it not acceptable to? Do you think we are disrespecting the cold corpses, or that barbecuing is unpalatable?" Wen Renqingyu fell silent for a moment before responding. "It just feels so unreal." To this, Ku Ying agreed. "It's not just unrealistic. I never imagined I would traverse the abyss in this manner." Wu Zong interjected, "If anyone dares to say summoners are weak again, I will be the first to object. Haven Tea I mentioned before that Zhang Yu is the strong one, not the summoner." Tao Qian joined in the conversation. Wu Zong shook his head. "No, what I mean is, even if a warrior is exceptionally strong, they cannot conquer the abyss while feasting on barbecued delicacies. Would you let a warrior recline and attempt to clear it?" Even if the martial deity Nanmu Yun were here, upon witnessing this scene, he would surely exclaim in astonishment. Tao Qian nodded in agreement. His words, though rough, held truth. Ku Ying affirmed, "Indeed." Wen Renqingyu added, "Wu Go, once you finish grilling, let me take a photo. I'll post it on social media when we enter the dungeon." Zhang Yu, not far away, could hear their conversation and turned to Wen Renqingyu, saying, "Make sure to send me a copy once it's taken. I'd like to share it too." "Sure thing." "All right, great one, look this way." Wen Renqingyu snapped a photo of Zhang Yu reclining in his chair, sipping hot coffee, a look of contentment gracing his face. Below the image, she captioned it, "Abyss. Coffee, barbecue, cold corpses, and the great Zhang Yu." As Tao Qian's charcoal fire had yet to fully ignite, a commotion erupted from below. A series of cracking sounds echoed from the depths of the park's forest. The ground shimmered with a layer of crystalline ice. This was merely the first wave. Zhang Yu sipped his hot coffee while observing the situation below in the park. The summoner's role does not entirely absolve one of action. It is merely simplified, requiring just 2 primary tasks. First, to issue commands to the summoned beasts. Second, to find a place to take cover, ensuring the summoner's own safety. The remainder can be entrusted to the summoned creatures. It is a profession characterized by its unparalleled simplicity. Bang! The first to charge forth was a level 5 frost corpse. This formidable creature boasted a health pool of 500. Its massive form emanated a slowing aura, affecting even the goblin wolf riders situated over 100 meters away. Observing this, the elite goblin warrior drew his bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the frost corpse's forehead. A headshot, yet it did not succumb. 928. A substantial amount of damage, over a third of the frost corpse's health, was obliterated in one strike. Whoosh! The precise archery, devoid of skills, only required stamina for consecutive shots. The shooting speed correlated with the goblin's agility. The second arrow swiftly followed. 901. With a level 3 archery skill. The minimum theoretical damage output was 848, augmented by the headshot damage and diminished by the frost corpse's icy armor resistance. Each shot exceeded 900 in damage. Whoosh! Another arrow flew. 910. 3 arrows dispatched a level 5 frost corpse. Frost corpse, 5, slain, gained 105 experience points. Truly remarkable. Wu Zong, who was responsible for roasting meat nearby, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Wu Zong had delved into the depths of the Frost Street abyss longer than Zheng Yu and his companions. Considering that the entire Jianshui city only hosted the Frost Street abyss as its level 1 rift. Over the past 3 years, he had perused numerous guides on this abyss. He recalled vividly that upon entering Central Park, one would encounter a level 5 frost corpse, which must not be allowed to close in. Utilizing the surrounding structures to maneuver around it was imperative. Otherwise, once ensnared by its slowing aura, the frost corpse, boasting 500 health points and 100 attack power, could obliterate the entire party. This marked the first challenge of the Frost Street abyss, swiftly dispatching the level 5 frost corpse. Yet, witnessing it fall to 3 arrows before barely advancing a few steps, the intricacies of strategies and formations paled in comparison to the goblin's efficiency. Was the talent level truly that potent? He recalled that several practitioners with high talents had emerged from Jianshui City, though none appeared so extraordinarily formidable. At this moment, the level 5 frost corpse lay defeated, while the first wave of frost corpses that were meant to spawn alongside it had only just begun to surface. Roar! The frost corpse, just emerging from the depths of the park's forest, had barely begun its roar when it was met with an arrow that struck its head. Whoosh! 941. Whoosh! 909. Whoosh! 932. It was a demonstration of overwhelming prowess. The goblin wolf riders allowed no frost corpse to remain visible for more than 3 seconds. The moment it showed itself, an arrow was loosed. Clean, swift, and decisive. The first wave was eradicated. The level surged directly to level 4. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 34, 600 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health 640810 magic. 180190 intelligence. 3137 strength. 1516 Zheng Yu discovered that leveling up was of paramount importance to him. Not only did it increase his health, but it also enhanced his skill damage. With a rise in intelligence, his base damage improved, and the skill coefficients followed suit. Now, his precision archery could theoretically inflict 1,000 damage, and in reality, it would be even higher, surpassing the standard of his peers. Most crucially, as long as he adeptly concealed himself, the abyssal creatures would not attack him. If he wished to tackle the challenging or even nightmarish abyssal dungeons, the goblins would need to grow stronger. Should he go all in? Zheng Yu had previously refrained from doing so, partly due to concern that his health was too low. A mere touch from an abyssal creature could spell his demise. Additionally, upgrading his 3rd-tier goblin talent to 4th tier required 100 talent points, which his health cap could not support. He estimated that leveling up once more would suffice. Zheng Yu resolved to take the plunge, preparing for the upcoming challenge of the difficult Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 11. Why should we undersell them? Delicious. Tao Qian exclaimed with a pig-like grunt. Paired with a cup of fiery liquor, how delightful. Strangely enough, even though the meat was merely average and the quality of the wine was subpar, indulging in such a feast within the abyss was far more gratifying than outside. The liquor was brought by Tao Qian, who claimed it was for courage, as he was somewhat fearful of death. The meat was grilled by Wu Zong. Yet neither of them dared to dispute the claim that the meat was mediocre, as it originated from Zheng Yu's words. Who would dare to contradict? Downstairs, a goblin exuding gentlemanly charm was busy clearing away the fallen, yet unclaimed, cold corpses around Central Park. Upstairs, a group of young boys and girls were merrily barbecuing and enjoying their meal. Anyone watching would hardly believe they were in the abyss. With the conclusion of the second wave, they needed to wait 20 minutes for the third wave of cold corpses to emerge from the forest. Once they dealt with the third wave, the ordeal would conclude. While grilling skewers, Wu Zong remarked. One Ren Xingyu inquired. Then why don't we simply enter the forest? You clearly Haven T read the guide carefully, interjected Ku Ying, who was busy feasting. In the simple tier of Cold Street Abyss, we merely need to wait at Central Park. Venturing into the forest would waste more time. Ku Ying was correct. Something must be drawing these cold corpses to Central Park, compelling them to congregate here. Thus, waiting here was indeed the fastest way to clear the simple Cold Street Abyss. Oh, I see. When Ren Xingyu wore a look of understanding as she stuffed a skewer into her mouth. It was evident she was not particularly concerned. Curiously, Tao Qian asked, aren't you at all interested in the guide, yet you aspire to be a professional? One Ren Xingyu nonchalantly glanced at Ku Ying beside her. With a study was like Ku Ying around, why should I bother with the guide? Even if I read it, I wouldn't understand, and even if I did understand, I wouldn't remember it. It's better not to look at all. Such a carefree attitude garnered admiration from those around her. Let us hasten, for in 20 minutes, we shall conclude this battle and venture forth, Zheng Yu interjected. Very well, the others responded in unison. When Zheng Yu proclaimed that it would be concluded in 20 minutes, there was no room for error. The simple difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss posed no challenge to him whatsoever. At that moment, Wu Zong inquired, you won't be challenging the simple level again, will you? It was an obvious question. Zheng Yu shook his head. No, I intend to increase the difficulty. Had it not been for the requirement that novices must attempt the simple level of the abyss, I would have opted for either the ordinary or the difficult level. According to market standards, an ordinary dungeon costs 100,000. I have saved a bit over the years. Can you take me along for the next round? Wu Zong asked earnestly. He needed to cling to Zheng Yu's coattails, although he could find others willing to take him for the money he had. Zheng Yu is the one capable of breaking speed records. The sanctuary rewards those who complete the dungeons with the fastest times, and these rewards hold significant value for professionals. If you find the price insufficient, we can negotiate. I can secure a loan, Wu Zong said nervously, fully aware that once they emerged from the abyss, Zheng Yu would undoubtedly shatter everyone's expectations. Furthermore, upon re-entering the abyss, the price would surely rise, and many would seek to team up with Zheng Yu, including seasoned professionals of considerable standing. What did it matter if he faced humiliation? For the sake of a record, pride meant little. Yet, Zheng Yu merely smiled and shook his head, causing Wu Zong's heart to sink. It was clear that bargains were fleeting. Just as Wu Zong's spirits began to wane, Zheng Yu announced, 100,000 is insufficient. Make it 300,000. This left Wu Zong speechless. Even Tao Qian, who stood nearby, could not help but exclaim, brother, that is rather steep. However, Ku Ying offered a wistful smile and remarked, it is not exorbitant, considering Zheng Yu's speed through the abyss. I estimate that he could indeed set a new record for the ordinary level. For the sake of a record, many would be willing to pay 300,000. When Ren Xingyu simply observed Zheng Yu silently, seemingly discerning something deeper, Zheng Yu, with an innocent expression, stated, isn't 300,000 reasonable for conquering a nightmare-level dungeon? After all, the rewards for even a record at the ordinary level are quite substantial. It was only then that Wu Zong realized, did you say nightmare? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, I plan to challenge the nightmare level next. I have heard that, thus far, no one has completed the nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss. I intend to take on this challenge. If I succeed, it would not only be a first completion but also a historical record. 3 rewards await. The first completion reward, the nightmare dungeon reward, and the record reward, all for 300,000. Is that too high? Wu Zong immediately shook his head and quickly replied, not at all. It is not expensive in the slightest. But do you truly intend to take me with you? Wu Zong was somewhat incredulous. For the nightmare level of the abyss was no trifling matter. Even in Jiangshui City, and particularly in those hubs of talent in the central district, many nightmare level abysses had yet to be conquered. Zheng Yu smiled and said, as long as you are not afraid, I will lead you. Not afraid, Wu Zong immediately declared, eager not to miss the opportunity. Are you truly unafraid? This is the nightmare level abyss, Zheng Yu remarked, looking at Wu Zong. Wu Zong chuckled, what is there to fear? If you are not afraid, why should I be? This was no longer a gamble, but rather an opportunity that must not be squandered. Wu Zong was not concerned about Zheng Yu's ability to navigate the nightmare level abyss. His real fear was regret. Once this opportunity was lost, it would not come again. After finishing his statement, Zheng Yu raised his head and asked Kuning and Wenren Qingyu, "What are your plans?" Wenren Qingyu promptly replied, "We are willing, not afraid. 600,000. We will transfer the amount to you shortly." Beside her, Kuing whispered, "But we have no money." Wenren Qingyu glanced at her. "Are you truly foolish? We can take out a loan. You were willing to gamble even when you were unaware of Zheng Yu's strength. Are you hesitant now?" Kuing nodded but still posed a question to Zheng Yu. "Why are you willing to take us with you?" This was also the question Wu Zong and Wenren Qingyu were eager to know. They all turned their gaze towards Zheng Yu. Even Tao Qian was curious. After all, for a nightmare-level dungeon, even if Zheng Yu charged 1 million, there would be those willing to pay. Zheng Yu explained, "The reason is quite simple. I do not wish to let others take advantage of this opportunity." Zheng Yu was rather petty. He remembered how, when recruiting teammates, those individuals had looked on with disdain, rejected him, and even made remarks that bordered on insult. Why should he allow them to benefit? What he desired was for them to regret not teaming up with him. He wanted them to realize that they would never have another choice. He was indeed a petty person, since they had treated him poorly before. They should never again associate with him. The record for being the first to conquer the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss was not meant for them. Historical records were not meant for them either. As he spoke, Zheng Yu looked at Kuing, Wu Zong, and the others, smiling as he said, "Moreover, each of you possesses remarkable skills. You can brew tea, grill meat, understand the rules, and are quite pleasant to behold. Why would I want to complicate matters by seeking out other teammates who are disobedient, unattractive, and lack courage?" Zheng Yu was very straightforward. Finding new teammates might not yield compliance like that of the 3 before him. Wenren Qingyu agreed. "You're right. They should be made to regret it." Kuing chimed in. "Exactly. Let them know they missed the chance to team up with the great Zheng Yu." Amid their conversation, a roar erupted from the depths of the forest. The group turned their attention towards the trees. The last wave of cold corpses had arrived. Chapter 12. Instant kill of the 10,000 blood cold corpse. Astonishing power. Abyss creature. Cold corpse. Level 7 health. 11,000. Attack power. 150. Skill. Level 3 slow aura. Skill. Ice shock. Skill. Enhanced ice armor. Skill. Summon swarm of corpses. Finally, the Cold Street Abyss had revealed itself. Accompanied by 2 level 5 cold corpses, 2 level 4 cold corpses, and a swarm of nearly 20 level 1 cold corpses. The cold corpses were massive, standing approximately 25 meters tall, completely enveloped in a thick layer of ice armor. With a fierce roar, it directed its gaze toward the goblin wolf cavalry, unleashing an expression of unbridled fury. This bellow sent a wave of frigid air rippling through the surroundings. The ground, trees, and even the very air began to freeze. This chilling aura even affected Zheng Yu and others watching the play upstairs, rendering the furnace ineffective as the temperature plummeted. Each abyssal creature boasted substantial health, and this icy corpse was no exception, possessing over 10,000 health points, a sight that induced dizziness. First, shatter the ice armor, then charge. Zheng Yu cautioned the goblin wolf cavalry, wary that they might squander their energy and skills on the ice armor. Whoosh! The elite goblin warrior opted for a ranged arrow shot first. The goblin wolf cavalry excelled not only in melee, but also in ranged combat, with high health and the mobility of the colossal wolf, rendering them versatile summoning beasts. Even their singular flaw of being aesthetically unpleasing was mitigated by the effects of the steward's bond. An arrow struck the ice armor of the level 7 icy corpse. Crack! A fissure appeared in the ice armor, yet no damage was inflicted. This outcome was anticipated by Zheng Yu. In the strategy, the ice armor was capable of blocking 3 attacks and refreshed every 30 seconds, presenting a challenge that thwarted many adventurers and prolonging the duration of the abyssal dungeon. Given the icy corpse's immense health, novice adventurers with low attack power could only chip away at its vitality gradually. Coupled with the protection of the ice armor, the challenge amplified. A well-configured team, lacking high-level adventurers, would find themselves merely stalling. Defeating a single icy corpse in 5 hours would be considered swift. Thus, it was generally accepted that a pure novice completing the simple level Cold Street dungeon in 8 hours could be described as impressive. Those capable of soloing within 8 hours were regarded as formidable, especially given the solo nature of the endeavor. The records on the leaderboard were primarily held by level 10 adventurers. Whoosh! 0. Whoosh! 0. The goblin warrior unleashed 2 arrows, piercing through the ice armor. With an enraged roar, the icy corpse lunged toward the goblin warrior, its companion corpses suddenly accelerating in pursuit. Whoosh. 1167. Whoosh. 1098. Whoosh. 1200. Faced with the multitude of icy corpses, the goblin warrior remained composed, akin to a seasoned veteran, steadily and swiftly loosing arrows. The massive wolf beneath him adeptly dodged the ice axes hurled by the corpses. Despite its 3-meter length, the wolf moved with a lightness that belied its size. The ice axes, coming from various angles, not only failed to connect, but also helped maintain the goblin warrior's stability, allowing him to continue shooting arrows with precision. Observing the goblin wolf cavalry in battle was a true delight. Indeed, had one known that summoning was so effortlessly executed, why choose the monk? Wu Gu. You selected the monk because you could only transition to one, right? With your intelligence score of 0-1, you couldn't become a summoner. Oh, don't mind those details. In the midst of the conversation, the goblin wolf cavalry leapt high into the air, launching a fierce assault on a level 4 frost corpse. A resounding crack echoed as its skull shattered. The level 4 frost corpse fell lifelessly to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the goblin warrior knocked 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1099, 1122, 1097. The frost corpse's health plummeted by 3,000 points in an instant. Roaring with fury, the frost corpse unleashed a chilling blast. The ground trembled ominously as the icy wave radiated outward. This was the frost corpse's skill. Ice shockwave, a wide-area attack. Crack. 817. A damage figure appeared above the goblin wolf cavalry, with ice shards coating the giant wolf's fur. As the summoned beast lacked defensive equipment, it sustained considerable damage. Fortunately, the level 4 goblin wolf cavalry possessed a robust health pool of 4,900. Withstanding this blow did not significantly affect its performance. A howl erupted from the wolf. Charge. Following the skill release, the frost corpse experienced a brief moment of stiffness. Seizing this opportunity, the goblin wolf cavalry initiated its most formidable ability, Wolf Rider Charge. Enhanced by the bond with its mount, this skill evolved, amplifying its damage and allowing it to strike 3 targets simultaneously. The Wolf Rider's charge was exceptionally fierce, accompanied by the spectral images of 2 colossal wolves. Their thunderous gallop resonated through the air. Boom! The goblin wolf cavalry collided with the frost corpse, while the 2 phantoms barreled into 2 level 5 frost corpses. 5,762, 5,542. 2 staggering damage figures obliterated the level 5 frost corpses. Frost Corpse, 5, slain. Awarded 110 experience points. Frost Corpse, 5, slain. Awarded 104 experience points. The level 5 Frost Corpse was annihilated in an instant. 4,819. A high damage figure appeared above the Frost Corpse as well. Due to the level suppression, the damage did not exceed 5,000. Yet it still reduced the Frost Corpse's health by a significant margin. But the onslaught was far from over. The goblin wolf cavalry afforded the frost corpse no opportunity to retaliate. The moment the charge concluded, it swiftly turned to unleash 3 more arrows. Crack, crack, crack. 0, 0, 0. Time seemed to freeze as the arrows shattered the newly formed icy armor of the frost corpse. At the moment the armor was broken, the goblin wolf cavalry immediately switched to a massive hammer, leaping to deliver a powerful strike to the frost corpse's head. 1,200. With the upgraded level 4 skill, Leap Strike, the chance to stun had increased to 19. Whether due to the goblin warrior's fortune or the frost corpse's vulnerability to stunning, nearly every leap strike triggered the effect. The goblin wolf cavalry twisted its waist, positioning the hammer as far back as possible. Charging up, it summoned all its strength to smash down on the frost corpse's head, aiming solely for the skull rather than the body. With a whoosh, the hammer sliced through the air. Boom! The fully charged warrior's strike collided with the frost corpse's head with tremendous force. Crack! Like a frozen watermelon shattered into pieces, the head of the cold corpse broke into several fragments. A powerful strike dealt an astonishing damage of 3,000. Previously, the cold corpse had already suffered damage from an arrow, and the wolf cavalry charged forward, delivering a mighty blow from the fully charged warrior, executing a swift combo that inflicted precisely 10,000 damage, instantly annihilating the cold corpse. Observing this scene, Tao Qian and the others fell silent. Though they had grown somewhat accustomed to such high damage, they were still left speechless by the sheer magnitude of it. 5,000 damage. Is this truly what a level 4 novice summoner can achieve? Even the highest damage-dealing hidden class, The swordsmen could not possibly reach such heights, could they? This extraordinarily outrageous damage instilled Wu Zong, Ku Ying, Wenren Xingyu, and others with newfound confidence regarding the impending nightmare-level abyss they were about to enter. With sufficient damage and ample health to withstand, this straightforward abyss dungeon was merely a walk in the park for Zhang Yu. If they exercised caution, remained focused, and employed more strategy, the nightmare-level abyss should not prove too daunting. The thought of soon becoming the first team from Jiangshui City to conquer the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss filled their hearts with immense joy. After all, prior to this, they had been a disregarded profession. Kill Cold Corpse, 7. Gain 521 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 piece of ice armor, 1. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 pair of novice mage boots, 1. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 45, 1000. 446 experience points needed to level up. Health 810, 1010. Magic 190,200. Intelligence 3,745. Strength 1617. Agility 1213. Remaining free attribute points 15. Skills Contract Array, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Space, Butler Level Goblin Wolf Cavalry, currently contractable quantity 2. Talent Demon Contract, Butler S. Heart, 2 chances remaining to draw Hex Enhancement Runes. Equipment, none. Chapter 13, Refreshing Historical Completion Records. Abyss? Is this it? You have completed the Cold Street Abyss, easy level, receiving the reward of Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, 300 experience points, and 5 life recovery potions, 200. In 1 minute, you will be transported outside the abyss. Please prepare. Is this really the end? Wenren Xingyu remarked, still somewhat dazed. It was all too effortless, all too swift. In under 3 hours, while enjoying barbecued delicacies and sipping drinks, they had sauntered through with Zheng Yu's summoned beast and completed the quest. Tao Qian smugly declared, Abyss? Is this all? Haha, pathetic, Zheng Yu retorted, as if you were the one who completed it. Before exiting the dungeon, Zheng Yu stated, I will not disband the team once we go outside. Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu, please expedite your loan process. I will wait for you. However, be swift, as I need to compete for the leaderboard, which means minimizing rest time. Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu nodded in agreement. Understood. While Zheng Yu would not take others along, he would not do so without rewarding them for their efforts. Purchasing a record of a nightmarish abyss completion for 300,000 is already considered quite a bargain. Ordinarily, completing a single abyss run would demand an immense amount of energy and stamina from the adventurers, as the continuous battles and navigation over 7 to 8 hours would be exhausting for anyone. Typically, they would rest for a day to recuperate before continuing their endeavors. However, Zheng Yu was an exception. Depleting energy? Who has ever seen someone tire from indulging in barbecues? Wasting stamina? It wasn't he who was fighting. As long as his summoned beasts were brimming with vitality, he had no concerns regarding stamina. To ascend the rankings, every second counted. Buzz. As the minute struck, the 5 were teleported outside the abyss. It was around 1 a.m. The Cold Street Abyss Hall remained bustling with activity, primarily filled with those awaiting to form teams. Many adventurers had even erected tents within the hall, choosing to reside there. Luck was not a matter of chance, but rather of patience. They remained steadfast in hopes of securing a powerful ally at the earliest opportunity. Another team emerged from their abyss conquest. How enviable! The newcomers, likely fresh from their first-class advancement, belonged to the elite echelon. Wait, isn't that Zheng Yu? Nonsense. Zheng Yu had only entered the abyss 3 hours ago. He wouldn't be out until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Whether Zheng Yu could emerge was still up for debate. Indeed, it was not a case of poor eyesight. Wasn't he that Zheng Yu, the leader of Class 3 next door? Or was it that I was the one misseeing things? I must admit, this individual bore a striking resemblance to Zheng Yu. Yet the issue remained. He could not possibly be Zheng Yu. I was keeping track of time. He had barely been in the abyss for less than 3 hours. How could that be? Is there even a possibility? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is a summoner. The belief that summoners are weak and incapable of completing the abyss was deeply ingrained in their minds. Just as some began to recognize Zheng Yu but struggled to believe he could complete the abyss so swiftly, an announcement from the temple reverberated through the hall, silencing the crowd. Notification. Congratulations to the adventurer team led by Summoner Zheng Yu for breaking the historical completion time of the Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team members: Tao Qian, Monk; Wu Zong, Monk; Kuing, Assassin; 1 Ren Xingyu, Assassin. Rewards: 500 Adventurer Experience, 1 Historical Record Gift Pack, Cold Street Abyss Easy Level. Title of Historical Recorder, Cold Street Abyss Easy Level, X1. Silence became the prevailing theme in the hall. The temple had disseminated this information to all adventurers in Jianshui City, encompassing not just the novices. It was an announcement that hit them squarely in the face, ensuring that no adventurer could possibly miss this news. Such record-breaking announcements were not uncommon, particularly as adventurers advanced and the treatment of novice adventurers improved, leading to frequent updates of records. However, this instance felt markedly different. The team composition was exceedingly peculiar, with a summoner as the leader and 2 monks alongside 2 assassins as team members. Before reaching level 15, the assassin is deemed rather ineffectual, possessing only a marginal advantage over the mage. The monk exhibits a modicum of combat prowess, yet pales in comparison to mainstream warriors and knights, rendering it a challenge to form a party. Is it truly possible that he has cleared the game? Has he shattered records? This seems implausible. How could a summoner accomplish such feats? Some express skepticism. Nevertheless, others have begun attempting to message Zheng Yu, only to discover that he has disabled private messaging, rebuffing all attempts at communication. Yet this does not deter their fervent desire to ally with him, particularly among Zheng Yu's former classmates. Brother Yu, congratulations. Zheng Yu replies, oh, what am I being congratulated for? For breaking the record solo. Zheng Yu retorts, my record-breaking achievement has no bearing on you. What gives you the right to congratulate me? Brother Yu, have you had anything to drink? Zheng Yu responds, no, I'm not thirsty. Have you eaten? Perhaps we could take a break. I'll treat you to a meal. Zheng Yu states, I'm not hungry. He rebuffs all attempts at camaraderie. In the past, they disregarded him. Now, he finds himself beyond their reach. Zheng Yu is not a magnanimous individual. One might say he is meticulous and holds grudges. Brother Yu, I'm a warrior and have already cleared the Cold Street Abyss once. How about we tackle the normal abyss together next time? Zheng Yu replies, not a chance. You're too weak. But I'm a warrior. Zheng Yu counters, what does that matter? You claim warriors are weak? Can you solo the abyss? I can mitigate damage and assist with dealing damage. Although you've cleared the easy abyss, there is a vast chasm between normal and easy difficulties. Zheng Yu asserts. You wouldn't survive. I'm a level 4 warrior, specializing in Iron Wall. You say I wouldn't survive? Zheng Yu nods. Indeed, you wouldn't, huh? You've really lost touch, believing that clearing the easy abyss makes you formidable? Without a warrior to absorb damage, you won't succeed in the normal dungeon. You wish to compete for rankings without the support of teammates? I have yet to see a genius who bases their ranking on the easy abyss. In response to this individual's mocking, Zheng Yu gazes earnestly at him and remarks, do you know the difference between you and Neza? What? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. You have 1 head and 2 arms. After delivering this retort, Zheng Yu retreats into the tent recently constructed by Tao Qian, seeking solitude. Inside, Tao Qian, perplexed, inquires, why is this not as I imagined? Zheng Yu asks, what is different? Tao Qian replies, I thought they would regret not teaming up with you and lament their choices. Tao Qian expresses disappointment at not witnessing the spectacle he anticipated. Zheng Yu chuckles. It's still early. This is merely an easy dungeon. Moreover, this is entirely normal. When they begin to feel regret, they will seek to justify themselves, stubbornly insisting that while they cleared the easy level, they could never conquer the normal one. Those who truly regret not joining me will hold their tongues, even if their hearts ache. Just wait and see. Even if we conquer the nightmare level abyss, there will still be those who stubbornly claim that the summoner becomes ineffective in the later stages, expressing concerns about the future. Accustomed to the towering presence of internet titans, Zheng Yu was well aware of these matters. Thus, he resolved not to lead any professionals beyond Tao Qian and his 3 companions. This is frustrating, Tao Qian remarked with dissatisfaction. Yet, Zheng Yu chuckled softly. You are mistaken. Their bravado is merely a fade. Once they return home, in the stillness of the night, they will lie in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. They will open their online accounts and begin to regret, to blame themselves, to reflect. This sentiment will be magnified infinitely after we conquer the nightmare level abyss. Zheng Yu continued with a smile, especially that warrior from earlier. He believes himself to possess some skill. He thinks it an honor to be my teammate. However, in due time, he will lament why he did not adopt a more humble demeanor when conversing with me, or why he did not seize the opportunity to form a team with me sooner. Yet, you will not witness his anguish, were you in his position. You would likely do the same. Tao Qian nodded in understanding. You are right. If I were him, I too would stubbornly maintain my pride. Do not allow anyone else into the tent. I have matters to attend to, Zheng Yu instructed Tao Qian. Rest assured, with me here, no one will disturb you, Tao Qian assured him. Outside the tent, Tao Qian blocked all professionals who sought to speak with Zheng Yu. Wu Zong had left to borrow money from friends. While Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing, you want to find high-interest loans nearby. Now, the tent contained only Zheng Yu, who was poised to enhance his strength in preparation for the impending nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. He claimed the historical record reward, gaining an additional 500 experience points. His level increased once more. Chapter 14, Tier 3 Talent. Twin Fire Demon. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 56, 1700, 1046 experience points needed for next level. Health 10101230, Magic 200,210, Intelligence 4,553. Strength 1718, Agility 1314, remaining free attribute points 17 with the addition of 10 intelligence points from the novice staff. His overall intelligence surged to 53 upon reaching level 6. His health cap also returned to over 1,000, and he still had 17 unallocated free attribute points. After some contemplation, Zheng Yu decided to allocate all attribute points to health. Upon reaching level 5, his summoning slots increased to 2, granting him the ability to summon a second creature. A bold move could elevate not only the goblin to tier 4, but also the new summoned beast to tier 2. Rather than enhancing intelligence for a marginal increase in damage, it seemed far more beneficial to augment the summoning talent. After all, a tier 0 summoned creature would prove ineffective against the nightmare-level abyss monsters. Zheng Yu first opened the reward. One was the completion reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level. Capable of yielding equipment, potions, materials, and valuable ores from the Cold Street Abyss. The other was the easy level Historical Record. Historical Record Gift Pack, easy level. Capable of yielding advanced equipment from the Frost Street Abyss, 5, high-grade potions, 5, and other items. Both treasure chests were opened. Congratulations! You have opened the Frost Street Treasure Chest, easy level, and obtained a Novice Warrior's armor. Congratulations! You have opened the Historical Record Gift Pack, easy level, and received 5 ice crystal pendants, silver. The silver equipment brought a smile to Zheng Yu's face. Equipment is categorized into 9 tiers: no rank, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, brilliant, legendary, and divine. It was astonishing that the gift pack could provide silver-grade equipment. This is already remarkable for a novice. Ice crystal pendant, silver. Wearing level, 5. Attributes, intelligence 25, magic power 100, effects. Wearing this equipment increases ice resistance by 10 points. Reduces ice attribute slowing effects by 20, and grants immunity to freezing once every minute. Quite impressive. In addition to the increase of 25 points in intelligence, the enhancements in ice resistance, freezing immunity, and reduction of slowing effects are perfectly tailored for the Frost Street dungeon. While the attributes may seem average, the effects are exceptionally suited for Zheng Yu's current situation. He equipped all available gear, a frost armor obtained from a frozen corpse, and a pair of wizard boots. The frost armor increases health by 300 and provides a single-use ice armor effect, which lasts a considerable duration. This is especially useful for a low-health class like Zheng Yu. The wizard boots add 150 health and 5 agility. The additional 450 health from the gear cannot be sacrificed. It is precisely due to these 2 pieces of equipment that Zheng Yu feels confident in preparing for the upcoming high-stakes endeavor. He allocates all 17 points of free attributes to his health. Consume 1 free attribute point to increase life limit by 50 points. Consumption, 17 free attribute points yield 850 additional health. Zheng Yu currently possesses 2080 health. The equipment has increased health by 450. Without further ado, he sacrifices 1,000 health points to acquire 100 talent points. He invests them entirely into the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 3rd tier, evolves into Goblin General, 4th tier. Base health, 4000 to 8000. Attack coefficient, 50 to 60. New skill, General's Command. Note, General's Command is affected by the Butler's enhancement, evolving into Butler level General's Command. General's Command. Butler level summons a Goblin Army, 18 units. The number of summons increases with level. For temporary combat, Summoning 2 Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Assassins, 5 Goblin Shield Bearers, and 1 Goblin Wizard. The summoning duration is unlimited, but cannot be resummoned until all goblins are defeated. This is promising. Zheng Yu gazed at the newly acquired skill, feeling that this expenditure of health was well worth it. Evolving directly from Goblin Wolf Cavalry to General not only enhances his overall power comprehensively. The newly acquired skills have truly transformed the goblin into a general on the battlefield. The emergence of this skill has instilled within Zheng Yu a greater confidence in conquering the nightmare level abyss. He then opened his mobile phone and accessed the temple marketplace, purchasing the long-anticipated Summoner Skill Book. Summon Fire Sprite, Skill Book, learnable at level 5. Disposable item. The skill book vanishes upon learning. Only summoners can learn it. Granting a cultivable, 0-tier gifted Fire Sprite. Price, 2,000 yuan. This remains remarkably affordable. Skills for other professions at level 5 typically sell for no less than 5,000. While warrior skills have been inflated to several tens of thousands. Within the tent, he drew the contract formation. The tent constructed by Tao Qian was spacious enough to accommodate the summoning of a fire sprite. A hum resonated as a flicker of firelight appeared. A fireball materialized in midair, and in the next moment, it established a psychic connection with Zheng Yu, sensing the chill within his body and instinctively enveloping him in warmth. Rather than being scorching, it was a comforting flow of heat perfectly suited to Zheng Yu's temperature. The fireball emitted no sound. It was a pure, elemental entity. Much like a mage can manipulate flames, this fireball possessed its own life force as an elemental being. Summoned Beast, Fire Sprite, level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 1100 attack power, 172, 78 summoner's current intelligence, 20 coefficient, talent, 0-tier, 2 points away from upgrading. Skills, Flame Aura 6, can control temperature within a 10-meter diameter. Inflicting 121 points of burning damage per second at maximum, 172 Fire Sprite attack power, 0.7 coefficient. Skill, Fireball 6, releases a fireball that pursues and locks onto a target, inflicting 551 points, 172 Fire Sprite attack power, 32 coefficient, of fire damage. Summoned Beast Equipment. None gazing at the attributes of the fire sprite, Zheng Yu truly comprehended the vulnerabilities of the summoner. Although the sprite levels with the summoner, its enhancements are minimal. A warrior, upon reaching level 6, would already be unafraid of the simple level Cold Street Abyss, yet the fire sprite, lacking talent upgrades, would still falter against it. A single fireball merely dealt 551 points of damage. How many fireballs would be required to vanquish a cold corpse with 10,000 health? Zheng Yu cast a glance at the attributes of the Goblin General. Summoned Beast, Steward level Goblin General, level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 8,900 attack power, 489 talent. 4-tier, 500 points away from upgrading, with a total attribute score of 60. Equipped with sharp gear and steward bonds, its attack power soared to nearly 500. The damage from its skills had nearly doubled. Currently, a warrior's charged attack could deal a minimum of 4,000 damage, truly overwhelming the fire sprite. It appears that the strength of a summoner is entirely contingent upon the talent level of their summoned beast. Fortunately, the demon contract can enhance talent levels. Zheng Yu glanced at his remaining health, 1080 base health and 450 from equipment. Since the fire sprite is a level 5 summoned creature, the talent points gained surpass those of the goblin. The first tier requires 2 talent points, the second tier requires 15, and the third tier demands 85 talent points. Zheng Yu calculated that a total of 102 points are necessary, equating to a maximum health limit of 1020. Just enough, he thought, as he looked at his paltry remaining 60 base health and chuckled to himself. Perhaps I am the profession with the least health in history? Thankfully, with 450 health from equipment, otherwise, that meager 60 health would mean instant death from a mere touch. Zheng Yu promptly elevated the fire sprite to tier 3. Summon creature, fire sprite 0 tier, talent evolution into summon creature, twin flames 1 tier. Summon creature, twin flames 1 tier, talent evolution into summon creature, fire demon 2 tier. Summon creature, fire demon 2 tier, talent evolution into summon creature, twin fire demons 3 tier. Chapter 15, The Essence of Companionship. Boom. The flames blazed fiercely. Had it not been for the contract array, the tent rented from Tao Qian would likely have been consumed by fire. The intense heat could not harm Zheng Yu. The summoner, instead, it evoked a sense of warmth. The flames danced and ultimately coalesced into two fire demons nestled together, floating in the air. The fire demons stood approximately 1 meter tall, resembling the small fire spirits from Ice and Fire, exuding an adorable, graceful presence. Their visual appeal surpassed that of the goblins by a considerable margin, yet their aura lacked the commanding and majestic presence of the Steward General. The essence of the twin fire demons radiated a charm akin to that of an amiable and obedient neighbor's child, well-behaved, sensible, lively, and remarkably clever. At this moment, its attributes underwent a significant transformation. Summon creature, twin fire demons, level 6, upgrades with the summoner's level. Health, 3000, attack power, 375, based on the summoner's current intelligence with a coefficient of 48. Talent, tier 3, 150 talent points needed for upgrade. Skills, flame aura 6, can regulate temperature within a 10-meter diameter, inflicting 825 burn damage per second to all entities at maximum enhancement. 375 fire sprite attack power with a coefficient of 22. Skills, fireball 6, launches a fireball that locks onto and pursues the target, dealing 2325, 375 fire sprite attack power with a coefficient of 62 fire damage. Skills, twin contract, a special skill, no level. Twin fire demons coexist, capable of simultaneously unleashing skills, resulting in damage accumulation and doubling fire attribute damage. Skills, flame cage 6, pre-establishes the location of the flame cage. Upon enemy entry, it automatically triggers, enveloping the area in intense flames that inflict 2,100, 375 fire sprite attack power with a coefficient of 56 damage per second. Summon creature equipment, none. 2 additional skills have been acquired, one for the twin contract and one for the flame cage. The meaning of the twin pact is the ability to cast spells doubly and inflict double attribute damage, which renders the damage dealt by the twin fire demon extraordinarily formidable. The flame cage is a trap-type pure damage skill. Although the damage may seem modest at first glance, it inflicts 2,100 damage per second. This is not the explosive damage characteristic of the wolf cavalry's charge. Yet 2,100 damage per second means that it can vanquish a frost corpse with 10,000 health in merely 5 seconds. Wait. Zheng Yu suddenly realized that the 2,100 damage does not account for the twin S doubled enhancement. This implies that if the fire sprite were to engage the frost corpse, the battle could be concluded in just 3 seconds. Remarkable. Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, despite the twin fire demon S strength, it still pales in comparison to the Goblin General, who has already attained the 4th tier talent. The Goblin General's current damage metrics allow it to obliterate a frost corpse in a single charge, proving to be even more formidable. After enhancing the fire sprite, there remained one crucial upgrade that Zheng Yu had yet to address: his core, the Hextech Enhancement Runes. With every 5 levels gained, he would receive 2 Hextech Enhancement Runes. Zheng Yu eagerly initiated the draw, drawing Hextech Enhancement Runes. Congratulations! You have drawn the 3rd rune, a gold-level rune emphasizing companionship. Congratulations! You have drawn the 4th rune, a silver-level library card. Companionship summons a training dummy. All damage inflicted on the summoner will prioritize this training dummy. If the training dummy survives the Abyss Challenge, it grants 10 talent points. Library card grants a tome of emblems, allowing selection of 1 emblem from 4 randomly chosen bond emblems, along with an equipment forging tool. This seems rather promising. Although he did not draw a prism-level rune, the effect of the training dummy is precisely what Zheng Yu needs at this moment. One must first attack the taunting unit, the training dummy, a quintessential life-preserving rune. Given Zheng Yu's already limited health pool, the training dummy would ensure he is not ambushed and slain. This is indeed a commendable rune. Moreover, completing each Abyss challenge rewards him with an additional 10 talent points, which is a splendid boon, effectively granting him an increase of 100 health points. He is currently in dire need of talent points. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu opened the emblem book granted by the library card rune. Please select 1 emblem from the Mage emblem, Ionia emblem, Barrier emblem, or Steward emblem. The Steward emblem seems fitting, since a single emblem cannot activate a bond, and he already possesses 2 Steward emblems. Equipping the Fire Sprite with another will not activate the 4 Steward bond, but it will allow the Fire Sprite to share the 20 health and 20 attack power enhancements associated with the Steward. Acquired Steward emblem. Acquired Equipment Forging Tool. Equipment Forging Tool can transform unwearable equipment into usable gear for oneself. This is excellent. Zhang Yu stored the equipment forging tool in his inventory and equipped the steward emblem to the fire sprite. Everything was now prepared. At that moment, Zhang Yu received a message from his homeroom teacher. Zhang Yu, it is you who has shattered the record, isn't it? Zhang Yu replied affirmatively. The homeroom teacher quickly made a call. If you have time tomorrow, please come to the Jianshui City Government Building. The mayor wishes to meet you. Zhang Yu was not surprised. After all, every year, newcomers who break records are personally received by the mayor and rewarded. However, Zhang Yu inquired, is it a reward? The reward is one aspect. Another is to promote you. Before the homeroom teacher could finish, Zhang Yu interjected, I might not have time. You can just collect the reward for me. The homeroom teacher appeared somewhat troubled. Zhang Yu stated plainly, just tell the mayor that I am about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he does not wish to have this record, I shall proceed. Zhang Yu had no fondness for such occasions, mainly due to the lack of benefits. He only desired the reward. Everything else was inconsequential. After all, he was merely a low-level professional, and fame and reputation held little significance at the moment. Nightmare level? The homeroom teacher thought he had misheard. No, you heard correctly. It is indeed nightmare level. In any case, do not inquire further. I do not wish to elaborate. The outcome will suffice. The mayor will understand. With that, Zhang Yu hung up the phone. On the other end, the homeroom teacher scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, and then called the mayor. Brother, could you lend me some money? In the martial arts hall, Wu Zong approached his older brother, Wu Xian, the owner of the hall. How much do you need? 25 million. That's quite a sum. Wu Xian nearly dropped his teacup. We are brothers. If you need money, of course, I would lend it to you. But do you think I am made of money? Asking for 500,000 like that? No, then go where it is cool. Wu Zong, however, remained unfazed and simply showed Wu Xian something. A title? Holder of the historical completion record for the Cold Street Abyss? Wu Xian immediately leapt from the sofa, opened his computer, and accessed the Jianshui City Temple's official website, where a notification promptly appeared without requiring extensive searching. Congratulations to the professional team, Summoner Squad, for breaking the historical completion time for the Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, 23 seconds. Team Leader, Zhang Yu, Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk. Wu Zong, Monk. Kuing, Assassin. Wenrin Qingyu, Assassin. Wow, you did well. Wu Xian exclaimed. I was wondering why you didn't come to work today. Turns out you have returned to the path of a professional. Wu Xian was elated. He had always known that his brother had been economizing on food and expenses these past few days to save up for another attempt at the professional path. He never imagined he would succeed, and not only that, but also set a record. The reason he was so certain it was indeed a record was that he was well aware of Wu Zong's capabilities. A monk with a low-level talent could not possibly break a record. Then he noticed the team composition. Brother, this team composition is rather peculiar. Wu Zong replied. Do not concern yourself with the professions. Zhang Yu possesses top-tier talent. No wonder. So, are you still not planning to transfer some money to me? He intends to guide me through the Nightmare Abyss. I must inform your sister-in-law. No one has ever successfully traversed the Nightmare Abyss in the Cold Street Abyss. A feat worthy of being inscribed in the family genealogy. Our family will kneel in the front row during the incense offerings next year. Accompany me to the bank. For Southerners who have ventured here from Guang Province to start a business, nothing holds greater significance than bringing honor to their ancestors. How much do you wish to borrow? The interest compounds continuously at the commercial lending company. A tattooed bald man gazed intently at Kuding and Wenrin Qingyu, inquiring 2 million. Do you have collateral? No. Then why should I lend to you? How about this? The bald man gestured towards the camera on the table. Let's take a couple of pictures. Just as Kuding was about to lose her temper, Wenrin Qingyu restrained her, fixing her gaze on the bald man and stating, Are you sure you won't lend? If not, I shall seek other companies. The bald man was taken aback. He had never encountered someone so audacious in seeking a loan. Yet, he maintained his patience and asked, What do you need the money for? To traverse the abyss. What level? Nightmare level. Are you jesting? I am quite serious. Do you think I would believe you? Many have come here to deceive me. None have returned unscathed. It would be wise not to provoke my ire. Then so be it. If you refuse to lend, I was merely considering promoting your company after the great Zhang Yu guides us through. Who? Zhang Yu. Are you not aware? The bald man certainly knew. He was also a practitioner. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to lend to such individuals. The information that had emerged just hours ago remained the most discussed topic in the forum. After all, a summoner had achieved astonishing results. What does 2 hours and 45 minutes signify? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. This means that a summoner, a profession widely regarded as the weakest, not only shattered the record, but did so an entire hour earlier. Is he preparing to directly challenge the Nightmare Abyss? The bald man softened his tone. Indeed. He personally informed us. Then how can I trust you that he will take you inside? When Ren Qingyu presented the team information, they had emerged from the abyss several hours ago. Had he wished to form a team, he would have already disbanded. So, will you lend or not? I will lend. The bald man no longer hesitated. Even if Zheng Yu proved unable to conquer the abyss, he would adopt a try-and-see attitude towards lending. He understood well that if Zheng Yu truly succeeded in traversing the Nightmare Abyss, the resources of the entire province would unconditionally converge towards him. The future holds boundless potential. Such a formidable individual, even if one cannot foster a closer relationship, should not be antagonized. 2 million, correct? Let me clarify. Regardless of whether Zheng Yu can conquer the Nightmare Abyss, borrowed funds must be repaid, along with interest. Given the uncertainty regarding the relationship between the two beautiful girls and Zheng Yu, it was prudent to clarify matters in advance to avoid potential defaults. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu. Their lending company's rules are immutable. Otherwise, his business would falter. No problem, when Ren Qingyu replied with a smile. Chapter 16. The pretense becomes unraveled when Ku Ying and when Ren Qingyu returned after completing the loan process. They found Zheng Yu seated outside the tent, engaged in conversation with a group of people. It was over. Upon spotting the group, Ku Ying suddenly spoke. What is it? When Ren Qingyu had yet to discern the situation. The individuals conversing with Zheng Yu are the team that set a new record for the ordinary level abyss yesterday. Ku Ying elucidated. When Ren Qingyu recalled that indeed, earlier that day, a notification had announced the refreshing of the ordinary level abyss clearance record. 2 significant events transpired yesterday. One was Zheng Yu, as a summoner, leading a solo expedition to refresh the simple level Cold Street Abyss. And the other was a team of 4 high-tier gifted professionals accompanied by a single gifted individual, who together shattered the ordinary level abyss record. In terms of popularity and discourse, Zheng Yu's achievements as a summoner garnered greater attention. For whatever he undertook, he invariably attracted interest. However, the refreshing of the ordinary level abyss held more significance. This year, in Jiangshui City, the emergence of 4 high-tier professionals among new practitioners is an exceptional occurrence, one not witnessed in nearly a decade. With them all assembled in a single team, I surmise they seek to recruit the esteemed Zheng Yu. After Ku Ying's explanation, Ren Qingyu finally comprehended the source of her panic. If Zheng Yu were to join their team, who would guide them? They would not only lose their investment, but also incur interest, as the bald-headed loan shark was hardly a legitimate lender. Let us hurry, when Ren Qingyu urged, pulling Ku Ying closer. Suddenly, a voice, imbued with arrogance and superiority, proclaimed, initially, we did not regard you highly, considering you merely a summoner. Fearful you might hinder our progress. Yet you have proven your worth by leading a solo expedition in the abyss. Albeit at a simple difficulty, it is still commendable. Who is this? So boastful? When Ren Qingyu could not help but glance over, discovering the speaker to be a handsome youth, whose arrogance and disdain for Zheng Yu's summoner profession rendered his attractiveness somewhat greasy in her eyes. This young man was Li Feng, a familiar face from their school. A warrior by profession, he possessed a high-tier talent rumored to be exceptionally suited for combat. Not only was he a highly sought-after profession, but his genius talent indeed justified his arrogance. Thus, after deliberation, we have come to acknowledge your abilities and have decided to permit you to join our team in conquering the abyss, Li Feng stated. While the sole high-tier, gifted warrior in the group wore a dark expression, clearly dissenting. It was evident that not everyone agreed, particularly this warrior, who harbored animosity towards Zheng Yu, knowing full well that Zheng Yu's entry would necessitate his departure. Zheng Yu, appearing utterly bemused, inquired, So who are you? What do you want from me? His expression practically screamed incredulity. Are you flaunting your superiority in front of me? Yet, regrettably, Li Feng, who was overly confident that Zheng Yu would be grateful for the opportunity to join their ranks, failed to perceive the meaning behind Zheng Yu's expression. He genuinely believed Zheng Yu was unaware of his identity. I am Li Feng, a high-tier warrior. I am aware that you have just conquered the elementary level abyss. Li Feng declared with a smug expression. Well, that is rather mediocre, came the reply. Li Feng responded, you consider it mediocre? Zheng Yu nodded. No, you must have misheard me. I was referring to the ordinary level record. And then? Zheng Yu inquired with an impassive demeanor. Aren't you surprised? Zheng Yu chuckled. Brother, the moment you utter such words, Your air of superiority dissipates. Who boasts about their prowess while inquiring if others are astonished? That bravado falls flat. Li Feng retorted. In any case, since you yourself deemed it mediocre, I merely followed your lead, and yet you grew anxious. Zheng Yu pointed at Li Feng. Adopting a tone of a seasoned veteran, your attempts at posturing still lack finesse. Li Feng was rendered speechless by this exchange. He had never encountered anyone quite like Zheng Yu in conversation, despite the fact that he had initially approached him to show off. His intention was to convey, look, you, a gifted individual of a higher caliber, still need to join our team. It was meant to be a moment of pride for himself, securing a respectable ally while also elevating his own status. However, he was taken aback when Zheng Yu offered him no such courtesy. Are you out of your mind? Exclaimed another gifted individual standing beside Li Feng. While you may possess a high talent, do not forget that you are a summoner. Our invitation to join the team is a mark of respect. Do not misconstrue it as an entitlement. This individual clearly perceived the dynamics at play. Zheng Yu was merely toying with Li Feng, hence he responded with sharp words. In Jiaxue City, you are the sole gifted individual of this caliber for years. Yet you chose to be a summoner, which tarnishes our city's reputation. We extend our goodwill, and you repay it with ingratitude? Do not delude yourself into thinking that conquering a simple level abyss elevates your status. When other cities' gifted individuals crush you, it will be the pride of Jiaxue City that suffers. Zheng Yu appeared utterly speechless. Goodness, are we resorting to moral coercion now? If this person were on Weibo, he would undoubtedly be a high-ranking pugilist. Realizing that his words had been too harsh, Li Feng hastily interrupted his teammate, addressing Zheng Yu. To be frank, we plan to tackle the difficult level abyss next, aiming to set yet another record. We were aware of your gifted status long ago, but due to your role as a summoner, we had not intended to include you. After all, you know well that summoners are significantly weaker. However, the situation has changed. You have demonstrated your capability, proving you can team up with us. We are prepared to offer you a hand, ensuring that you do not fall too far behind other gifted individuals, at the very least securing a difficult level record. Li Feng's tone softened, yet it still bore an unmistakable air of condescension and arrogance. Meanwhile, Ku Ying and Wen Renqingyu were in fits of laughter. This is hilarious. I can't believe he thinks he is granting Zheng Yu a favor by allowing him into his team. Who is truly doing him a favor here? I can no longer contain my laughter. The reason for their amusement lies in the certainty that, given Li Feng's tone and demeanor, Zheng Yu would undoubtedly decline to join their ranks. As long as the mainstay remains, all discussions are permissible. Their laughter caught the attention of both Zheng Yu and Li Feng. Is it truly that amusing? Li Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, when Ren Qingji replied candidly, then continue your laughter. Let us see how long it lasts. Once we shatter the record for the difficult level, we shall see if you can still find humor in this. It was evident that Li Feng had realized that Ku Ying and Wen Renqingji were the two assassins from Zheng Yu's team. Zheng Yu, undeterred by his demeanor, observed how Ku Ying and Wen Renqingji's laughter edged towards mockery, inflaming Li Feng's fury to its peak. Were it not for the prohibition against fighting within military zones, he would have rushed over in anger. Pay them no heed. We are striving for a higher record, which sets us apart from them, a teammate remarked. Indeed. How can they even contend for the leaderboard? Such a lack of perspective. Even if Li Feng and Zheng Long's attitudes leave much to be desired, one must endure if they wish to compete. Are you certain you are aiding my case? Zheng Yu retorted, your attitude is indeed questionable. We had initially agreed to invite Zheng Yu to join us in the difficult abyss, increasing our chances of success. Yet here you are, posturing so high. Before the sole sensible teammate could finish, Li Feng and the others whisked him away. Zheng Yu regarded this group with amusement. He could understand the mindset of Li Feng and his companions. With their impressive talents and popular professions, freshly invigorated by recent record-breaking accomplishments, they were undoubtedly brimming with confidence. Coupled with the misleading nature of his own summoner profession, it is challenging to adopt a purely pragmatic approach devoid of regard for appearances. Have you borrowed the money? Zheng Yu inquired of Ku Ying and the others. Ku Ying nodded, transferring 600,000 to Zheng Yu. He acknowledged, understood, I have received it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong have gone to prepare the ingredients and should return shortly. If you two have any additional preparations, do so quickly. We wouldn't want you to enter the abyss without your preferred delicacies. Though they understood the implications of Zheng Yu's words, it still felt peculiar. Was this truly an expedition into the abyss and not merely a leisurely outing? I want to prepare some desserts, Ku Ying declared. When Ren Qingji glanced at her, remarking, you adapt remarkably well. Then I shall prepare some fruits as well, Kuing responded. Chapter 17. High mortality rate. Please choose wisely. Zheng Yu declined Li Feng's invitation. And this incident spread like wildfire, becoming yet another topic of discussion on the forum. Zheng Yu has become aloof, rejecting an invitation from a team composed of 4 high-tier talent holders. As the sole high-tier talent in Jiangshui City, and one of the few to emerge in recent years, his actions are perplexing. A detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing the simple level of Han Street Abyss in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Rational analysis suggests that Zheng Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is, in fact, a commendable display of his confidence. I believe Zheng Yu is simply intimidated. Being able to clear the simple level has already satisfied him, especially since Li Feng and his team are preparing to challenge the difficult abyss. In the bustling forum of Jiangshui City as professionals, discussions predominantly revolve around the figure of Zheng Yu. He finds amusement in being the subject of such discourse, relishing the playful nature of it. The internet possesses a peculiar ability, regardless of how dramatic the turn of events or how painful the backlash may be. Those who post remain shrouded in anonymity, thus preserving their dignity. Words are easily spoken, positions effortlessly altered, as long as he conquers the nightmare-level abyss. The forum will likely present an entirely different narrative. In essence, it is quite entertaining. As Zheng Yu leisurely browses the forum, Tao Qian and Wu Zong return from their errands, while Ku Ying and Wen Xingyu bring back fruits and snacks, all neatly stored in their inventory. Brother Yu, we are ready, Tao Qian announces. Zheng Yu nods, contemplating for a moment before advising. If possible, it would be prudent to purchase a resurrection item, just in case. Tao Qian quickly interjects. A resurrection cross is now priced at 5 million in the market. It's beyond our means. Wu Zong adds, I perceive no significant danger. I have faith in Brother Yu's prowess. Zheng Yu raises an eyebrow. You are 3 years my senior. Why do you address me as brother? Wu Zong shrugs nonchalantly, In the realm of knowledge, precedence matters. The strong are the brothers. Zheng Yu then turns to Kuding and Wen Xingyu, inquiring, what about you too? Wen Xingyu responds, we also lack the funds for a resurrection cross, but we have purchased 5 invisibility potions. She proceeds to distribute 1 to each member in their team chat, including Zheng Yu. Invisibility potion grants invisibility for 1 minute, nullifying all damage, allowing movement but forbidding attacks. Any attack will break the invisibility. The market price seems to be around 300,000 each, correct? Tao Qian exclaims in surprise. I know a pharmacist who can sell them for 200,000 each, he adds, marveling at Wen Xingyu's connections. Even at that price, it's not inexpensive. Are you truly gifting them to us? Wen Xingyu candidly replies, consider it a gesture of gratitude, while simultaneously tying my fate to the illustrious Zheng Yu. Her approach is straightforward. She unabashedly seeks to curry favor, treating all equally rather than with subservience. Purchasing the invisibility potions with borrowed money was, in fact, Ku Ying's suggestion. However, Wen Xingyu believes that if one is to buy, it should not be for oneself alone. Acquiring 5 ensures each member has 1. She intends to firmly grasp the future of this team, for it embodies her aspirations. Even if Zheng Yu surpasses them in strength and chooses not to team up with them in the future, Wu Zong and Tao Qian remain excellent allies. With a foundation in the nightmare-level abyss, their prospects, while not guaranteed to be smooth sailing, will certainly not be bleak. Zheng Yu does not refuse their offer. Recognizing Wen Xingyu's intentions, and accepts the invisibility potions without hesitation. He cannot always rely on Tao Qian. He is already at level 6. While Tao Qian, who has always been a mere spectator, remains at level 4. He must endure another nightmarish abyss before ascending to level 10. At which point he will be compelled to change maps. Tao Qian must linger here a while longer. Wen Xingyu and others are considered decent companions. For Tao Qian, who unconditionally and absolutely trusts his brother, he hopes that Tao Qian can carve out his own path as a professional rather than always relying on him. Given his own pace of advancement, solo play is the most suitable approach, as no teammate can possibly keep up with his rhythm. Zheng Yu accepts the invisibility potion and promptly selects the nightmarish difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss from the display interface. Notice, you have chosen the nightmarish difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. This difficulty restores the Abyss's true visage with a 100 fidelity and resurrects the entire history of the Abyss. The challenge is immense, and the mortality rate exceedingly high. Please choose wisely. 3, 2, 1. The system even graciously provided Zheng Yu with 3 seconds to contemplate. Do you insist on entering the nightmarish abyss? Yes. Having long prepared for this, there is no reason to refuse. Zhengyu, summoner no problem, diving into the abyss. Tao Qian, monk charge. 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 I'm coming for the nightmarish abyss. Wu Zong, monk, it's my first time entering the nightmarish abyss. I'm a bit nervous. Kuding, assassin, go for it. Master Zhengyu. Wenren Qinjiu, assassin 1, entering Cold Street Abyss, nightmarish level. Please wait. Meanwhile, all the professionals waiting in the hall of the Cold Street Abyss received a notification. Notification. The summoner team has entered the Cold Street Abyss, nightmarish level. This announcement caused an uproar. Is this summoner team Zhengyu S? Among all present professionals, aside from Zhengyu being a summoner, who else could it be? Just him. What the heck is this madness? Nightmarish level? I can only say that as courting death. Impressive. Regardless of whether Zhengyu is a summoner, the courage to enter the nightmarish abyss deserves my respect. How audacious. Just cleared the easy level and now heading for the nightmarish level? That is a huge leap. It seems the forum analysis was correct. Zhengyu indeed has been reckless, thinking that after refreshing an easy level abyss, he could challenge the nightmarish level. This is beyond mere recklessness. It's insanity. Is there even a possibility that Zhengyu might clear the nightmarish level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Zhengyu, as a summoner, clears the nightmarish Cold Street Abyss, I will eat my words. At this moment, Li Feng and others, who were preparing to enter the difficult level abyss, also received the notification. They were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that conveyed unspoken thoughts. No way, we absolutely cannot enter the nightmarish abyss, one of the gifted warrior exclaimed. Zhang Long furrowed his brow tightly. Zhengyu is too ruthless, directly entering the nightmarish abyss. If we proceed to the difficult level, wouldn't that put us at a disadvantage? That's not just ruthless, that's reckless abandon. More accurately, it's a death wish. Regardless, I shall not venture into the abyss of nightmares. Those who wish to go may do so. I am merely a warrior of a certain rank, and I shall withdraw. Upon witnessing the rift within the team, Li Feng asserted, do not act rashly. Zhengyu is Zhengyu, and his fate bears no consequence for us. There is no need to risk our lives for the sake of pride. Zhengyu was evidently angered by us earlier, and he has entered the abyss of nightmares to meet his demise. Our focus should be on steadily traversing the difficult abyss, which will already surpass the capabilities of level 90 gifted professionals. Li Feng remained relatively composed, yet fear lingered within him. He lacked confidence in his ability to conquer the difficult abyss, hence his attempt to invite Zhengyu to bolster their chances of success. As for the nightmare level, that was a thought he dared not entertain. In essence, the nightmare level was not intended for us, nor for the rank-and-file gifted professionals, but rather for the true geniuses poached from the central district, those with exceptional talent. Ultimately, if Zhengyu chooses to meet his end, we need not follow suit. After all, he is unlikely to conquer the nightmare level. Were Zhengyu a truly gifted professional, he might warrant some concern. But given that he entered accompanied by 4 mere bystanders, particularly as a summoner, Li Feng felt little trepidation. Chapter 18. The Pork Shop Owner's Frozen Corpse, the Bone-Cutting Knife. The temperature here is significantly lower than that of the simple level Cold Street Abyss. With each breath I take, my lungs ache. Upon entering the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, the frigid air enveloped Tao Qian and the others, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Only Zhengyu, having contracted with a fire sprite, seemed somewhat resilient to the cold. It is said that the nightmare level difficulty simulates the true environment of the abyss. Both the simple and difficult levels we previously entered were merely simplified and weakened versions. Ku Ying reflected on the information she had reviewed. Tao Qian, wrapped in a thick coat, remarked, so, it is not that the difficulty of the nightmare level abyss has increased, but rather that the previous mitigations have been removed? It would appear so. Ku Ying nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhengyu announced, I have uploaded 2 documents to the chat group. The first contains foundational information regarding the nightmare level abyss, while the second is a strategy guide for the difficult level Cold Street Abyss compiled by someone prior. I am uncertain of their utility, but acquiring knowledge can never be detrimental. Zhengyu did not impulsively decide to enter the nightmare abyss. He had conducted extensive research prior to this venture. He was well versed in the Cold Street Abyss and the nightmare level difficulty, having been a diligent scholar during his time at school. As Tao Qian and the others perused the documents, Zhengyu continued, before we enter the abyss, we received a warning that the nightmare level restores the true visage of the abyss and revives the entirety of its historical narrative. The abyss resembles a closed loop of time and history, wherein professionals can immerse themselves in the experiences of that era. The Nightmare Level Abyss, therefore, serves as an 11th restoration of the history sealed within the Abyss, and its difficulty is self-evident. The narrative will undoubtedly differ from that of other levels. I have perused every strategy guide regarding the Cold Street Abyss available on the forums, and I believe I can outline a coherent story framework. As Zheng Yu summoned the Goblin General, he remarked, in the simple level Cold Street Abyss, we can only reach Central Park. We can conclude the battle by slaying a level 7 frozen corpse. For the ordinary level Cold Street Abyss, we must venture into the forest to locate a spring, which is the source of the street's freezing. We need to protect this spring until we withstand all attacks from the frozen corpses. Only then can we consider it finished. The highest level at this ordinary tier is a level 9 frozen corpse, which presents a moderate challenge. Moderate challenge? Upon hearing Zheng Yu's description, Tao Qian and the others exchanged knowing glances, silently skeptical, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Only you would deem a level 9 frozen corpse as a mere moderate challenge. In the difficult level Abyss, in addition to safeguarding the spring, one must retrieve a frozen female corpse from within the spring and transport it to a non-freezing lake deep within the forest. Along the way, a spider-like special frozen corpse will pursue us. We can either defeat this spider or endure the cold to deliver the corpse to the center of the lake to complete the dungeon. This concludes the strategy currently. No guide exists for the Nightmare Level Cold Street Abyss. Listening to Zheng Yu, Tao Qian scoffed, of course, there can't be a guide for the Nightmare Level Cold Street Abyss, as no one has ever cleared it. Wu Zong added, those who have ventured into the Nightmare Level Abyss have never returned. K.Y. Ing and WNR and Q. Ingy shivered, clearly unnerved. Only Zheng Yu chuckled, saying, well, that means you 1T have to repay your loans. Wu Zong, K.Y. Ing, and WNR and Q. Ingy remarked, by the way, Yugu, your Goblin Wolf Rider seems somewhat different. Tao Qian fixed his gaze on the Goblin General. Upon locking eyes with the Goblin General atop the giant wolf, he immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. It was as if this upright, gentlemanly goblin was a seasoned general, capable of instilling fear with just a glance. Not just somewhat, it's significantly transformed, he declared. To elaborate on this transformation, Zheng Yu quipped, providing no further explanation. He had concealed the Goblin General's attributes. With nearly 10,000 health points and an attack power nearing 500, it was indeed intimidating. To avoid the hassle of explanations, he simply chose not to reveal the goblin's information. With a roar, as the Goblin General approached the entrance of the cold street, familiar cries echoed around them. The frozen corpses emerged from the shops as per usual. Based on prior experience, the goblin would need to slay at least 3 or 4 waves of frozen corpses, which would take about an hour. Whoosh! The Goblin General was more decisive than the previous Goblin warriors. Upon encountering an enemy, he loosed an arrow without uttering a word. Crack! 3051. A seemingly ordinary shot dealt 3,000 damage. Kill frozen corpse, 5. Gain 110 experience points. In an instant, he dispatched a level 5 frozen corpse. What? Does the first wave of the Nightmare Level Abyss start at level 5? Tao Qian exclaimed, astonished at the level of the frozen corpses. Level 5. Look behind you. WNRNQ Ingy pointed toward a shop hidden along the sides of the street. A corpulent figure, weighing at least 300 pounds, brandished a cleaver. Fixated on the Goblin General. Isn't this a type of cold corpse that only exists at the difficult level? I just viewed the challenging strategy sent by Zheng Yu and recognized this portly cold corpse wielding a bone-cutting cleaver. Wu Zong couldn't help but exclaim, indeed. This is a nightmare level. The first wave of cold corpses is already comparable to the strongest cold corpses at the difficult level. Roar. The portly cold corpse let out an enraged roar, yet it did not advance. It seemed to be driving away the Goblin General, forbidding him from entering the cold street. However, the Goblin General was unwilling to heed the warning and loosed an arrow. Whoosh. Crack. The portly cold corpse was shielded by ice armor, with no damage dealt. More arrows followed. Whoosh. 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 The Goblin General's firing rate was significantly increased, primarily due to his agility being twice that of a Goblin warrior. Thwack. Thwack. 2,998. The arrow pierced through the ice armor, striking the portly cold corpse squarely in the fleshy visage, penetrating through the eye socket and becoming lodged beneath the eyeball. Roar. Seeing the threat ineffectual, it bellowed in fury and charged out of the shop. Its massive girth obliterated the doorframe, and the wall crumbled beneath the force. Like a tank made of flesh, each step sent tremors through the ground as it barreled towards the Goblin General. Unfazed by the colossal cold corpse, the Goblin General gripped his heavy hammer, and as the cold corpse neared, he gently tapped the giant wolf's neck. The wolf understood the cue and leaped nimbly, effortlessly avoiding the charge of the portly cold corpse. Boom! The cold corpse collided with a stone pillar, shattering it to pieces. 1087. Damage appeared above the cold corpse's head. According to the difficult strategy guide, the portly cold corpse possesses immense strength and health, yet has a low intellect, merely charging recklessly and unable to halt its momentum. Collisions with obstacles would also deduct health. Thus, the method to deal with cold corpses is to continuously evade their charges and gradually wear them down. However, that is the approach of ordinary practitioners, which is not only time-consuming but also has a low margin for error. The optimal strategy is to eliminate it swiftly. At the moment the portly cold corpse crashed into the pillar, the goblin general had already positioned himself, bringing his heavy hammer down upon the cold corpse's head. Bang! 3,596. Stun. A substantial damage value emerged. Thanks to the surprise attack and the precise hit to the head, a stun was triggered. The portly cold corpse stood dazed. Now, at level 6, the goblin general's leap hammer strike damage coefficient had reached 62, combined with an attack power of 489, easily inflicting 3,000 damage. Furthermore, considering factors like critical hits, inertia, and impact force, inflicting 3,500 damage was entirely reasonable. The same unexplainable combo ensued. The leap hammer strike descended, triggering the stun. During the stun, the heavy hammer swung back, gathering power for a devastating smash. Boom! A powerful strike sent the portly cold corpse flying, causing the stone slabs of the ground to lift. 6,823. Exaggerated harm has once again manifested. The charged strike reached its maximum potential, delivering remarkably substantial damage. 2,719. 2,876. 2,633. 2,922. Furthermore, the hefty cold corpse was flung away, crushing 4 or 5 level 5 cold corpses behind it. Boom! The formidable cold corpse met its demise, simultaneously annihilating the first wave of cold corpses. Kill Cold Corpse, 5. Gained 101 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, 5. Gained 103 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, 5. Gained 112 experience points. Kill Cold Corpse, 5. Gained 106 experience points. Kill Butcher Cold Corpse, 6. Gained 449 experience points. Congratulations! You have acquired the bone-cutting knife of bronze grade 5. Congratulations, you have obtained premium pork as a consumable 5. Did he just receive equipment? Zhang Yu glanced at the newly acquired bone-cutting knife in his inventory. Equipment name: bone-cutting knife. Required level: level 5, grade bronze. Attributes: strength 30. Agility 2. Equipment effect: attacks have a 5 chance to inflict bleeding, causing a loss of 20 health per second. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, but resisted the urge to employ the equipment forge, as this was merely a level 5 item. A piece of bronze-grade equipment at level 5 is not worth utilizing the forge. However, this bone-cutting knife is ideal for bleeding warriors and has been heavily speculated upon in the temple market, promising a lucrative sale. Chapter 19. Viscera Cake, Level 9 Cold Corpse. To be candid, Zhang Yu was not in want of money. It is not that he lacks funds at present, but rather, he has already demonstrated ample talent and potential, ensuring that future resources will be covered by the state. This is why he accepted only 300,000 from Tao Qian and his associates. Of course, a greater motive was simply to provoke those outside who spoke ill of him. After storing the bone-cutting knife, he noticed another consumable in his bag, a piece of premium pork. Premium pork. Consuming it restores 1,000 health points and grants an additional 500 shield points. Pork is best consumed cooked. However, if time does not permit, it may be eaten raw, though it could likely result in an upset stomach. An extra ingredient. Zhang Yu discarded the premium pork into the ingredient storage. Meanwhile, the goblin general had cleared all cold corpses from the entrance of the cold street. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level 67, 2450. 2,441 experience points required for next level. Health: 500,800, 450 equipment attributes. Mana: 310,320, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence: 7,886. 35 equipment attributes. Strength: 1,819, 2 equipment attributes. Agility: 1415, remaining free attribute points, 3. It truly is the nightmare level abyss, with one wave yielding a level up. Leveling is exceedingly significant for practitioners, not merely for the comprehensive attribute enhancements that accompany a rise in level, but also due to the importance of reaching milestones at levels 10, 25, and 50, which signify distinct stages. At level 10, one can acquire exclusive skills, unlocking diverse playstyles within the same profession. At level 25, a profession undergoes evolution, and at level 50, it experiences awakening. It is said that at level 70, one can access even more formidable abilities. However, the only player globally to surpass level 70 is Nan Mu-yoon. He merely remarked that level 70 serves as a watershed moment, delineating two entirely different realms of existence before and after this threshold, without divulging specific details. In summary, ascending in levels remains the sole path to empowerment. As they journeyed forth, the Goblin General led the way, followed closely by Zheng Yu and his companions. The deeper they ventured into the cold street, the more frigid the air became, with the ground almost entirely encased in a thick layer of ice. Upon entering the cold street, the encounters with the cold corpses intensified, no longer appearing in waves but materializing wherever they tread. Moreover, these cold corpses were no longer mere ordinary beings. Each possessed a distinct identity. For instance, at the entrance of the cold street, they encountered a rotund cold corpse, known as the butcher of the pork shop. Moments ago, they had vanquished a cold corpse resembling a fishmonger, and now they stood against a chef cold corpse. The strongest Zheng you had encountered thus far. Clad in a chef-esque garb stained crimson with blood, his visage bore the marks of scalding burns, rendering him a terrifying sight with formidable power. Abysmal creature, chef cold corpse, level 9, health 17. 000, attack power 300, skills, level 4 slow aura, skills, enhanced ice armor, skills, behold, a kitchen knife. Hurls a kitchen knife. Skills, behold, a flurry of kitchen knives. As a chef, possessing numerous kitchen knives is quite reasonable, is it not? With health totaling 170, 000, the sight was indeed daunting. Although his attack power was not excessively high, the kitchen knives he hurled seemed inexhaustible. The level 4 slow aura surpassed the basic slow aura of ordinary cold corpses, causing the Goblin General to sustain injuries, with multiple gashes appearing on his body, one knife even lodged in the leg of the great wolf. Howling in pain, the great wolf emitted a mournful cry. Truly, this was a nightmare-level abyss. At that moment, the 5 of them huddled in a sheltered corner, gathering warmth around the twin fire spirits while savoring roasted sausages. It was my first time witnessing the great wolf injured and observing the goblin in such a fierce struggle. Yugu, do we really not require the twin fire spirits to engage in battle? Tao Qian inquired with concern. Zheng Yu glanced at Tao Qian, then at the roasted sausage held in the hands of the twin fire spirits, and replied with a smile, if the fire spirits go to battle, who will roast the sausages? Tao Qian conceded, your reasoning is sound and irrefutable. Do not worry, we are merely at the beginning. The Goblin General is quite frugal with his skills. If he truly wished to deal with this chef cold corpse, it would be a trivial matter, Zheng Yu said, leisurely taking a bite of the sausage. Every summoned creature possesses its own personality. The Goblin General is more cautious and judicious with skills, perhaps sensing a more perilous presence ahead, thus conserving his abilities for those encounters. Although skills do not have a cooldown, they generally cannot be unleashed consecutively. Whether it be a professional, a summoner's familiar, or a druid's beast, as well as the skeletal minions of a necromancer, there exists a pair of mechanisms that cannot be quantified by mere data, stamina, and vigor. Thus, the frequency of skill usage, the intervals between spellcasting, and the relentless exertion of stamina vary considerably. Particularly, the skill of the wolf cavalry's charge is notably high in consumption. Each use poses a significant challenge to both stamina and vigor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Goblin General chose to exchange fire with the chef, the cold corpse. The massive wolf adeptly maneuvered to evade the chef's cleaver. Though the chef wielded multiple knives, each throw required a preparatory motion. After merely a few probing attempts, the Goblin General discerned the pattern, allowing him to effortlessly dodge the cleavers and unleash his arrows. Whoosh. Skill, Mastery of Archery 7. Arrows were accurately released, inflicting 3,066, 57,538 goblin attack power, points of damage. 3,450. A single arrow dealt 3,005. Whoosh. Whoosh. 3,519. 3,443. Each arrow struck Drew at 3,005. Despite the 9th level chef's substantial health, 3 arrows reduced him to half. Another 3 arrows shattered his icy armor. And yet another 3 sent the chef's cold corpse on its way. You have slain the butcher, the cold corpse, 9, earning 771 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired the armor, hat, bloodied chef's hat, bronze grade 5. Armor, hat, name, bloodied chef's hat, required level, 5. Grade, bronze, attributes, health 500, equipment effect, chef skill effect 10, probability of crafting special food 15. Warning. Please do not wear this chef's hat in the abyss of cold streets. It is loathed by many. Zheng Yu's eyes brightened. The warning seemed like a clue. The history of the entire abyss of cold streets remains shrouded in mystery, for no one has ever cleared the nightmare-level abyss. This chef's hat evidently holds significant ties to the tale of the cold streets. It seems the goblin has stumbled upon something, Wu Zong reminded. Zheng Yu then noticed that after slaying the chef's cold corpse, he had found a cake from the restaurant where the chef had appeared. A blood-red cake. Typically, a cake would be adorned with fruits or chocolate, but this one bore entrails. Goodness, how revolting. Tao Qian nearly retched at the sight of the cake brought by the goblin general. The overwhelming scent of blood mingled with the crushed innards, frozen upon the cake due to the extreme cold. Human entrails? In contrast to the disgust exhibited by Tao Qian and others, when Rinqing Yu, unlike a typical high school graduate, examined the fragmented entrails atop the cake with keen attention. Zheng Yu remarked, "It must belong to a child, perhaps around 7 or 8 years old. So what is this?" When Rinqing Yu inquired. Zheng Yu glanced at the cake's attributes and replied, "It is a quest item, inscribed with the words, a delicious cake crafted by the chef to celebrate the centenary of Fortune Street." Delicious? Oh, so this place, originally named Fortune Street, is actually a culinary avenue constructed by cannibals? When Rinqing Yu speculated, Zheng Yu shook his head. That should not be the case. They consume pork and slaughter fish. It appears to be a typical market area, as we envision it. That makes sense, when Rinqing Yu concurred with Zheng Yu's assessment. Hey, while you two are analyzing, could you perhaps distance yourselves from that cake? Anyone unaware might think you are craving it, Ku Ying remarked, observing the excited duo fixated on the dissected entrail cake. Chapter 20. The Strength of the Goblin General. The General's Command. Roar. Unlike the simpler dungeons, there was no prolonged wait. As the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, a massive high-level cold corpse surged forth. Elite Cold Corpse, level 13, health 39. 000, attack power 600, skill, level 4 slow aura, skill, enhanced ice armor, skill, ice shockwave, skill, ice axe throw. The skills remained unchanged, the size was the same, and the attack patterns were consistent. Only the health and attack power had increased. Goodness, level 13. A health pool of 390,000 is rather daunting. This creature has evolved from a mere monster to an elite foe. However, it doesn't seem overly concerning. If a team of 5 level 10 high-talent warriors were to confront it, the level 13 cold corpse would hardly pose a challenge. The true difficulty appears to lie ahead. Thus, seizing the moment of simplicity, Zheng Yu urged the others to hasten their efforts, as he was feeling hungry. A person is as strong as the food they consume. One must be well-fed to enjoy the spectacle. I have procured lamb chops, Wu Zong announced, retrieving a fresh piece from his inventory. Zheng Yu's eyes brightened as he immediately summoned the twin fire elementals to present the lamb chop to them. Wu Zong threw the chop to the twin fire elementals. One held it while the other enveloped it at just the right temperature. Within mere seconds, the lamb chop began to change color, emitting a sizzling sound. "Brother Yu, your fire elemental summon is incredibly convenient," Wu Zong remarked enviously. "It cooks quickly without the worry of burning, charring, or undercooking." Zheng Yu responded with satisfaction. "The fire elementals are truly reliable for barbecuing." Tao Qian glanced apprehensively at the level 13 cold corpse below. Are they really leaving the goblin to handle so many cold corpses alone? At this moment, Central Park was not home to just one elite cold corpse. Numerous cold corpses emerged from the forest behind the park, and this time they truly came in droves, with the weakest being level 3 or higher. There were even 2 level 10 cold corpses, keenly eyeing the goblin general. Zheng Yu chuckled, who said it was just the goblin. As he spoke, a sound resembling a horn echoed. Tao Qian and the others looked down to discover the goblin general wielding a horn, the sound emanating from it. With the horn's call, a chorus of wolf howls resonated. The sound of clattering echoed as a battalion composed entirely of goblins emerged behind the goblin general. Leading the charge were 5 goblin shield-bearers wielding immense silver shields. Flanking the general were 2 goblin cavalry riding wolves, followed closely by 5 goblin archers and 5 bloodthirsty goblin assassins, their eyes gleaming with madness. Bringing up the rear was a goblin mage, staff in hand. A perfectly orchestrated assembly of the goblin race. The goblin general unleashed a new skill. Servant level, command of the general. Goblin archers, prepare. With the general's command, the 5 archers positioned behind the shield bearers drew their bows, aiming intently. The bows were pulled taut, and with a resounding release, arrows soared forth. The arrows flew 1,190, 1,281, 1,308, 1,554, 1,421. Damage values manifested upon the nearest cadaver. Though these figures paled in comparison to those of the goblin general, they were nonetheless sufficient to rival the damage of an ordinary professional. Another volley was released, 3,158, 2,100, 1971. These 3 arrows were launched by the goblin general himself and the 2 goblin cavalry at his side. Continue. Aim. Fire. The arrows never ceased, each one finding its mark, causing the corpses to fall one after another. Kill Cadaver, 3, gain 32 experience points. Kill Cadaver, 4, gain 70 experience points. Kill Cadaver, 4, gain 69 experience points. Kill. Aside from a few higher-level cadavers, none managed to encroach upon the Central Park's vicinity. They barely emerged from the forest when they found themselves pierced by at least 2 or 3 arrows. The level 4 cadavers boasted around 2,000 health points. Unable to withstand even 2 arrows from an ordinary goblin archer, only those of level 8 and above could endure a few more arrows before being dispatched by the goblin general's finishing blow. Kill Cadaver, 8, gain 602 experience points. Kill Cadaver, 7, gain 499 experience points. Kill Cadaver, 8, gain 617 experience points. Kill. I have leveled up again. Tao Qian, while boiling noodles. Or a look of surprise. What level are you now? Zheng Yu inquired. Level 5, came the response. Only just level 5? Zheng Yu expressed astonishment. He was on the verge of reaching level 8 and was taken aback that Tao Qian and his companions had only just attained level 5. Tao Qian explained. We have not participated in any battles from the beginning, so our experience is naturally lower. However, it's progressing quickly indeed. Teaming up for Abyss encounters, we merely share experience, so our gains are slightly higher. Remember, I transitioned to my current class only a day ago. It's actually quite rapid. Of course, it can't be compared to your pace. The Abyss is your domain, and you are the one slaying the monsters. You are competing for rankings, which naturally accelerates your level advancement compared to ours. Tao Qian was thoroughly satisfied with the current rate of leveling up. No, not just satisfied. He was exceeding expectations. In less than a day, we ascended to level 5. And this is merely the beginning. Should we conquer the entire nightmare level Abyss, we shall surely reach at least level 7, outpacing 90% of novice adventurers. Wu Zong remarked. I just took a glance at Li Feng and his team's levels. Li Feng is only at level 6, and they have completed 2 dungeons consecutively. In other words, once we clear the nightmare level Abyss, our levels will barely lag behind you and Li Feng's team. The most significant aspect is how effortlessly we are leveling up. Indeed, it is a breeze, savoring lamb chops while traversing the Abyss, and not just any Abyss, but the nightmare level one. It is beyond imagination. When Ren Qingyu gazed enviously at the goblin combat squad below and remarked, I am finally beginning to comprehend the terror of a summoner. I recall reading in the summoner's textbook that if a summoner possesses true talent, one individual can embody an entire army. I once scoffed at this notion, but it appears to be true. Initially, they harbored concerns about whether a single goblin could withstand the multitude of Frostcore in Central Park, yet those worries proved excessive. It was not merely a matter of defense, it had escalated to a massacre. Indeed, if anyone were to claim that summoners are weak, I would promptly thrust this video in their face, leaving them speechless. Weak? This is unequivocally invincible. Wu Zong could not suppress an expletive. Their astonishment was entirely justified, as even Zhang Yu had failed to accurately assess the combat prowess of this goblin squad. They are resilient and formidable. The goblin shield bearers can withstand nearly all thrown axe attacks and even the ice shockwave skill of the level 13 elite Frostcore. The goblin archers, goblin wolf riders, and even goblin death knights possess remarkable archery skills, exhibiting long range, high damage, and rapid fire rates. Is this not invincible? Moreover, despite the goblins being creatures of relatively low intelligence, their tactical acumen is astoundingly high, primarily adhering to the commands of their goblin general without any insubordination. They function as a quintessential war machine. The horde of Frost Corps had not even set foot in Central Park before 2/3 of them were annihilated. Only the level 13 elite Frost Corps and a handful of higher-level Frost Corps remained, struggling for survival. They were nearing their end. The Frost Corps are inherently slow movers. And with each volley of arrows, the level 13 Frost Corps had been reduced to half health, while several level 10 Frost Corps had already fallen. Kill Frost Corps 10. Gain 954 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level 78, 4,400, 4,062 experience points needed for next level. Health 800, 1100, 450 equipment attributes. Mana 320, 330, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence 8695, 35 equipment attributes. Strength 190, 220, 2 equipment attributes. Agility 151, 6. Remaining free attribute points. 6 level 8 achieved. Zhang Yu's expression brightened. Chapter 21. The Headskin Spider. How ferocious. Gazing upon the fallen icy corpses, Tao Qian and his companions found themselves engulfed in a deceptive illusion. The nightmarish abyss seemed less daunting. However, this was merely an illusion. With a health pool of 40,000, the icy corpses would withstand their blows for an entire day without succumbing. Yet, a single ice-based shockwave could inflict 2,000 damage, and even 2 high-health monks could hardly endure it. Remarkably, that battalion of shield-bearers had already withstood several ice shockwaves. The ice armor, under the relentless barrage of arrows, appeared utterly futile. Nonetheless, every strategy guide emphasized that the icy corpses detested the ice armor most, for it could absorb any damage, creating a false sense of security for the adventurers. It was nearly lethal, yet the damage struck the ice armor, leading to a counterattack from the icy corpses. Furthermore, there was the level 4 slow aura. Once ensnared by the icy corpses, their movement could only be described as excruciatingly laborious. I charge in, and I perish. Tao Qian ultimately realized, awakening from his delusion. I charge in, and I am eliminated, Kuing added. Indeed, the same goes for me, remarked Wen Rin Qingyu. It could only be said that witnessing Zhang Yu dispatch the icy corpses was remarkably effortless. Engaging oneself would surely result in instant death. Leaving aside the elite icy corpse of level 13, the incessantly emerging lower-level icy corpses from the forest were not something ordinary adventurers could withstand. While feasting, a multitude of icy corpses had already collapsed. Experience points surged rapidly. The frigid atmosphere of the cold street abyss, typically a cause for distress, dissipated due to the presence of the twin fire demons. Ultimately, the horde of icy corpses failed to close in on the goblin general. Even the elite icy corpse of level 13 fell under a storm of arrows, landing a considerable distance away, 30 meters from the goblin icy corpse. With the skill General's Command activated, they achieved a nearly flawless victory. The only damage incurred was to the shield held by the shield-bearing goblin, which bore the marks of ice shards, strikes from ice axes, and fractures caused by ice shockwaves. The goblin general did not take a single step. Boom. With the goblin general's final arrow, the elite icy corpse of level 13 was felled, its cold body crashing heavily to the ground, producing the sound of shattering ice. Kill elite icy corpse 13. Gain 1547 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained the weapon Ice Blade, silver grade, 10. Level 10 equipment. Zhang Yu rejoiced. He promptly opened his inventory to inspect this new acquisition. Weapon, Ice Blade. Equip level, level 10. Equip requirements, Assassins, Shadow Walkers, Grey Knights, and other dagger proficiency classes. Agility above 35 to equip. Grade, Silver. Attributes, Strength 50, Agility 30, Movement Speed 20, Equip effect. Attacks carry ice attributes, ice damage 200, guaranteed freeze effect upon critical hits. An ice dagger? Zhang Yu looked towards Kuing and Wen Rin Qingyu. Would you two like to purchase this dagger? A dagger? Both Kuing and Wen Rin Qingyu's eyes sparkled in unison. Zhang Yu stated, however, the equip requirements are rather high. You likely cannot utilize it at this moment. While speaking, he shared the attributes in the team chat. Indeed, the requirements are rather high, demanding 40 agility, whereas I currently possess only 22. Upon reviewing the attributes, Kuing expressed her reservations. However, Zheng Yu remarked, although the dagger's attribute requirements are steep, its effectiveness is undeniable. I recall that assassins possess a backstab skill, which, when executed with a swift maneuver, has a high probability of landing a critical hit. Coupled with the weapon's critical freeze effect, it guarantees that after a backstab, the opponent will be frozen, followed by a series of damage strikes. Ku Ying and Wen Renqing Yu exchanged astonished glances at Zheng Yu. Surprised by his understanding of the assassin class, Zheng Yu shrugged nonchalantly. I have knowledge of all classes, save for the summoner. He continued, I just looked it up. The ice blade is not exorbitantly priced at the Holy Temple Auction House, listed at 300,000. I will procure it for you at 200,000. As compensation for the cost of your invisibility potions. Should you desire it, seek me out after we conclude our ventures in the abyss. However, since you are both assassins, do discuss amongst yourselves who will wield it. The attributes of the ice blade are commendable, yet the price is quite reasonable. A dagger with such attributes, usable between levels 10 and 15, priced at 300,000, is indeed not steep. After all, most adventurers find themselves stuck within this level range. Its affordability is also due to the scarcity of assassins. Had it been a warrior's weapon, the starting price would have been at least 800,000 due to severe markups. Kuing and Wen Renqing Yu seemed to be engaged in a private discussion regarding the acquisition of the dagger. Zheng Yu chose not to intrude, but instead addressed the goblin general, instructing, please rest in place for a moment. Once we finish our meal, we shall proceed into the forest. Central Park is the sole resting area. Once we enter the forest, we will be compelled to traverse it to the end. This is the optimal time to recuperate, allowing the goblin general and his combat squad to regain their strength while we consume our lamb chops. After an hour spent feasting on lamb chops, Zheng Yu and his companions were sated. The summoned beasts require no sustenance, otherwise Zheng Yu would have prepared some lamb chops for these valiant allies as well. Once they tidied up, they followed the goblin general into the forest. Before entering, Zheng Yu produced a training dummy and tossed it to a goblin wolf rider, instructing it to bind the dummy behind its giant wolf. The forest represents the final challenge within the arduous abyss. To complete the level, they must safeguard the spring and transport the female corpse to the frozen lake. In the nightmarish difficulty, the forest signifies not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of the challenges. To exercise caution, Zheng Yu released the training dummy, which could absorb damage on his behalf. Training dummy level possesses 5,000 health points, capable of withstanding all damage directed at the summoner. Two identical dummies may be combined to upgrade to a higher level training dummy. This equates to a 5,000-point shield, perfectly suited for Zheng Yu's current needs. Upon entering the forest, the temperature plummeted once more. The twin fire spirits elevated their aura's warmth, ensuring that Zheng Yu and his companions would not succumb to frostbite nor suffer from excessive heat. The forest was larger than they had anticipated. Following the map for the challenging strategy, they located a spring. As they approached the spring, a collective gasp escaped their lips. For beside the spring lay a colossal spider. The giant spider corpse was a creature they had long anticipated in their strategy. Yet they were utterly unprepared for the nightmarish appearance of the nightmare-level giant spider corpse. Its head was that of a human, and its body bore the unmistakable signs of being sewn together. Upon closer examination, what should have been the black, hairy skin of a spider was, in fact, human scalp. Pieces of human skin were stitched onto its form, and the black hair was not spider fur, but rather strands of human hair. Disgusting. Kuing nearly retched at the sight. It was no wonder those corpses were missing their scalps, their flesh and brains frozen and exposed. They had been affixed to this abomination. This was not merely a monster. It resembled a gruesome act of revenge. At that moment, Zheng Yu recalled the grotesque cake, made from human entrails crafted by a child, as well as the female corpse that needed to be fished out from the well in the strategy. He began to understand the reason behind the transformation of this street. With the goblin general entering the spring's vicinity, the human-skinned spider let out a threatening roar directed at him. It did not initiate an attack, but rather sought to drive him away. Indeed, they were not eager to engage in combat. Rather, they were compelled to fight due to the presence of even more terrifying entities. Human-skinned spider, level 15, tier, elite, health 60,000, attack power 1,050, skills, artificial spider silk, skills, ice poison, skills, brutality, skills, vengeful spirit, skills, resentment, As Zheng Yu observed the attributes of the human skin spider, he felt the formidable challenge posed by the nightmare abyss. He turned to his twin fire sprites and urged, "You too, join the fray." With a fierce blaze, the fire erupted. The twin fire sprites, having restrained their energy for so long, were eager to unleash their pin-up fury, especially as they watched the goblin general engage in battle while they merely assisted in roasting meat and sausages. Chapter 22. Twin Fire Sprites. The human skin spider was remarkably swift. Upon spotting the goblin general, it quickly changed its position, evading the arrows that flew toward it. It then spat out a white, sticky substance, artificial spider silk, immediately ensnaring a shield-bearing goblin's shield to the ground, rendering it immobile. The spider unleashed 3 more strands of webbing. Yet before they could reach the shield goblin, they were instantly reduced to ash. With fury, the twin fire sprites arrived on the battlefield, their flames burning fiercely. The ice-encased ground melted away, the earth began to dry, and the temperature soared. As the heat intensified, the body of the human skin spider, woven from human scalp, began to show signs of scorching. Being an ice-type creature, fire was its natural nemesis, which was precisely why Zheng Yu had chosen a fire type for his second summoned beast. 1441, 1528, 1359, 1259. Segments of damage suddenly manifested upon the body of the human skin spider. The fire aura inflicted a burning damage of 1186 points per second, 456 fire sprite attack power with a coefficient of 26. Moreover, the damage was not limited to a single instance per second. Instead, it dealt damage twice per second. The twin fire demons, with their dual auras, unleashed a scorching inferno. The flames not only inflicted burn damage but also elemental weakness against the fire attribute, resulting in a staggering near 3,000 damage dealt every second. The health bar of the flesh spider visibly plummeted. It was not merely the flesh spider, the ground and surrounding trees were engulfed in flames. Boom. The fire nearly enveloped everything in its vicinity. Even the goblin general retreated with his troops, commanding the goblin archers to continue their relentless assault. Roar. Though the intense heat did not seem to inflict pain upon the flesh spider, it, being a creature of heavy malevolence and ice attribute, harbored a profound aversion to fire. It shot out silk threads, attempting to ensnare the twin fire demons. Yet, before the threads could reach their target, they were already reduced to ashes by the flames. Observing the futility of its attack, the flesh spider charged forward, braving the flames to protect the twin fire demons. Zheng Yu declared. At that moment, the goblin wizard at the rear raised his staff, which glowed with a green light. Suddenly, the flesh spider halted, its stitched head drooping as it succumbed to slumber. A sleep spell? Wu Zong recognized the magic. This was a level 5 mage skill, a commendable control ability that early-stage mages typically acquired as a supportive spell. It was surprising to see a goblin wield such magic. The duration of the slumber was brief, lasting only around 15 seconds. However, for the twin fire demons and the goblin general, this was ample time. Fire Cage. The wolf cavalry charged, confronting the 550,000 health of the flesh spider. The twin fire demons and the goblin general had already received Zheng Yu's orders to unleash their full might without holding back. They released their most potent skills. Beneath the flesh spider, a circle of flames emerged, deep crimson flames swirling within. Boom! A resounding roar echoed. The fire surged within the circle, completely engulfing the flesh spider. Fire Cage level 8. Inflicting 2645 damage per second, with 456 fire elemental attack power and a coefficient of 58. 3018. 2985. 2 damage figures appeared in an instant. The explosive damage from the twin fire demons was not particularly high. However, their sustained damage was terrifying, with double damage occurring at each interval. Coupled with the flesh spider's negligible magical resistance, the damage dealt by the twin fire demons was bewildering. Roar! The flesh spider awoke from its slumber, frantically retreating, seeking to escape the fiery prison. Yet at that moment, the goblin general had already entered the fray. As a summon of Zheng Yu, the flames of the twin fire demons could not harm the goblin general, making for an optimal combination. Howl! The charge of the giant wolf was unstoppable. It surged into the fire cage alongside the goblin general, delivering a crushing blow. 14,891. An astonishing nearly 150,000 damage erupted forth. Hiss! Those watching from behind, including Tao Qian, gasped in astonishment. What in the world is this? A single blow dealing 150,000 damage. Such damage is beyond comprehension. A single strike of 150,000. Utterly terrifying. If the opponent were to be replaced by a professional, who could withstand such a blow? Tao Qian and others murmured from afar. Not necessarily, Wu Zong reasoned. Abyss creatures are distinct from professionals. Typically, abyss creatures possess high health but low defense, while professionals wield an array of equipment and skills that make them difficult to eliminate in an instant. Hard to be eliminated in an instant? Pray tell, under equal levels. Who could endure 150,000 damage? Tao Qian retorted. Wu Zong conceded, indeed, none can. This is merely one skill. Let us not forget that behind the Goblin General lies a combat squad ready to inflict additional damage, along with a fire demon that continuously unleashes flames, dealing damage each second. Ku Ying interjected, by your reasoning, if Zheng Yu were to participate in a professional fighting competition, he would certainly emerge victorious, wouldn't he? When Ren Qingyu countered, not necessarily. The only requirement for participation is to be above level 25, and after the second job change, there are no level restrictions. Wu Zong's analysis held merit. While Zheng Yu's damage output is indeed formidable, it may not translate to the same level of damage against professionals. Firstly, there is the matter of attribute advantages. Secondly, defensive capabilities come into play. Most crucially, professionals differ from abyss creatures. They will not merely stand by and absorb damage. Given the constraints of level discrepancies, equipment advantages, and professional strengths, I do not believe Zheng Yu could continue to dominate as he does now. Certainly, he would achieve commendable results, but not ascend to the pinnacle. I contend that the advantages of a summoner lie within the abyss, and in a fighting competition, they would encounter significant disadvantages. After all, as long as one ignores the summoned beasts and focuses solely on Zheng Yu, the problem resolves itself. Within the abyss creatures will only target summoned beasts that pose a threat to them. This explains why they can so easily observe from a distance. However, fighting competitions are entirely different. Professionals are not mere abyss creatures. Why bother with summoned beasts when they can simply eliminate the summoner? Furthermore, aside from warriors, no profession is flawless. How can one excel in both the abyss and in combat? When Ren Qingyu analyzed, this is precisely why she felt emboldened to express such opinions in Zheng Yu's absence, as he was currently near a spring, observing something. Chapter 23, Realm of Flames. No entry for the cold corpses. Zheng Yu was engaged in retrieving corpses. The Goblin General and the twin fire demons were locked in battle. Zheng Yu was tasked with extracting a female corpse to complete his mission. This task could not be entrusted to others, for only the professional who retrieves the female corpse can obtain the quest item necessary to access the unfrozen lake. Using a rope near the well, he fashioned a noose to lower into the depths. He located an unfrozen surface beneath the well, where a pale female head emerged from the water. Fear not, I shall guide you to your rightful place. Although he was mentally prepared, this was indeed his first experience with corpse retrieval, and he felt somewhat clumsy, harboring certain reservations. The battle ahead was nearing its conclusion, with the human skin spider, struck unconscious by the Goblin General within the fiery circle, gradually succumbing to the flames that consumed its health. Its life force was dwindling, approaching zero. The skin on his body was utterly marred, burned to a horrific state. Just as the Goblin General was poised to deliver the final blow to the human skin spider, a piercing sound abruptly interrupted his attack. This sound resembled the anguished screams of thousands. Blood began to seep from within the body of the human skin spider, and gray phantoms emerged around them. A chilling aura enveloped the air, causing Zheng Yu to shudder involuntarily, completely disregarding the fiery halo of the twin fire spirits. He turned his gaze towards the human skin spider, realizing that the coldness was not merely a drop in temperature, but a chilling aura of resentment. The screams persisted, and blood poured from the Goblin General's eyes and ears as damage numbers appeared above his head. 1,259, 1,141. Two substantial amounts of damage emerged, startling Zheng Yu into urging the Goblin General to retreat. Such damage was alarmingly high, considering that the level 8 Goblin General had a maximum health of merely 9,900. Hearing those screams alone had cost over 2,000 in health. Fortunately, the range of this resentment was limited, sparing Zheng Yu from injury, as well as the twin fire spirits positioned several meters away from the human skin spider. Subsequently, the resentment flowed into the body of the human skin spider. Crack, crack, crack. The human skin spider's form suddenly expanded, and its health surged back by 2/3. It had triggered the brutality mechanism, a capability typically reserved for bosses when their health nears depletion, now manifested in an elite monster. The human skin spider, infused with resentment, exuded a forbidding aura, truly an entity to be avoided, for any proximity would result in grievous damage to one's health. This indeed resembled the essence of a nightmare abyss. Zheng Yu mused. He now understood why the strategy advised fleeing with the female corpse instead of attempting to slay the human skin spider. The brutalized creature could eliminate a player instantaneously. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu administered a healing potion worth 1,000 to the goblin general and finally managed to haul the female corpse up from the well. You have obtained the frozen Mad Mother, a notification chimed. This heralded the final phase of the Cold Street Abyss. All that remained was to transport the corpse deep into the forest, where they would likely encounter the true nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu speculated it was very likely a child, as the hint had been quite explicit. Yuge, should we leave? Tao Qian called out nervously from behind. Upon pulling the corpse from the well, the forest echoed with the roars of the cold corpses, signaling their collective approach. The cold corpses were mobilizing. Let's go, Zheng Yu declared. There was no time to linger. Cold corpses emerged from every corner of the forest, and remaining there would surely lead to entrapment. For their numbers were overwhelming, and even the goblin general could not guarantee their safety. Zheng Yu tossed the female corpse to the goblin general. Carry it. Don't lose it. Yes, the goblin general replied, accepting the burden of the corpse. Zheng Yu remarked, do not allow the human skin spider to approach the twin fire demon. Let the shield goblin take the brunt of the attack. The twin fire demon is the crucial source of our damage output. As long as we can withstand several waves of assault from the human skin spider, buying enough time for the twin fire demon, its substantial health will soon be incinerated. The human skin spider, at the nightmarish difficulty level, was extraordinarily swift, capable of evading the cold corpse, yet relentless in its pursuit of the human skin spider. The only solution was to eliminate it immediately. Following the command, a shield goblin from the combat squad stood resolutely, shield in hand, confronting the human skin spider. The damage numbers appeared above the goblin's head: 658, 699, 644. Upon witnessing the inflicted damage, Zheng Yu exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the shield goblin possessed commendable defense. The corrosive wrath inflicted over 1,000 damage on the goblin general, yet only a little over 600 on the shield goblin. Unfazed by the threat of death, the shield goblin stood defiantly before the human skin spider. Roaring, the human skin spider radiated an aura of unparalleled ferocity, attacking indiscriminately, targeting any living creature within its sight. It lunged at the shield goblin. A flurry of bites ensued. 5,489. The shield goblin was torn to shreds in an instant. Damn! Not only Tao Qian and the others gasped, but Zheng Yu also exclaimed. Had this been a professional, they would have perished instantly. The shield goblin, being a summon of a summon, could be repeatedly conjured, so its demise was not a matter of concern. However, the sheer power displayed by the human skin spider was indeed alarming. No wonder no one had ever cleared the nightmare-level abyss, a creature capable of instant annihilation, and merely an elite monster at that. Who could possibly prevail? Tao Qian shouted in dismay as he witnessed the second shield goblin meet a similar fate. Stop shouting and run, Zheng Yu urged, leading the retreat. There was no choice. The cold corpses were overwhelming in number, swarming in a manner reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic siege. The goblin combat squad was tasked with confronting the most formidable human skin spider. And even if they had the time, they could not hope to fend off such a multitude of cold corpses. Fire demon, we must strike swiftly and escape, Zheng Yu implored. As they retreated, the twin fire demon and the goblin general hurled fireballs and arrows at the human skin spider. The twin fire demon seethed with rage, having anticipated the moment to unleash its power, only to encounter such formidable resistance. Flames ignited as two fireballs hurtled toward the human skin spider, exploding upon impact. 3,548. 3,666. Continue. At this moment, only the twin fire demon could deliver significant damage. The third shield goblin was also torn apart by the human skin spider. However, casting spells required energy, and the prolonged use of the flame aura diminished its potency. Just then, the goblin wizard inserted a finger into its chest, retrieving a bone and placing it atop the notched staff. An obscure incantation resonated through the air. A radiant violet light enveloped the twin fire demon. In an instant, the twin fire demon regained its full vigor, flames roaring back to life. Boom. The flames manifested a terrifying purple hue. All the cold corpses that approached the twin fire demon were reduced to ashes. In this fiery domain, the cold corpses must not enter. Chapter 24. The Human Skin Skeleton Trilogy. The twin fire demon received a life sacrifice from the goblin wizard, enhancing its overall power, size, damage, and health. The duration of this enhancement is 1 minute. The goblin wizard cast his spells twice. The first was a slumber spell that halted the advance of the human skin spider, and the second was the current life sacrifice to bolster the twin fire demon's strength. As the twin fire demon grew larger, its flames transformed from a vibrant red to a deep violet. Any cold corpse that ventured into the fiery aura would be incinerated within moments. Level 5 cold corpses with low health were instantly turned to ash upon entering the fire's embrace, while higher-level cold corpses, around level 10, could endure no more than 5 seconds. Eliminated Elite Cold Corpse, 10, earned 921 experience points. Eliminated Elite Cold Corpse, 6, earned 321 experience points. Eliminated Elite Cold Corpse, 5, earned 129 experience points. Eliminated Elite Cold Corpse, 7, earned 503 experience points. A cascade of experience points flooded in, causing the experience bar to surge dramatically. In just 1 minute, nearly 3,000 points were gained, leaving only a hair's breadth before leveling up to level 9. As the cold corpses fell one after another, the experience continued to rise, tempting Zheng Yu to remain in this spot and harvest experience to his heart's content. Yet, he understood that only with the goblin wizard's sacrificial enhancement could the twin fire demon achieve such prowess. Once the wizard's boon faded, the twin fire demon would quickly deplete its energy. Faced with the relentless emergence of cold corpses from the forest, Zheng Yu knew that the twin fire demon, empowered for just a minute, could not withstand the onslaught alone. Eliminate the human skin spider, then we retreat, Zheng Yu instructed the twin fire demon. The human skin spider was their primary target. The human skin spider, closest to the twin fire demon, suffered a barrage of fire spells. Though the twin fire demon was at its energy limit and unable to unleash its skills, the goblin wizard's life sacrifice restored its vitality completely. An array of spells was unleashed upon the human skin spider: double fireball, double fire cage, and double fire damage. Boom. The human skin spider was engulfed in violet flames, emitting thick black smoke and a pungent aroma reminiscent of charred rubber. Eliminated Elite Human Skin Spider, 15, earned 2,691 experience points. Congratulations. Acquired Armor, Top, Human Skin Spider Armor, Gold Grade 10. Congratulations. Acquired Armor, Head, Human Skin Spider Hat, Gold Grade 10. Congratulations. Acquired Armor, Pants, Human Skin Spider Trousers, Gold Grade 10. Level, 89, 6,800. Experience needed for upgrade, 5,298 points. Health, 11001410. 450 equipment attribute. Mana, 330,340. 150 equipment attribute. Intelligence, 95,105. 35 equipment attribute. Strength, 2,022. 2 equipment attribute. Agility, 1617. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Quite impressive. Zheng Yu gazed at the 3 pieces of golden grade equipment, filled with joy. At level 10, golden grade equipment is considered the pinnacle of gear. Each piece, regardless of the profession, commands a price around 1 million. The inflated prices are one factor, partly due to merchant speculation. But the more significant reason lies in the fact that level 10 golden grade equipment can be utilized until level 20. Only by safely navigating the 10 to 20 level phase can one truly thrive as a professional. Most affluent professionals are willing to pay such a price. Zheng Yu turned his attention to the 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. Armor, Chest Human Skin Spider Armor, required level, 10, required profession, any, grade, golden attributes, health 4,000. Physical defense 15, magic defense 15, equipment effect. When attacked, the Human Skin Spider Armor will absorb 10 damage. Set effect, Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, chest, hat, pants, a boost of 4,000 health. Zheng Yu was momentarily taken aback. This single piece of equipment increased his health more than double his current total. Alas, the health provided by equipment cannot be converted into talent. Otherwise, he could elevate his twin flame demon to the 4th tier. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong, inquiring, "What is your current health?" Tao Qian replied, 4290. Wu Zong elaborated, "I just leveled up to 6. My current health is 5,490. Why are you over 1,000 higher than me? Tao Qian was astonished. Wu Zong explained, my highest potential lies in physique. With a high physique potential, the health growth ceiling significantly increases. The monk class is renowned for its substantial health, second only to the paladin. Zheng Yu estimated that when they reach level 10, they would likely possess around 8 to 9,000 health. Making an increase of 4,000 health from a golden grade piece of equipment seem less outrageous. Equipment serves as the most crucial source of combat strength for professionals. Additionally, it grants 15 to both physical and magical resistance, and even absorbs an extra 10 damage. Its attributes are decidedly impressive. Set effect. Zheng Yu noted the final entry for the equipment. It turned out to be a set. Not only that, but he had obtained all 3 pieces at once. This human skin spider equipment certainly holds great value. Armor, hat, human skin spider hat, required level, 10, required profession, any, grade, golden attributes, health 1500, energy 10. Energy recovery speed 10. Equipment effect. The wearer or the wearer's summoned creature will replenish energy once when energy is too low, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Set effect. Human skin spider 3-piece set, top, hat, pants, a hat that enhances vitality, crafted entirely from black, velvety spider skin. Zheng Yu previously worried that the human skin spider set was made from grotesque human heads. Fortunately, it does not appear as repulsive as he feared. Zheng Yu does not harbor a dislike for spiders. Rather, it is the notion of spiders made from human skin that disturbs him. Armor, pants, human skin spider pants wearing level, 10 wearing requirement. Any profession grade. Gold attributes, health 2000, movement speed 15. Agility 5 equipment effect. Reduces negative effects such as slow, binding, and sludge by 20, increases jump height by 30, and grants immunity to all slowing and binding effects originating from spider webs. Set effect. Human skin spider 3-piece set, top, hat, pants. The shoe effect is rather mundane, as it cannot be applied to summoned beasts. This is a challenge for summoners, as equipment effects, aside from intelligence, rarely benefit summoned creatures. After all, summoned beasts are, in a strict sense, considered skills. Enhancements in health and speed do not significantly augment skills. The neglect of summoners over the years is not without reason. It is not that no one wishes to vindicate them, but rather that the summoner class itself is inherently lacking. All 3 pieces of equipment are level 10, which Zheng Yu is currently unable to equip. However, he still perceives the combined set effects. Set effect. Human skin spider 3-piece set, top, hat, pants. Wearing the human skin spider armor, hat, and pants simultaneously activates the set attributes. Intelligence 50, Strength 50, Agility 5. Additionally, it activates the set effect of hatred. Hatred marks the last enemy that attacked you. Your next strike will inflict a hatred attack upon that target, dealing damage equivalent to critical hit damage, but without benefiting from critical bonuses. Hatred? Zheng Yu recalls this as a skill of the human skin spider. No wonder the human skin spider can instantly eliminate a 6,000 health shield goblin. It must be due to this hatred effect. The ability to deal critical damage, albeit not true critical hits, is nonetheless sufficient. This set effect enhances the goblin general's burst damage. Simultaneously, the flames on the twin fire demons shifted from purple to red. The life sacrifice effect of the goblin wizard dissipated. We must retreat. Zheng Yu promptly recalled the vitality weakened twin fire demons to the summoner space. The goblin shield soldiers covered the rear, while the goblin general and wolf cavalry forged ahead. Zheng Yu and his companions sprinted towards the unfrozen lake. Chapter 25. His son is Li Feng. All shield soldiers have perished. The 2 wolf cavalry, previously surrounded, did not escape. The goblin wizard has sacrificed his life. Only 5 archers and 5 death knights remain. Escaping the encirclement of the cold corpses, as they neared the unfrozen lake, the cold corpses ceased their pursuit, seemingly fearful of the lake. This provided Zheng Yu and his companions a moment to rest. Zheng Yu assessed the battle losses. The goblin general had lost half of his health, while the giant wolf sustained an injury to its right leg. The goblin combat squad suffered significant losses, fortunately. 5 death warriors remained, a trump card prepared by Zheng Yu to avoid perishing in the frozen lake. The twin fire fairies were exhausted and recuperating in the summoner's space. Zheng Yu surveyed his surroundings and noted that the chilling corpses had vanished, leaving behind the silent surface of the unfrozen lake, devoid of any signs of life. He decided to rest for a while, waiting for the twin fire fairies to regain their energy before heading to the lake. No one objected to Zheng Yu's plan. Upon his suggestion to rest, Tao Qian and the others began preparing chairs and food. In truth, they were not the only ones doing so. Other teams were similarly engaged. Abyss encounters could last several hours, and it was said that some could stretch beyond a month. Taking breaks to restore stamina, energy, and mend injuries was essential, unless one was being relentlessly pursued by an abyss. Zhang Yi retrieved a collection of potions from his inventory, tossing a piece of fine pork to the giant wolf, which devoured it in a few bites. The visible wound on its leg began to heal. Zhang Yu selected various restorative potions, replenishing the goblin general's health by nearly 4,000 points, filling it to capacity. The twin fire fairies remained in the summoner's space, as it was the most efficient location for summoned beasts to recover. Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted, Tao Qian lamented from inside the tent they had set up. Zhang Yu chuckled. What are you complaining about? You didn't even fight. Tao Qian replied with a grin. It's just that lying down for so long makes it a bit uncomfortable to suddenly get up and run. Facing Tao Qian's antics, Zhang Yu let out a light laugh. Wu Zong, while preparing food, remarked, I can now truly appreciate the difficulty of nightmare-level abysses. Just the number of chilling corpses we faced would be insurmountable for ordinary professionals. Ku Ying, slicing fruit, added, I believe the most challenging aspect isn't the chilling corpses. Those brave enough to enter a nightmare-level abyss are elite professionals and should have a way to escape. The real threat is that human skin spider. Its speed, high damage, and brutal state can instantly eliminate anyone. No wonder, despite many years, no professional from Jiangshui City has succeeded in clearing it. Zheng Yu then inquired, by the way, have previous elite professionals attempted to enter nightmare-level abysses? The rewards from nightmare-level abysses were exceedingly generous. It could be said that clearing a nightmare-level abyss at each stage would lay a solid foundation for upgrading to the next phase, as these abysses guaranteed the finest equipment of that stage. The pinnacle equipment for Stage 10 was a Platinum Warrior weapon, which was obtained from nightmare-level abysses in other cities. It was rumored that this Platinum weapon, after a warrior reaches level 25 and undergoes their class change, could fetch an auction price soaring to 20 million. A 10-level weapon priced in the millions was already outrageous, but even more astonishing was that this weapon, after changing hands several times, had been inflated to a staggering 40 million, now regarded as the strongest weapon for level 10 warriors. The title, in other words, with this weapon, even the most inept warriors can effortlessly ascend to the third stage of their profession. This is precisely why Zhang Yu is determined to conquer the nightmarish dungeon. Although the state promises resources and subsidies, claiming they're unlimited, this is not entirely true. It merely ensures that one does not lack resources. But not every resource is accessible. For instance, obtaining the most powerful level 10 warrior weapon relies on individual capability. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the nightmarish abyss is exceedingly high. Non-classed gifted individuals find it challenging to succeed, and even classed professionals must be paired with the most suitable teammates to have a chance. Thus, the skepticism from the outside world regarding Zhang Yu is somewhat justified. Those who followed Zhang Yu into the nightmarish abyss, like Tao Qian, were indeed quite bold and tenacious. Tao Qian speculated that no class professional had attempted such a feat before. When we previously entered the nightmarish abyss, there were public announcements, and I could not find any records of class professionals venturing into the nightmarish abyss in previous years. When Ren Qingyu, however, looked at Zhang Yu with great interest and said, then you must ask our ostentatious captain. Announcements do come at a cost. Tao Qian turned to Zhang Yu, seeking an explanation. Zhang Yu shrugged and replied, if I don't make an announcement, who would know I entered the nightmarish abyss? They might think I am afraid to team up with Li Feng. Of course, I had to announce it. Tao Qian's lips twitched. I thought announcements were passive. It turns out they are an active skill? How much did it cost? Ku Ying asked curiously. It was directly pushed to their faces, a total of 50,000. Ku Ying exclaimed, 50,000 just for an announcement? That seems rather extravagant. However, Zheng Yu deemed it worth every penny. Why should I be low-key? I am this strong. Not being a bit ostentatious would be a waste of my talent, Zheng Yu said half-jokingly. Yet, Tao Qian and Ren Qingyu felt that Zheng Yu's words lacked sincerity. Ren Qingyu recalled something and inquired. Earlier, you mentioned you didn't have a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking. After all, the subsidies for classed gifted individuals at the very least include a life-saving resurrection item. So, the resource department of Jiangshui City hasn't provided you with resources? Zheng Yu glanced at Ren Qingyu, acknowledging her knowledge. Ren Qingyu shrugged. Before my family fell from grace, the Wen family was considered a first-tier family. I still know about such matters. Zheng Yu chose not to comment. He did not inquire about Wen Qingyu's family or the reasons for its decline. Everyone has their secrets, just as they would not question why Zheng Yu's summoned beast is so powerful or why the goblin wolf cavalry transformed into goblin generals. To ask further would be impolite. When Wen Qingyu's speculation was correct, his subsidies had yet to be received. Zheng Yu's expenditure of 50,000 on the announcement stemmed from his frustration. Logically, as a class-gifted individual, the subsidies and resources should have been provided long ago. They should have been delivered before he entered the abyss. While others might experience delays, class talents are expected to receive prompt support. This is a matter of respect for class talents. Zheng Yu is well aware of the reasons for the delay in his provision. No one had reached out to him until he shattered the abyss record, prompting the mayor of Jiangshui City to finally remember him. What is this? It is evidently a case of preferential treatment. Li Feng, a practitioner of exceptional talent, managed to clear the ordinary abyss record so swiftly. This was due to the timely provision of resources, which he had been deprived of. Zheng Yu may not express his grievances, but that does not imply his ignorance or lack of indignation. He is capable of affording the announcement costs, and he intends to send a warning to those who have withheld resources from him. He harbors a grudge. I am a person who holds grudges and does not abide by silence. If something can be shared openly, there is no need to conceal it. Do you know? After we refreshed the historical record for the simple level abyss, the mayor contacted me directly. When Ren Qingyue inquired, did he call you directly? Zheng Yu chuckled softly and shook his head. No, he had my homeroom teacher notify me to reach out to him. When Ren Qingyue remarked, I completely understand. Jiangshui City's resources are scarce. Having allocated them to Li Feng, where would there be any left for a summoner? Thus, I am intrigued to know how the mayor would respond if I were to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Qingyue responded, I recall that the Minister of Resources in Jiangshui City has the surname Li. Zheng Yu, beaming with a smile, replied, I am aware. His son is Li Feng. Chapter 26. Are experts always correct? The mayor's vision should not be so limited, questioned Tao Qian with curiosity. To hold the position of mayor, one must be a practitioner of at least level 45. An official overseeing a region is not solely engaged in political management. They are also responsible for protection and the exercise of force. The level of a practitioner symbolizes everything. However, one must consider that the state provides resources to practitioners of exceptional talent not just once but continuously, and these subsequent resources are staggering. Furthermore, the mayor needs to achieve results. He too desires to advance. After level 40, each subsequent level becomes increasingly challenging. In recent years, Jiangshui City's performance has been lackluster. Although you possess exceptional talent, the summoner profession may have been manipulated by certain individuals, significantly increasing the likelihood that resources are already in Li Feng's possession. When Ren Qingyue rationally analyzed, Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. The mayor cannot simply seize my resources, but it is impossible for this matter to proceed without his acknowledgement. It is a matter of straightforward comparison. One is an exceptional talent but is relegated, while the other is an exceptional talent in a popular profession. With a father who is the Minister of Resources, Zheng Yu shrugged. Given this connection, the answer is self-evident. Tao Qian, perplexed, asked, Isn't the resource department under the mayor's authority? Why would the mayor need to curry favor with the Minister of Resources? When Ren Qingyue shook her head, First, you have misunderstood the relationship. The resource department operates independently. The mayor is separate from it. They do not have a hierarchical relationship, and in fact, the resource department holds greater significance, as you can imagine, given its role in managing resources. Additionally, the term curry favor is not applicable here. Firstly, the mayor requires results. From Zheng Yu's profession, although Li Feng's qualifications are inferior to his, he is undeniably a solid warrior profession, which emphasizes stability. Secondly, the relationship between the mayor and Li Nan is one of mutual dependence. Years ago, before my family fell into decline, I had heard of a person named Li Nan. You might understand his presence in Jiangshui City as a means of honing his skills before he returns shortly thereafter. Thus, it became clear. Upon receiving this explanation from one Ren Qingyue, Tao Qian comprehended the situation entirely. It was not that the mayor lacked vision. Rather, it was their own limited perspective. The individual in question possessed a clear understanding and conducted a precise analysis of the pros and cons, determining that it was not worth offending an obscure summoner devoid of connections or a promising future. Instead, it would be more prudent to allocate resources to the Minister of the Resource Department, who was sent from above, thereby fostering relationships and securing valuable connections. This would also yield a moderately talented warrior, though not exceptionally gifted, still reliable. Regardless of whether resources were granted to Zheng Yu, the rationale remained valid. Since the resources had not reached Zheng Yu, and he lacked the support of the Summoners Guild to address these matters, it could be said that the opposing party could assert whatever they wished. The homeroom teacher conveyed through the telephone that the mayor himself would personally present the rewards. Yet Zheng Yu was acutely aware that the mayor had merely recognized that this summoner was not as inept as initially presumed, but since the resources had already been allocated, a protocol needed to be followed to appease him, a mere formality, accompanied by some compensation. This semblance of fairness incited Zheng Yu's anger. Why should what rightfully belonged to him be forfeited to others? Thus, even if he had the time, he resolutely declined the mayor's invitation for a meeting. He bore a grudge. It was inevitable. Zheng Yu was not one to be magnanimous. Whether or not he needed the resources was inconsequential. But what belonged to him could not be handed over to others, even if he did not desire it. Such actions were not justifiable. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone call, taken aback. He refuses to meet me? The voice of the homeroom teacher on the other end was cautious. Zheng Yu mentioned he must enter the abyss, and time is of the essence. He said he would seek you out once he emerges. The teacher endeavored to phrase his words more diplomatically. Mayor Zhou chuckled lightly. This lad still holds a grudge. It's merely a matter of resources not being allocated to him. Very well, once he exits the abyss, I shall provide him with compensation. However, a long silence ensued on the other end. Finally, the teacher's voice, oddly inquisitive, broke the stillness. Mayor, may I inquire if you truly did not allocate any resources to Zheng Yu? His tone was no longer as deferential, resembling an interrogation. Mayor Zhou furrowed his brow. He recognized the firmness in the teacher's voice, sensing an impending confrontation. What gives you the right to question me? He thought, yet after a moment's reflection, he restrained himself, aware that the other party's mood might not be favorable. He patiently explained, Teacher Zhang, you are aware that resource allocation requires a rating and review process. After thorough evaluation by various experts in Jiangshui City, it was unanimously determined that Li Feng possesses greater potential. Although Zheng Yu is of talent level, his profession as a summoner places him in a less favorable position. Our city has lingered at the bottom of the rankings for years, and we cannot afford to squander resources on Zheng Yu. The availability of resources is indeed limited. I trust you will understand the government's position and our decision. Upon hearing the mayor's words, the homeroom teacher sighed softly. Are experts always correct? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone began to exhibit a hint of impatience. Comrade Zhang Qing, allow me to reiterate. This decision has been reached after careful evaluation, and the Provincial Resource Department has approved and issued it. Should you have any objections, I suggest you consult with the provincial authorities. Zhou Yun felt exasperated. Although he held the position of mayor, there were numerous matters beyond his control, particularly those related to political achievements. It was not that he was unwilling to allocate resources to Zheng Yu, endowed with exceptional talent. Rather, he was unable to do so. The state issued a total of 4 sets of talent resources. 1 for level 1, 1 for level 10, 1 for level 25, and 1 for level 40. Each reward was exceedingly generous. However, there were doubts as to whether Zheng Yu could even ascend to level 10. Who would receive the second allocation? Would it be akin to last year when he had to report that Jiangshui City's key cultivator had once again faltered? What future could a summoner possibly have if such resources were squandered? Conveniently, the son of the minister of the resource department in Jiangshui City was a level fighter, presenting an ideal solution. As for Zheng Yu, he was merely a summoner who would soon fade into obscurity. His decision to allocate resources to Li Feng would ultimately be lauded as the prudent choice. He was well aware that both Zheng Yu and his mentor would harbor grievances. Thus, his willingness as a mayor to personally call Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher and patiently elucidate the circumstances was, in his view, a significant concession. What more could they desire? Did they truly believe he owed them anything? He was not lying. After Zheng Yu's level talent as a summoner was reported, several other departments, including but not limited to the Ministry of Education, high school principals, and the Resource Department, sought his counsel. Numerous meetings were convened, and many plans were devised. Ultimately, the decision was made to report to the provincial department and create an exception, not to allocate resources to the level talent Zheng Yu, but rather to Li Feng with level talent. Noticing the silence on the other end of the line, Zhou Yun spoke earnestly. The provincial department has already consented. What more can I do? I can only assure you that Zheng Yu will receive some compensation, but the subsequent resources must indeed be transferred to Li Feng. You must understand my position, as well as that of the provincial authorities. with the increasing number of practitioners. The emergence of those with high talents is also on the rise. Zheng Yu's level talent is no longer considered rare. With that, he ended the call. Zhou Yun summoned his secretary and instructed, "Prepare a set of resources from our own stock. Do not touch the resource department's assets. We must make amends for Zheng Yu." He recognized his fault in this matter and intended to make reparations. However, the secretary interjected, "Mayor, I believe such preparations may not be necessary." "Pardon?" Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The secretary continued, "Teacher Zhang Qing likely did not inform you that Zheng Yu has entered a nightmare-level abyss." Zhou Yun was taken aback momentarily. Did he wish for death? The secretary did not respond, but proceeded, prior to entering the nightmare-level instance. He spent money to announce his entry, and all practitioners in the Cold Street Secret Realm Hall were aware that Zheng Yu had entered the nightmare abyss. Zhou Yun's expression became peculiar. This young man certainly had a fiery temperament. Was he intending to express his discontent through self-destruction? He did not believe that Zheng Yu possessed the capability to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. The Cold Street Abyss in Jiaxue City has a history spanning over a decade. Yet no one has ever traversed the nightmarish depths. It is particularly alarming that Zheng Yu is a summoner. At this moment, Zhou Yun realized the peculiar demeanor of teacher Zhang Cheng earlier. He had shifted from respectful to interrogative. The reason was clear. He had learned of Zheng Yu's venture into the nightmare-level abyss, a perilous undertaking from which survival seemed improbable. Zheng Yu, lacking financial resources, coming from a troubled family, and devoid of any preparation, was effectively stepping into the abyss with nothing. Was this not akin to courting death? However, Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled, perceiving no malice in this situation. "Prepare an obituary. Do you know how to compose one?" With years of experience as a secretary, he was well versed in the intricacies of such matters. He continued, "I shall write it with heartfelt sincerity, lamenting the loss of a gifted individual in Jiaxue City." Furthermore, he instructed to exaggerate Zheng Yu's financial expenditure on the public announcement, portraying him as arrogant due to his talent, ultimately leading to his demise. Additionally, he suggested highlighting the drawbacks of being a summoner, such as the inability to disengage from battle and the ineffectiveness of the Resurrection Cross. A mention of Li Feng's achievements was also to be included. Zhou Yun, shaking his head, remarked, "Do not mention Li Feng. Omit that." Understood. The secretary noted this precaution. Also, prepare the resources I previously requested and deliver them directly to Zheng Yu's mentor. I recall Zhang Cheng has a child in the first year of high school, correct? Let him handle those resources as he sees fit. Understood. Chapter 27. Digging Graves. In the Cold Street Abyss, Zheng Yu reclined on a chaise lounge, resting his eyes. As the abyss lacked internet connectivity, he could not browse forums and could only sip coffee to rejuvenate his body. After approximately 2 hours of rest, the twin fire spirits regained their vitality. Summoners can observe the status data of their summoned beasts. After a brief respite, the Goblin General's mental and physical condition reached 98. With his health fully restored, despite not retreating to the summoner's space for rest, this veteran goblin remained resilient, as endurance was his strength. His mental and physical states consistently remained in excellent condition. This seasoned warrior, accustomed to the chaos of battle and the fine line between life and death, maintained a vigilant and earnest demeanor, never allowing himself to truly relax, thus preventing him from achieving a perfect status value of 100. Conversely, the twin fire spirits quickly restored their status to a full 100 within Zheng Yu's summoner space. Their attributes included youthfulness, exuberance, and a combative nature. Youth was their asset, but their aggressive disposition led to rapid depletion of energy. They often lacked restraint in combat, resulting in moments where they could not unleash their skills due to exhaustion. Lacking endurance, yet possessing only sustained skills, Zheng Yu pondered a solution to enhance the twin fire spirits' combat longevity. Upon reaching level 10, summoners acquire exclusive cultivation skills, allowing them to train their summoned beasts by modifying their traits, cultivating attributes, and refining skills. Ultimately, one must attain a state suitable for battle. The process is excessively intricate, and the costs far outweigh the practical benefits derived from the summoned creature's combat abilities. Many summoners, after enduring the challenging novice phase and reaching level 10, ultimately choose to abandon the summoner profession. However, for Zheng Yu, regardless of the training undertaken, his combat prowess is ultimately dictated by innate talent, thus he bears no concerns. At this moment, Tao Qian and the others swiftly packed away their camping gear, tents, bonfires, food, and hot water with remarkable efficiency. Zheng Yu felt a twinge of nostalgia. Where could he find such excellent companions? How splendid it would be if they shared the same level as he. After reaching level 10, he would not need to seek out new allies for dungeons. Although neither Tao Qian nor Wu Zong were particularly strong, Tao Qian, being Zheng Yu's close friend, was acutely aware of his thoughts and often acted on them before Zheng Yu even had to speak. Just as when Zheng Yu expressed his desire to compete for rankings, Tao Qian immediately began recruiting teammates without a moment's hesitation. Wu Zong's grilling skills had skyrocketed, especially his mastery of cooking kidneys, achieving the perfect doneness and seasoning them exquisitely. When Ren Qingjiu brewed tea with finesse, Ku Ying, clearly accustomed to hard work, was remarkably quick in tidying up. The key was, these two young women were not only beautiful, but also industrious and obedient. What more could one desire? Zheng Yu felt that it might be quite challenging to encounter such compliant and capable teammates in the future. Brother, you worry not. We are all level 6 now, and after clearing the nightmare level abyss, we will surely advance to level 7. Reaching level 10 is merely a matter of completing 1 or 2 straightforward dungeons. Tao Qian had already calculated. The level 2 abyss lies between levels 10 and 20. Even if one were to clear another nightmare level dungeon, surpassing level 20 would be impossible. There are still opportunities ahead, he chuckled. Moreover, it is said that after level 20, each level requires hundreds of thousands of experience points. And we shall have ample chances to cling to your coattails. Zheng Yu was reluctant to part with such resourceful companions. Yet, Tao Qian and the others were even more reluctant to lose Zheng Yu, their invaluable ally. Following Zheng Yu's method of grinding in the abyss, his level would rise swiftly, and in pursuit of the rankings, rest would be out of the question. They could not indefinitely rely on Zheng Yu's abyss runs, but they could seize every opportunity available. At the very least, during the level 2 abyss phase, they would still manage to cling on. Once everything was packed away, Zheng Yu summoned the restored twin fire spirits, with the goblin general positioned at the forefront. He glanced at the time. 6 hours had elapsed since they entered the nightmare level abyss. They were now at the final phase of the abyss. The difficulty level of the abyss would conclude upon reaching the human skin spider. If the spider could not be slain, the female corpse must be delivered to the center of the lake. From this point onward, they would enter a realm that no practitioner from Jianshui City had ever ventured. Zheng Yu tossed a training dummy to Tao Qian. You all wait here. Should anything seem amiss, you can withdraw from the abyss in time. Let us proceed. With that, he instructed a goblin assassin to carry the female corpse, while he and the goblin general mounted the giant wolf, advancing into the unfrozen lake. The unfrozen lake was quite shallow, reaching only to the midpoint of the giant wolf's legs. The surrounding temperature plummeted to a frigid -40 degrees. Yet the unfrozen lake continued to ripple, its depths crystal clear. At the heart of the lake lay a small grave mound, the identity of its occupant unknown. The mound, ensnared in the center of the lake, sat half-submerged, though its apex remained dry. Carrying the female corpse, I approached the grave without hindrance. There were no frozen corpses. No monstrous beings made of human skin, only an insufferable chill and palpable resentment. A sharp crack echoed from behind me, the sound of ice forming. The temperature plummeted. As Zheng Yu reached the grave mound, the unfrozen lake instantaneously froze over. A surging tide of resentment erupted from the grave site. Zheng Yu quickly retreated, stepping onto the frozen surface of the lake, while the goblin general, the twin fire spirits, and the goblin combat squad stood ready. It was evident that he had activated the final stage of the Frost Street Abyss, the nightmare level abyss, the ultimate monster. Are you here to dissuade me from sparing them? A cacophony of voices erupted around me, not the utterance of a single individual, but rather a chorus of hundreds of vengeful souls wailing in unison. Zheng Yu swiftly retreated, declaring, I have merely come to return what belongs here. He gestured for the goblin general to place the female corpse down, yet the drop in temperature persisted unabated. The resentment, the bitter cold, and the fury swirled ominously above the unfrozen lake. The twin fire spirits elevated the temperature of their flame aura to combat the cold. Return what belongs here. She ought to remain eternally in that deep well, never to see the light of day, just as she did to me. Do you wish to plead for her? The voice was piercing and filled with hatred. With a chilling sound, several frozen corpses emerged from the edges of the unfrozen lake. Zheng Yu's expression darkened. These corpses were level 15. Death Knights, intercept them. Goblin General, proceed to excavate the grave. A single level 15 human skin spider was already a formidable challenge. A horde of level 15 frozen corpses was insurmountable. The grave site had to be dealt with to ultimately conquer the nightmare level abyss. Chapter 28, The Source of the Curse. God of the Cold Prison. The Goblin General charged forth, racing to the grave with remarkable speed. The frozen corpses obstructed his advance. With a thunderous impact, the corpses attempted to shield themselves from the onslaught of the wolf cavalry. The level 15 frozen corpses were sent flying. With a staggering damage output of 18 for 151, the 9th level Goblin General, whose attack power was 656, combined with the wolf cavalry's attack coefficient of 27, dealt nearly 20,000 points of damage, reducing 2/3 of their health. The health of these frozen corpses was not particularly high. Zheng Yu retreated further, surveying the battle. This was characteristic of summoning-type combatants. Not only summoners, but also druids who summoned beasts and necromancers who called forth undead creatures employed such tactics. The further back he could remain, the better. Were it not for the requirement that combatants must enter the unfrozen lake to trigger the mechanism, he would have preferred to avoid it entirely. The twin fire spirits, Death Knights, and archers cleared a path for the Goblin General. The two fire spirits unleashed their flame aura and fireballs to inflict damage and diminish the health of the frozen corpses. The Goblin Archer harassed from the rear, supplementing damage. The Goblin Defenders used their bodies to shield the frozen corpse, buying precious time for the Goblin General. With a mighty leap, the Goblin General brought down his heavy hammer upon the grave mound. Stop hiding. The frozen corpses under your command cannot withstand my might. If you persist in hiding, I shall unearth your grave. With a thunderous crash, the Goblin General's hammer descended, only to be caught by a pale, delicate hand. At last, it emerged. Zheng Yu, eyes wide with disbelief, gazed upon that ghostly hand, its size akin to that of a child's arm, approximately 7 or 8 years old. The fingers were pallid, stained with blood and dirt beneath the nails, while the skin, like the other frozen corpses, was covered in a layer of frost. Moreover, its data materialized before Zheng Yu's eyes. Cursed Little Qi. Level 15. Rank Level 1 Curse. Cursed Origin. God of Frost. Prison Health 200,000. Attack Power 1. 500. Skills Absolute 0. Skills Bone Chilling Cold. Skills Lord of the Unfrozen Lake. Skills. A gasp escaped Zheng Yu's lips upon seeing the daunting health of 200,000. No wonder the nightmare-level abyss rarely saw successful completions. This sheer amount of health was sufficient to intimidate even the so-called genius practitioners. The term God of Frost Prison was not unfamiliar to Zheng Yu. It echoed the lore of the game. This sudden manifestation of a temple, abyss, and data-driven practitioners on Earth came with a grand narrative, one that stood in opposition to the divine. According to tales from other nightmare-level abyss dungeons, a singular truth emerged. The abyss was a byproduct of the god's appearance. Take, for instance, the child before him, known as Little Qi. Possessing the ability to freeze all and create frozen corpses, he was condemned to an existence confined within the casket of the unfrozen lake. The god's favor was not a blessing, but rather a curse. This was all the knowledge Zheng Yu had regarding the abyss. After all, even the highest level practitioner, Nan Mu Yun, had only reached level 71 and had yet to encounter the true abyss of the divine. A sharp, crystalline sound of freezing echoed, manifesting upon the Goblin General. As Little Qi crawled forth from the grave, the temperature plummeted once more, instantly freezing the nearest Goblin General. Effective Ice Crystal Pendant activated. Immunity to 1 instance of freezing. Effect and cooldown. Next activation in 1 minute. The Ice Crystal Pendant's effect took hold. Though merely a level 5 necklace, it proved remarkably effective in the Frost Street Abyss. It not only granted immunity to freezing once per minute, but also augmented ice resistance by 10 and reduced movement speed by 20. Without this necklace, the goblin would not have remained standing before Little Qi. With a thunderous roar, the Goblin General, having dispelled the freeze, wasted no time. Without waiting for Little Qi to fully emerge, he unleashed a barrage of heavy blows upon the outstretched hand. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The show of force was grand, yet it inflicted not a shred of damage. Zheng Yu frowned in contemplation. The absence of damage is quite commonplace, especially considering that the elite monsters in the Cold Street Abyss possess ice armor for protection. However, the issue lies in the expectation that damage values should still be manifested, even if they amount to 0. Step back. Zheng Yu immediately recalled something and urged the Goblin General to swiftly retreat from the only solid ground above the unfrozen lake. Alas, it was already too late. A piercing scream echoed from around the graveyard. The previously frozen, unfrozen lake shattered completely, reverting to its original rippling surface. Zheng Yu, standing atop the lake, plummeted directly into the water. Although the lake's depth reached only to his knees, the bone-chilling cold left his entire body numb, a penetrating chill coursing from his leg bones to his spine. Simultaneously, the Goblin General, along with his wolf, was sent flying. 4,187. The damage inflicted was over 4,000, nearly depleting half of the Goblin General's health. 1,000. 2,500. Zheng Yu swiftly administered health replenishments to the Goblin General. Previously, in the restaurant of the Chef of Cold Corpses, he had found numerous restorative items, which were now quite timely. The reason for the earlier lack of damage was due to Xiaoqi casting a skill. Biting Cold. It generates a damage output comprised of resentment and cold energy. During the charge-up phase, the caster is immune to any damage. This mechanism of invulnerability during charge-up is truly exasperating. Zheng Yu lamented, consuming a potion himself, the invisibility elixir provided by one Renkinjiu. A wave of Biting Cold struck the Goblin General, dealing 4,000 damage. If it had struck him directly, the damage would have overflowed, even with training dummies. Caution is paramount. Should anything go awry, the entire endeavor would be lost. In the distance, Tao Qian and the others looked on in astonishment at the damage dealt. What the hell? Tao Qian exclaimed. He had previously witnessed the Goblin General inflicting damage on cold corpses, but he had never seen the goblin endure such colossal damage. This was utterly ludicrous. A direct hit of 4,000. Kuing glanced at her health bar and murmured, "If it were me, I would have been instantly eliminated." It was no wonder that the nightmare-level abyss was so arduous to conquer. It seemed insurmountable. Wu Zong anxiously observed the Goblin General, who had been blasted away. And Zheng Yu, whose body was already coated in frost, can they truly prevail? A heavy silence ensued. Even Tao Qian, who typically held unwavering faith in Zheng Yu and supported him unconditionally, fell silent. They were anxious, yet powerless to act, left only to wait with bated breath. Hoping Zheng Yu possessed a hidden card to turn the tide. Zheng Yu undoubtedly had a trump card, but now was not the moment to reveal it. This was merely the first move against the cold street. Ah, the sound of agonizing cries persisted. At this moment, the boy named Xiaoqi, cursed by the god of the cold prison, had fully emerged from his grave, floating mid-air, surrounded by swirling cold energy. His resentment had materialized into visible black smoke. Encircling him, he appeared as a hollowed-out boy of 7 or 8 years. His face was marred by scars, while one arm bent at a sharp angle of 90 degrees, grotesquely pressed against his chest, which was entirely hollow, exposing severed sections of intestines and shredded flesh. Fortunately, due to the frigid temperatures, everything within was frozen solid, devoid of any sticky blood or viscera. The scene was hideous, terrifying, and gory, yet Zheng Yu felt a deep anguish. Undoubtedly, that grotesque cake made of entrails had been crafted from this child's remains. It was unimaginable the amount of suffering this child endured in life. At this moment, the twin fire demons had dispatched 2 level 15 frost corpses. They adjusted the temperature of their fiery aura and returned to Zheng Yu's side to dispel the cold that enveloped him. Zheng Yu was in a state of invisibility. Thus, only the Goblin General, the twin fire demons, and the surviving Goblin combat squad could be seen. Floating in the air, Xiaoqi stared blankly at the twin fire demons, clearly expressing his disdain for the flames. "You all shall perish." The voice echoed from all directions, hoarse, rending, belonging to men, women, and children. Xiaoqi commanded the souls haunting the cold street abyss to speak. He charged directly at the twin fire demons, feeling discomfort from the flames. He sensed that these twin fire demons posed the greatest threat. Block him. Zheng Yu quickly retreated, braving the cold to distance himself from the twin fire demons. Wary of being caught in the crossfire, the death warriors surged forward. A contemptuous expression emerged on Xiaoqi's scarred face as he flicked his right hand, unleashing a chill that swept like an ice dragon over the 5 death warriors. With a crash, they were instantly frozen. His skill, absolute 0. Observing the frozen death warriors, Xiaoqi's once pupilless eyes radiated sheer disdain. But the next moment he paused, for only 4 death warriors had been encased in ice. One had mysteriously appeared behind him. Get away. Before he could react, a deafening explosion erupted as this death warrior detonated right before him. The purple flames engulfed him. 5,874. Zheng Yu's first trump card, a death warrior capable of utilizing the assassin's blink skill and self-detonation. Chapter 29. Father? Mother? The self-detonation damage of the Goblin Death Warrior was considerable, inflicting around 5,000 points of damage. Yet, in the face of Xiaoqi's 200, 000 health points, it was merely a drop in the bucket. However, the significance of the explosion lay not in the damage itself, but in the toxic blood that erupted from the Death Warrior's body. Not only toxic, but also highly flammable. The Goblin Death Warriors, unafraid of death, possessed the ability to explode upon demise. Having long consumed poison and injected special blood that transformed their blood into a weapon of its own. With a splatter, blood sprayed on his Shao-Chi, emitting a hissing corrosive sound. 109, 125, 158. The damage steadily escalated, with 3 to 4 hits per second. This Death Warrior's demise bought precious time for the twin fire demons. The fiery cage was poised for action. Boom. The flames ignited the violet blood coursing through Shao-Chi, a substance inherently corrosive, which instantly erupted into a fierce blaze. Like maggots clinging to flesh, it tormented Shao-Chi's skin and body. The numbers flashed: 258, 269, 3,684, 2,284. The conflagration of the Death Warrior's toxic blood, combined with the damage from the flame cage and the searing effect of the flaming aura, resulted in a triad of harm, visibly depleting Han Jie's health. It must be noted that the damage inflicted by the twin flame demons is indeed doubled, nearly 10,000 health points per second. This revelation left Tao Qian utterly astounded. The nightmarish abyss was indeed formidable, yet Zheng Yu's prowess was astounding. Was this truly a summoner? This felt more like a battle between titans. Previously, Tao Qian had underestimated the twin flame demons, viewing them merely as beings tasked with roasting sausages. But their ferocity was unexpected. Yet, it still wasn't sufficient. Even though the twin flame demons held the upper hand, Zheng Yu had 4 Death Warriors at his disposal, ready to intercept Han Jie and afford the twin flame demons ample time to unleash their devastating output. Given enough time, the twin flame demons could incinerate anything in their path. However, when Rinxing Yu remained deeply troubled. With the brutal state activated, Han Jie had yet to unleash any skills. Should he enter this state, the Goblin Death Warriors would not withstand the onslaught. Concern was etched on the faces of Tao Qian and Wu Zong. Victory was imperative. All they could do was pray. Another piercing scream erupted. The voice, steeped in resentment, instantly froze the Death Warriors attempting to approach. Crack. The Death Warrior succumbed to the chilling air, frozen solid without the chance for self-detonation. Zheng Yu remarked, "Very well, so this is how we shall play." He initially contemplated dispatching another Death Warrior to obstruct Shao-Chi. The twin flame demons possessed tremendous output, yet they were equally fragile. A mere touch could spell their demise. Unexpectedly, the hollowed-out boy had preemptively predicted the Death Warrior's movements, even evolving a countermeasure. It seemed he could not be treated as just a mere game. Summoner's Frenzy. Zheng Yu unveiled his second trump card, the sole proactive skill in his arsenal as a summoner. Summoner's Frenzy infuriates all summoned creatures of the summoner, propelling them into a frenzied state that amplifies their overall might. The skill's description was refreshingly straightforward: no numbers, no coefficients, just a simple exposition. According to the not-so-academic tome, the degree of enhancement from Summoner's Frenzy correlates with the strength of the opponent. The stronger the enemy, the greater the amplification, albeit at the cost of a reduced duration, leading to a state of weakness post-frenzy. The duration of the frenzy is contingent upon the talent level of the summoned creatures. The higher the talent, the longer the persistence. This was a conclusion drawn from first-hand experience by the author of that very tome. Summoner's Frenzy, the summoner's ultimate skill. The summoner class may be perceived as weak, yet this ability was far from feeble. As the skill was unleashed, the flames enveloping the twin flame demons transformed into a brilliant purple hue. The elevated flames effectively doubled their destructive potential once more. A howl erupted as not only the twin fire demons succumbed to madness, but also the goblin general. The giant wolf, the death knights, and the goblin archers all fell into a frenzied state. Their gaze turned wild, their breath became erratic. The most dramatic transformation, however, was witnessed in the Death Knights. Initially exhibiting irrationality due to their unique classification, they now, in their frenzied state, completely lost their sanity, morphing into pure, unadulterated monsters. With a roar, the Death Knight unleashed a fearsome cry, its frenzied eyes fixated on Shao-Chi. A gaze brimming with primal desire that instilled a flicker of trepidation within him. This mere moment of hesitation afforded the summoned beast an opportunity to strike. All 4 Death Knights teleported before Shao-Chi. Boom. The first one self-destructed. Boom. The second followed suit. Boom. The third. Boom. The final one. In a series of 4 consecutive explosions, Shao-Chi's health plummeted by 30,000 points. But that was not the end. The goblin general swiftly charged in. The goblin lunged forward like a steel blade, piercing through Shao-Chi's heart. An exaggeratedly colossal damage number erupted. 32 for 189. It directly inflicted over 30,000 damage. Coupled with the relentless scorching from the twin fire demons and the subsequent assault from the goblin archers, Shao-Chi's health dwindled to just above 40,000. Splendid! Tao Qian exclaimed with excitement. After this onslaught, his health is dropping rapidly. If I didn't know he had 200,000 health, I would have thought it was merely a few thousand given this rate of loss. It's utterly insane. I never imagined summoners could possess such formidable skills. It's rather impressive. When Ren Qingyu remarked, "Are you certain it's the skill that's powerful and not Zhengyu himself?" Tao Qian countered. When Ren Qingyu nodded, asserting, "Both are formidable. I observed earlier that Zhengyu's goblin charge could inflict up to 18,000 damage in a single strike. Yet, after employing this summoning beast frenzy skill, the damage escalated nearly twofold. This is not a skill typical of a sub-level 10 practitioner. The potency of this skill is contingent upon the strength of the summoned beasts. The more formidable they are, the greater the amplification post-frenzy. For other summoners, it might be considered average, after all. Doubling a worthless entity merely results in 2 worthless entities. But for Zhengyu, Tao Qian interjected, 1 abnormality becomes 2. That boy has entered a savage state, Wu Zong interjected. Interrupting their conversation, an overwhelming chill enveloped them. The frozen lake rippled ominously. As Zhengyu's fervent assault reduced Shao-Chi's health to a mere quarter, the cursed Shao-Chi succumbed to a brutal state. His hidden skills now emerged. Skill, father? Skill, mother? I must inquire. Who exactly is prevailing in this nightmarish abyss? Wu Zong finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind for so long. If Zhengyu is this formidable and still finds it challenging to conquer the nightmarish abyss, can other practitioners truly prevail? The reason for his inquiry lay in the reappearance of the skin spider, a monstrosity that Zhengyu had exerted considerable effort to eliminate, looming ominously behind the boy, who appeared to have his insides hollowed out. He is the father. The female corpse, rescued by Zhengyu from the bottom of a well, slowly rose. She is the mother. The existence of parents should be a shield for their children against life's tempests. When I was alive, you forsook me. Now that I am gone, surely you ought to do something in my memory. For the first time, Shao-Chi revealed his true voice, a clear, childlike tone. Chapter 30, Utterly Hopeless. No levels. No health points. Upon the appearance of the human skin spider and the female corpse from the depths, Wu Zong discovered that the monsters referred to as parents by Han Street displayed no data whatsoever. Thus, he pondered, who truly prevails in this nightmare-level abyss? For he could discern no prospect of victory. Zhengyu's 5 death warriors had all self-destructed, and the frenzy state was nearing its end. They had only just provoked the opponent's brutal state. How could they possibly continue? At this moment, Wu Zong was already contemplating withdrawing from the abyss. Were it not for the goblin general holding the front line, he might have truly retreated. When Ren Qingyu fixed her gaze intently on the center of the lake, understanding that only Zhengyu possessed the strength to engage in this battle, they were of little assistance. Other cities that conquered the nightmare-level abyss had at least one exceptionally gifted individual, while the remaining members needed to be at least at a certain level to qualify for such an endeavor. Moreover, this did not guarantee absolute success. To be frank, Zhengyu had already proven himself quite formidable by reaching this point. When Ren Qingyu had largely lost hope for a successful completion, she had not anticipated the nightmare-level abyss in Han Street to be this powerful. A sense of melancholy hung over when Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and Wu Zong, for they had borrowed a considerable sum, betting on Zhengyu's ability to conquer the abyss. Money was not the gravest concern. They had already leveled up to 6 or 7 within a day, marking at least a beginning, and they could repay the debts gradually. The real tragedy lay in the nightmare-level abyss. Should they manage to conquer it, the rewards, a completion bonus, historical record rewards, first completion rewards, and special rewards for the nightmare level would suffice to sustain them until they reached at least level 20, allowing entry into the 3rd phase of the abyss. Alas, fantasy remains but a fantasy, while reality is often harsh. Given the current circumstances, they could see no turning point for Zhengyu. 2 monsters with undetectable levels, one already in a brutal state. Meanwhile, Zhengyu's twin fire demons were on the verge of exhaustion, and while the frenzied goblin warrior could still fight, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the 3 monsters. The goblin death warriors had all perished in self-detonation. The goblin wolf cavalry, previously tasked with covering the rear, had been encircled by the horde of corpses. The goblin wizard sacrificed his life to slay the human skin spider, leaving only the weakest goblin archer remaining. As the battle raged on, Zheng Yu had entirely lost his chance of victory. I must assist him, Tao Qian exclaimed, drawing forth his monk's staff and charging forward. You've lost your mind. Wu Zong grasped Tao Qian's arm, restraining him. What can you possibly accomplish now? Are you capable of slaying the human skin spider or stopping the female corpse from the depths? In any other level of the abyss, they might still be considered combatants at level 6. However, this is the nightmare level abyss. Not only can they not be of help, even if Li Feng were here, he would merely be a hindrance. I cannot simply stand by and watch Zheng Yu perish, Tao Qian exclaimed, filled with urgency. They could withdraw from the abyss now that the fighting had ceased, but Zheng Yu was unable to escape. As long as the relentless attacks continued, he remained trapped. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Qian resolved to rush in and assist Zheng Yu. You will only be courting death, Wu Zong cautioned. It matters not, Tao Qian replied, his gaze resolute as he brandished his monk's staff and turned to plunge into the unfrozen lake. Although he was acutely aware that he was no match for the cold corpse monsters, he pressed on. For no other reason than the fact that if Zheng Yu were to die, he would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Curse it. Insanity. Wu Zong muttered through clenched teeth. In the next instant, he noticed Kuning drawing a dagger, her expression serious. You don't mean to join in this folly as well, do you? He asked, bewildered. Ku Ying, her youthful face set with determination, nodded earnestly. For me, only by becoming a professional can I turn my fate around. Otherwise, it is akin to being dead. With that, she vanished into stealth, slowly submerging into the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could comprehend Tao Qian's desire to help Zheng Yu, as they had grown up as close brothers, sharing a deep bond. But what of Kuing? Don't look at me. I have no idea, when Ren Qingyu remarked, noticing Wu Zong's gaze. She gestured around them. You must be considering a retreat, right? You should do so promptly. At that moment, Wu Zong heard the rustling sounds around him. The horde of cold corpses had reappeared, resurrected by the human skin spiders. Damn it! Wu Zong felt torn. He had indeed enjoyed his time with Zheng Yu and the others. But it was only because Zhang Yu had facilitated his advancement. The situation had now changed. With the cold corpses emerging, he found no refuge. And Zheng Yu's goblin general was being overwhelmed by the human skin spiders and the women of the abyss. He saw no glimmer of hope for victory. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze to Wen Ren Qingyu and asked, Aren't you leaving? She unsheathed her dagger. My sisters are here. If I leave, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Wu Zong cast a complex look at Zheng Yu and Tao Qian. I wish to survive, he finally sighed. To go up now would be to court death. Please, tell Tao Qian that I am sorry. In the end, Wu Zong chose to withdraw. He felt he had already acted with sufficient recklessness by accompanying Zheng Yu and Tao Qian this far. To gamble was one thing, but to wager one's life was another. After all, he had witnessed their formidable strength. Any further gamble would be sheer folly. He aspired to become a professional and was indeed drawn by the allure of the rewards from the nightmare level abyss. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed money from his brother to enter. Yet the die had been cast, the outcome was predetermined, and hope was but a distant memory. I advise you, while you still can avoid the fray, to withdraw if possible. Preserve your life. There will be opportunities ahead. Wu Zong gazed longingly at Wen Ren Qingyu as he urged her. She showed no pretense of concealing her disdain. You should focus on your own affairs. Do not harbor any misplaced notions towards me. You lack the qualification. Moreover, I am under no obligation to convey any messages for you. Leave. Wu Zong. He has indeed taken a liking to Wen Ren Qingyu. However, it is a pity that beauties like Kuning and Wen Ren Qingyu will perish alongside Zheng Yu. Very well. Wu Zong shook his head and chose to forcefully exit the Abyss Dungeon. Forcefully exiting the Abyss Dungeon will result in a mandatory decrease of 2 levels and a subsequent negative impact of a 60 experience point reduction in the next Abyss encounter. If you understand the penalties for forceful exit from the Abyss, please click Confirm. You will exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. In comparison to life, what does this minor punishment amount to? Confirm exit. Exiting Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, 1098, Chapter 31, 4th Stage. Dual Flame Dragon Serpent. Team notification. Team member Wu Zong, monk, has exited the team. Due to the forced exit from the Abyss Dungeon, Wu Zong will incur a penalty. Zheng Yu glanced back and noticed that Wu Zong had transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. He then observed Tao Qian, clutching a monk's staff, shivering as he ran towards Zheng Yu from the frozen lake. Brother Yu, I come to assist you, he shouted while running. However, his legs, numbed by the cold, caused him to stumble and fall. As he attempted to rise, a footprint appeared on his back. Thud. He was pushed down again. Kuing. It was evident that the hidden assassin was Kuing. Before Tao Qian could rise once more, another footprint pressed down on his back. Damn. You two are too much, Tao Qian exclaimed. The assassin moved with incredible speed, capable of stealth and blinking, yet requiring a foothold, making the prone Tao Qian an ideal target. Zheng Yu gazed in astonishment at the two beautiful assassins. What? Did you not expect us to remain? Wen Renqing, you raised an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu chuckled. Indeed. Given the current circumstances, your chances of winning appear rather slim. Tao Qian was a truly good brother. However, when it came to Kuing and Wen Renqing, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. Wen Renqing pointed to the doll-faced Kuing beside her, stating, she said she trusts you. Zheng Yu glanced at Kuing. During their previous rest, he had learned in casual conversation that it was Ku Ying's decision to join his team. Although Wen Renqing had once hailed from a prominent family and was quite knowledgeable, she had always followed Ku Ying's lead in decision-making. Why? Zheng Yu inquired, gesturing toward the goblin general, now battered and down to half health. Just based on them? Ku Ying pursed her lips and replied, I am also taking a gamble. Betting that you have an ace up your sleeve. Zheng Yu laughed. A gamble requires at least a card to play. Without any cards, where is the gamble? Ku Ying was not so easily swayed by Zheng Yu's words. She stated plainly, because you are about to level up. Clever. Zheng Yu nodded. Neither Wu Zongs, who would rather endure the penalty of a forced exit than remain here, nor the worldly Wen Renqing had noticed that his experience bar was nearing level 10. Instead, it was this seemingly naive yet observant legal lowly who had discerned this detail. Indeed, this is Zheng Yu's ultimate trump card. A grand gift prepared for Han Jie Shaoqi. As the battle has progressed, the strength of Han Jie has exceeded his expectations, likely due to his solitary grind in dungeons, which has significantly increased the difficulty. According to his plan, the Summon Beast Berserk skill was originally reserved for the brutal stage. After all, relying on a sudden surge in strength at level 10 is a perilous gamble. However, he has no choice but to play this card now. It must be said that the Nightmare level Abyss has stripped him of all his hidden advantages. Level 10? Wen Renqing interjected with confusion. While level 10 does indeed enhance strength, it pales in comparison to the qualitative leap from the 25th level career evolution or the 50th level career awakening. Her concerns were justified. Level 10 merely signifies a minor enhancement. The true substantial improvements occur at the 25th and 50th levels. It depends on the individual, for me. Every elevation in level represents a significant advancement, Zheng Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the Twin Fire Demon has just slain another level 15 Cold Corpse. Kill Cold Corpse, 15. Gain 1681 experience points. Congratulations. Level up. Level, 910, 11,000. Distance to upgrade, 10,541 experience points remaining. Health, 14101750. 450 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 105,116. 35 equipment attributes. Remaining free attribute points, 20. Level up to level 10. Gain Summoner Basic Specialization Skills. Summon Beast Physical Conditioning. Summon Beast Skill Training. Summon Beast Attribute Cultivation. Having reached level 10, Zheng Yu surveyed the enhanced attributes with a nod of satisfaction. He temporarily set aside the 3 new specialization skills, as they would not provide him with immediate enhancement. The primary benefits lay in the health cap and free attribute points. Level 10 granted him 10 attribute points. Each point corresponds to 50 health points. Having 20 free attribute points translates to a remarkable 100 talent points. This means that if he sacrifices an additional 500 health points, he can directly elevate the Twin Fire Demon to a 4th-tier talent. This is Zheng Yu's reliance. A 3rd-tier Twin Fire Demon can already contend with Han Jie. If upgraded to the 4th tier, it would dramatically alter the current situation. Most importantly, Zheng Yu discovered that every time he raised the tier of a summoned beast, its state resets to peak condition. With a thunderous boom, the goblin general was hurled away by the human skin spider. The female corpse in the well pressed her hands firmly against the ground, summoning a massive ice spike from the unfrozen lake, which pierced the belly of the giant wolf. With a splatter of blood, it instantly froze into shards. A whimper echoed as the giant wolf succumbed to death. Only the goblin general remained to fight alone. Zheng Yu hesitated no longer. He swiftly allocated all remaining attribute points to health, then sacrificed 1,500 health points for 150 talent points. directing all of it towards the twin fire demon. The Goblin General requires 100 talent points to ascend from the 3rd to the 4th tier, while the twin fire elves need 150 points for the same elevation. However, the greater the required talent points, the more significant the enhancements upon leveling up. A radiant beam envelopes the twin fire elves. Summon Beast Twin Fire Elf, Tier 3, undergoes talent evolution into Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, Tier 4. Summon Beast Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, Level 10, increases with the summoner's level, Health 9,500, Attack Power 696, 116 Summoner's current intelligence with a coefficient of 60. Talent, Tier 4, requires an additional 850 talent points for upgrade. Skills, Flame Aura 10, can control the temperature within a 50-meter diameter, inflicting a searing 88 points of burn damage per second to all entities when maximized. 696 Fire Spirit attack power with a coefficient of 30. Skill, Flame Breath 10, exhales ultra-high temperature flames, dealing immense damage. The flame breath possesses formidable adhesion, making it difficult to extinguish, causing 4,872 696 Fire Spirit attack power with a coefficient of 70 points of fire damage per second. Skill, Twin Pact, Special Skill. No level, the Twin Fire Elves coexist symbiotically, able to unleash skills simultaneously, stacking damage and doubling fire attribute damage. Skill, Hellfire Serpent 10, prepares an area of Hellfire Serpents that automatically activates when enemies enter its vicinity. The area is engulfed in intense flames, inflicting 7,239 696 Fire Spirit attack power with a coefficient of 104 points of damage per second. And Conjuring 20, 10 Summoner level with a coefficient of 2 Fire Serpent avatars, each capable of causing 1,392 696 Spirit attack power with a coefficient of 20 points of explosive damage. Summon Beast Equipment, none. A sound, intermingled with the roar of dragons and the hiss of serpents, resonates across the unfrozen lake. The brilliance of evolution fades. A two-headed serpent, measuring over 5 meters in length, materializes before the crowd. Its body, adorned with deep crimson flames, connects two heads that resemble dragons yet are not, serpents yet are not. At the moment the twin flame dragon serpent appears, the pervasive chill of the cold street abyss dissipates entirely. Boom. Flames descend. The previously confident Shao Qi now wears a grim expression, eyeing the two-headed fire serpent with trepidation. Flames inherently counter ice. The third-tier twin fire elf had already overwhelmed him, forcing him into a berserk state. Now, the twin flame dragon serpent instills a palpable sense of mortal peril within Shao Qi. This time. Shao Qi emits a cry of despair. Flames counter ice. This is the absolute nemesis of the cold street abyss. Chapter 32. What right do you have to say sorry? Whoosh. Flames instantaneously envelop all present. Upon evolving to the 4th tier, the radius of the flame aura expands to a diameter of 50 meters. Although it cannot cover the entirety of the unfrozen lake, it is sufficiently vast. The flame's embrace elicits not only Shao Qi's screams but also compels the ice attribute entities, the Skin Spider and the Well Woman, to retreat, seeking to escape the searing blaze, thus granting the Goblin General a moment's respite. The silence of Tao Qian and others lingered, their gazes fixed upon the dual flame dragon serpent, rendered momentarily speechless. Even though Kuning had long suspected that Zhang Yu might possess a hidden card at level 10, she never anticipated that this card would be so overwhelming. Upon its emergence, the dual flame dragon serpent swiftly subdued the rampaging Han Jie. Regret was palpable among them. Observing the situation, Tao Qian relaxed, standing beside Zhang Yu with a sly smile. It's quite normal, really, he remarked, alluding to the already withdrawn Wu Zong. After all, there was no compelling reason for him to remain here, risking his life alongside Zhang Yu. Although Wu Zong had dedicated 3 years to preparing for his career and securing a place in the family lineage, borrowing heavily in the process, such sacrifices paled in comparison to the value of life, failing to justify his willingness to risk everything here. Leaving was understandable, and now he would bear the consequences. Regardless of the outcome, it was no longer his concern. I am merely curious about your reasons for staying, Zheng Yu inquired, turning his attention to Wen Rin Xingyu and Ku Ying. The gamble on my level 10 card is not sufficient to warrant your presence here. Noting the seriousness in Zheng Yu's tone, which indicated he was not merely fabricating excuses, Wen Rin Xingyu replied, I seek vengeance, and for that, strength is essential. Initially, I held little hope for retribution, but if I can conquer the nightmare level dungeon, there is a glimmer of hope. Ku Ying, on the other hand, was compelled to become a professional. Having committed a grave transgression within her family, she was now being hunted down. Without power, her fate would be little better than death. Their reasons were difficult to dispute, one for revenge, the other for survival, both in dire need of strength. Family hunting. Zheng Yu found this phrase intriguing. Primarily curious about whether a family would truly turn against their own kin, Kuing offered no explanation for the bounty on her head, but it was undoubtedly no trivial matter. In any case, both individuals possessed their own narratives. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian exchanged glances, aware that ordinary lies were far less burdensome. In the midst of their conversation, the dual-flame dragon serpent unleashed its most formidable skill, Hellfire Serpent. In an instant, the center of the frozen lake transformed into an inferno. Xiaoqi found himself engulfed in flames, akin to a descent into hell, with searing pain erupting all over his body. In a desperate moment, the female corpse from the well lunged at Xiaoqi, shielding him from the flames. Yet, even she could not withstand the fire's onslaught. Simultaneously, the sound of serpentine hisses filled the air as they relentlessly attacked the skin-wearing spider attempting to flee. As a father, this skin-wearing spider's first instinct in peril was to escape. Each Hellfire Serpent consisted of 30 serpents. With the duality effect, a total of 60 fiery serpents ensnared the skin-wearing spider, wrapping tightly around him. The sound of sizzling echoed throughout the center of the frozen lake. As the fervent flames raged on, the final battle unfolded, not with the intensity of a fierce clash, nor the balance of an equitable confrontation, but rather as a one-sided suppression by the dual-flame dragon serpent. A fourth-tier dual-flame dragon serpent, with double the fire attributes and the summoning creature's frenzy effect. Let the dual-flame dragon serpent enjoy an absolute advantage, at least in the abyss of Cold Streets, where it possesses an innate superiority. The flames continue to blaze, while the human skin spider rides incessantly. Yet, devoid of a health bar and vitality, it cannot perish, only enduring relentless agony. At the very center of the unfrozen lake, the true mother and child embrace amidst the inferno of the fire serpent, quietly awaiting death. No, it is the female corpse from the well that awaits her demise. With her own body, she suppresses the struggling Xiaoqi, who, burnt and carbonized, yearns to escape this hell of flames, but is tightly held by the corpse. Let me go? Let me go? Xiaoqi's visage contorts in anguish, desperately thrashing his body as he curses wildly. At this moment, his health has completely depleted, yet he remains on the brink of death. Zheng Yu refrains from allowing the dual flame dragon serpent and the goblin general to continue their assault, for this encounter has reached its conclusion. Do you wish to see me dead? Xiaoqi seethes, realizing he cannot break free from the corpse's grip. In his fury, he bites down on the shoulder of the corpse. A flicker of tenderness graces the pale face of the female corpse. Xiaoqi, let it all end. Do not suffer any longer. End? Why should it end? My torment was wrought by you. Now you speak of ending it? What rationale is there? I am sorry. In response to Xiaoqi's inquiries, the corpse can only utter a single apology, continuing to hold him tightly. The one who should feel remorse is the one who brought me into this world. The corpse falls silent. I am sorry. After an extended silence, she repeats these words. Xiaoqi's patience erodes under the corpse's grip. In a desperate bid to free himself, he seizes the corpse by the neck. His expression contorted with rage as he demands, "What use is your apology now? What was meant to happen has transpired. The torments I endured, you have never experienced. What right do you have to say you're sorry? When I was captured and tortured, what did you do? When they disemboweled me to make a cake? Where were you? Now you offer me an apology? You are unworthy." Xiaoqi yells, gripping the corpse's neck, questioning repeatedly. Yet, the corpse remains silent, for she has been dead for countless years. Both the well-dwelling corpse and the human skin spider are mere creations of Xiaoqi, conjured to satiate an unrelenting resentment. Everything is under Xiaoqi's control, even the act of being held by the corpse and that apology. After all, how could the cold corpse he created possibly bind him? As the flames extinguish, so too do the cold and the unfrozen lake vanish, giving way to a street steeped in oppressive atmosphere. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Wenren Qinjiu, and Kuning stand upon the street, observing the increasingly desolate Fortune Street and the throngs of individuals with faces etched in fury. They bypassed Zheng Yu and others, approaching a child of 7 or 8 years. Was it you? The tourists had vanished, business had collapsed, and my shop was financed through loans. Now, I've earned not a single penny, but instead lost a lifetime's savings. Spare me the pleasantries. The shaman proclaimed that by slaying him and offering his entrails for the celebration on Fortune Street, the street could return to its former glory. Seize him, a madman's child. His death would be of no consequence. Among this group, Zheng Yu recognized several familiar faces: the cook, the fishmonger, the butcher. And the speaking village head, the head of the human-faced spider, was none other than the village chief himself. Their visages were twisted, having seemingly abandoned all reason. Was this a recollection of Xiaoqi? Chapter 33. Let them return to their bodies and experience true hell. If I am not mistaken, this group must have long since lost their sanity, when Ren Qingyu remarked. It feels as though they have been brainwashed. Who is the shaman they speak of? Kuing inquired. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who knows? However, it is evident that all the malevolence stems from that shaman, or, rather, from the curse that Xiaoqi bears. As they spoke, the scene shifted to the cook's restaurant. Xiaoqi had already vanished in an instant. The corpse lay carelessly discarded nearby, accompanied by a red cake. A frenzy enveloped the crowd, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of their actions. As they joyfully gathered and placed the red cake at the entrance of Fortune Street, following the shaman's directions, they constructed an altar and personally renamed Fortune Street to Cold Street. It turned out they had made the changes themselves. Zheng Yu's eyelid twitched. He had assumed it was Xiaoqi who had altered it. The ritual was midway through. Each individual approached the cake, devout yet frenzied, each taking a piece of the blood-stained cake, murmuring, "Next year will surely be better. I am so devout. The divine will aid us." Hearing these whispers, Zheng Yu felt a sense of exasperation. What had transformed them in such a way was indeed the curse from the divine, yet they remained so pious. At that moment, a madwoman approached the altar. She frantically dashed toward the blood-red cake, unimpeded by anyone, perhaps out of guilt, but more so because the ritual had concluded. No one cared what the madwoman would do next. To everyone's surprise, the madwoman cautiously picked up a piece of cake that bore no bloodstains. Smiling, she asked the village head beside her, "Can I take this for Xiaoqi? It's his birthday today." Xiaoqi, well? Xiaoqi said he wanted to celebrate a proper birthday. I asked him what a proper birthday entailed, and he said having a birthday cake would suffice. So, may I have this? The village head stared expressionlessly at the madwoman until he realized she genuinely did not know that Xiaoqi was dead, at which point he slowly nodded. The madwoman looked around once more, inquiring of the village head, "Have you seen Xiaoqi?" "I haven't seen him all day. This child always runs off." The madwoman struggled to control the muscles of her face, her speech coming in fits, yet the affection in her gaze remained undiminished. The village head fixed his gaze upon the madwoman. "Perhaps they are playing by the well behind the street? If not, shall I accompany you to search for them?" The scene shifts once more. The deranged woman is thrust into the well by the village chief. Damn it. Finally, it has been resolved. The chief spat out foul words, cursing viciously. "Who would have thought that after I had my way with you, you would end up pregnant and then go hide in the mountains to give birth? What does it matter that you gave birth? In the end, you brought forth a cursed wretch that has harmed us all. You should never have given birth to Xiaoqi. You should not even be alive. Damn." The chief spat into the well and turned to leave. The ensuing events unfolded just as Zheng Yu had anticipated. A child cursed by the gods is not so easily extinguished. The discarded corpse of Xiaoqi, left in the kitchen, rises once more, freezing the entire cold street, transforming all its inhabitants into lifeless shells. He ensures that every villager who partook of the cake will suffer eternally. The madwoman is condemned to remain in the depths of the well, for he believes she deserves to stay there forever. For without her, he would not have been born, nor would he have endured such immense suffering. The cake is merely the conclusion of this tale. Devoid of a father, with a mother who is a lunatic, he has faced inhumane treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and resentment have shaped the current Xiaoqi. The scene returns. Xiaoqi's eyes flicker with loathing. He despises everything. But most of all, he loathes the woman before him who gave him life. The abyss of the cold street, nightmare level, has concluded. Automatic settlement will occur in 5 minutes, followed by exit from the instance. Is this how it ends? Tao Qian feels a sense of suffocation and anxiety. The tragic conclusion of history seems to have twisted further due to their presence. Is there something missing? It feels unsatisfying. When Renkinjia senses an absence, her mood growing irritable. They have vanquished the abyss and slain Xiaoqi. It should have been a cause for celebration, yet they remain unable to feel joy. Zheng Yu states, indeed, something is amiss. This is not the conclusion it should have. Zheng Yu retrieves the blood-colored cake from his backpack, finding a piece untainted by blood, and approaches the charred, vacant-eyed madwoman. He places the blood-colored cake between them. Quest item has been activated. A prompt appears instantly. The woman, who had seemed lifeless, suddenly opens her eyes. She beams a foolish smile at Zhengyu, expressing gratitude, then rummages in her pocket and pulls out a candle. She sticks it into the cake with all her might and sends it towards the charred figure before her. Xiaoqi, this is the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The madwoman's voice is exceedingly gentle. She strives to fulfill the role of a true mother. Yet her madness and cognitive deficiencies prevent her from grasping logical reasoning and reality. Nonetheless, she is genuinely attempting to be a good mother. A faint cracking sound emerges as the charred exterior of Xiaoqi slowly crumbles, revealing the face of a child beneath. So innocent, so adorable, so beautiful. The unscathed face, devoid of any loathing, and the hollow body. Xiaoqi stood in a daze, gazing at the deranged woman before him, his eyes reflecting an emotion he could not comprehend. Come, Xiaoqi, blow out the candles, the madwoman uttered in a fractured voice, her pronunciation awkward yet earnest. I have heard that on their birthdays, people blow out candles to make a wish. Mother hopes that Xiaoqi can lead a normal life. I wish that I am no longer Xiaoqi's mother, so he can be eternally happy, celebrating a proper birthday like other children each year. I wish for Xiaoqi to have a normal mother, not me. Xiaoqi would carry his backpack and go to school with his good friends, instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Little Xiaoqi, mother wishes not to be your mother, but how selfish I am, for I have never contemplated giving you up. For you are the only one I once possessed and loved. Xiaoqi, forgive me for selfishly bringing you into this world. You must make a wish. To leave this place for somewhere no one knows me. There, you will be very, very happy. Xiaoqi stared at his mother, finally realizing that in this world, the only one who loved him was the very person he despised the most. He recalled the woman who, in her own way, had crafted a flower crown to cheer him up when he was bullied. He remembered the one who always celebrated his birthday, stealing various foods from Fuyun Street to make his unremarkable birthday special. Suddenly, guilt washed over him, and he pondered whether he had indeed erred. Just then, Zhengyu spoke to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you are not in the wrong. There is no need for guilt. You are not to blame, nor is your mother. The true culprits are that witch, the villagers who heed her words, and the village chief who has usurped the madwoman. Zhengyu produced a blood-red cake. He had long since realized that when Xiaoqi fell into a state of despair, the cake's attributes had transformed. Cursed blood cake. After absorbing the resentment of Han Street for hundreds of years, the cake has birthed the original souls of Han Street. Feeding the cake to their bodies will resurrect them. Xiaoqi, Zhengyu said with a grin that was both eerie and liberating. He pushed the blood-red cake towards him, stating, initially, they consumed this cake and were forever trapped here. Now, let them eat it once more. The cold corpses are devoid of sensation, thought, remorse, and cannot feel pain. This will not suffice to alleviate your resentment. To seek revenge, one must be thorough. Here, Zhang Yu presented the fully transformed blood-red cake to Xiaoqi, his smile radiant as he added, let those demons, those wretched beings who once inflicted pain upon you, truly experience hell. Let them return to flesh and feel suffering anew. This, I believe, is the fitting conclusion. Chapter 34. A hellish feast belonging solely to Cold Street. In truth, the entire abyss of Cold Street was a creation of Xiaoqi himself. Whether it was the chef, the fish butcher, the meat shop owner, or the human skin spider, even the unfrozen lake was his invention. The only entity remaining in its original state was the corpse of the woman in the well, his deranged mother. To Zhengyu, the abyss of Cold Street presented two potential conclusions. One possibility was that Xiaoqi and his mad mother would perish together, achieving a total annihilation ending. However, Zhengyu found this outcome rather unsatisfactory. The alternative was to utilize the cursed organ cake to allow the souls wandering within the abyss to return to their cold, lifeless forms, granting Xiaoqi a swift vengeance. This, Zhengyu deemed, was the most gratifying conclusion. His nature was one of retribution, regardless of the eventual rewards. He felt it was a worthy pursuit. Congratulations. You have achieved the unique accomplishment of the Living King of Hell in the abyss of Cold Street. Living King of Hell, Achievement Badge. You have resurrected the tormented souls trapped in the abyss of Cold Street, allowing them to once again experience the agony of vengeance from their foes. Even Yama would commend you, stating that this is the true King of Hell. Achievement-based attributes, Intelligence 1, Strength 1. Achievement special attributes, damage received from cold corpses is 50, damage dealt to cold corpses is 100. Upon presenting the organ cake to Xiaoqi, a special achievement was activated. The attributes were quite favorable, surprisingly yielding a percentage-based enhancement. Although it was only one, in the later stages, it would prove to be a significant boon, for once activated, The achievement did not require actual wearing of the badge to confer its benefits. Many professionals, upon reaching a level cap, would choose to complete various achievements to gain badge attributes and enhance their strength. Such individuals were known as achievement hunters, and a profession had emerged dedicated to guiding others in the completion of achievements, reportedly yielding considerable profits. As for the special attributes of the achievement, Zhang Yu believed they would be of use, especially since it specifically referred to cold corpses, not merely the abyss of Cold Street. Cold corpses were a creation of Shao Qi, yet they were forged through the cursed powers of the god of Cold Prison. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that he might encounter this deity in the future, and should that happen, he would possess an advantage due to this achievement. The abyss has concluded. Exiting the abyss 109, the system's voice resonated. Tao Qian, Wen Rin Qingyu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They observed the embrace between Shao Qi and the madwoman, the human skin spider convulsing on the ground, and the chaotic scene of cold corpses littering the lake. Tao Qian proudly declared, "Zhang Yu and I are truly formidable." As the countdown reached its end, Zhang Yu and his companions were sequentially teleported out of the abyss of Cold Street. As the four departed, the various cold corpses lying within the unfrozen lake suddenly began to convulse, their previously lifeless eyes now flickering with a hint of vitality. The chef, the fish butcher, the meat shop owner, and the human skin spider, all the cold corpses rose once more. This time, they were no longer cold or numb, but rather filled with terror. Shao Qi helped the madwoman to her feet and cheerfully said to her, "Mother, let us celebrate a proper birthday this time." The madwoman inquired, "What constitutes a proper birthday?" A cruel smile curled at the corners of Shao Qi's mouth as he replied with a cold yet intrigued tone, "A true birthday must witness blood and entrails. Come, let us host a banquet, a hellish feast exclusively for the Cold Street." Meanwhile, within the depths of the Cold Street Abyss Hall, a throng surrounded a newly emerged team. Incredible! Is Li Feng truly a prodigy? Not only has he shattered the ordinary level record of the Cold Street Abyss, but he has also eclipsed the long-standing challenging level record. It is indeed remarkable. I recall that record was set 3 years ago by a prodigious professional accompanied by 4 other gifted individuals. Wasn't he it? Yes. It was once deemed an insurmountable record, now broken by Li Feng. Amidst the crowd celebrating Li Feng's triumphant conquest of the challenging level Cold Street Abyss, Wu Zong sat quietly in a corner, observing Li Feng's proud demeanor with a calm heart. Li Feng is Li Feng. I am merely myself. Li Feng's ability to break records is commendable, and I am grateful for my choices, as they have at least preserved my life. Though my financial investments may be in vain, I now possess a level 6 status, allowing me to easily find companions for simpler abyss challenges. What a pity. Someone remarked from behind Li Feng. Startled, Li Feng turned to see unfamiliar professionals engaged in conversation, seemingly discussing Zhang Yu. I don't find it regrettable. Zhang Yu brought this upon himself by insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. Had he accepted Li Feng's invitation to form a team, he would have secured a reward. It appears Zhang Yu's arrogance has led him astray. "Ah, you know nothing," one interjected. "Oh, but I possess knowledge unbeknownst to you." The relationship between Zhang Yu and Li Feng is far more intricate than it appears. Is there a twist in this tale? Care to hear? Foster father. The speaker was evidently taken aback that someone would lower themselves for mere gossip. Without hesitation, he continued, "Why do you think Zhang Yu declined Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance?" The interlocutor shook his head. "That is a shallow understanding. It is because Li Feng appropriated resources that rightfully belonged to Zhang Yu." "What resources?" "The level 6 talent subsidy." "Do you have any idea of the treasures contained within a level 6 talent subsidy? Let us not even mention the 5 million resurrection cross. We're talking about golden level weapons, golden level armor, and golden level jewelry. Wait, a complete set of golden level gear? Indeed. And that doesn't even encompass the money and potions included in the subsidy, all of which were granted to Li Feng. However, shouldn't the level 6 subsidy be awarded to Zhang Yu? That's precisely my point. Zhang Yu not only received nothing, but was also invited to join a team in front of everyone. If you were Zhang Yu, would you accept? Certainly not. That would be an affront. You are underestimating the matter. It is not merely an insult. As a level 6 talent, having your resources seized, would you be willing to tolerate that? Certainly not. What would you do then? Report it. If the city ignores it, then report it to the province. If the province neglects it, escalate it to the central government. The subsidy is not singular. What has been taken away is my future. Indeed, you think this way. And so does Zhang Yu. Li Feng fears Zhang Yu's actions, as they could impact his father's career. Is it not true? As long as Zhang Yu vanishes into the abyss unnoticed, there will be no problem. Inviting Zhang Yu under the guise of goodwill? It is, in fact, a trap. My goodness, there are so many intricacies involved. But how do you know all this? When questioned, the individual revealed a peculiar smile and said, "Because I am Li Feng's brother." Chapter 35, Clearing the Level. Nightmare Level Abyss Rewards. The one who claimed to be Li Feng's brother vanished after uttering those words. Wu Zong listened to the entire exchange. While he felt a tinge of regret, he also noticed many discussing Li Feng's appropriation of Zhang Yu's resources. No wonder Zhang Yu sought entry into the nightmare level abyss to voice his grievances. To my mind, it seems rather foolish. Even without subsidies, he possesses exceptional talent. Isn't it better to be alive? Not so fast. The man is still alive. Why do you presume Zhang Yu is doomed? Look over there. Isn't that the monk who entered with Zhang Yu? What is he doing here? He must have exited early, facing penalties for withdrawal. If he can be here, how could Zhang Yu possibly survive? What if? There are no what ifs. The notion of Zhang Yu clearing the level is far-fetched. Even if he survives, I would stand on my head in front of a fan on high speed. Nevertheless, to be candid, were I in Zhang Yu's position, I would not recklessly enter the nightmare level abyss. Such a temper. What options are there? Haven't you heard? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, who is not only the Minister of Resources, but also the son of Li Chenggong from the Central District. Quite the formidable background. Li Chenggong, the level 65 flame warrior? Yes, indeed. I had no idea Li Feng had such connections. Thus, Zhang Yu's loss extends beyond mere resources. It encompasses future prospects as well. Otherwise, why do you think Li Feng came to Jianshui City? Merely to seize resources? That seems too blatant. It is likely a coincidence that Li Feng failed to awaken at his level and serendipitously found a level-less Zhang Yu, a mere summoner with no potential. One could only say it is Zhang Yu's misfortune. Alas, the murmurs of the crowd reached not only Wu Zong's ears, but also Li Feng's. Brother Feng, should we teach them a lesson for their idle gossip? Inquired a youth with a buzz cut beside Li Feng. Li Feng merely shook his head, unconcerned about the rumors. After all, he would not remain in Jianshui City for long. Once he departed, the whispers would dissipate. The appropriation of Zhang Yu's resources was his suggestion. Initially, his father, Li Nan, had resisted. However, with his mother's assistance and her family's threats, his father broached the matter with Mayor Zhou Yun, and to his surprise, the plan succeeded. Not only did he successfully acquire the resources, but he also obtained the provincial approval, transforming this endeavor from a desperate scramble into a justifiable acquisition. This was largely due to Zhang Yu being a summoner, which rendered the entire process effortless. At this moment, Li Feng noticed Wu Zong seated in a corner, coincidentally. Wu Zong was also observing him. With a smile, Li Feng approached Wu Zong. Wu Zong, in a disgruntled tone, remarked, "Why are you seeking me out when the man is dead? To humiliate me for betraying the team?" Although he disapproved of Zhang Yu's methods, he equally looked down upon Li Feng's act of seizing others' resources. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I lack the authority to insult you. After all, I too lack the courage to enter the nightmare level abyss. I merely came to remind you that there are certain things that should be spoken and others that should remain unsaid." Wu Zong, infuriated yet amused, retorted, "Do you think I am the one spreading these rumors?" Li Feng believed that only Zhang Yu and his teammates could possess such knowledge, and at present, Wu Zong was the only one who fit that description. Regardless of whether you are the source, just remember it, so you won't complicate matters for yourself. Faced with this veiled threat, Wu Zong hesitated before ultimately swallowing the harsh words he had prepared. With Zhang Yu deceased, cursing Li Feng would serve no purpose. He was merely curious about one matter. "I want to know, when you initially invited Zhang Yu, did you genuinely intend to eliminate him?" Wu Zong asked bluntly. He hadn't truly anticipated an honest answer. It was merely to provoke Li Feng slightly. Li Feng sighed and replied, "I am unsure why such rumors have circulated. But I sincerely invited Zhang Yu at that time. Consider it a form of compensation. After all, his abilities certainly warranted him as my teammate. However, that opportunity is now lost. He brought about his own demise and cannot blame me." To his surprise, Wu Zong found himself somewhat believing Li Feng's words. "I just don't understand. With your impressive background and formidable grandfather, you should have an abundance of resources. Why resort to taking from Zhang Yu?" Li Feng, however, remained expressionless as he stated, "Taking? Everything was conducted reasonably and legally, having undergone provincial review, which recognized my potential in Jianshui City as superior to Zhang Yu's, thus granting the resources to me." Li Feng did not directly address Wu Zong's inquiry. He could hardly admit that the level of resources provided by the state was overwhelming or that most powerful families engaged in such practices. Although it was a tacit rule among the elite, it was a secret that could not be divulged to someone like Wu Zong. To speak it aloud would be to invite swift demise. Reasonable and legal, Wu Zong muttered, pondering those 4 words. Was it reasonable? No. Was it legal? Ironically, it indeed was. Wu Zong felt a profound discomfort. On one hand, he prided himself on knowing facts unknown to others yet felt unable to voice them. On the other hand, he mourned Jing Yu's death. Observing Wu Zong, who hung his head in silence, Li Feng snorted coldly, recognizing that beneath his bravado lay a coward. However, just as Li Feng was about to depart, Wu Zong sighed deeply, lamenting the unfairness of the world, when a notification arrived, sweeping through like a bombshell. Notification. Congratulations to the professional team of summoners for shattering the historical completion time of the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. The completion time is recorded at 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zhang Yu, Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuding, Assassin, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. Team Member Wu Zong, Monk, will receive no rewards due to his last-minute withdrawal and will face a penalty. The remaining members will receive rewards, 15,000 experience points and a historical record gift pack, Nightmare Level Cold Street Abyss, along with the title of Historical Record Keeper, Nightmare Level version. Silence enveloped the room. No one spoke. Some repeatedly checked notifications, closing and reopening them, hoping to confirm they had not misread. Could this be a system error? One person broke the stillness with the query. No one answered. The only responses were gasps of disbelief and exclamations of no way. The system could not possibly be in error. This was the sanctuary, a place that had never faltered in decades. Consequently, many began to doubt themselves. How could it be? Zheng Yu completed the Nightmare Level Abyss? A summoner, accompanied by 4 support members, managed to conquer the Nightmare Level Abyss? Surely, this must be a jest. Initially, disbelief reigned until the leaderboard in the center of the Cold Street Abyss Hall displayed a new entry. The completion data, recorded by the sanctuary. Read. First completion of Cold Street Abyss. Nightmare Level Zheng Yu, Summoner. Tao Qian, Monk. Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. Kuing, Assassin. Completion time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Members of the completion team, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Tao Qian, Monk. Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. Kuing, Assassin. Although Zhang Yu and his team had yet to be teleported out, the record could not lie. This summoner, once dismissed by all, had indeed triumphed in the Nightmare Abyss. I feel like I'm dreaming, someone remarked. It feels unreal. Was Zheng Yu truly just a low-level talent? But more importantly, is he really a summoner? Wasn't it said that summoners were the weakest? How did he conquer the Nightmare Level Abyss? Who knows? Regardless, no one had previously held hope for Zheng Yu. This was no longer a matter of belief. I recall someone once saying that if Zheng Yu survived, he would be as useful as a fan on a hot day. Now, not only had he survived, but he had also completed the Nightmare Level Abyss. Let's see how this plays out. I mentioned Zheng Yu's survival being likened to a fan, but I never claimed that his completion of the Nightmare Level Abyss was similarly trivial. What is the difference? After all, both scenarios involve survival. They are not the same. What distinguishes them? One is mere survival, while the other is an impressive survival that has left us all feeling humbled. Speaking of that, I do feel some sympathy for one individual. Who? Li Feng. Li Feng is actually doing quite well. Despite being struck hard in the face by circumstances that will undoubtedly complicate future resource competitions. However, considering his surname is Li, sympathy does not quite extend to him. You must be referring to Wu Zong. Indeed, just look at his current complexion. A hue reminiscent of pig liver. I cannot contain my laughter for a moment. What a perfectly unfortunate soul, ensnared in a nightmarish abyss. Has he truly forsaken such great fortune? What unfortunate soul? He chose to withdraw of his own volition. Who can he blame? That is a valid point. Their chatter is quite loud, lacking any semblance of discretion. It is neither an accident nor unintentional. Rather than envying Zheng Yu, they revel in the spectacle of Wu Zong's misfortune. What could have been a significant advantage has now transformed into a lifelong regret. No one knows what transpired in that nightmarish Cold Street Abyss, yet they are aware that it has nothing to do with Wu Zong anymore. Schadenfreude brings them immense joy. Wu Zong's complexion does indeed resemble that of pig liver. He sits there, utterly bewildered, struggling to catch his breath after the dramatic ups and downs of a single day. Sigh. Wu Zong ultimately could not suppress a sigh of regret and anger. Just one step away. Just that single step, and he could have ascended the rankings, enjoyed resources, and basked in the envious gazes of others, rather than facing the gleeful expressions surrounding him. If only he had persevered a little longer. Perseverance? He suddenly froze, recalling how Zhang Yu was suppressed by the cold street, while Tao Qian, with unwavering determination, disregarded his own warnings and bravely charged in. He remembered the audacity of Ku Ying and Wen Renqinjiu, who dared to wager their lives. If given another chance, could he truly endure? Could he, like Tao Qian, rush forward for the sake of his brothers? Would he gamble his life for his future? No. He knew he was simply a coward. He gazed at the notice before him. Team member Wu Zong, monk, will receive no rewards due to his retreat at a critical moment and will face penalties for his withdrawal. The 4 words retreat at a critical moment struck him like an insult, causing him to black out and collapse to the ground. Is there anyone? Someone has fainted from the shock of not receiving rewards. Is there a priest present? Please, someone cast a healing spell. A voice, unbothered by the gravity of the situation, called out. Perhaps it is best to let him be. Waking him now would only subject him to the sight of Zhang Yu, making it all the more humiliating. How cruel. Indeed, it is quite cruel. Let me handle it, for I am a level 10 priest. Witness my great healing spell. I have thoroughly enjoyed this spectacle today. It is truly amusing. People, after all, love to revel in the misfortunes of others, especially in such gratifying circumstances. This is what we call positive energy. A throng gathers, chattering animatedly, while another group has already begun to reveal their true faces on the forums. Posts that previously disparaged Zhang Yu have been unearthed as if they were ancient relics. Original post: Zhang Yu has become arrogant, audaciously refusing a team composed of 4 level talent holders. Post 126. Li Feng has become arrogant, daring to seize Zhang Yu's resources. Floor 127. What do 4 levels even mean? If Li Feng had not seized Zhang Yu's resources and lacked his family's backing, how could he possibly set a record? He is nothing but a common thief. Original post: as the sole level talent in Jianshui City, his actions are perplexing. Floor 298. Haha, perplexing? Does he really need Li Feng to navigate the nightmare level abyss when he possesses the capability to do so himself? Floor 299. Indeed perplexing. The enigma lies not in Zhang Yu's choices, but in his formidable prowess. Original post: a detailed analysis of the difficulty in completing the simple level Cold Street Abyss in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Floor 1112. So, what exactly did you analyze? Floor 1113. The original poster has presented a plethora of analyses, ultimately concluding that Zhang Yu passed the simple level Cold Street Abyss merely by luck. Now that Zhang Yu has conquered the nightmare level, what will your analysis yield this time? Is it once again mere fortune? Floor 1114. Who would have thought this nonsensical analysis would garner over 1,000 replies? Original post. A rational analysis reveals that Zhang Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is, in fact, a commendable act, demonstrating his immense self-confidence. Floor 17. Wow, it's you again. Floor 18. Impressive. Among so many posts, you are the sole supporter of the great Zhang Yu, and you happen to be right. Truly, a remarkable self-assurance. Floor 19. Only with immense strength can one possess immense confidence. Original poster. You are indeed insightful. Floor 20. Stop with the hindsight. This individual is merely an opportunist. I have read his posts, and none follow the crowd. He merely plays the rebel. This time, he has simply stumbled upon success by chance. Original post: Coward Zhang Yu. Worthless summoner. Purely derogatory post. Please refrain if uninterested. Floor 154. Come on, let us debate. Floor 155. Step up and face the criticism. Floor 191. Cowardly original poster. Worthless. Purely derogatory. Welcome to the battle. Zhang Yu has yet to even teleport. In a mere 5 minutes, the entire forum of Jianshui City erupted. Not just the forums, but also the mayor's office and the phone of Minister Li Nan from the resource department. An emergency meeting was convened late at night in the mayor's office of Jianshui City. Simultaneously, news of this event reached neighboring Shangyu City. Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu looked anxiously at his secretary, who shook his head and said, Zhang Yu did not answer the call. Zhang Zhan nodded and said, that means he has yet to emerge from the abyss. He stood up, lit a cigarette, and after a moment's contemplation, instructed his secretary, you must immediately send someone to Jianshui City to block him at the entrance. Send Chai Fong. He is swift enough to reach Jianshui City from Shangyu in just 2 minutes. We must secure this genius. If Jianshui City does not want him, then we, Shangyu City, shall claim him. This tremendous fortune shall be ours. Chapter 37. Securing Zheng Yu is imperative. Among practitioners, there exists competition for resources, for rankings. The rivalry between districts mirrors this. Shangyu City and Jiangshui City are long-standing adversaries. Within Jiangnan Province, they vie for the top 2 spots annually. Lacking quality talent and falling short in talent output, resulting in insufficient funding from above. The equipment is outdated, the medical facilities are lagging, and education is subpar, resulting in a lack of interest from individuals, ultimately creating a vicious cycle. If there are no notable achievements, the mayor may indeed find his position untenable. Zhang Zhan is troubled by the fact that today, he has yet to encounter any promising professionals. It is then that he discovers Zheng Yu. Having consistently monitored the developments in Jiangshui City, he is well aware of Zheng Yu's situation. A rank-level practitioner. Zheng has had his resources usurped by none other than the grandson of Li Qinggong. Ordinary citizens faced with such circumstances can only concede defeat. The prospect of reclaiming their resources is an impossibility. What is more disheartening is that Zheng Yu does not even qualify as an ordinary citizen. He is orphaned. His grandfather having recently passed away, and he resides in a slum. Upon learning about Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan perceives a potential opportunity, even if he is merely a summoner. He considers it worth taking a gamble. Just as he hesitates, Zheng Yu breaks the record for the simple level Cold Street Abyss, further solidifying Zhang's resolve. Nevertheless, he remains somewhat hesitant, having learned that the provincial district has already approved the transfer of Zheng Yu's subsidy eligibility to Li Feng. His chances appear slim. After a night of turmoil, and just as he contemplates giving up, he receives the astonishing news that Zheng Yu has cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He is propelled from his seat, promptly summoning his secretary to apply for resources and convening with the resource department of Shangyu City to strategize on securing Zheng Yu. This prodigy, however, with Zheng Yu having already conquered the nightmare-level abyss, surely Zhou Yun, no matter how influential, would discern the gravity of the situation? It is unlikely he would relinquish him to us. Questions arise. Why would he not? Who gives him the right to dictate terms? Are we not in pursuit of talent? Must we seek his consent? Yet the dilemma remains. Our offered price may not surpass that of Zhou Yun's, and with Li Nan's assistance. If he can allocate additional resources to placate Zheng Yu, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. This indeed poses a challenge. The difficulty of acquiring such talent cannot be understated. For a practitioner capable of conquering the nightmare-level abyss has boundless potential. Moreover, Zheng Yu's achievement is further magnified by the fact that he cleared it with 4 novices accompanying him. This level of talent and practical prowess is sufficient for the mayor to set aside his pride and earnestly appease Zheng Yu. Zhang Zhan, however, smiles and asserts, "It is not as bleak as you envision. I believe we have a substantial chance of securing this genius. Zheng Yu does not possess a temperament inclined to endure humiliation. He has made a public announcement, clearly expressing his discontent with Zhou Yun. In the absence of alternative options, he might temporarily endure due to resource constraints. However, once presented with choices beyond Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City, he will undoubtedly reject reconciliation." With a knowing expression, Zhang Zhan elaborates, "I understand Zheng Yu quite well. He directly rebuffed Li Feng, publicly mocking Mayor Zhou Yun, and triumphantly entered the nightmare-level abyss, effectively slapping the Jiangshui City Resource Department in the face. Such a person should not be provoked, yet he is also manageable, for we are acutely aware of his needs." Zhang Zhan exudes confidence, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. His proposal will grant Zheng Yu the opportunity to decline Zhou Yun's overtures gracefully. At that moment, personnel from the Human Resources Department knocked and entered the office. "Mayor Zhang, we have investigated and found that Zheng Yu's household registration indeed has issues. His parents went missing years ago, and the so-called grandfather is merely a scavenger who found Zheng Yu, lacking any blood relationship." Mayor Zhang inquired, "So, Zheng Yu is not a resident of Jiangshui City?" "Not only that, but he has not even been registered." "No registration? An unregistered individual?" "Not exactly. It is merely temporarily set aside. You know, such procedures can be quite complicated. We cannot prove his relationship with his grandfather, and we cannot deny Zheng Yu the right to education. So he will have to wait until he turns 18 to handle his registration independently." "So, it hasn't been processed yet?" "No." "Excellent. This is indeed a stroke of luck for Shangyu City. Without Li Nan, Zhou Yun would not have relinquished Zheng Yu. After all, compared to a rank 1 summoner, Li Nan and his family are far more suitable allies. Thus, they overlook this prodigy, Zheng Yu. You must expedite the paperwork and ensure all of Zheng Yu's formalities are completed, so he can officially become a resident of Shangyu City. By the way, there are a few other matters for you to address regarding Jianshui City and the first high school's office. Take your things back. I don't want them. Zhang Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Qing, looked expressionless at the secretary of the mayor's office and decisively refused. The secretary, sporting a polite smile, regarded Zhang Cheng. The smile was perfectly standard, yet the words that followed were frosty. Mr. Zhang, I suggest you think carefully before you speak. If you accept this resource, consider it as if nothing has happened, and next year, you may become the director of the first high school. But if you refuse, what if I refuse? They might as well expel me. Zhang Cheng responded nonchalantly. This is not the first time. You have always manipulated the allocation of resources. But previously it was about higher-tier resources, and now it's merely about rank. It's all the same. I simply cannot betray my conscience. Zhang Cheng pointed to the tidy desk and the luggage box beside it, clearly indicating his intention to leave. This was not solely about Zheng Yu. It was the culmination of long-standing grievances. Humph. The secretary, nicknamed the Smiling Tiger, scoffed coldly. Since you have made up your mind, I can only express my apologies. Just as the secretary was preparing to take away the gift meant for Zhang Cheng, a notification appeared before them. Both were momentarily stunned. Performing the same sequence of actions, closing the notification, reopening it, rubbing their eyes, widening their gaze, and slightly parting their lips in disbelief. It was an instinctive reaction of disbelief shared by nearly all who received this news. What is happening? Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare-level abyss? Zheng Yu? Is he the same Zheng Yu we were just discussing? Something felt amiss, and the secretary sensed a looming crisis. All of his recent work had been predicated on the assumption that Zheng Yu would perish in the nightmare-level Cold Street abyss. Yet, he had never anticipated that Zheng Yu would emerge victorious. Everything was in disarray. Chaos reigned, as his mind immediately reverted to the issue of Zheng Yu's household registration. Several factors led to Zheng Yu's predicament, not due to the government's inability to address the matter, but rather the ambiguous household registration issues that would ultimately mitigate the repercussions of Li Feng's appropriation of Zheng Yu's resources. However, this has now escalated into a significant dilemma. The politically astute secretary, disregarding formalities, was about to turn away when Zhang Cheng called him back. Leave the resources, he insisted. What? The secretary replied. Are these not meant for me? Zhang Cheng had reversed his decision. He intended to reclaim these resources as compensation for Zheng Yu. The secretary, lacking the time to engage in a debate with Zhang Cheng, hastily set down the resources and departed from the school. As Zhang Cheng gazed at the resources before him, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart suddenly lifted. He had not anticipated that after enduring so much, a moment of defiance would bring him such fortune. One of the students was a practitioner of a nightmarish abyss-level profession. Zhang Cheng felt a swell of pride. Although he was acutely aware that his time in Jianshui City was drawing to a close, he harbored no regrets. At that moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Hello? He answered, unsure of the caller's identity. Good day, are you Zhang Qing, the teacher of Zhang Yu? Yes, that's me. Would you be interested in teaching in our city of Shangyu? Chapter 38. With the resources taken, a price must be paid. Zhang Yu had yet to emerge from the abyss, yet ripples were already forming in his wake. Shangyu City was eager to attract talent and was in the process of reallocating resources for Zheng Yu. Onlookers reveled in the spectacle, and the Jianshui City Forum buzzed with unprecedented activity. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Jianshui City remained eerily quiet. At this moment, Zheng Yu found himself in the teleportation space, contemplating his rewards. You have successfully cleared the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, earning the Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare level, and 15,000 Practitioner Experience points. Congratulations! You have received the first clear reward for the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. You have obtained the first clear gift pack for the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, granting 15,000 Practitioner Experience points. One reward for clearing the level, another for achieving the first clear. 2 Nightmare level treasure chests from an Abyss level signify 2 pieces of Platinum tier equipment. Additionally, there were historical record rewards notified prior to the teleportation. In total, this amounted to 3 rewards, culminating in an impressive 450,000 experience points. To ascend from level 10 to 11 requires 110,000 experience points. And Zheng Yu estimated that the 450,000 points would elevate him at least to level 13. What a delight! Truly, the rewards from a nightmare level abyss were remarkable. However, since he was still in the process of teleportation, he could not claim his rewards just yet. As the sensation of dizziness subsided, Zheng Yu and his companions finally emerged from the abyss. Zheng Yu has returned, someone exclaimed. You know, he is quite handsome. Is he smitten? Don't be foolish. Have you not noticed the two beauties by his side? They far surpass you in looks. Damn it, a nightmare-level abyss. This time, he truly struck it rich. Moreover, this was the first clear of the nightmare-level abyss, with rewards tied to abyss records. I can hardly imagine how extravagant the rewards must be. Is this not superior to the resources offered by Jiangshui City? The quality is one aspect, but these resources were earned by Zheng Yu himself. Thus, they rightfully belong to him, not to Li Feng. Reason is reason, and reality is reality. Before Zheng Yu conquered the nightmarish abyss, did you not also consider summoners to be worthless? In the forum, nearly 99 believed there was no issue in allocating resources to Li Feng. Yet now they come forth with hindsight. This matter does not pertain to me. Is it not the mayor's prerogative to decide? What I wish to ascertain is how Mayor Zhou Yun intends to proceed. It is rumored that Li Feng's acquisition of resources followed the proper protocols, having been analyzed by experts from Jiangshui City, who unanimously deemed him the most suitable recipient. Furthermore, approval was granted from the provincial authorities. Oh, the forthcoming events promised to be entertaining. Indeed, who could have anticipated Zheng Yu's formidable prowess, striking a blow to that assembly of experts? Experts? Merely a band of fools. I recall that initial group of specialists suggesting we sell our uninhabitable properties to procure better equipment. Is that a reasonable suggestion? A collection of incompetence, achieving nothing but failure. Wait, do you see that? Are those government officials? Someone has noticed several impeccably dressed men standing at the entrance of the Han Street abyss, briefcases in hand, advancing towards Zheng Yu. Is that not Chai Fong? Who is Chai Fong? Currently a professional from Shanyu City, he has recently ascended to the position of Minister of Resources. Now at level 42. What is his purpose here? What else could it be but to poach talent? To seize Zheng Yu? Or perhaps to take you? Goodness. Does Shanyu City possess such audacity to come to our city to snatch a top-tier professional? One ought to inquire of Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shanyu City dares to do so. After all, they treated Zheng Yu as refuse, permitting us to discard him while forbidding them from reclaiming him. If they wish to poach, let them. It bears no consequence for me. How can it not concern you? It is profoundly significant. How so? Each city boasts a powerful professional. For our city, that is Zhou Yun, who originally hailed from Jiangshui City but has been stuck at level 45. Should Zheng Yu surpass level 45, he would usurp Zhou Yun's position and ascend as the mayor of Jiangshui City. What relevance does that hold for me? The connection lies in the fact that the fourth stage of the abyss is exceedingly challenging, yet for each abyss conquered, the sanctuary bestows resources upon the entire district surrounding it. Do you not grasp the reason cities invest so heavily in nurturing professionals? It is for this very purpose. At last, there are those who comprehend the significance of top-tier professionals. This implies that if Zheng Yu is taken away, each abyss he conquers henceforth will no longer concern us. Not a penny's worth of connection. That is unacceptable. Our Jiangshui City has only this one professional capable of conquering the nightmarish abyss in decades. It is a certainty that he will awaken, and we cannot allow such a valuable asset to escape. Some have begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Alarm has set in. If Zheng Yu were merely strong on his own, it would indeed be of little consequence to them. They come from two disparate worlds and would likely not intersect in the future. However, the circumstances have changed. Zheng Yu is not only a top-tier professional, but also the only individual in over a decade to have conquered the nightmarish abyss at Han Street. He is destined to exceed level 40. In every abyss traversed by Zheng Yu, they reaped benefits. Zheng Yu feasted while they merely savored the broth. Even that broth was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Alas, when will the people of Jiangshui City arrive? Observing that Zheng Yu had begun discussions with Chai Fong from the resource department of Shanyu City, a sense of urgency washed over some. No, I must call the mayor. You still remember the mayor's number? Isn't there a complaint hotline? It's unreachable. I've tried. What about the petition box? There is surveillance. And the box is locked with a padlock the size of a fist. Do you think this is a joke? Do you genuinely believe Zhou Yun and Li Nan would concede? Damn, how disgusting. Someone muttered under their breath. Indeed, Zhou Yun, in pursuit of her future, chose Li Feng, thereby forsaking Zheng Yu. Yet, Li Feng isn't too shabby either. After all, his family resides in the central district, and his presence in Jiangshui City was clearly aimed at seizing Zheng Yu's coveted resource spot. No matter how formidable Li Feng may be, it bears no relevance to us. Zheng Yu finally encountered the professional from Shangyu City, a level 42 second-tier mage. Upon meeting Zheng Yu, his first words were, "Do you wish for Zhou Yun to regret her choice? Come to Shangyu City, and let Zhou Yun bear the scorn and vitriol of all Jiangshui City's citizens. We can assist you in securing that essential resource spot." This straightforward proposition struck a chord with Zhang Yu. Chai Fang was indeed skilled in negotiation, precisely aligning with Zheng Yu's desires. If one acquires my resources, one must pay a price. Chapter 39. Zhou Yun's vision is indeed limited. As Zheng Yu and Chai Fang discussed subsequent matters, Wu Zong watched enviously from a distance, feeling a mix of grievance and inner turmoil. He did not envy Zheng Yu, for Zheng Yu earned everything through his own merit. It was not Zheng Yu who forced him to withdraw. He made his own erroneous choices. What he envied were the three standing beside Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Wenren Qinjiu, and Kuing. Just hours prior, they had gathered for a barbecue, sharing laughter and camaraderie, while he now found himself lurking in the shadows, yearning for their company. He dared not confront Zheng Yu. He felt too ashamed. What could he possibly say? An apology? It would serve no purpose now. In disbelieving Zheng Yu's decision to withdraw from the abyss, he had effectively excluded himself from Zheng Yu's circle. That was a choice of his own making. Ultimately, Wu Zong chose to depart quietly. He would refrain from returning to the Hanjie Abyss for upgrades, at least until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and entered the second-tier abyss. Only then would he dare to return. Tao Qian noticed Wu Zong's retreating figure. Regarding his friend, Tao Qian felt a twinge of regret. After 3 years of dedication at the martial arts school, sacrificing food and comfort, he had hoped to once again traverse the path of a professional. Having seized a rare opportunity, he relinquished it due to his own choices. What a pity, Tao Qian sighed. Beside him, Wenren Qinjiu chuckled and remarked, "There is nothing to regret. It's all a matter of personal choice. As adults, we must take responsibility for our decisions and bear the consequences that arise from them." In truth, he has indeed gained something, having ascended to level 6. Tao Qian nodded, not intending to plead for the fleeing Wu Zong, but merely reflecting on how certain decisions can shape one's entire life. For instance, his unwavering choice to support Zheng Yu. To be honest, his initial backing of Zheng Yu stemmed from their deep-rooted friendship. They had grown up together, played truant together, and struggled side by side. Little did he expect that such steadfast support would pave the way for his own journey as a professional. It is worth noting that within the entirety of Jiuzhou, the number of professionals who have conquered the nightmarish abyss is exceedingly scarce. Now, he was counted among them. Speaking of which, what about Li Feng? Kuing inquired eagerly, her anticipation palpable as she longed to witness Li Feng's reaction and to understand how Jiangshui City would manage the situation regarding Zheng Yu's replacement resources. Not seeing him. He has probably left, Tao Qian mused, scanning the area for Li Feng's presence. If it were me, I would have departed early as well. After all, one cannot truly remain here to witness Zheng Yu's demeanor, can they? Indeed, it is regrettable not to have spotted Li Feng. Yet they were greeted by the sight of a formidable group entering the room. Was that the secretary of Mayor Zhou? Yes, I recognize him. He recently spoke on behalf of Mayor Zhou at our school. Tao Qian furrowed his brow. Is this truly the extent of their representation? Wenren Qinjiu remarked with a smile. It seems that Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City possesses quite the limited vision. Shangyu City has emerged victorious. Ku Ying, puzzled, questioned, I find it hard to comprehend. Do they genuinely not care about Zheng Yu? He is a professional who has conquered the nightmarish abyss. When Ren Qingyu offered a rational analysis, it is likely that they have chosen to abandon him. The power of the Li family and Zheng Yu's future, you can only select one. Furthermore, do you believe Zheng Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Kuing pondered. That would depend on the nature of the apology. Exactly, given Zheng Yu's temperament. Zhou Yun would at least need to draft a formal apology letter and publicly release it for Zheng Yu to even consider accepting this inequitable treatment. But do you think a mayor of Zhou Yun's caliber, a level 45 professional, would stoop to such measures? Thus, the emergence of Shangyu City has conveniently provided Zheng Yu with an opportunity for choice, preventing an irrevocable clash that would leave all parties disgruntled. Now, they merely await the gradual unfolding of events. Zhou Yun may very well become a source of disgrace for Jiangshui City, the stronger Zheng Yu becomes. The higher his level ascends, and Zhou Yun will forever be reproached by his fellow townsfolk, even by his own kin. In this world, power is paramount. Levels are a proxy for strength. As Zheng Yu's level rises, the choice Zhou Yun made to expel him will only serve to incite greater condemnation. Zheng Yu. The mayor's secretary called out urgently, approaching Zheng Yu with a group in tow. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you, Zhang Yu, on conquering the nightmarish abyss of Han Street. On behalf of the entire Jiangshui city, we shall host a grand celebration, and the citizens will rejoice in your achievement. Regarding your level compensation, it is indeed true that our mayor's office erred in not providing you with resource reimbursement in a timely manner. Rest assured, the resources will be compensated to you by Jiangshui City, ensuring they are not inferior to the level of assistance previously provided. The secretary swiftly enumerated all possible compensations he could conceive, yet conspicuously omitted the fact that Zhang Yu's resources had been appropriated by Li Feng. Before Zhang Yu had a chance to respond, Chai Feng interjected, "This is laughable. Is this truly your proposed form of compensation? You genuinely believe that currying favor with Li Nan will yield benefits for you? Oh, it may bring advantages, but only for Zhou Yun. The people of Jiangshui City will gain nothing." With numerous onlookers present, Chai Feng's words were directed pointedly at the young professionals of Jiangshui City. The secretary recognized that Chai Feng was intensifying the conflict and chose to disregard him, addressing Zhang Yu directly. "Zhang Yu, you must consider this carefully. You are now a citizen of Jiangshui City. Are you attempting to morally bind me should you relocate to Shangyu City?" Before the secretary could finish, Zhang Yu retorted, "Or do you believe that if I depart Jiangshui City, I am the one at a loss, rather than you?" Zhang Yu chuckled, then turned to the secretary, stating, "If you wish for me to remain, it is not unfeasible. Simply agree to 2 conditions." "What conditions?" the secretary inquired, while Chai Feng watched Zhang Yu with keen interest. "First, return to me the resources intended for Li Feng in their original form. Second, I demand a public apology from Zhou Yun and Li Nan." The secretary fell silent. Zhang Yu's demands, while fundamentally reasonable, were inherently unattainable. The secretary fervently explained, "You must understand. Li Feng's acquisition of those resources is indisputable in terms of both procedure and legitimacy. Are you suggesting that I am at fault?" Zhang Yu countered, "I merely ask, were those resources not originally mine?" The secretary remained silent. "Very well, if you choose not to respond, that is acceptable, for you lack the authority. Inform Zhou Yun of my conditions. Should he agree, I will remain." Zhang Yu shrugged and continued, "You see, I am not being aggressive. I seek only the most basic of my rightful resources and an apology. Yet, you are unable to meet my demands. So, is it I who is leaving Jiangshui City? Or are you forcing me to depart?" The secretary found himself at a loss for words, for they were indeed in the wrong. Chapter 40, Level 13. The Third Summoned Beast. The negotiations had collapsed entirely, leaving no room for compromise. Zhou Yun would never apologize. As a mayor and a Level 45 professional, how could he deign to apologize to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just conquered a nightmarish abyss with a decade-long absence of records. It would not suffice for a mayor to publicly apologize to him. In this world, strength is paramount. Zhou Yun's Level 45 prowess is his pride and his capital. One must convert potential into tangible strength to claim fairness. If Zhou Yun could not publicly apologize, then Li Nan would be even less likely to do so. As for the resources, retrieving them was out of the question. Zhou Yun utilized this resource to secure Li Feng's approval, thereby gaining entry into the Li family faction. Retrieving it would mean offending both sides. He could only choose between the Li family and Zhang Yu, and naturally, Zhang Yu is not an option. A flawless solution? Such a thing does not exist. The secretary, well aware of Zhou Yun's nature, having served numerous mayors, recognized him as the most arrogant and impatient professional he had encountered. The secretary glanced at Zhang Yu, sighed, and abandoned the formalities, stating that from Zhang Yu's perspective, he would also refuse. Yet, if he were in Zhou Yun's position, he too would not yield. Thus, he could only hope that Zhang Yu's future would not hold any promise. Otherwise, he would face the same ire as Zhou Yun. Ultimately, this was merely the secretary's duty. He departed with his team. After exchanging contact information with Chai Feng, Zhang Yu left the Cold Street Abyss Hall with Tao Qian and others. In the Jiangshui City Mayor's office, Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned of Zhang Yu's 2 demands from the secretary. Noticing Li Nan's silence, Zhou Yun took the initiative to say, "That kid Zhang Yu believes that merely passing through a nightmare-level abyss grants him the right to make demands. The future is long. I do not believe a summoner like him can achieve significant progress." Li Nan, exhaling a puff of smoke with a detached expression, replied, "That cannot be dismissed. Passing a nightmare-level abyss cannot be attributed solely to luck. However, a Stage 1 abyss, even if it is nightmare level, can only be regarded as a novice abyss. In our central district, countless prodigies have successfully navigated nightmare-level abysses. It is merely a rarity in your remote city. Zhou Yun was tempted to retort. Although Jiangshui City may not rival the Central District, it hardly merited the label of a backwater. Li Nan, oblivious to Zhou Yun's subtle expressions, continued. How you choose is your prerogative. But I, Li Nan, have only one son, Li Feng. Rest assured, Minister Li, I understand. That is good. Li Nan extinguished his cigarette and exited Zhou Yun's office. The moment he left, the smile on his face darkened. At his level, to continue advancing without sufficient strength necessitated choosing sides. Li Nan's arrival in Jiangshui City represented a prime opportunity for him. Aligning with the Li family faction promised not only political protection but also priority in team formation. Decades of development had allowed certain individuals to monopolize portions of abyssal power, specifically the right to form teams, known as factions. The difficulty of Stage 4 abysses rendered the configuration of teammates for entering the abyss exceedingly luxurious, compelling most capable professionals to join factions to solidify their positions. Only members of the same faction could hope to assemble powerful allies, which was the most crucial condition for conquering abysses. Throughout the entire Jiuzhou, only a few factions stood as the strongest, one being the Li family faction led by Li Chenggong, a level 65 summoner. Compared to the resentment of a level 1 talent summoner, the opportunity to join the Li family faction through this matter was far more significant. Nothing is more paramount than enhancing one's strength. As for why Li Nan indulges Li Feng so excessively, it is not solely due to the fact that he has only one son. Rather, it is influenced by the status of the family. In a clan of the Li family's stature, familial hierarchy is of utmost importance. Li Nan aspires to contend for the family's position and become a pivotal figure within the faction. This ambition necessitates not only his own prowess but also the competence of his offspring. Clearly, the outstanding talent of Li Feng serves as Li Nan's weak point. The fact that he has only one son is not merely a result of his affection for Li Feng, but rather a reflection of the limited options available to him. It is likely that he seeks to provide Li Feng with ample resources for advancement, thereby solidifying his own standing. Zhou Yun contemplated for a moment before picking up the phone. Secretary Wang, please instruct the Human Resources Bureau to put a hold on Zheng Yu's household registration. He wishes to go to Shangyu City, doesn't he? Let him be unable to do so. Mayor Zhou, it may not be possible to block it. What? Not possible? Why not? The secretary explained. Zheng Yu is not originally from Jiangshui City. His grandfather was merely a scavenger without legal status. He has never possessed a household registration. Then how did he manage to attend school? Due to his exemplary academic performance, he has consistently ranked at the top of the first high school, and all his evaluations are outstanding. Zhou Yun understood that the school had overlooked Zheng Yu's registration issue in pursuit of academic excellence. What are they doing? Zhou Yun felt an urge to express his frustration. By the way, ensure that Zheng Yu's teacher, what was his name, Zhang Qing, is not allowed to remain at the school. The secretary hesitated and replied, Zhang Cheng has already gone to Shangyu City. How can you fail to handle such a trivial matter? Why must I take care of everything? A bunch of inept individuals. Zhou Yun could not suppress his ire. The secretary felt aggrieved, as he had been the most diligent throughout the entire government, always cleaning up the mess whenever issues arose. Have you ever considered how we arrived at this point? And yet, you choose to berate me? The secretary suddenly felt a surge of discontent, contemplating resignation. Enough. Given the circumstances, it shall remain as is. Just a new practitioner. Issue a notice stating that I will soon be entering the 4th-tier abyss in Jiangshui City. Once I clear it, all practitioners in the city will receive benefits. By then, no one will remember who Zheng Yu was. As for his future as a summoner, it amounts to little. Zhou Yun still firmly believed that Zheng Yu had merely stumbled through a nightmarish-level instance by sheer chance. He did not believe Zheng Yu could genuinely pose a threat to his future standing. It was inconceivable now, and even less so in the future. Furthermore, having aligned himself with the Li family faction, his prospects appeared bright. What was there to fear about the future? Nonetheless, Zhou Yun still vented his frustrations. Immediately dismiss those foolish experts and draft a notification to announce to all practitioners. You know how to compose it. The secretary, though still harboring resentment, recognized the necessity of work, as he had a family to support. Understood. We will downplay the Zheng Yu incident. Entirely omit any mention of Li Feng and Minister Li Nan. Shift the blame onto the experts, expose their scandals to divert attention, and then seal their lips. This was a routine he was quite familiar with. Very well, proceed with it. Thank you for your hard work. At last, Zhou Yun expressed his appreciation for the hard work. Jiangshui City could do without Zhou Yun and Zheng Yu, but it absolutely could not exist without Secretary Wang. In the impoverished district of Jiaxue City, within Zheng Yu's residence, Tao Qian adeptly entered, retrieving ice cream from the refrigerator before inquiring, "Would you like some?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Just have one," Tao Qian insisted. "Are you not cold enough in the depths of the frigid streets? You emerge only to have ice cream? What about you too? Would you like some?" Tao Qian asked when Ren Qingjiu and Kuding, who had also accompanied Zheng Yu to his home. When Ren Qingjiu shook her head. Curiously, Kuding asked, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like yours?" Tao Qian, familiar with the surroundings, poured himself some water and settled onto the sofa. "Since Zheng Yu moved to Jiaxue City, we have been neighbors. I am well acquainted with his home." Zheng Yu nodded in agreement, indicating this was quite normal. "Let's discuss the matter at hand," Zheng Yu said as he set down his phone. "I just spoke with Chai Fong. Teacher Zhang Cheng has been transferred to Shangyu City. And you two will be next. I'm not sure if you both are originally from Jiaxue City?" Zheng Yu asked when Ren Qingjiu and Kuding. When Ren Qingjiu shook her head, responding, "No." "Then after you reach level 10, come to Shangyu City. There are 2 Tier 2 abysses there. You can strategize for them then." "Great." Kuding replied eagerly. This indicated that Zheng Yu had agreed to continue guiding them, presenting a remarkable opportunity. Although they were mere bystanders and the rewards would not be evenly distributed, even so, the rewards from Zheng Yu leading them through the challenging abyss would significantly surpass those of ordinary individuals. To describe the disparity, one could say it was like comparing heaven and earth. However, when Ren Qingjiu expressed her concerns, asking, "But the difficulty of Tier 2 abysses far exceeds that of Tier 1. Are you sure you can continue guiding us?" "Yes," Zheng Yu replied succinctly. His 2 words of assurance were sufficient to alleviate the worries of Ren Qingjiu and the others. Zheng Yu needed obedient teammates like them. He had previously inquired about the rewards obtained by Tao Qian, Ren Qingjiu, and Kuding. They had only received a single historical abyss chest. The first clear reward was a random golden grade equipment chest, while the reward for clearing the nightmare level was the option to select any golden grade weapon from any profession, limited to those produced in the Cold Street Abyss. The experience rewards were also 3 times less than those received by Zheng Yu. This meant that the Holy Temple would humanely allocate rewards based on combat performance and achievements within the Abyss. However, even the reduced rewards were enough to incite envy among others. "In fact, we don't need to wait for you. I see the reward of 150,000 experience is enough for us to reach level 10, Tao Qian remarked. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us claim our rewards and open the chests," Zheng Yu replied with excitement. After all, this was his first time clearing the nightmare level abyss. He had long anticipated the chest that would guaranteed yield platinum-grade equipment. Claiming the rewards, Zheng Yu directly collected all 3 rewards at once. Historical record rewards, 15,000 experience points for the profession. 1 historical record gift pack, nightmare level of Cold Street Abyss, and the title of historical recorder, nightmare level version of Cold Street Abyss. First completion reward, Cold Street Abyss first completion gift pack, nightmare level, 15,000 experience points for the profession. Nightmare level completion reward, Cold Street treasure chest, nightmare level, 15,000 experience points for the profession. Initially, 450,000 experience points are directly acquired. Congratulations. Level up. Level 1013-27. 426,900 experience points required for next level. Health 12,502. 800. 450 equipment attributes. Magic 340, 370. 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence 116, 161. 35 equipment attributes. Strength 2. 026. 2 equipment attributes. Agility 1. 619. Remaining free attribute points 15. Just as Zheng Yu had initially projected, he ascended 3 levels instantly, reaching level 13. The increase in health and free attribute points signifies that he has gained talent points to evolve his summoned beasts. What should he select as his 3rd summoned beast? Chapter 41, Platinum Weapon, Cold Prison Staff. Zheng Yu did not rush to choose a summoned beast. He first opened the Historical Record Gift Pack. It is said that the Historical Record Gift Pack guarantees a top-tier platinum weapon, which made Zheng Yu highly anticipate its contents, as he was in need of a suitable weapon. Upon opening the pack, a dazzling array of lights flickered on the interface. You have opened the Historical Record Gift Pack, Nightmare Level of Cold Street Abyss. Detected that your profession is Summoner. The reward pool is locked to the Staff series. Congratulations! You have received the Cold Prison Staff, 10 Platinum grade. Congratulations! You received 10 enhancement stones, 10 forging stones, 100 ice materials, and a healing potion restoring 5,000 health points. Directly receiving a staff? Zheng Yu's expression brightened. He had initially considered that if another type of weapon appeared, he would exchange it for his own weapon using the equipment forging tool, but he was pleasantly surprised that the gift pack was quite user-friendly, directly yielding a staff. However, upon reflection, this was reasonable. After all, Tao Qian and the others had a self-selected golden-grade weapon gift pack, allowing them to choose a weapon fitting their profession. As the holder of the highest achievement, he had every right to possess one. A transparent staff crafted from ice crystals materialized in Zheng Yu's inventory. Cold Prison. Gazing at this name, Zheng Yu recalled the god of cold prison he had cursed to Shaoqi. This staff should be considered the strongest weapon within the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu examined the attributes of the Cold Prison Staff. Weapon: Cold Prison Staff. Required level: 10. Wielding requirement: proficiency in staff profession, grade, platinum. Attributes: intelligence 150, casting speed 50, skill damage 10, ice damage increased by 150. Equipment effect: for every 3 skills released, automatically unleash Cold Prison skill, a powerful ice ability that locks onto enemies, inflicting 3,000 fixed ice attribute damage and freezing enemies. Forging: 0, enhancement, 0, refinement, 0, runes. No runes embedded, quite impressive. Zheng Yu was quite pleased with the staff. The mere addition of 150 intelligence was commendable, especially considering his current intelligence stood at a modest 161 points. After accounting for the 10-point intelligence boost from the novice staff, the enhancement it provided was nearly equivalent to that of the Frost Abyss staff. Furthermore, the skill damage and ice-type damage were significant advantages for a summoner. Skill damage equated to the damage dealt by summoned creatures, representing a substantial enhancement. However, the casting speed was of little use to Zheng Yu. The equipment effects were surprisingly potent. For every 3 skills cast, an additional control-type skill with fixed damage would be added. Moreover, summoned creatures could also trigger the effects of the Frost Abyss staff. As for forging, strengthening, refining, and runes, all were at 0. Equipment of platinum grade and above could undergo 4 types of cultivation. Forging required forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as the ice stones from the Frost Abyss, which could be obtained by dismantling equipment to enhance base attributes and alter properties, thereby increasing elemental strength. Strengthening required enhancement stones and relevant attribute materials, obtainable from stage 2 and above in the Abyss, which could enhance the weapon's damage-ignoring attributes and the defense attributes of armor. Refining required core stones and corresponding attribute materials from stage 3 and above in the Abyss, which could also be purchased directly from the temple to elevate the quality of weapons. Runes, available from stage 4 and above in the Abyss or directly from the temple, carried powerful additional effects. Divine runes rivaled the effects of a mage's forbidden spells. All these items could be procured at the temple, albeit at a generally exorbitant price. Yet, no matter how expensive the materials, there would always be individuals willing to invest in cultivation. A level 10 professional, with a cultivated platinum-grade piece of equipment, could navigate through stage 2 without a hitch, if not dominate. Treasure chests also consistently yielded some enhancement stones and forging materials. Zheng Yu promptly replaced the novice staff with the Frost Abyss staff, resulting in an impressive increase in his overall intelligence to 301. Next, Zheng Yu opened the remaining 2 nightmarish-grade Frost Abyss treasure chests. You have opened the Frost Abyss first completion gift pack, nightmarish grade. Congratulations! You have obtained a cursed engagement ring of platinum grade. Congratulations! You have acquired 5 enhancement stones, 5 forging stones, 25 ice stone materials, and a health potion restoring 5,000 health points. You have opened the nightmarish grade Frost Abyss treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the summoned creature equipment, the Fish Slayer, of platinum grade. Congratulations! You have acquired 5 enhancement stones, 5 forging stones, 25 ice stone materials, and a health potion restoring 5,000 health points. Ah, how delightful! I did not expect to receive equipment for summoned creatures. Such items are rare. Should other professionals come across this equipment, they would likely be infuriated. Useless to them. Selling it would be futile. Selling at a low price would be a pity given its platinum grade quality, within the realm of level 10 equipment. Platinum grade cannot be deemed top tier due to its lack of market demand. Summoning beast equipment. Fish killing knife, equipment level. Level 10, equipment attributes, health 5,000. Attack power 350, equipment effect. A summoning beast equipped with the fish-killing knife will possess the exclusive line, "Killing fish for 30 years. My heart is cold as my blade." After delivering this line, the subsequent 3 attacks will have a speed increase of 100. This must undoubtedly be the signature weapon of the fish-killing lad, Han Si. Zheng Yu promptly outfitted the Goblin General with it. He then turned his gaze towards the platinum ring. Ring, a wedding ring suffused with resentment. Wearing level, 10. Wearing requirement, none. Grade, platinum. Attributes, intelligence 100, strength 100. Magic power 500, equipment effect 1. Mental shield, a shield conjured from resentment that can withstand 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment effect 2, shield break, upon shattering. It inflicts 2,500 points of fixed damage to surrounding foes. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes. Unset. To be honest, the attributes of the ring are quite commendable. Far superior to other level 10 equipment. An increase of 100 points in intelligence is indeed enticing. The shield value of 10,000 is remarkably high. The 2,500 points of fixed damage can be considered negligible. Gazing upon the 10,000 points of shield value, Zhang Yu recalled the videos of professional matches he had previously viewed, where a high-damage assassin struck a warrior and only managed to inflict a few hundred points of damage. At the time, he had struggled to understand, but now it was clear. Equipment suppression. With the addition of this ring of resentment, it would be exceedingly difficult for a typical assassin to eliminate him in one blow. Adorning the ring, his intelligence surged by another 100. With 2 pieces of platinum equipment, his intelligence soared to 401. He then donned the 3-piece human skin spider set, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his attributes. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, Keeper of the Abyssal Nightmare. Level history, Living King of Hell. Profession, Summoner. Level, 13, 26,900 experience points until the next level. Health, 10,300, 7,950 from equipment. Attributes, Magic power, 370 intelligence, 451 strength, 180 agility, 28 remaining free attribute points, 15 skills, Contract Array, Summoning Beast Frenzy, Summoning Beast Physique Cultivation, Summoning Beast Skill Training, Summoning Beast Attribute Cultivation, Summoning Beast Space, Goblin General, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, Uncontracted Talents, Demon Contract, Heart of the Steward, primarily focused on companionship, library cards. Equipment, Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, Ice Crystal Pendant, Wedding Ring suffused with resentment, Cold Prison Staff, Novice Mage Armor, Novice Mage Boots. Summoning Beast Equipment, Sharp Fong, Fish Killing Knife. Chapter 42, a golden shield worth 4.2 million. The Human Skin Spider 3-piece set elevated his health to 10,000. However, the health he could utilize was only 2,350 points. In addition to 15 talent points and 10 talent points from the training dummy, a total of 320 talent points can be dedicated. Zheng Yu cast a glance at the Goblin General. Talent, level 4, 500 points away from upgrading. He then turned his attention to the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Talent, level 4, 850 points away from upgrading. One requires 500 points to evolve to level 5, while the other needs 850 points. There is still a considerable distance to cover. To reach the level of soloing in the Abyss of Stage 2, possessing a level 5 summon beast is indispensable. Although, given his current strength, he could still navigate the Abyss with relative ease, his ultimate aspiration remains the Nightmarish level. Having witnessed the daunting challenges posed by the Nightmarish Abyss in the Cold Street, he approaches the Nightmarish Abyss of Stage 2 with heightened caution and trepidation. Fortunately, he now possesses numerous avenues to enhance his strength. He can cultivate equipment, nurture summoned beasts, acquire a 3rd summoned beast, and claim 2 Hex Enhancement Runes awaiting collection upon reaching level 10. All of these avenues promise to bolster his capabilities. Forging, upgrading, refining, and runes can all be acquired with currency. As soon as the resources he applied for in Shanyu City arrive, he can embark on a round of minor enhancements. Regarding the 3rd summoned beast, Zheng Yu discovered 4 level 10 summoned beast skill books within the sanctuary. They are Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat is an assassin-type summoned beast, while the War Centaur and Wasteland Wolf belong to the warrior category. The Rain Butterfly serves as a support-type summoned beast. Zheng Yu leans towards the Rain Butterfly. After engaging in combat with Xiao Qi, he realized he lacked sustainability and recovery capabilities. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent inflicts significant damage but is rather fragile, expending considerable energy to unleash its skills. Thus, he requires a supportive summon beast that can both protect and restore energy. The Goblin General possesses explosive damage but lacks speed, making the Rain Butterfly, which can enhance group speed, a fitting choice. Zheng Yu, without hesitation, opted for the Rain Butterfly. He is not short on damage. Selecting the Rain Butterfly also allows him to conserve talent points for a while, as he envisions accumulating enough to elevate the Goblin General to level 5. In the early stages, talent points are insufficient to simultaneously enhance 3 summon beasts, necessitating a focused allocation of resources to a single summon beast. The Goblin General stands out as the optimal choice, capable of enduring damage while delivering output, and the Goblin Combat Squad fulfills all functional requirements. With the advancement of talent points being relatively modest, it is nearly a perfect selection. Most importantly, after reaching level 10, the summoner will gain 3 additional skills for nurturing summoned beasts, allowing for the cultivation of only 1. Naturally, the Goblin General is the primary choice. After level 10, each profession will receive specialized skills, enabling practitioners of the same profession to develop distinct skill branches. For instance, warriors will acquire 3 different specialized skills: Vitality, Burst, and a hybrid of offense and defense. The choice of skills significantly alters the developmental direction, allowing for hybrid or comprehensive growth. The summoner follows suit. Divided into 3 branches: Constitution Cultivation, Skill Cultivation, and Attribute Cultivation. The cultivation of physical attributes can be categorized into the Behemoth style, primarily focusing on enhancing the size, health, and defense of summoned beasts. Skill cultivation, on the other hand, pertains chiefly to the training methods for the dual flame dragon snake, encompassing various schools such as the Nuclear Faction, Magical Bombardment Faction, Pure Elemental Faction, and Mixed Elemental Faction. Attribute cultivation is the most straightforward approach, involving the mere accumulation of attributes. The Goblin General adheres to the Attribute Faction. The higher his attribute values, the greater his damage output. Historically, summoned beasts have predominantly followed the Attribute Faction due to limited resources, making pure attribute stacking the simplest method. Of course, one could also cultivate the Goblin General through physical cultivation to develop an imposing goblin of considerable size. However, nurturing a summoned beast not only demands a plethora of expensive materials but also requires the sacrifice of other summoned beasts with the same innate talents for the training process. More critically, the time investment is substantial. A great deal of time and financial resources is necessary to cultivate a truly perfect summoned beast. This represents a significant obstacle that has hindered the growth trajectory of previous summoners. The inability to cultivate effectively has prevented summoners from demonstrating the true potential of their summoned beasts, relegating the summoner profession to the lower echelons of the gaming hierarchy. Consequently, gifted players often overlook the summoner class, while those lacking talent find it even more challenging to cultivate formidable summoned beasts. Thus, a vicious cycle ensues. Zheng Yu first procured the Rain Butterfly Summoned Beast Skill Book from the temple shop. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly Skill Book, learnable at level 10, one-time item. Upon learning, the skill book disappears, available for summoners to acquire a trainable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000 gold. To be fair, it is a bargain. Skill books are exceedingly rare. Zhang Yu had cleared the abyss twice, even achieving a nightmarish level on one occasion, yet had not obtained a single skill book. Typically, a level 10 warrior skill, such as the least formidable Fireblade, commands a price of 200,000 gold, and it is not a fixed price but rather obtained through auction. The usual transaction price hovers around 300,000 gold. While the warrior class is in high demand, this popularity also results in inflated prices for various warrior-related equipment, consumables, and skills. Zheng Yu disposed of all unused materials and equipment in his warehouse at the temple shop, retaining only enhancement stones and forging stones. He sold off the remaining items, including novice mage robes, novice mage boots, and gloves. The cold corpses in the Cold Street Abyss had yielded numerous materials, all of which were sold to material merchants, where these seemingly useless items to ordinary players proved invaluable. Altogether, he earned a considerable sum. Just the sale of frost stones alone netted nearly 200,000 gold, while the ice blade fetched 270,000 gold. Due to the acquisition of a golden grade weapon selection box by Wen Qinjiu and Ku Ying, previous transactions became obsolete, leading Zheng Yu to list his items at the temple, where they were swiftly purchased at a fixed price of 270,000 gold. The bloodstained chef's hat, priced at 120,000 gold, was acquired by a player with a universal chef secondary profession. A level 5 bone cutter, surprisingly, sold for 150,000 gold. A plethora of novice gear. A complete set of warrior equipment priced at a flat 100,000. Within the depths of the nightmarish cold street abyss, novice gear seemed to drop as if it were worthless. After a single venture into the nightmarish abyss, the proceeds from selling mere trash amounted to the value of a house. Although Tao Qian and his companions garnered comparatively less, they still managed to scrape together an income of approximately 300,000 to 400,000. This figure does not even account for the equipment they acquired from treasure chests. Tao Qian unearthed a platinum-grade tunic, a gold-grade monk's staff, and a gold-grade shield warrior's shield from the historical record chest. Platinum-grade equipment is strictly non-transferable, considered a prized possession. The monk's staff was obtained from a selected treasure chest. With this weapon, it's fair to say that Tao Qian can no longer be regarded as a mere bystander. As for the shield warrior's shield, astonishingly priced at 4.2 million, Tao Qian discovered its previous trading price and was initially baffled. He pondered, why would anyone spend 4 to 5 million on a level 10 item? Have you not noticed that a level 20 gold-grade shield is merely 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple shop. It is essential to recognize that at level 10, gold-grade equipment is the finest available on the market. Platinum-grade gear can only be obtained by conquering the nightmarish abyss and is generally not for sale, which naturally inflates the price of gold-grade equipment. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. Goodness, there are so many wealthy individuals. Look at this level 10 platinum-grade warrior weapon, selling for 13 million. It's terrifying. The world of the affluent is beyond comprehension. Zheng Yu recalled the wealthy individuals from his past life, who would purchase cars for hundreds of millions. The prices of such equipment are not dissimilar to their luxury items. Suddenly, someone placed a bid. An outright offer of 4 million. Should I sell? Just as Tao Qian listed the shield in the temple, a buyer emerged. When Renkinjiu analyzed, while the shield warrior isn't a top-tier class, many affluent individuals choose this profession because it is less likely to result in death and requires minimal skill. All right, I'll take your advice, Tao Qian responded, trusting her judgment, as she possessed the broadest knowledge among the four of them. Tao Qian promptly rejected the outright offer and listed it at the auction house, starting the bidding at a minimum of 3.4 million, with a 24-hour auction period. An idea struck him. As he monitored the auction price, he turned to Zheng Yu and inquired, given that the shield is worth millions, how many gold-grade items did Li Feng take from you? 1 complete set. Came when Renkinjiu's reply. Tao Qian pressed, how many pieces? A standard set consists of a weapon, tunic, gloves, hat, pants, and boots, 6 items in total. Tao Qian's eyes twitched slightly at the realization. Wouldn't that amount to around 20 million? When Renkinjiu reminded him, Li Feng is a warrior. The prices for warrior equipment are even higher. Therefore, the total for that set would be doubled. Li Feng is truly a beast. Upon finally grasping the true value of high-tier resources, he erupted in expletives. He also came to understand why individuals from families like Li Feng's would resort to seizing resources. The value of these resources far surpassed his previous imaginings. When Renkinjiu elucidated, due to the continual emergence of abysses and the relentless expansion of large-scale ones, if left unchecked, the entire world would be devoured by these abysses. Thus, the primary objective of the government is to cultivate a greater number of professionals. They have virtually exhausted the nation's treasury to nurture exceptionally talented individuals. This only pertains to the first phase of resources. The subsequent phases, including the second, third, and even fourth, will only escalate in value, never diminish. One could only remark that the market price of level 10 golden-grade equipment is artificially inflated, appearing somewhat exaggerated relative to its actual worth. Tao Qian nodded in understanding. Uncertain if the message truly resonated, he had already directed all his focus on the auction house, where bids had commenced on the shield he had recently placed for sale. This clearly demonstrated the high demand for level 10 golden-grade equipment. When Renkinjiu and Kuding each acquired their respective professional gear and auctioned off a surplus golden-grade item. When Renkinjiu sold a pair of golden-grade ranger boots, while Kuding auctioned a golden-grade warrior's armor. Although protective gear is not as valuable as weapons, Kuying's warrior armor fetched nearly 4 million. Having sold their items, the two hastily departed from Zheng Yu's residence to repay their debts. Delaying even a day would incur additional interest. Meanwhile, Tao Qian reclined on Zheng Yu's sofa, beginning his selection of silver-grade equipment. A single golden-grade weapon could be exchanged for an entire set of silver-grade gear, leaving him with a considerable surplus of funds. Elated, Tao Qian perused the available equipment. Zheng Yu then entered his room to contract his new summoned beast. Rain Butterfly. Buzz. The contract became effective. A rain butterfly, adorned in a pale blue hue and boasting enormous wings, materialized at the center of the summoning array. Its wings, spanning over 2 meters when fully extended, were quite substantial for a level 1, 0-tier summon creature. Zheng Yu's knowledge of the rain butterfly was limited, as no past summoner had ever chosen it as a companion. It seemed plausible to cultivate it toward enhancing physical capabilities. A colossal auxiliary butterfly? Zheng Yu thought of the butterfly queen from the Godzilla films. If he could indeed develop the rain butterfly to such an extent, it would be an overwhelming asset. The rain butterfly was exquisite. Even Zheng Yu, typically oblivious to such matters, had to admit that the rain butterfly was exceptionally beautiful. Summoned Beast. Rain Butterfly. Level 13. Increases with the summoner's level. Health 7,800. Attack power 1353. 451 Summoner's intelligence multiplied by a coefficient of 3. Talent. Level 1. Requires an additional 20 talent points to upgrade. Skills. Rain Butterfly Guardian 13. The Rain Butterfly forms a protective bond with the Summoned Beast, providing a shield value of 5,412. 1353 Rain Butterfly attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 4. Once the shield is shattered, it inflicts 2030. 1353 Rain Butterfly attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 15 points of damage and helps to mitigate 50 of the damage taken by the bonded beast. Skills. Spirit Butterfly 13. As an ethereal entity, the Rain Butterfly possesses a remarkable recovery ability. Passive. Recovery speed increased by 50. Active. Instantly restores 4059. 1353 Rain Butterfly attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 3 health points, with a 25 enhancement to the healing effect when restoring itself. Skills. Butterfly Song 13. The Rain Butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, bestowing an increase of 130 agility and 130 movement speed to all of the summoner's summoned beasts. Summoned beast equipment. None astonished, Zheng Yu gazed at the attributes of this Rain Butterfly. 3 skills, healing, shielding, and speed, all were present. Yet, the true marvel lay not within the Rain Butterfly itself, but in Zheng Yu's extraordinarily high intelligence, which granted the Rain Butterfly an impressive attack power of 1353. Both the shield and healing values soared into the 4,000 to 5,000 range. The synergy of the Goblin General alongside the Rain Butterfly ensured sustained endurance, recovery, and explosive output, all while the Rain Butterfly absorbed damage. And this was merely the first level of talent. Calculating swiftly, Zheng Yu noted that elevating the Rain Butterfly to the 3rd talent level required only 90 talent points. Without hesitation, he sacrificed health points to expend his talent. Summoned Beast. Rain Butterfly. Level 1. Talent evolution to Summoned Beast. Spirit Butterfly. Level 2. Summoned Beast. Spirit Butterfly. Level 2. Talent evolution to Summoned Beast. Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Level 3. Chapter 44. The Goblin General's Heavy Cavalry. Summoned Beast. Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Level 13. Increases with the summoner's level. Health 11,500. Attack power 2,706. 451 Summoner's intelligence multiplied by a coefficient of 6. Talent. Level 3. Requires an additional 300 talent points to upgrade. Skills. Spirit Butterfly Guardian 13. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly forms a protective bond with a summoned beast, providing a shield value of 13,530. 2706 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 5. Once the shield is shattered, it inflicts 5683. 2706 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 21 points of damage and helps to mitigate 50 of the damage taken by the bonded beast. Skills. Spirit Butterfly 13. As an ethereal entity, the Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly possesses a remarkable recovery ability. Passive. Recovery speed increased by 50. Active. Instantly restores 10824. 2706 Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 4 health points, with a 50 enhancement to the healing effect when restoring itself. Skills. Butterfly Song 13. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, to enhance the agility and movement speed of all summoning beasts by 260 points. The skill Spirit Nourishment is introduced. The Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly transfers its energy to the summoning beast with the lowest vitality, thereby restoring its mental strength. The mental power of the giant winged spirit butterfly increases by 100. As for the summoning beast equipment, there is none. The third-tier giant winged spirit butterfly not only possesses the newly acquired skill of spirit nourishment, but also sees its attack power soar to 2,706 points. Currently, the giant winged spirit butterfly can unleash shields exceeding 140,000 points, with each health point restoring 10,000 health. This is indeed an extraordinary level of power. The Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring offer a significant enhancement to intelligence, reflecting a notable increase in numerical value. Upon advancing to the third tier, the giant winged spirit butterfly grows significantly in size. At the moment of successful evolution, Zhang Yu, to prevent it from crashing through the ceiling, promptly stores the giant winged spirit butterfly into the summoning space. Inside this space, the giant winged spirit butterfly flutters its wings, greeting the Goblin General and the dual flame dragon serpent. The summoning space of the summoner is a vast, free environment, unlike the rigid grid system of the actual game. Within this realm, all summoning beasts rest, live, and idle away their time. Before the arrival of the giant winged spirit butterfly, interactions between the dual flame dragon serpent and the Goblin General were almost non-existent, largely due to the temperament of the former. During the stage of the twin fire elemental, Zhang Yu had already noted the reclusive nature of this fire element summoning beast, which was not only aloof but also irritable. This led to the Goblin General seldom engaging with it, fearing an explosive outburst from the dual flame dragon serpent. The Goblin General, characterized as a battle-hardened, jovial uncle with a penchant for drink, expressed delight at the appearance of the giant winged spirit butterfly, as it alleviated the monotony of facing a perpetually grim fire serpent. Conversely, the dual flame dragon serpent seemed oblivious to the presence of the giant winged spirit butterfly, continuing to slumber undisturbed. Summoning beasts possess distinct personalities. They are not mere skills, but rather life forms sealed within skill tomes. Beyond merely nurturing their strength and engaging in battles together, I believe it is essential to cultivate affection and intimacy with them. This notion echoes the teachings of the textbook authored by Zhang Anquan. As Zheng Yu's level ascends, he increasingly recognizes that the textbook is far from the triviality he once perceived it to be. The complexity of the summoner profession far surpasses that of others. Exiting the summoning space, Zheng Yu activates the Hex Deck Enhancement Runes. You have 2 Hex Deck Enhancement Runes awaiting collection. Would you like to claim them now? Indeed. I shall collect them. These were the 2 Hex Deck runes he had received upon reaching level 10, which he had kept unopened until now. Congratulations. You have drawn the 5th rune, a prismatic grade rune of Windfall. Congratulations. You have drawn the 6th rune, a prismatic grade rune of Gold Egg. Windfall, prismatic grade enhancement rune. Grants the summoner 100 talent points for level 100, and continues to provide 100 talent points during the next 3 level ups. Golden Egg, prismatic grade enhancement rune. To acquire a golden egg, one must engage in 22 abyssal matches for incubation. Upon hatching, it bestows a plethora of high-quality rewards commensurate with the summoner's level. A friendly reminder, Hell-level abyssal matches count as 2. Astonishing. Zheng Yu could hardly restrain his exclamation. Double prismatic. A windfall, a golden egg. The windfall speaks for itself. Receiving such fortune early on signifies a dreamlike beginning. Currently at level 13, it is not too late. He stands to gain 1,300 talent points in one fell swoop. This implies he can elevate both the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent to the 5th tier of talent points. However, the Golden Egg requires 22 matches, and he is still quite distant from that goal. The Hell level difficulty in the 3rd phase is still far off. Nevertheless, this wait is worthwhile, for the rewards from the Golden Egg are expected to be exceptional. He opened 2 enhancement runes. You have received a windfall of 1,300 talent points. You have obtained a Golden Egg. 22 matches remain until it hatches. He placed the Golden Egg in his inventory and summoned a Goblin General and Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. The evolution commenced. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent consumed 850 points and directly evolved into the 5th tier. Summon Beast Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, 4th tier. Talent evolves into Summon Beast Twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon, 5th tier. The 5th tier evolution transformed the Dragon Serpent into a Flood Dragon, completely shedding its serpentine attributes. It now possesses the skill, Flood Dragon's Breath. Flood Dragon's Breath, the Twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon gathers fiery energy and unleashes a high-temperature breath, inflicting an instantaneous damage of 27,706 958 Twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon's attack power with a coefficient of 7. a quintessential example of explosive fire damage. Coupled with the burning effect and the dual damage from the twins, Zhengyu could hardly fathom the magnitude of this breath's damage. The most significant alteration in the twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon is its form. The 5th-tier twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon retains its dual-headed visage. Yet both serpentine heads have fully transformed into that of a flood dragon, with its body adorned in dragon scales. Its form remains composed of elemental flames. The attack coefficient has surged from 60 at the 4th tier to 80 now. Furthermore, with the summoning beast weapon, the Fish Slayer, its attack power has escalated to 3,958. While its health increase is modest, it remains a standard fire-type glass cannon mage, immense damage potential, yet fragile in constitution. However, with the Goblin General shielding in the foreground, none can harm the twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon. Zhengyu contemplated, glancing at the Goblin General. He still had 450 talent points from the windfall. He decided to push his life limit to 500 points, exchanging 50 talent points to reach 500, thereby facilitating the evolution. The Goblin General requires 500 talent points to ascend to the 5th level. Summon Beast Goblin General, 4th tier. Talent evolves into Summon Beast Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps, 5th tier. Chapter 45. With such exhilaration, would you still retreat? The 5th tier Goblin General retained its name, with the sole alteration being the addition of the Heavy Cavalry Corps. There were no new skills, however, the core skill, General S Command, underwent a significant transformation. Skill, General S Command for Heavy Cavalry Corps. The General commands the Heavy Cavalry Regiment to summon the Goblin Army, 26 units. The number summoned increases with level, for battle. The army comprises 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Warriors, 8 Goblin Shield Bearers, 1 Goblin Sorcerer, and 1 Troll Goblin. The summoning is unlimited in time, and cannot be repeated until all goblins in the army are vanquished. Additionally, the General summons the Goblin Heavy Cavalry Unit, 26 units. The number summoned increases with level, for combat, consisting solely of 26 heavily armored Goblin Wolf Riders. What a remarkable profit, Zhengyu mused, deeply satisfied with this cavalry regiment. It is said that in the era before firearms, having 50 heavy cavalry was already an impressive feat. And a rebellion led by 500 heavy cavalry would be truly formidable. With 5,000 heavy cavalry, one could sweep away any opposing army. Although he currently commands only 26 Goblin Heavy Cavalry, they are an absolute weapon for farming in the abyss. If they are this formidable at Tier 5, how powerful will they become at Tier 6? Zhengyu then glanced at the requirements for his next promotion. The Goblin General's Heavy Cavalry Regiment. Talent, Tier 5, 3,000 talent points required for upgrade. Excellent. He then looked at the Twin Fire Wyvern. The Twin Fire Wyvern. Talent, Tier 5, 5,000 talent points required for upgrade. Excellent. 5,000 talent points, equating to a health cap of 50,000. This is still manageable. Thus far, history has recorded no summoner possessing a Tier 5 summon creature. Tier 5 is indeed considered the theoretical pinnacle. Advancing from level 12 to 13 raises the health cap by 400. As levels increase, the health gains become more substantial. If one solely relies on the demon contract, a Tier 6 summon could be acquired by level 20. However, at level 15, another summon contract space can be unlocked, which requires additional talent points. The giant winged spirit butterfly is only Tier 3. Zhengyu calculated that his talent points were woefully insufficient. Fortunately, there is an unexpected windfall. The Prism Grade Enhancement Rune delights Zhengyu immensely. Levels 14, 15, and 16 will yield 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 talent points respectively. Accumulating these points would ensure a stable Tier 6 summon. Imagine a level 16 summoner possessing a Tier 6 talent summon. It would be a dimensional strike against other professionals. The Rain Butterfly, available at level 10, is a Tier 1 talent. The Shadow Beast, available at level 15, is a Tier 2 talent. Following this pattern, a summoner must reach at least level 40 to acquire a Tier 6 summon through conventional means. However, the Demon Contract provides unexpected wealth, significantly accelerating early progress. In fact, summoners can enhance their summoned creature's talents through other means, such as the 3 skills available at level 10, which can be cultivated over time. Yet, this approach demands a longer time cycle. According to the textbook understanding of Zhang Anxuan, a summoner is a profession that requires patience and gradual development. However, in Zhang Yu's hands, the advancement has been somewhat accelerated. He counted his spoils. A somewhat excited and wide-awake Zhang Yu, with nothing in particular to occupy his time, decided to pen a comprehensive guide. The guide, titled Cold Spring Abyss, Nightmare Level Strategy, was replete with video and image details, offering a step-by-step tutorial for conquering the Nightmare Level Abyss. Within the forum, numerous paid posts were available, covering a plethora of topics including strategies, gossip, secrets, equipment analysis, career development, and even fortune-telling. The fee of 100 gold beans equated to 100 yuan. Since he had nothing better to do, Zheng Yu, who consistently recorded his battles, realized that guides accompanied by videos and images tend to sell remarkably well. He eloquently crafted a 10,000-word strategy. Upon publication, it swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the forum as popularity rankings. Wow, a nightmare-level strategy. Is this truly from him? One might exclaim. Naturally, the presence of videos and images left no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. A hands-on teaching method? This implied that if he could master it, he too could conquer the nightmare-level abyss. The audacity to teach and the willingness to learn were astonishing, yet it was even more shocking that some dared to believe. What I lacked was not a strategy, but rather combat prowess. Although this guide may hold little utility for me, my curiosity compelled me to purchase it, primarily to uncover the complete historical narrative of the Cold Street Abyss. I was even more intrigued by how Zheng Yu, a summoner, managed to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. As a result of this guide, the forum of Jiaxue City surged back into the limelight, with the number of purchases soaring. In truth, the majority of individuals buying the guide were merely curious about Zheng Yu's abilities, while a portion sought to criticize. Even if Zheng Yu had indeed cleared the nightmare-level abyss, many believed it was more a matter of luck than skill. Others speculated that he must have discovered some shortcut to success. After all, Zheng Yu was a summoner, often deemed the weakest of his class. Yet he managed to conquer the most challenging nightmare-level abyss. Even a day later, skepticism remained rampant. At the Jiaxue City Martial Arts School, Wu Zong, unaware that Tao Qian and others had already reached level 10, intended to return to the school to avoid their party. His colleagues regarded him with peculiar glances, devoid of malice but tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. They were all peers who had not ascended to the ranks of professionals. If he truly managed to latch onto Zheng Yu's success and conquer the nightmare-level abyss, they would no longer be on the same path. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. Otherwise, the discomfort would have been theirs. Wu Zong had grown somewhat accustomed to such scrutinizing gazes, as he had been the subject of similar attention in the Cold Street Abyss lobby. Even those who were not even level 1 and might never muster the courage or opportunity to enter the abyss found amusement in his plight. I am accustomed to this, Wu Zong reassured himself. After all, he would eventually have the chance to enter the abyss. The only person who regarded him without judgment was his elder brother, who comforted him, saying, "It's all right. If I were in your position, I would have done the same." This was not mere consolation. He had spent the previous night browsing the forum and understood that his brother would not have fled in the face of danger unless absolutely necessary. "Brother, about that money." Wu Zong hesitated. "It matters not. Whenever you have the means to repay, do so at your leisure. I am in no rush. Over the years operating my martial arts school, I have amassed a fair amount of wealth, and at most, I shall receive a reprimand from your sister-in-law. Moreover, you have not left empty-handed either. You have achieved level 6, which signifies your initial steps into the realm of professionals." However, Wu Zong's spirits were still somewhat dampened. Has he truly embarked upon this journey? Not quite. To be regarded as a genuine professional, one must attain level 25. Without Zheng Yu's assistance, he doubted his ability to reach such heights. "Look, Zheng Yu has released a strategy guide," someone exclaimed. "What kind of guide?" "Why, a nightmare-level strategy, of course." "What good is that to me? I can't even get past the simple level abyss. No one wants me. But what if an opportunity arises?" "True enough. It's only 100 yuan. It wouldn't hurt to take a look." "Your words pique my interest." Upon hearing the chatter, Wu Zong and his brother opened their phones to discover that the most popular post in the forum was indeed Zheng Yu's guide. Wu Zong's brother immediately purchased the post. Wu Zong refrained. He had first-hand experience and understood well how Zheng Yu had conquered the challenges. A strategy? Nonsense. It was merely brute strength that paved the way. Even armed with knowledge of the guide, it would be futile. They could not even surpass the butcher at the entrance, let alone the fish-slicing youth and the human-skin spider beyond. However, when they opened the post, astonishment escaped their lips. Zheng Yu had cheekily placed photographs of their barbecue gathering on the first page, followed by images of the goblin general battling the butcher. Zheng Yu, Wenren Qinjiu, Kuding, Tao Qian, and Wu Zong were all present in the frame, their faces aglow with smiles, surrounded by wine and meat. Wu Zong's brother could not help but glance at Wu Zong, wondering, did you all go on an outing? His underlying question was why, after such merriment, Wu Zong still chose to withdraw. Fortunately, someone astutely noted that these were images from the simple level abyss, as when Ren Qingjiu had previously shared similar ones on the forum. Zheng Yu's intent was purely to incite jealousy, aimed at those who had once refused to team up with him. Further down, the genuine nightmare-level abyss strategy was revealed in meticulous detail, divided into 5 stages. 1. The butcher at the entrance and the fish-slicing youth. 2. The cook. 3. The human-skin spider. 4. The female corpse from the well. 5. The hollowed-out intestines of Shaoqi. Each stage was accompanied by videos and images, with Zheng Yu providing thorough explanations, including strategies to thwart the human-skin spider and how to handle Shaoqi's 2 forms, the ordinary and the brutal. It was a well-crafted guide, yet the comments below were anything but serious. Zheng Yu genuinely wishes to educate us. I thought it was merely a bragging post. But it seems he is truly offering a strategy. Haha, you are mistaken. This is simply Zheng Yu's way of showing off. Do you think that even if you followed his guide, you could withstand the cook's flying knives? Or evade the pursuit of the human-skin spider? Wait, are summoners really that formidable? This summoned creature seems more powerful than the high-level warriors I observed the other day. If encountered in reality, I would exclaim, incredible. Yet this is the online realm, where I can only remark, young man, this simply won't suffice. You still have much to learn. Although this group thrives on boasting in cyberspace, they can discern from the videos and records within the posts that the nightmarish abyss truly poses a formidable challenge. Zheng Yu's summoned creatures are undeniably powerful. In the initial stages of the strategy, one could observe Zheng Yu indulging with Tao Qian and others, leisurely feasting while slaying monsters. However, as they progressed to the human-skin spider, the difficulty escalated dramatically. The terrifying human-skin spider, accompanied by a horde of icy corpses that seemed to comprise half a forest, proved to be an insurmountable obstacle. Many who fancied themselves capable, believing that if Zheng Yu, a mere summoner, could conquer the nightmarish Cold Street abyss, so too could they, were soon disabused of this notion. The reality was stark. They were utterly unprepared. In the video, the human-skin spider devoured a goblin shield warrior with a single bite, inflicting 6,000 damage, exhibiting astonishing speed, control, defense, and damage, truly a nightmare for novice adventurers. It was not merely a challenge to slay the human-skin spider. They lacked even the prowess to escape the forest. Was this truly a place for mortals? No wonder that for over a decade, no one from Jiangshui City had traversed the nightmarish abyss. The difficulty was staggering. I previously noted on the forum that some claimed Zheng Yu succeeded in the nightmarish abyss through sheer luck. Pray, elucidate, is this luck? A goblin capable of inflicting over 10,000 damage is merely luck? One must concede that Zheng Yu's summoned creatures are astonishingly formidable. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that the nightmarish abyss is utterly grotesque. The human-skin spider appears devoid of weaknesses. Aside from aberrations like Zheng Yu, how could any other class contend? To the astonishment of those above, they were far too premature in their surprise. This was merely the beginning. Are there experts? Even more grotesque ones. Hiss. Those who had viewed the entire strategy in advance began to spoil the plot. To them, this post was not merely a strategy guide, but rather a narrative akin to a first-person perspective of an abyssal tale. Through Zheng Yu's lens, it became a quintessential tale of triumph. Spoilers are indeed a staple of such narratives. As the strategy progressed, slaying the human-skin spider and escaping the icy corpses, they arrived at the frozen lake, where the true difficulty was just commencing. Zheng Yu described Shaoqi in a manner that even I found daunting. Many echoed the same sentiments once expressed by Wu Zong, who, pray tell, is conquering the nightmarish abyss? The appearance of Shaoqi in the video, the attributes displayed in images, and the resurgence of the human-skin spider in its savage state, along with the reanimated corpse from the well and the relentless horde of icy corpses returning from the woods, silenced all who questioned Zheng Yu's strength. Regarding how to contend with Shaoqi, Zheng Yu succinctly stated, "It suffices to rely on sheer strength. There was no strategy, only raw power. My dear brother, this is not your fault." Wu Zong's elder brother, witnessing the brutality of the cold street as Zheng Yu was overwhelmed, finally comprehended his younger sibling. It was not cowardice. He merely made a rational and judicious choice. Anyone in his position would have made the same decision. In comparison to death, what significance does that punishment hold? As for Tao Qian, Wen Qingjiu, and Ku Ying, one can only conclude that these 3 individuals are rather peculiar. The public perception of Wu Zong has also undergone a transformation. To be candid, if I were in his position, I would have withdrawn even sooner than Wu Zong did. Wu Zong's actions can be deemed commendable. He risked his safety to dissuade Tao Qian and the others. It is only logical that a rational person would choose to withdraw. Those who disregard their lives are undoubtedly the aberrant ones, are they not? Yet, the ultimate outcome is that Tao Qian and his companions were rewarded, while Wu Zong, who made the prudent choice, received nothing. How is that just? Is it truly reasonable for a summoner to traverse a nightmare-level abyss? Is it not justifiable for Tao Qian to plunge into battle for the sake of his comrades? Were I Wu Zong, I would stand my ground. Oh, the giants of the online realm are but clowns in reality, and there are always fools who revel in the chaos. At this moment, Zheng Yu was also perusing the forum comments. Upon seeing Wu Zong's reputation begin to improve, he felt a sense of relief. Frankly, he held no ill will towards Wu Zong's decision to exit the team. To him, it was a perfectly rational choice. When faced with danger, prioritizing one's own safety is hardly unreasonable, is it? Wu Zong was no kin of his, charging a fee of 300,000, albeit below market value, was a price Zheng Yu had proposed himself. At the end of the day, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. There were no grudges to speak of. In other words, he was entitled to his criticisms, as was Tao Qian. But what right do the onlookers, those who thrive on drama, have to cast judgment? Zheng Yu had two reasons for posting: to respond to those who accused him of relying on luck or shortcuts, and to defend Wu Zong. The two shared no animosity. And Zheng Yu was indifferent to whether Wu Zong chose to withdraw. Ultimately, it would be Wu Zong who regretted it. He merely sought to convey to the spectators that were the roles reversed, they might not have withstood the trials as long as Wu Zong had. The most heated discussions did not occur during the battle phase, but rather during the final reflections of Shao Qi. Who would have guessed that the seemingly terrifying Shao Qi had such a tragic backstory? No wonder he bore such resentment. Had I possessed the same fervor as Shao Qi, my grievances would be even greater. So that is how the internal organ cake is utilized. I have learned something new and shall endeavor to experiment next time. Is it truly possible that someone believes they will survive long enough to utilize an internal organ cake? I am uncertain if Zheng Yu genuinely aims to educate, but I know some have taken his words to heart. How touching. I am quite fond of Zheng Yu's statement, wishing for those beasts to experience true suffering. There is a certain satisfaction in that vengeance. When he boldly confronted Mayor Zhou Yun, I sensed his fiery spirit, and I find myself quite enamored. Not only did he refrain from blaming Wu Zong for his abrupt withdrawal, but he also posted to vindicate him. I have become a follower. However, some individuals may find themselves in distress. I wonder what thoughts Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun will have upon reading this post. They perched high above. Can they truly intervene? Indeed. Chapter 47. Objective, Stage 2 Nightmare Level Abyss. The post has garnered immense popularity, selling over 10,000 copies in just one night. Not only the professionals of Jiaxue City were intrigued, but also those from Shangyu City, who had heard rumors of a top-tier genius summoned by the mayor. After all, cities generally treat such elite talent as treasures, making it quite challenging to lure them away. Their curiosity piqued upon learning that Zheng Yu was a summoner. News spread like wildfire, and inquiries about this summoner named Zheng Yu proliferated across neighboring districts, all eager to discern the extent of his prowess. Zheng Yu could scarcely believe that a mere post had garnered him over 1 million in earnings. After deducting the forum's share and settling some taxes, he was left with more than 700,000. It was no wonder that professionals earned a fortune. Even a simple post could yield tens of thousands. With a sense of satisfaction, Zheng Yu withdrew his earnings. At that moment, tales of Zheng Yu were circulating widely. He had lost resources to Li Feng and, in a fit of rage, had plunged into a nightmarish abyss, confronting Li Nan with sheer strength and rejecting Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, opting instead to join Shangyu City. This series of audacious actions not only garnered him followers, but also earned him admiration for his fortitude upon relocating from Jiaxue City to Shangyu City. I have often considered this from Zheng Yu's perspective. Had I been in his position, losing resources to Li Feng would likely have left me feeling impotently furious. I would have reported the incident, perhaps even unfurling banners to inform all the professionals in Jiaxue City. But wouldn't that merely reflect my own helpless rage? Those with true capabilities, like the Minister of Resources from Shangyu City, would simply come to claim their own. It is rumored that not only Shangyu City, but also Qinan City and Xia City have dispatched representatives. One wonders, does Li Feng feel secure holding on to resources that do not belong to him? What could possibly give him peace of mind? I have seen a post detailing the comprehensive list of tier resources available, and it made me envious beyond measure. A complete set of golden grade warrior gear. If bestowed upon me, I could conquer the challenging abyss. But enough of that. Here comes Li Feng. What on earth is he doing at the school? Today is the day for third-year professionals to receive their vocational certificates. How enviable. The vocational certificate is not equivalent to a graduation diploma. Rather, it signifies that the student is embarking on the path of a professional. However, obtaining this certificate is no trivial matter. It requires the principal's endorsement, affirming the student's eligibility to pursue a professional career and their capacity to sustain themselves through upgrades and abyssal challenges. Additionally, an examination is mandated, encompassing political studies akin to the civil service exam from Zheng Yu's previous life. This implies that those holding this certificate may also enter politics. After all, mere strength without intellect would hardly inspire public confidence in entrusting leadership roles to such powerful individuals. Students who do not receive their vocational certificates must continue their studies. For 90 of professionals, leveling up is merely a means to facilitate job hunting. Schools will continue to nurture them for an additional 3 months, encompassing combat training, archery, agility drills, and other physical conditioning, while also honing their specialized skills, such as potion making and equipment repair. In the past 3 months, if one truly lacks the talent and fortune to conquer the abyss, it would be prudent to shift focus to cultural studies and explore other disciplines. I have heard that this year, our esteemed school has issued merely 3 certificates. Just 3? Is that not a meager number? Do you think that the professional certification is easily attained? Once one possesses that certificate, even without further advancement, a monthly base salary of 5,000 yuan is guaranteed, a secure position indeed. How enviable. If Zheng Yu were here, it would be for. Alas, Li Feng, naturally, overheard the discussions among this group, as such conversations permeated every corner. Even in the restroom or during meals, there was no escape from the incessant comparisons to Zheng Yu, which only served to diminish his own worth. His gaze was complex, a blend of anger, resentment, but predominantly a sense of injustice. He had believed that by following his father to Jiaxue City, he could distance himself from the perverse prodigies of various factions and escape being the topic of idle chatter. In the Central District, his life had revolved around such experiences. To his dismay, arriving in this remote place, he still encountered a freak of nature. He harbored disdain for Zheng Yu, yet he could not deny his prowess. There was no denying it. He had read that guide. It was an unequivocal display of overwhelming strength. His sole frustration lay in his own misfortune. It was due to Zheng Yu that he had received a severe reprimand from his father the previous night. Despite his earnest efforts in successfully improving his time in the challenging abyss, it was all for naught. He was deemed a failure in his father's eyes. The petty thief spoken of by his peers, and a mere tool for Zhou Yun to curry favor with his father. I had invited him once. Why did he decline? Li Feng pondered, realizing that had Zheng Yu accepted his invitation, he would likely have been the one to fall victim in the difficult abyss, where his murderous intentions would have been thwarted. In truth, he considered that to be the best possible outcome. Sighing deeply, Li Feng felt a wave of resignation wash over him. As noon approached, Zheng Yu was roused from his slumber by the clamorous duo, Wen Qingyu and Kuding, who arrived laden with a plethora of luggage. You two aren't planning to move in, are you? Do you harbor any ulterior motives towards my brother Yu? Tao Qian, who was preparing lunch, quipped upon seeing the two laden with bags. He then turned to Zheng Yu and remarked, Brother Yu, I have a hunch these two ladies are not to be trusted. You must tread carefully. Shut your mouth. No one considers you mute. When Qingyu retorted sharply, Brother Yu sent us a message, stating that we are heading to Shanyu City tonight, and instructed us to pack our belongings to join him, Kuing explained. Such urgency? Tao Qian glanced at Zheng Yu, who replied, We need to move, complete the necessary procedures, obtain the professional certificates, and settle in. It will inevitably take 2 days. That duration is sufficient for my summoned beasts to regain their full strength. I wish to expedite my advancement. The nightmare level abyss is exceedingly taxing. Even though my dual magical fire dragon and goblin general have restored their energy upon reaching the 5th tier, their condition is not optimal. Rest and recuperation are essential. 2 days will be just right. Moreover, I intend to enter the nightmare level abyss for the next challenge, so it is imperative to reach Shangyu City promptly to prepare adequately. Wait, Tao Qian set down the spatula and approached Zheng Yu with a serious inquiry. Nightmare level? Indeed. 2nd tier abyss? What else? We are already at level 10 and cannot even access the 1st tier abyss anymore. No, what I mean is, do you have confidence? Tao Qian actually intended to express that the second-tier abyss is incomparably more formidable than the first, despite having conquered the first-tier nightmare abyss. Would it not be rather reckless to venture directly into the second-tier abyss without any prior experience? However, he refrained from voicing this concern, primarily out of fear of embarrassment. When Zheng Yu initially declared his intent to compete for rankings, Tao Qian had questioned him as well. Since that moment, he had ceased to bring it up again. To doubt Zheng Yu's capabilities would only serve to invite a slap in the face. Zheng Yu shook his head, replying, "Honestly, I am uncertain. After all, it is my first time reaching level 10. Perhaps we should proceed cautiously?" When Ren Qingyu suggested, "Shall we first clear a hard level to hone our skills?" Ku Ying, listening to this, felt compelled to scoff. Is the second-tier hard level really a practice run? Yet Zheng Yu chuckled. Although I am unaware of the strength of the second-tier nightmare abyss, I have also significantly improved my own abilities. The odds are about 50-50. I will charge you 1 million to guide you through the nightmare abyss. Are you in? Ignoring any dissent, Zheng Yu boldly made his offer. Tao Qian, who had just expressed concern and opposition, immediately acquiesced without hesitation. It's a deal. When Ren Qingyu was even more decisive, promptly transferring the funds, Zheng Yu inquired, "Aren't you worried?" Tao Qian responded, "You know, brother, I will absolutely support you. If you say we go, then we go." When Ren Qingyu added, "Isn't there a 50% chance? Let's gamble." Only Ku Ying remained sincere, stating, 1 million to gamble on the second-tier nightmare abyss? Even a deity could not refuse such a wager. Danger? Which abyss is devoid of peril? With Zheng Yu leading the way, a mere 50% risk hardly qualifies as danger. Moreover, the three of them quickly realized that they could not sway Zheng Yu's determination. Since he was intent on pursuing madness, they would accompany him in his folly. At this moment, Tao Qian recalled a thought and remarked, "If you truly manage to lead us through the nightmare abyss again, you will undoubtedly claim the top spot on this year's newcomer leaderboard. In previous years, it has always been newcomers from the Central District who received this accolade. I can already envision the astonished expressions of those arrogant Central District geniuses when they see that the first place is not Jiang Shui, but rather a practitioner from Shangyu City and a summoner at that." Chapter 48, Chicken Blood Exorcism. I understand this Shangyu City. Wow, this house is truly magnificent. Complete with a yard and a swimming pool. Brother Yu, have you already stepped into the life of a wealthy heir? After completing the paperwork, Tao Qian and the others arrived at the villa. What wealthy heir? I built this from scratch. Yes, of course. Tao Qian directly grabbed a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and gulped down a generous mouthful. This is the good stuff. Did you purchase this house? Zheng Yu reclined in a lounge chair, looking at his phone without lifting his head, and replied, "It's provided by the resource department. Courtesy of Chai Fong. I'm just temporarily residing here." Tao Qian surveyed the spacious villa, noting that the rent must exceed 10,000. A 3-story villa stands majestically, with a spacious yard that boasts a lush lawn and a glistening swimming pool. Speaking of which, have your resources been granted to you? Zheng Yu shook his head, stating that Chai Fong had informed him that due to the expiration of the application period, along with his prior submission, the resources had been allocated to Li Feng, resulting in a rather complicated situation. Tao Qian furrowed his brow, concerned. Is it impossible to apply for them? Although these resources do not belong to him directly, they are intricately linked to Zheng Yu's strength. The more resources Zheng Yu possesses, the greater their safety in traversing the abyss, which naturally causes him distress. It is said that Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu City personally navigated the provincial procedures, though the likelihood of securing the application remains uncertain. Reclining on a lounge chair with a beer in hand, Tao Qian remarked, "If Shangyu City fails to secure your resources, wouldn't our journey here be in vain? It's all the same." Zheng Yu, however, appeared indifferent. "Regardless of whether Shangyu City can secure these resources, I shall not remain in Jiangshui City. Level 20 allows for another application. Doesn't that mean you would forfeit the resources from Stage 1? Tao Qian exclaimed in indignation on Zheng Yu's behalf. Chai Fong stated that should the application be unsuccessful, their resource department would personally compensate for the Stage 1 resources, equivalent to those issued by the province. This was the agreement made when Chai Fong first met Zheng Yu. It seems that Shangyu City truly values you. This is primarily due to Shangyu City's poor performance in recent years, not to mention the lack of practitioners with exceptional talents. Even those in the higher realms have struggled to thrive. If this trend continues, they might even run out of newcomers to participate in the practitioner competitions, which understandably worries Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong. Also, Tao Qian inquired, What about when Ren Qingyu and the others? As Tao Qian needed to handle his household registration procedures, he arrived in Shangyu City last. They went shopping. I instructed them to procure essential items for entering the abyss. The girls are better at bargaining and can save some money. Accustomed to frugality, Zheng Yu instinctively sought to save. Tao Qian's eyes brightened. Have you decided which abyss to enter? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, we shall venture into the Shangyu Ancestral Hall. The most dreadful one? Although Tao Qian feigned shock, he was not surprised at all. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall is the only abyss with a strategy for nightmarish-level challenges. However, it is also the abyss that when Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and even Tao Qian are most reluctant to enter, for it is indeed haunted. Zheng Yu explained. There are 3 Stage 2 abysses in Shangyu City, the Shangyu Ancestral Hall, the Blood-Soaked Film Studio, and the Dark Valley. Of these, only the Shangyu Ancestral Hall has a record of successful completions, complete with a detailed strategy, narrative branches, reward acquisition methods, and shortcuts clearly outlined. I understand that some of you may be apprehensive about the Ancestral Hall, but in order to enhance our success rate, it is the most suitable abyss for practice. Thus, I have made a prudent decision. Prudent? Tao Qian felt that Zheng Yu was merely posturing, yet he possessed no evidence. To use a nightmarish-level abyss for practice, what an audacious claim. It is unheard of. Yet, Zheng Yu genuinely appears to be considering their welfare. He elaborated. There exists a complete strategy, and it was crafted by Mayor Zhang Zhan during his youth, which lends it a high degree of credibility. How do you feel now? Zheng Yu even thought of himself as quite considerate. Tao Qian responded, of course. The rewards for the first pass of the Ancestral Hall are no longer available, but there remains hope for the blood-red film factory in the Dark Abyss. Are you planning to attempt them all? Why not? To leave such splendid rewards unclaimed would be a pity, Zheng Yu replied. All right then. Tao Qian chose to support Zheng Yu, having little authority in the matter. In any case, Zheng Yu could pursue whichever abyss he desired. His role was merely to contribute to the atmosphere, cooking and drinking as needed. The Ancestral Hall is a ghostly type of abyss. So I instructed Wen Ren Qingyu and the others to prepare some tools to deal with the spirits. Such items are rather expensive in the temple shop, but more affordable alternatives can be found in the offline market. Additionally, the Ancestral Hall is steeped in heavy energy. You should take some time to procure some chickens. Tao Qian understood. Chicken blood wards off evil. I get it. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who said anything about warding off evil? The ghosts in the abyss have health bars. What is there to fear? I suggested chickens because I heard that free-range chickens from Shangyu are a local specialty, and we can roast them in the Ancestral Hall. In the afternoon, Chai Fong brought good news. The provincial district approved his resource application, and it was still in process. It was said that Zhang Zhan directly contacted a big shot from his faction to coordinate some relationships to facilitate this. Such procedures are truly difficult without connections. Chai Fong lamented over the phone. So, are you interested in joining our faction? Seizing the opportunity, Chai Fong directly posed the question. Zheng Yu neither declined nor accepted. Merely asking, aren't only level 40 professionals eligible to join factions? Factions can be understood as organizations established by powerful professionals to monopolize certain resources. They are formidable and unbreakable due to their intertwined interests. However, not just anyone can join. The simplest requirement bars 99 of professionals. Only those at least level 40 may enter a faction, as anyone below that cannot truly be considered strong. Chai Fong chuckled, though. This is just an attempt to recruit a talent like you in advance. Being able to conquer nightmare-level abysses, reaching level 40, is a certainty. By the way, have you decided which abyss to challenge in the second phase? Chai Fong shifted from inquiring about Zheng Yu's interest in joining the faction to another question. The Ancestral Hall. A rather calm choice, I must say. In Chai Fong's view, this was a relatively conservative decision. The Ancestral Hall in Shangyu is the abyss most frequently conquered by professionals in Shangyu City, with countless strategies available. It is the favored abyss for level 40 professionals in Shangyu City. Chai Fong felt slightly disappointed. He had been looking forward to Zheng Yu attempting other abysses in Shangyu City to break some records. After all, the attitudes of professionals in Shangyu towards Zheng Yu's invitation varied. Even though Zheng Yu had a record of conquering nightmare abysses, many still believed that the summoner profession held little promise for the future, and granting resources to Zheng Yu was a misguided decision. Therefore, if records were broken and achievements showcased, those individuals would fall silent. Yet from Zheng Yu's perspective, the Ancestral Hall was undoubtedly the best choice due to its safety. Thus, Chai Fong remarked that it was a judicious choice. Unmoved by external influences, he opted solely for what suited him. Such a decision seems difficult to reconcile with Zheng Yu, who, in a fit of rage, had plunged into the nightmarish abyss. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial area, inquired, "Did he not choose the Crimson Film Factory?" Chai Fong nodded, expressing his initial belief that Zheng Yu would indeed select the depths of the film factory, as breaking its records appeared to be the most likely scenario. This young man, though seemingly reckless, also displayed an excessive calmness. Reckless? I do not perceive Zheng Yu as such, Zhang Zhan chuckled. He simply does not favor submission. This is hardly a flaw. If young people were to approach tasks with the same trepidation as us, they would cease to be youthful. Indeed, whether he chose the ancestral hall or not, if he were to set new records there, would it not hold even greater significance? Zhang Zhan remained optimistic. Yet, Chai Fong, with unwavering conviction, countered, I find that highly improbable. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss is the most familiar dungeon for the people of Shangyu, having been revisited and surpassed countless times by numerous professionals. It is not easily conquered, unless he intends to venture into the nightmarish abyss. Furthermore, it seems he plans to bring along Tao Qian and those two girls. Could he possibly break the record solo? Unlikely, let alone enter the nightmarish abyss. At this juncture, Chai Fong pondered a thought. Wait, is his team not lacking a member? Zhang Zhan confirmed. Indeed, they are short one. Currently, there are 4 of them. As one young man withdrew from the nightmarish abyss. He must be regretting it deeply now. Chai Fong stroked his chin thoughtfully. What if I were to assign someone to him? A helper, perhaps? How about Zheng Wenchong, a warrior of exceptional talent, now seemingly at level 18? To his surprise, Chai Fong outright refused. Who said I wanted to provide him with assistance? With Zhang Yu's prowess, adding someone would bear little significance. None of the professionals in Shanyu City at Stage 2 possess such levels. What help could a level 18 offer? Since Zheng Yu aims to go solo, he would undoubtedly reject any assistance. Zhang Zhan, puzzled, asked, Then what do you intend to do? I have a distant cousin who changed her profession last year, but was delayed for a year due to family matters. I shall invite her to join. Zhang Zhan remarked. You were just expressing skepticism about Zheng Yu. Chai Fong chuckled. I may doubt his ability to break the record, but within Stage 2, he is a valuable asset. And I intend for my cousin to align herself with him, much like how I teamed up with you back in the day. Chapter 49. In need of a companion skilled in roasting kidneys. Shangyu City. In the hall of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, after 2 days of strenuous efforts, Zheng Yu and his companions finally completed all necessary tasks and could devote time to serious matters. There are rather few people here, Tao Qian observed, glancing around the hall which housed only a handful of professionals. A nearby staff member, idly passing the time, explained. This year's first batch of professionals is still engaged in Stage 1 Abyss. The queues for Stage 1 are too long to enter. As for the seasoned professionals, they have either leveled up or completely given up. It is hardly surprising that there are so few. Tao Qian nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. I had not considered that. After all, having transitioned from Jiangshui City, his earlier remarks were somewhat ambiguous. Upon entering the hall, the crowd was sparse. Yet there were individuals brandishing signs in search of teammates. One Ren Kinjiu remarked, We are in need of a companion. Ordinarily, a party of 4 can delve into the abyss. But lacking one member leads to diminished experience and rewards. If you aspire to ascend the rankings, it would be prudent to recruit an additional player. Finding a second phase accomplice is relatively easy, and they are generally willing to compensate. Approximately 60 to 70% of professionals find themselves stuck at this juncture. Some are reluctant to risk their lives further in the abyss, while others are simply unable to progress and opt to seek employment, saving money while waiting for a stronger player to assist them. Tao Qian, puzzled, inquired, Isn't there anyone available to guide? That seems improbable. During the first phase of the abyss, I observed many players. That pertains to the first phase of the abyss, where level suppression allows for easy passage through even the simplest or normal abyss. However, even then, it requires a standard pairing of 2 warriors and a priest to lead others. Once one reaches the second phase of the abyss, competent players tend to group together for advancement, who has the leisure to escort others, unless they are those who no longer wish to progress to the third phase and prefer to trade their prowess for currency, or perhaps competitive players like Zheng Yu. Yet, in a small city like Shangyu, it has been years since a ranking genius has emerged. I see, Tao Qian replied, adopting a look of understanding. He then gestured towards the group of players in the Shangyu Temple Abyss Hall who were seeking companions, suggesting, let's simply choose one from among them. Tao Qian approached the staff directly, and a request for teammates was broadcast on the screen in the hall. Seeking a companion, one needed to complete a party of 4. Requirements: obedient, no monster or item theft, capable of cooking and barbecuing, preferably skilled in roasting kidneys, not voluntary, price negotiable. Upon seeing this announcement, Zhengyu gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. Tao Qian understands me well. I do not require a powerful teammate. I merely need someone adept at roasting kidneys to fill the void left by Wu Zong. As the announcement was made, players began messaging Zhengyu privately. Anonymous: warrior need a teammate? Zhengyu: summoner yes. Anonymous: warrior wait, you're a summoner? Anonymous: warrior hold on. Who is the leader? The player who contacted Zhengyu was bewildered. He had never encountered such an unusual team configuration, a summoner as the leader and 2 assassins. Only the monk seemed somewhat plausible. Before Zhengyu could respond, the anonymous warrior stated, "Let me speak with the monk. He should be your captain." Zhengyu asked, "Why him?" The anonymous warrior sent a facepalm emoji and replied, "I need to negotiate the price." Zhengyu responded, "You can discuss it with me. Are you in charge?" "Yes. I possess a level talent with a fire attribute, capable of suppressing the malevolent energy within the temple, currently at level 18. Having cleared the simple level temple abyss 5 times and the normal level temple abyss once." After a brief self-introduction, Zhengyu directly stated, "I demand a fee of 800,000. Is that unreasonable?" "What?" Zhengyu responded with an exaggerated question mark. "No, can you actually make decisions here? Given my prowess, a fee of 800,000 is quite justifiable. Although your team's composition is rather average, with me and that monk, and if we substitute one assassin for a priest, clearing a simple abyss will pose no challenge." Zhengyu: "The summoner, perhaps you should meticulously review the announcement I sent?" Zhengyu was somewhat reluctant to explain further. How could someone approach him for money without even perusing the announcement content? The other party fell silent for a moment, then returned a question mark emoji. Anonymous: warrior, are you serious, my friend? Have you lost your mind? Or am I simply blind? With your configuration and level, you expect to carry others through the abyss? Anonymous: warrior, and you think you can roast skewers as well? It's truly absurd. Are you jesting with me? The other party was evidently irritated. Zhengyu found it peculiar that he was fixated on a summoner class, yet the other party failed to recognize it. Zhengyu, the summoner, don't you frequent the forums? Anonymous: warrior forums? It's merely a gathering of failed professionals boasting and chit-chatting. What's there to explore? Surely. You haven't stumbled upon a post claiming there are shortcuts in the shrine? Anonymous: warrior, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't believe it. Those who do meet a swift demise. Anonymous: warrior, I'm out. A bunch of kids here trying to amuse themselves. I thought I had finally encountered a business opportunity. Subsequently, the warrior ceased to acknowledge Zhengyu. Zhengyu glanced at Tao Qian, who also wore a sullen expression, clearly having received some unsatisfactory private messages. It seemed that finding a genuine support was no easy task. When Ren Xingyu remarked, "I did not anticipate this outcome." She had assumed that securing a support player would be relatively straightforward. Zhengyu stated, "It appears the mayor has endeavored to keep my arrival in Shanyu City as discreet as possible, likely fearing I wouldn't succeed. There is another possibility." When Ren Xingyu suggested, they probably never anticipated that the nightmare level abyss would yield such substantial experience, and they were unaware that you have already become a stage 2 professional. "So what shall we do now?" Tao Qian inquired. "We found a few, but either they directly demanded money, or upon realizing you were the captain, they withdrew. One individual was somewhat intriguing. He knew you had cleared the first stage of the nightmare level abyss, yet still refused to join the team, claiming that being asked to roast skewers was an insult to him." Ku Ding, nearby, chuckled. If Wu Zong heard this, he would be furious. Indeed. He currently lacks the opportunity to roast skewers himself. The primary issue lies in your reputation, brother you. Your notoriety hasn't yet escalated. And stage 2 professionals tend to be rather prideful. Shall I search for players on the forum? Just as Wen Xingyu was preparing to seek support on the forum, Zhengyu received a call from Chai Fong. "Xiao Yu, I've heard you plan to enter the abyss today." Chai Fong's tone was exceedingly courteous. Zhengyu was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I intend to enter. I'm currently searching for teammates." "Oh, you're in need of a teammate?" Chai Fong feigned surprise as he inquired. Zhengyu elucidated. "To be precise, we are in need of someone skilled in grilling kidneys." Chai Fong responded, "What? Grilling kidneys?" Chapter 50. The Nightmare Level Abyss Shrine. After some negotiations, they ultimately reached an agreement. As Zhengyu casually mentioned, coincidentally, I have a sister who excels at grilling kidneys. They settled on a price of 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong deemed Zhengyu's asking price rather exorbitant, he did not hesitate. knowing that he must nourish the talents he had recruited. He surmised that Zhang Yu's discontent stemmed from their failure to allocate resources effectively thus far. It was only reasonable to offer a bit more. So it is decided, he affirmed. I will transfer the money shortly, so please bear with me. All right. Zhang Yu hung up the phone, smiling as he remarked, the soy sauce has been found. Who? Chai Fong inquired. My distant cousin, Zhang Yu replied. The head of the resource department? Indeed. Does she know how to grill kidneys? Tao Qian asked. Chai Fong explained that his cousin's family specialized in barbecuing, likely surpassing Wu Zongqiang's skills. Then there should be no issue. When Ren Qingjiu interjected, is it truly appropriate for you all to discuss someone's kidney grilling abilities so earnestly? Chai Yun, Ranger, has applied to join the team. The captain has approved Chai Yun, Ranger, to join the team. Chai Yun, Ranger greetings. Captain Zheng Yu, and everyone. My name is Chai Yun, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Smiling. Tao Qian, monk so adorable. Zheng Yu, summoner welcome. Wenren Qingjiu, assassin welcome, sister. Ku Ying, assassin welcome, sister. Observing the term sister, Chai Yun, en route to the Shangyu shrine in a taxi, bit her lip. She was indeed a year older than Wenren Qingjiu and her companions, having been a professional last year, stuck at level 12 and unable to advance, lacking teammates and mentors. She had struggled for over a month to form a team, nearly perishing in the shrine. Subsequently, due to family matters and her own insufficient talent, she had considered abandoning this path. She had not intended to continue until her cousin Chai Fong, a prodigy in his own right, called her last night, offering to guide her through the abyss. No risks involved, no need for her to take action, merely needing to play a supportive role. Being regarded as a prodigy by Chai Fong assured her of success. Yet, the thought of someone younger than herself still made her feel a bit awkward. Upon arriving at the Shangyu City Abyss Hall, she quickly spotted her team, drawn in by Wenren Qingjiu's striking figure. It was hard to miss the group of four, all seemingly quite young. Zhang Yu also noticed Chai Yun, a remarkably healthy young woman, with sun-kissed skin, long legs, and a short, sharp haircut. Bandages wrapped around her wrists, and her muscular forearms and calves were distinctly visible. Zheng Yu nodded at Chai Yun and said, their essay document I shared in the chat group. Please review it to avoid any mistakes. Understood. Chai Yun's first impression of Zheng Yu was that he was reliable, at least he wouldn't feign competence without consulting a guide before entering the abyss. However, she did not take the time to thoroughly examine the materials Zheng Yu had sent. Some actions may seem superfluous. After all, the abyss of the Ancestor Hall in Shangyu City is merely a subject taught in schools, and every student is well versed in it, rendering strategy guides unnecessary. However, Chai Yun concealed her disdain, as she had learned from her brother that Zheng Yu was the prodigy brought over from Jiaxue City. It was only natural for someone unfamiliar with Shangyu City to lack knowledge of its abyss. 1 hour, Zheng Yu stated. After 1 hour, we shall enter the abyss. He allotted time for Chai Yun to review the materials. As Chai Yun had just joined the team, she felt hesitant to voice her concerns. Her brother had advised her to speak sparingly, for Zheng Yu preferred a more passive approach. Yet, the more she examined the information, the more she felt something was amiss. Why were they looking at strategies for an abyss rated at nightmare level? She suspected Zheng Yu had sourced the wrong guide. Such strategies for a nightmare level abyss were merely for entertainment to ordinary practitioners and offered no real technical insight. True mastery required guides for the challenging abyss. Unable to contain her thoughts, Chai Yun finally urged Zheng Yu. Is there a problem? Noticing her hesitance, Zheng Yu directly inquired. Chai Yun straightforwardly expressed her concerns. Did you perhaps choose the wrong strategy? The guide circulating in the group pertains to the nightmare level abyss. Zheng Yu nodded in affirmation. Indeed. That is the guide. Chai Yun, perplexed, listened as Zheng Yu continued. Although combat is not required for you, the Ancestor Hall abyss is fraught with mechanisms and traps. Especially at the nightmare level, which significantly differs from the ordinary abyss you are accustomed to. The nightmare level abyss leans towards realism, making the guide exceedingly valuable for setting new historical records. Chai Yun emitted a sound of surprise. Nightmare level. Was this not communicated to you by your brother? Zheng Yu asked. At that moment, Tao Qian interjected. Zheng Yu, did you inform Chai Fong about tackling the nightmare level Ancestor Hall? Zheng Yu paused, realizing he had not. It then dawned on him why Chai Fong had sounded off when he requested 3 million. He must have thought it exorbitant. Chai Yun stared at Zheng Yu in disbelief. Are you serious? Zheng Yu, somewhat exasperated, replied, you are the third practitioner to ask me this today. Here rests the situation. I apologize for the miscommunication. My team and I are indeed entering the nightmare level Ancestor Hall abyss. If you feel there is a risk, you may withdraw from the team. I will refund Chai Fong. He added, as for passive participants, you can find them on the forum. There will always be brave souls. Chai Yin stood in contemplation, feeling torn. Eventually, Zheng Yu observed the calluses on her hands and remarked, those calluses indicate that you have persevered in your training over the past year. As a ranger, physical strength is paramount. Would you care to take a chance with us? This invitation from Zheng Yu represented an opportunity for a practitioner who had maintained her training despite a year's hiatus, signifying her unwavering commitment to the path of a practitioner. Thus, Zheng Yu resolved to extend her this chance. If she is willing to take the gamble, this path of a professional will be open to her. Chai Yin gazed earnestly at Zheng Yu, her eyes filled with confusion, uncertainty, but predominantly a sense of longing. Do you have confidence? 50. Either perish or conquer. An excellent understanding. I may withdraw midway, Chai Yin stated candidly, without any concealment. Zheng Yu waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I have experienced such matters before, but the money is non-refundable. Chai Yin replied, 3 million? If you truly conquer the nightmare-level shrine, it would be a tremendous bargain for me. She fell silent for a considerable time. I have truly lost my mind, she muttered. As reason reminded her that a summoner accompanied by 4 mere bystanders could not possibly triumph in a nightmare-level abyss. Even Zheng Yu's illustrious past achievements could not change that reality, for the difficulty of the first stage abyss was incomparable to that of the second stage. Yet, a persistent voice in her mind urged her to take the risk. Ultimately, she chose to defy rational judgment. I will gamble. Zheng Yu chuckled. Congratulations. You have boarded a pirate ship. Shall I inform your brother? Chai Yin responded, I will let him know. She promptly sent a message to Chai Fong. I am entering the nightmare-level abyss now. If I do not return, please take care of my parents. Finished? Yes. Then let us depart. Zheng Yu opened the interface and selected the Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level. Zheng Yu, summoner entering. Tao Qian, monk to be honest. I am a bit anxious this time. Kuing, assassin you can do it. When Ren Qinjiu, assassin do not be nervous. Either we will triumph and gain great wealth, or we will perish in the nightmare-level abyss, which is not a disgraceful death. Tao Qian, monk pa, you crow. Chai Yin, ranger, entering Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level. Please wait. Meanwhile, Chai Fong, who was in a meeting, received Chai Yun's message. At first, he did not discern its significance and merely chuckled. This girl, still trying to play the sentimental card with me. But upon a second glance, what the hell? He leaped from his chair. Zhang Zhan, who was speaking, expressed his displeasure. We are in a meeting. What kind of behavior is this? Yet, Chai Fong paid no attention to Zhang Zhan, for he had spotted the keyword, nightmare level. Zheng Yu was headed to the nightmare level shrine. No wonder he boldly demanded 3 million from me. Zhang Zhan, taken aback by Chai Fong's words, asked, Are you saying that the summoner we unearthed has entered the nightmare level abyss? Chai Fong nodded. My cousin Chai Yin just sent me this message. And she even left a farewell note. Zhang Zhan asked, Do you remember at what level we entered the nightmare level abyss? Level 19. But Zheng Yu is only level 13. And he is accompanied by 4 bystanders. Has he gone mad? Just as Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong believed Zheng Yu to be insane. The 5 had already entered the shrine abyss. Zheng Yu found himself enveloped in darkness, while the voice of an elderly man resonated in his ears. Shrine. Primarily used for sacrificial rites. Marriage, funerals, longevity, celebration, honoring ancestors and sages. Worship, prayer, celebration, blessings, believing that ancestors and deities will bestow their protection upon them. In Shangyu village, the ancestors have long safeguarded their descendants, ensuring their prosperity, shielding them from famine, warfare, and the ravages of fire and water. They express gratitude towards their forebears, honoring the ancestral hall, until one fateful day, the ancestors themselves began to make demands. I guarantee your safety. You must honor the sacrifice of life. Do the ancestors you worship truly protect you? Or is it possible that you are not venerating your true ancestors? The voice, deep and resonant, unfolds the eerie tales of the ancestral hall's abyss, akin to recounting ghost stories. Chapter 51. It seems I have found a true ally. You have entered the nightmare level of the ancestral hall abyss in Shangyu City. This difficulty level accurately restores the true visage of the abyss and reconstructs its entire history, presenting immense challenges and a high mortality rate. Please exercise caution. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a subtle sensation of being pushed and pulled, as Zheng Yu and his companions materialized on a dimly lit forest path. Zheng Yu shivered inexplicably. Although the wind here was far less biting than that of the cold street abyss, it sent a cold shiver down his spine. As if something was watching him with malice and greed. Watching? No, who dares to watch me? Zheng Yu remarked, gazing into the inky darkness beside the path with dissatisfaction. Not speaking, are we? Without hesitation, Zheng Yu summoned the Goblin General. Goblin, charge at him. The Goblin General, without a word, urged his giant wolf mount forward, launching an assault towards the right side of the forest path. With a piercing wail that echoed eerily, the message appeared, killed the blocking ghost, gained 2094 experience points. Oh, it's quiet now. The unsettling sensation of being observed dissipated instantly. Trying to scare me? Who gave you the audacity? Tao Qian interjected. Brother, you just shattered the ambience that the ancestral hall abyss had meticulously crafted. It was beginning to evoke a hint of traditional Chinese horror, only to be disrupted by you. Zheng Yu approached the lifeless form of the blocking ghost, observing the pile of white ash on the ground. Ultimately, this is merely an abyss. As long as there is a health bar, I am Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian rode up, exclaiming, Brother you are remarkable. By the way, who is Lin Zhengying? At that moment, the rustling of leaves filled the forest, and faintly, the laughter of children could be heard. How dare you laugh at me, you audacious fiend? Zheng Yu roared in anger. The children's laughter faded slowly, entwined within the swirling winds. In truth, Zheng Yu was merely playing along, having reviewed the strategy guide beforehand. He knew that upon entering the ancestral hall abyss, this path leading to Shangyu village posed no real danger. It was merely a theatrical device to enhance the atmosphere. The blocking ghost could lead players into a disorienting experience without causing harm, but would delay their entrance into Shangyu village. The laughter of the children served merely as a warning, reminiscent of the cold corpse of the butcher from the cold street abyss, intended to frighten. While Zhang Yu immersed himself in the role of Lin Zhengying, when Ren Qingyu and Ke Ying had already produced the prepared copper coin strings and talismans. According to the strategy penned by Zhang Zhan, the malevolent aura of the nightmare-level abyss gradually erodes our sanity. Translated, it means that the presence of malevolent energy can impede the restoration of one's mental fortitude. The longer one lingers in the ancestral hall's abyss, the greater the influence. When Ren Qingyu distributed 5 copper coins strung together, Zhang Yu accepted the string of coins, which felt slightly sticky to the touch. The string of copper coins, composed of coins from the ancestral hall, soaked in the blood of dogs from Shangyu village for a period of 49 days. Interlinked with the hair ties of newlywed women from the same village, and coated with the glutinous rice paste used in grave offerings. This concoction serves to ward off the encroachment of malevolent spirits. When Ren Qingyu elucidated, the copper coins, dog blood, hair ties, and glutinous rice are all materials obtained from other challenging abysses within the ancestral hall, exclusively available in Shangyu City. Zheng Yu inquired, is it very expensive? Since the funds were provided by one Ren Qingyu and Ku Ying, he was unaware of the cost. 3,000 for 5 strings. So inexpensive? A local from Shangyu City, Chai Yun, remarked, such items are only necessary for nightmare-level abysses. To be frank, if it weren't for you all, no one would be interested in purchasing them. Oh, I see. Subsequently, when Ren Qingyu handed all the talismans to Zheng Yu, he glanced at the talismans, all of which were mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy. While he collected them, he remarked, you have all reviewed the strategy. According to Zhang Zhan's assessment, the theoretical completion time for the ancestral hall cannot be less than 3 days. Upon entering Shangyu village, one must follow the storyline, requiring at least 3 days to trigger the mechanism, specifically the ancestor of Shangyu village controlled by the malevolent spirit behind the ancestral hall. The first day is for the sacrificial rites. The second day is for the ghost marriage. The third day involves the procession of 100 ghosts. After the procession, one may finally access the ancestral hall. Thus, to break the record, one must strive to save time during the combat. If one adheres strictly to Zhang Zhan's strategy, the only option is to rely on the swiftness of battle. Mistakes could occur, preventing the breaking of the record. Therefore, we must explore methods to activate the mechanisms ahead of time, such as provoking the false ancestor behind the ancestral hall. However, I currently lack any leads, so we shall proceed step by step. As Zheng Yu articulated his plan, he summoned the twin demon fire serpents. The appearance of the serpents instantly dispelled the surrounding malevolent energy, restoring warmth to his body. Let us proceed into the village. The Goblin General will lead the way, while the twin demon fire serpents will guard the rear. A group of individuals advanced along the dark forest path towards Shangyu village. As the last to depart, Chai Yun cast a deep, astonished glance at the spot where the obstructing specter had perished. Regarding Zheng Yu's plan, she harbored no objections. Even if any practitioner from Shangyu City had heard Zheng Yu's notion of provoking the false ancestor to hasten the completion, they would have mocked him for his fanciful thinking. Yet, Chaiyan remained unfazed. For she had witnessed with her own eyes how the Goblin General's charge had instantaneously vanquished the obstructing specter, although the specter was but level 15. The fact that it was eliminated in a single charge seemed somewhat absurd. The staggering damage exceeding 50,000 was difficult for Chaiyan to comprehend. Was this the damage inflicted by a summoned beast? 50,000. She suddenly realized that her so-called gamble with Zheng Yu was entirely unfounded, for to him, descending into the nightmarish abyss was not a gamble at all, but rather a testament to his genuine confidence and prowess. The notion that he might indeed shatter the ancestral records lingered incessantly in Chaiyan's mind. It seemed she had truly latched onto a formidable ally. Chapter 52, Brother. Are you shopping for a cemetery? To enter Shangyu village, one must traverse a narrow path through the woods. Occasionally, a few specters would appear to obstruct the travelers. Though not particularly dangerous, they served as a constant reminder to the adventurers that ghosts indeed roamed this place. Whoosh! An arrow was loosed, striking the specter squarely in the face. These roadside apparitions were remarkably easy to dispatch. According to various guides, these phantoms were merely unfortunate passers-by passing through Shangyu village. 10,745. The arrow inflicted a damage of 10,000. The 5th-tier Goblin General possessed an attack power exceeding 3,000, and with the 57-fold coefficient of his archery skill, his normal damage could exceed 20,000. However, spectral beings were not considered normal. In a basic shrine, these apparitions could ignore 10 points of damage. In an ordinary shrine, they could disregard 15 points. In a difficult shrine, this escalated to 25 points. When it came to a nightmarish shrine, the damage ignored soared to 60. With this significant damage mitigation, along with factors such as accuracy, evasion, and attribute advantages, the spirits within the nightmarish shrine became exceedingly formidable adversaries. This was one of the reasons many adventurers in Shangyu City hesitated to challenge the nightmarish abyss. Fortunately, the health points of spectral beings were not particularly high. A level 15 human skin spider boasted 60,000 health points, whereas a common roadside ghost had only 20,000. Thus, it could be dealt with in 2 arrows. Whoosh! The Goblin General raised his hand and loosed another arrow, sending the ghost at the end of the path into a state of utter disarray. Kill roadside ghost 15. Gain 2,244 experience points. As the Goblin General methodically shot down the frail roadside spirits, Zheng Yu, intrigued, asked Tao Qian and the others, "Care for an orange? Oranges?" Tao Qian couldn't recall if they had purchased any during their supply gathering. Zheng Yu handed him an orange, and without a second thought, Tao Qian consumed it. After a while, Zheng Yu inquired again, "How about some biscuits?" He offered Tao Qian several pieces. Tao Qian was taken aback. "Wait, where did you get those?" Just as he finished speaking, Tao Qian noticed that they had unwittingly wandered into a graveyard. Realizing that the oranges and biscuits in Zheng Yu's hands had been taken from the gravestones, he hastily discarded the biscuits in his hand, only to see Zheng Yu darting towards another tomb, selecting offerings. "Wait, brother, are you shopping in a cemetery?" Zheng Yu responded, "This is a graveyard?" Chaiyan immediately recognized the area. The graveyard was the first challenging location within the shrine abyss, known to spawn a high-level wraith, the spirit of the former village chief of Shangyu, a formidable foe that would be difficult to contend with. Chaiyan anxiously remarked, "To confront the village chief's wraith, we must attract it from outside the graveyard. Otherwise, entering directly will provoke an onslaught from all the spirits within. This is not right. We should not have arrived at the graveyard so soon." Chaiyan quickly stepped back. However, she noticed that neither Zheng Yu nor Tao Qian moved. Only when Ren Qingyu glanced at Chaiyan and remarked, "Did you not see the strategy Captain Zheng sent you?" Chaiyan fell silent. Indeed. She had not paid much attention to it, primarily because she was unaware that Zheng Yu intended to enter the nightmare-level abyss, and thus did not take it seriously. Zheng Yu patiently explained, "Zhang Zhan's strategy for the nightmare-level abyss mentioned that in other difficulty levels of the shrine abyss, the graveyard has a fixed location. And with a little caution, one can always find it. However, in the nightmare-level abyss, the graveyard appears randomly. The earlier it appears, the greater the danger. Fortunately, we entered the graveyard within 10 minutes, a full half-hour earlier than Zhang Zhan." Chaiyan asked, "Are you sure this is fortunate? Isn't it more dangerous?" Zheng Yu replied with a smile, "Of course, it is fortunate. The earlier we encounter the graveyard, the sooner we can unlock the main storyline of the shrine and expedite our passage through the abyss. Although it is uncertain if it will have an effect. As long as we eliminate every spirit that obstructs our path, we can encounter the graveyard sooner. It seems my hypothesis was correct. Chai Yun looked at Zheng Yu in astonishment. She had previously been puzzled by his insistence on eliminating the obstructive spirits, even those at a considerable distance in the woods. Until they were utterly defeated, she had thought he was merely valuing the experience points, unaware that he had a purpose. Observing Zheng Yu, Chai Yun felt a curious blend of madness and reliability about him. But the pressing question was, how would he deal with them? At that moment, Chai Yun noticed the faint silhouettes of spirits beginning to materialize in the graveyard, and there were many. Zheng Yu smiled at Chai Yun and said, "After we pass this stage, you must thoroughly review the strategy once sent. Otherwise, you will hinder our progress. Moreover, let me correct a misconception in the nightmare level abyss. It is not merely a high-level spirit but an elite high-level monster. As for how to confront them," Zheng Yu snapped his fingers. The twin demon fire serpent behind him erupted in flames, enveloping the entire graveyard. "Of course, we will confront them head-on." Zheng Yu had conducted extensive research on the Shrine Abyss and had a solid grasp of the graveyard's challenges, confident that they could sweep through it. To hasten the dungeon's progression, they could not simply adhere to Zhang Zhan's strategy. The storyline of the Shrine Abyss was exceedingly straightforward. It did not require exploration or problem-solving. Only a steadfast resolve for 3 days. By creating chaos during a sacrificial rite and inciting the false ancestors behind the shrine, they could achieve their objective. Therefore, from the very beginning, they could not be timid. The approach must be direct and unyielding. The more violently they acted, the better. Provoking the corrupted false ancestors ahead of time would enable them to break records. Burning down the entire graveyard was Zheng Yu's first step. As the flames of the twin demon fire serpent erupted, they engulfed the entire graveyard, causing the spirits terrified of the flames to emit piercing screams. As the dual fire dragon advanced to the 5th tier, the radius of its fiery aura expanded to an impressive 50 meters. Enveloping a moderately sized graveyard was a trivial task. Moreover, the searing effect, endowed with double flame attribute damage, rendered the lingering souls in torment. The dual fire dragon was the nemesis of the cold corpses, and to the phantoms, it was akin to a paternal figure. With a resounding boom, the cemetery ignited in flames. The twin effect of the double flame aura inflicted damage that negated 50 points of damage immunity. Coupled with the inherent restraint of fire damage against them, the entire graveyard was engulfed in a sea of flames. The anguished wails of the phantoms echoed incessantly. Once a hell for adventurers, it had now transformed into a hell for the restless spirits. A barrage of damage notifications erupted throughout the graveyard. 5,741, 5,329, 587, 698. Burn damage, 5,339, 5,788. Inflicting over 10,000 points of damage per second. Observing such devastating results, Chai Yun felt an inexplicable sensation akin to disbelief. Was this not more ferocious than a mage's might? Beside her, Tao Qian, Wenren Qinjiu, and Kuding looked on with satisfaction, delighting in Chai Yun's astonished expression. Indeed, the sight of her mouth agape, her bewildered gaze, and her trembling pinky finger encapsulated the essence of shock. Chapter 53. The finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Exactly, Tao Qian remarked with a mischievous grin. They had once experienced a similar state of awe upon witnessing Zhang Yu's damage outputs. Mechanisms and dangers were rendered inconsequential in the wake of Zheng Yu's summoned beast's explosive damage. Not only did they achieve instant kills, but they were also capable of area of effect annihilation. The flames continued to rage. The ordinary phantoms appearing in this graveyard were all level 20 entities. Their health tripled, making it unlikely to incinerate them in one go. Furthermore, the persistence of this ghostly feast had yet to make its entrance. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by mournful wails. Ethereal lamentations filled the air. From the largest grave, an ancient figure, emaciated and wreathed in black smoke, emerged. Like the other phantoms, his form was semi-transparent, yet the smoke trailing behind him vaguely resembled a peculiar creature. Phantom Village Chief of Shangyu, the first to offer his soul as a tribute to ancestors. Level 20, rank, elite, health 150, 000, attack power 2, 500, skill, shadow envelopment, skill, shadow poison, skill, possession, skill. This level 20 elite creature bore a striking resemblance to the formidable Shaoqi from the nightmare level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss. It is important to note that this was merely the first challenge of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. This esteemed guest from afar. Might I inquire where our Shanyu village has offended you? The spectral village chief intoned ominously, casting a baleful gaze upon Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu gestured towards the surrounding wailing phantoms, responding, I perceive an aura of misfortune here, with an excess of unclean entities. Allow me to cleanse this place for you. The village chief's spirit was instantly enraged. A dark mist surged from behind, enveloping the cemetery in an ominous shroud, momentarily suppressing the flames of the twin demon fire serpent. The surrounding spirits finally found the opportunity to surge toward Zhang Yu and his companions. Witnessing this scene, Chaiyan felt her legs weaken. She could not fathom how Zhang Yu would contend with this swarm of spirits. Old man, I kindly assist you in cleansing the filth, yet you show no gratitude. Very well, if you disdain my help, then you shall be consumed alongside them. Twin demon fire serpent, Zhang Yu commanded, burn with abandon. With a resonant roar that echoed like a half-snake, half-dragon cry, the infernal flames descended upon the cemetery. This time, however, it was not merely fire serpents but a more formidable fire serpent. Boom. The flames ignited. Now that the village chief's spirit had emerged, it was time for the twin demon fire serpent to intensify the inferno. Double flame halo, double fire serpent hell, double flame attribute incineration. Even with high health points, this onslaught would swiftly reduce the spirits to mere char. Spirit vanquished, 20, experience gained, 3,786. Spirit vanquished, 20, experience gained, 3,587. Spirit vanquished, 20, experience gained, 3,444. Vanquished, the searing flames roasted the spirits thoroughly, and Zhang Yu reveled in the bounty of experience. No one shared in his gains, causing his experience to surge dramatically. Before he had finished vanquishing them all, his level ascended directly to level 14. Congratulations! Level up. Level 1314, 59. 600, 56,500 experience points needed for next level. Health 94,009, 970, 7, 950 equipment attributes. Mana 870, 880. Intelligence 451, 469. Strength 126, 130. Agility 2, 930. Remaining free attribute points 5. The pace of his leveling was astonishing. This was precisely why it was essential to bring along 4 support characters. Entering the Abyss as a group increased the overall difficulty and thus the accumulated experience. However, if others refrained from engaging in combat, the formidable contender vying for the rankings would reap even greater rewards. Soloing the nightmarish Abyss, his leveling speed was beyond the imagination of others. Just a wave of spirits had propelled him to an entire level. A piercing scream interrupted Zhang Yu's elation in his newfound level. The village chief's spirit, witnessing the relentless demise of its spectral kin, unleashed a torrent of dark energy, shrouding the cemetery in an attempt to contest the flames of the twin demon fire serpent. Yet, how could the twin demon fire serpent, inherently resistant to dark energy, be subdued? Instead, the flames blazed ever brighter. Seeing that it could not quell the fire and suffering from the searing heat itself, the village chief transformed into a cloud of black smoke and lunged toward Zhang Yu with alarming speed. However, the goblin general, tasked with safeguarding Zhang Yu, was not idle. In such chaotic skirmishes involving a summoner, one must always be prepared with a guardian beast. With a mighty swing of his heavy hammer, he struck the cloud of smoke with ferocity. Wham! The hammer collided directly with the village chief's spirit. 8,742. He dealt a staggering 8,000 damage. Yet the vengeful spirit did not relent. The village chief, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, ignored the heavy hammer and charged directly at Zhang Yu. While practitioners could inflict direct harm upon specters in the abyss, fundamentally, spirits remained spirits, and physical means were often inadequate to hinder them. Zhang Yu. As the specter advanced towards him, Tao Qian and the others cried out in alarm, for it was their first encounter witnessing Zhang Yu face peril directly. Summoners possess a most critical vulnerability. All their strength is concentrated within their summoned beasts, rendering their own health and defenses exceedingly frail. However, in the next moment, Tao Qian realized their fears were unfounded. Although summoners are weak, they had completely overlooked that Zhang Yu was adorned with 3 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. The village chief's assault struck against the shield of the Cursed Ring. Cursed Engagement Ring, Effect 1. Mental Shield, a shield formed from vengeful thoughts, capable of absorbing 10,000 points of magical damage. Effect 2. Shield Break, upon shattering, inflicts 2, 500 points of fixed damage to surrounding entities. 10,000 points of shielding. The village chief could not breach it, even if the shield were to shatter. Zhang Yu still had the defenses of the human skin spider set and the taunting defense from the training dummy. To reach Zhang Yu, one must first overcome these layers of protection. 6,458. A white damage indicator appeared above Zhang Yu's head, signifying a reduction in shield value. 6,000 was, truth be told, a substantial amount. The village chief utilized possession, yet failed to breach the shield of the cursed ring, leaving him suspended in midair. In that fleeting moment, the twin flame serpent was prepared, its breath reaching the highest temperature. Dragon's breath. Zhang Yu beheld the village chief, ensnared in the crimson flames of the dragon's breath. Wailing in agony, he remarked, the finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Chart Spectre. All it took was a breath capable of melting iron. Defeated the village chief of the Spectre village, earning 7,848 experience points. Chapter 54. A terrifying thought. A perfect completion method. The entire graveyard was left with only the crackling sounds of burning. The specter that had once boasted of ending Zhang Yu now fled in utter despair. After the village chief's demise, the black smoke that had clung to him spiraled into the sky, swirling twice in the air as if etching Zhang Yu's visage into memory, before vanishing into the void. Congratulations! Obtain the decorative item, the village chief's pipe, 0, silver grade, congratulations. Obtain the armor, the robe of the fallen, 20, silver grade. 2 pieces of equipment had dropped. 1 decorative item, an antiquated pipe that appeared unsuitable for practitioners, given the grime coating its mouthpiece, rendering it quite unpalatable. Decoration, village chief's pipe, wearing level, none, wearing requirement, none, grade, silver, attributes, none, equipment effect. By clenching this pipe, you shall be treated with the same reverence as the village chief in Shanyu village. Is it truly meant to be held in one's mouth? Zhang Yu grimaced at the filthy pipe. It was evidently a quest item. Although it appeared unclean, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. Despite his disdain, this object had not been mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. Initially, Zhang Zhan and his companions had not defeated the spirit village chief. When the chief's health dwindled to 5, he would unleash his final skill, one that was not visible on the attribute panel, known as Yin and Yang separation. This skill rendered further attacks on the spirit village chief impossible, leaving one to helplessly watch as experience and loot slipped away. Thus, Zhang Yu had instructed his dual fire dragons to hold back, employing the flame aura to simmer gradually. At the opportune moment, he unleashed the dragon's breath, a high-damage skill, to swiftly eliminate the spirit village chief. This exemplifies the advantage of having a strategy. Observing the pipe in his hand, Zhang Yu formulated a plan to surpass Zhang Zhan's record. The village chief's pipe was the most crucial item. As for the robe of the dead, Zhang Yu discarded it into his inventory, categorizing it as an item for sale, as he could not equip the level 20 silver gear. Having concluded his gains, Zhang Yu noticed that Chai Yun was still in shock. Was that it? The spirit village chief, regarded as the first formidable obstacle in the nightmarish abyss, had been easily vanquished by Zhang Yu? She stared blankly at the 2 summoned creatures beside Zhang Yu, a robust goblin general and a 2-headed fire dragon ablaze with flames. These summons shattered her preconceived notions of summoners. So, summoners could be this powerful. At that moment, Tao Qian, having overheard Chai Yun's musings, immediately recited a phrase he had repeated countless times. It is not the summoner who is strong, but Zhang Yu. Moreover, your astonishment is premature. If my brother you were of such limited capability, how could he dare to challenge the nightmarish abyss? As an ardent admirer of you, Tao Qian spared no effort in praising him. His assertions were not baseless, they were firmly grounded. In the confrontation against the spirit village chief, only the dual fire dragons had contributed, while the goblin general's brave squad had not even made an appearance, and the summon's frenzy skill had not been activated. Zhang Yu had indeed held back significantly. Furthermore, the 3rd summoned creature, now upgraded to level 10, had yet to be unleashed. Just wait, the true battle lies ahead. Tao Qian wore an expression that suggested, just you wait and see. Let us go. Stop boasting. Zhang Yu interrupted Tao Qian. After the spirit village chief vanished, through the trees of the graveyard, the dim yellow lights of Shanyu village illuminated the mountainside. Shanyu village has appeared. The main storyline commences. Let us hasten our pace. Understood. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's urging, Tao Qian promptly followed suit. Chai Yin reflected on Tao Qian's earlier words, although she sensed an element of boastfulness in them. The calm demeanor of Tao Qian, when Ren Qinjiu, and Kuing suggested that Zheng Yu was indeed worthy of their trust. The anxiety that had previously plagued Chai Yun began to transform into a subtle exhilaration. If Zheng Yu could truly navigate the nightmare-level abyss, it would be an extraordinary gain. Albeit the challenge was considerable. This was merely the first hurdle, yet what if? In the early hours, Shangyu village was illuminated, though the light was a dim, ghostly glow. The streets were deserted, with doors firmly locked and a chilling wind sweeping through. After over an hour of travel, Zhang Yu and his companions finally descended from the cemetery atop the hill to Shangyu village. Before entering, Zhang Yu retracted the twin demon fire dragon, leaving only the goblin general. The fiery nature of the twin demon fire dragon would disperse the sinister energy, hindering his search for the ancestral hall. To locate the ancestral hall, they first needed to find the paper effigies. You have entered Shangyu village. Please exercise caution. For everything you encounter may pose a threat to your life. The system gently warned as they stepped into the village. We should search for the ancestral hall, Chai Yin quickly suggested, eager to demonstrate that she had diligently studied Zheng Yu's strategy during their journey. It was a last-minute attempt to latch onto Zheng Yu's expertise. Zheng Yu nodded, encouraging her to continue. The eerie silence of the streets made her voice drop to a whisper, hesitant to speak too loudly. Zhang Zhan's strategy states that the first task upon entering Shangyu village is to locate the ancestral hall. Once found, hiding inside will trigger a scene depicting the village's entire sacrificial ceremony. However, the ancestral hall is not prominently marked and lacks a fixed location, thus, it requires a stroke of luck to find. Entering the wrong house could lead to being trapped, which is the second challenge of the Shangyu ancestral hall abyss. Every household here harbored danger. As the system indicated, everything posed a risk. The quickest and most efficient method was to utilize talismans, which would ignite according to the strength of the malevolent spirit's presence in a room. The more vigorously they burned, the more likely it was that a powerful spirit resided within. The house with the strongest malevolent energy was likely the ancestral hall. At this juncture, Zheng Yu interjected, indeed. This aligns with what Zhang Zhan outlined in his strategy. Find the ancestral hall, conceal oneself within the wooden coffin, and then experience the narrative. However, our objective is to surpass Zhang Zhan's record, which necessitates deviation from the strategy and implementing changes. Chai Yin inquired, how can we change it? Zheng Yu elucidated that to genuinely break the record and secure the reward, alterations must be made, particularly to the narrative flow. In my view, Zhang Zhan's completion was a clever shortcut, observing the story of Shangyu village's misguided ancestral worship from a third-party perspective. However, the entire strategy fails to elucidate why the ancestral tomb was mistakenly worshipped, who was being honored, and how it came to pass that Xiangyu village has descended into such a ghostly state, as well as why the spectral village chief obstructs our path in the graveyard. These elements are entirely absent from Zhang Zhan's guide, rendering it incomplete. One might say it allows passage through the abyss, yet lacks perfection. As Chai Yin listened to Zheng Yu's words, she inexplicably began to trust his assertions. However, she was also keenly aware that such remarks, if cast upon the forum of Xiangyu City, would likely be met with scorn. After all, Zhang Zhan's records of overcoming the Xiangyu ancestral hall are revered as scripture among the practitioners of Xiangyu City. Who is a mere summoner to dare question that? Yet, having witnessed Zheng Yu's prowess and his distinctly unconventional thought process, she, a native practitioner of Xiangyu City, genuinely began to doubt whether Zhang Zhan's strategy was indeed as flawless as it seemed. So, what do you intend to do? Chai Yin inquired. Zheng Yu replied, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, every action he undertook was correct, yet it still failed to elucidate the entirety of the narrative. This indicates a misalignment of perspective. A misalignment of perspective? Precisely. Zhang Zhan's viewpoint observes the entirety of Xiangyu village, encompassing the rituals, ghost marriages, and the procession of spirits as a triadic process. But what if we shift our perspective and engage in this game from the standpoint of the worshippers? Zheng Yu's proposition rendered Chai Yin momentarily speechless, while Tao Qian and Wen Xingyu were equally at a loss for words. Before they could voice their objections, Zheng Yu's next statement sent chills down their spines. Or rather, what if we directly become the sacrificial offerings? Would that not allow us to confront that false ancestor directly? Chapter 55. A Goblin Combat Squad More Terrifying Than Ghosts. What is that expression on your faces? After Zheng Yu finished speaking, he noticed no one was responding. Chai Yin opened her mouth, but remained silent. Only Tao Qian, who had a closer rapport with Zheng Yu, remarked, this seems to stray from the plan, does it not? Were we not previously agreed upon utilizing the intensity of the talisman's combustion to locate the ancestral hall? Is it not overly perilous to become offerings directly? Such words were only spoken by Tao Qian, for having spent time with Zheng Yu. When Ren Qingyu and Ku Ying had discerned that Zheng Yu possessed a rather tenacious disposition, once he made a decision, it was exceedingly difficult to alter. Observing the expressions of his companions, Zheng Yu chuckled. "Fear not, I am not mad. I would not undertake actions that would endanger your lives." Tao Qian, are you certain? The four individuals present all harbored doubts regarding Zheng Yu's sanity, yet they dared not voice them. Zheng Yu, with a smile, clarified. This plan indeed sprang from a moment of inspiration, yet it is well-founded and should be the only correct approach to solving this conundrum. He produced a grimy smoking pipe and tossed it to Tao Qian. "This is for you." "What is this?" Tao Qian regarded the pipe with disdain. But upon inspecting its attributes, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his gaze. Indeed, this is the most crucial item that Zhang Zhan overlooked. The sole artifact that enables our participation in the sacrificial rite. In a moment, I will require you to take this up, and you shall comply, correct? Tao Qian hesitated for a moment. Me? Indeed, this is a pivotal item. Do you not want it? Upon hearing these words, Tao Qian immediately exclaimed, "Yes, yes." This signified that he would contribute to this instance, and consequently, the rewards he would receive would not merely be trivial. Although the pipe was somewhat repugnant, one could not deny that when Zheng Yu uttered these words, the young ladies nearby gazed at the pipe with envy. Dirty? As long as there are rewards. Who fears a little filth? Moreover, it was merely a pipe. To grasp a pipe to enhance one's rewards is far less daunting than other actions some female professionals might undertake to join a party for deeper exploration. Unfortunately, there was but one pipe available. What shall we do next? One Ren Qingyu and the others also noted the attributes of the pipe. With the identity of the village chief, it seemed feasible to participate in the ritual. Zheng Yu stated, like Zhang Zhan, "We shall seek the altar. However, our intentions differ. He seeks the altar to conceal himself. We seek it to create a commotion. The louder, the better." According to Zheng Yu's plan, they needed to locate the ancestral hall, albeit without actually finding it just yet. The five individuals, each bearing a talisman, stood in front of different villagers' homes. As long as it was not the time for the ritual, these frenzied villagers would not emerge. Approaching the door, the talismans would ignite. Zheng Yu glanced at the talisman in his hand, which flickered with a few sparks, indicating that the presence of malevolent spirits was minimal, perhaps even absent, leaving only the villagers behind. Villagers were the weakest entities within the entire ancestral hall abyss, nearly perishing upon contact, and there was no punitive mechanism in place. Much like innocent bystanders in a game. Of course, there were no rewards to be gained. The five were positioned at a considerable distance from one another, and the village was eerily quiet, making shouting impractical. Thus, they opted for communication via their chat group. Tao Qian, "Monk, my talisman has burned a quarter. There should be something in this courtyard." Ku Ying, "Assassin, mine has burned a third." When Ren Qingyu, "Assassin, my talisman remains still." Chai Yun, "Ranger, my talisman has completely burned." Zheng Yu, "Summoner Chai Yun, remember your house number. It is now the most likely candidate for the altar." Chai Yun, "Ranger, understood." Zheng Yu, "Summoner, let us gather at the entrance of Ku Ying's house." Tao Qian, "Monk, convene in front of the villager's house where Ku Ying resides." The burning of the talisman indicated the presence of malevolent spirits within the house. Entering the room would trigger a mechanism, and the spirits would begin to attack the professionals. The more fervently the talisman burned, the stronger the spirits would be. The most vigorous would likely point to the altar, though it was not definitive. Powerful spirits could also consume a talisman, suggesting the possibility of either the altar or a level 20 elite monster. Luck would play a crucial role. Zheng Yu's objective was to incite chaos. Thus, they would first eliminate the houses most likely to be the altar. First, they would vanquish the ghosts. Bang! The goblin general charged ahead, kicking the door open. A gust of chilling wind surged from within, accompanied by a foul stench. Zheng Yu and his companions hurriedly covered their noses. With a sudden crack, one of the copper coins in Zheng Yu's grasp shattered. The string of coins consisted of 18 pieces, each serving as a barrier against spiritual attacks, allowing for a total of 18 defenses. After the gust of chilling wind subsided, Zheng Yu and the others finally discerned the layout of the room. Before their eyes lay a spacious courtyard, with a wealth tree standing proudly in the center, a testament to the family's affluence. Directly facing the courtyard gate, a door to a room creaked ajar, revealing the vague silhouette of an elderly woman dressed in a gray cotton shirt. glaring at them with intensity. Most unsettling was the fact that blood tears streamed from her eyes. The scene was undeniably eerie. However, Zheng Yu felt neither fear nor concern. This was not merely due to his ability to perceive the blood bar above the old woman's head, but rather because he had no intention of entering the courtyard. What is the hallmark of a powerful summoner? The answer: one need not step onto the battlefield personally. Goblin General, charge. The Goblin General, undaunted, surged forward. What are these grotesque apparitions? All shall meet their demise. Riding atop a wolf steed, the Goblin General charged directly at the peculiar old woman seated in the hall. Zheng Yu turned his back, refusing to witness the ensuing battle, and addressed Tao Qian and the others, saying, "Let us remain here and wait. You may terrify yourselves with your antics. If I were to feel the slightest fear, I would take your surname." The ancestral hall of Shangyu possessed a peculiar characteristic: face-to-face confrontation. Much like how the ghostly village chief could evade the Goblin General's blockade to appear directly before Zheng Yu. It mirrored the moments often depicted in horror films. You are acutely aware that an unsettling scene is about to unfold, yet when a ghastly visage suddenly materializes, it still manages to startle you. Tao Qian and his companions harbored a reluctance to enter the ancestral hall, stemming from such experiences. Many second-stage warriors who had traversed the hall, despite having strategies in place, still felt a lingering trepidation. This was far more immersive than merely playing a horror game. Yet, Zheng Yu was a summoner, which meant that as long as his strength prevailed, he need not oversee the combat directly. With a decisive thud, Zheng Yu even benevolently closed the door behind the Goblin General and the old woman, declaring, "Please, continue. I shall not intrude." Tao Qian inquired, "Is this how we play it?" Kuing asked, "So we simply wait here?" One Rin Xinyu remarked, "There is more than one ghost in this house. There is another by the wealth tree, and one hangs from the beams, likely to appear shortly." Zheng Yu casually asked, "Who wants an orange?" "Not I," replied Tao Qian. "Shall we have some tea?" Zheng Yu responded, "Excellent." As they watched when Rin Xinyu set the tea table, Kuing produced some snacks, while Chai Yun felt an inexplicable sense of unreality. Within the courtyard, the anguished wails of ghosts echoed. Outside, Zheng Yu and his companions were leisurely sipping tea. Was this truly an abyss? A nightmare-level abyss? How had a perfectly terrifying abyss transformed into this? Chai Yun suddenly felt that perhaps being a summoner did offer advantages, at least in such horror-themed abysses, as they need not confront the terrifying scenes themselves. Within the courtyard, the ghosts howled, while within the room, tranquility reigned. After approximately 10 minutes had passed, as Zheng Yu had merely sipped his tea, he received a notification from the system. Eliminated 20 blood tier wraiths. Gained 5,744 experience points. Eliminated 20 hanged ghosts. Gained 5,871 experience points. Eliminated 20 miserly spirits. Gained 6,022 experience points. With a creak, the door swung open. Chai Yun peered inside, where, besides a robust goblin general, there were also deathly goblins shrouded in black strips of cloth, their eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. A cadre of wolf-riding goblins with green faces and sharp fangs, and a hideous war troll towering over 3 meters. This was an evolved squad of goblins prepared for battle. Observing this menacing assembly, Chai Yun felt that perhaps the specters were not so fearsome after all. Chapter 56. The dual ghosts knock at the door. Yet it is the dual ghosts that fall. What ensued was a scene where the Goblin General led a band of ruffian subordinates, knocking on doors and searching each residence. Based on the state of the burning seals, they identified 3 homes engulfed in flames, teeming with an abundance of wraiths, while the others were simply swept clean. Just as the system had described, danger lurked everywhere. In the corners lay withered branches, on the beds sat ragdolls, from the trees hung red lanterns, and in jars floated children peering at the giants. Half-formed female ghosts were embedded in the walls, alongside various hanged ghosts, drowned ghosts, accidental death ghosts, death by illness ghosts, and vengeful spirits. According to those who had traversed the treacherous depths of the shrine, even the knowledge of ghosts present would not spare one from terror. For everything that should and should not exist dwelled within that abyss. Fear was the prevailing theme of the shrine's depths. Yet, when confronted by a horde of more fearsome goblins, the ghosts lost their frightful edge. For the goblins were oblivious to the existence of spirits, they only recognized health bars, not apparitions. In Chinese folklore, ghosts are more concerned with ambience and enclosed spaces, intertwined with tales of death. In terms of sheer grotesqueness, Zheng Yu still found the troll to be the more terrifying entity. This was primarily due to the troll's ability to smash a hanged ghost with a single blow, which truly epitomized terror. This troll had once encountered the dual ghosts, yet it was the ghosts that succumbed. What significance did a health bar hold for such phantoms? Zhang Yu scoffed, resolutely refusing to gaze upon the child emerging from the jar, nor the blood-stained rag doll that had abruptly risen from the bed. Their sudden appearances were vexing. Zhang Yu declined the invitation to explore further and turned to leave. The phantoms occupying the villagers' quarters were not particularly formidable. A single goblin general with a combat squad could easily dispatch them. These spirits thrived on startling surprises. As one entered the courtyard, they would suddenly emerge from hidden corners, launching a frightful ambush. There existed a peculiar trait among ghostly beings. They collected the fear value of adventurers, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they would evolve. Thus, these spectral entities reveled in their frightful antics. Zheng Yu refused to submit to such torment, preferring to remain oblivious to their antics. If one could frighten the goblin general, they would truly be formidable. Zheng Yu boldly approached a yard devoid of any specters, inhabited solely by villagers. As an elderly man and a young girl trembled at the sight of Zheng Yu and his companions, they set up a barbecue grill, commencing the preparation of dinner. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Zheng Yu inhaled deeply and remarked, "Is it burnt?" Chai Yun, flustered, hurriedly flipped the skewers. Moments later, Zhang Yu took a piece of the kidney that Chai Yun had grilled, bit into it, and then silently set it aside. "Isn't your family running a barbecue shop?" Zhang Yu could not help but inquire. Chai Yun was taken aback. "Who said that?" Zhang Yu responded, "That fraud, Chai Fong." It was evident that Chai Fong had told a falsehood. Chai Yun was clearly unskilled at grilling kidneys. Chai Yun appeared bewildered, having been questioned about her grilling abilities upon their first meeting. At that time, she had dismissed the inquiry, for who would think of grilling kidneys in a chasm? Yet, it turned out to be quite feasible, and with ample time, she could learn. Chai Yun's demeanor became earnest, her posture of seeking support entirely appropriate. "Let us first hand it over to Tao Qian. Grilling meat is indeed an art." To prevent Chai Yun from wasting the exquisite meat they had procured, Zheng Yu hastily entrusted it to Tao Qian. A few minutes later, the delightful aroma permeated the entire yard. A distinct rumble echoed from the corner. It was the child from the yard. In this place devoid of spirits, an elderly man cradled a 7- or 8-year-old girl, huddling in the corner to avoid disturbing Zheng Yu and his companions. However, no one could resist the allure of grilled meat, especially not a child who had been hungry for days. The little girl gazed longingly at the skewers beside Zheng Yu. "Would you like a piece?" Zheng Yu inquired. The girl did not respond. Instead, she shrank back into the embrace of the elderly man, startled by his sudden question. Zheng Yu turned his attention to the elder. "I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. I can exchange grilled meat for your information." The old man stared blankly at the ground, seemingly oblivious to Zheng Yu's words. Zheng Yu smiled and said, "You surely have no reason to refuse, nor would you want to know the consequences of doing so." He spoke candidly, harboring no intention of forming a heartfelt connection with the villagers. It is often seen in tales how protagonists foster good relations with local villagers to extract valuable information. Zheng Yu, however, deemed such an endeavor unnecessary. Firstly, he understood the extreme and insular mindset of the villagers in such a secluded place. It would be an exaggeration to describe their mentality as anything but terrifying. Genuine connection? If one were to truly engage, they might as well prepare to be betrayed. Secondly, he did not believe he possessed any protagonist-esque aura that would allow him to charm the villagers into divulging information with mere words or charisma. The most effective method, he concluded, was through force, swift and efficient. Thus, Zheng Yu presented the elder with two options: either bring the child to partake in the grilled meat and share information about the village, or meet the same grim fate as those outside, torn apart by goblins. The elder finally lifted his head, gazing at the beaming youth before him, as if he were beholding the child from the village of yore. He cradled the little girl and approached Zheng Yu. A most prudent choice indeed. Zheng Yu extended a skewer of roasted meat towards the girl. She looked up, attempting to express her gratitude, but only managed to emit a cooing sound. Zheng Yu observed that the child lacked a tongue. "What has happened to her?" he inquired. Understanding the question, the elder gently stroked the child's head and replied, "She lost her right to speak due to her loquacity." "By whom?" The elder remained silent. When Ren Qingyu, standing nearby, interjected, asking, "Was it your ancestors?" The elder glanced at the group and, with a bittersweet smile, responded, "No, he is not our ancestor." "Then who is he?" Wen Renqingyu felt the answer was imminent and pressed for clarification. The elder simply pointed to the child's mouth. The answer was self-evident. She could not articulate it, for to do so would result in her tongue being taken as well. Zhengyu looked down to find the child had finished the skewer, so he picked up another and offered it to her. However, the little girl shook her head. The elder explained, she cannot taste anything without a tongue. Eating merely relies on her muscles for mastication. Moreover, we do not require sustenance. Furrowing her brow, when Renqingyu retorted, "But I just heard the sound of the child's stomach. Is she still being obstinate?" The elder shook his head, saying, "We do feel hunger. Yet we can never be satiated. Is it because of your false ancestor?" When Renqingyu queried. The elder hesitated for a long moment before speaking. "I am unaware of your purpose for being here, nor do I comprehend why you insist on coming on this day of sacrifice. However, I urge you, do not participate in the upcoming rites. Find a place to conceal yourselves. I know of a location within the ancestral hall where 3 wooden coffins rest. If you lie inside, they will not see you." Zhengyu and Wen Renqingyu exchanged glances, realizing at last why Zhang Zhan had chosen to hide within a coffin. It was evidently a strategy to evade capture. Chapter 57, Sacrifice, Plague, Prophet, Ghost Village. "What if we do not hide?" Zhengyu asked directly. The elder fixed his bloodshot eyes upon him and warned, "If you do not hide, you will perish." "By whom?" Zhengyu pressed further. "I cannot say." Zhengyu regarded the elder, who appeared to be in his 70s, clad in a deep blue linen coat, with trembling fingers that hinted at an underlying fear. Zhang Zhan's strategy clearly stipulated that one must seek refuge within the wooden coffins to survive the nightmarish abyss. Yet, the consequences of not doing so remained shrouded in uncertainty. It was evident that Zhang Zhan had gleaned information from a villager here. They seemed to lead outsiders to the coffins, but whether out of kindness or malice was indeterminate. "Tell me, why has your village fallen to such a fate?" Zhengyu did not pose it as a question. The elder raised his gaze, noticing Zhengyu's smiling demeanor and the 2 lovely young women behind him, both brandishing daggers. A tremor coursed through him, and he hastily replied, 10 years ago, the village was not like this. Due to years of relentless drought, the village faced a dire harvest, plunging us into abject poverty. In desperation, we ascended the mountains to unearth the coffins of our ancestors. Zhengyu interrupted the elder, questioning, in such dire straits, why disturb the ancestral graves? Is this not a grave taboo? The elder shook his head, replying, "This is a long-standing tradition in our village. When faced with insurmountable difficulties, we unearth the coffin of the oldest ancestor and place it, along with the remains, into the ancestral hall." "A sacrificial rite?" When Renqingyu pondered aloud. "Indeed, a sacrificial rite." The elder continued, "This was a last resort. Had we not been utterly destitute, we would never have entertained such thoughts." "And then?" Zhengyu inquired. The elder coughed violently, clearly not in the best of health. After regaining his composure, he resumed, "The sacrificial rite was a resounding success. Overnight, the southern mountain blossomed with purple tea leaves, their aroma unforgettable. Once harvested and sold, the tea not only provided sustenance, but also transformed the lives of all in Shanyu village." A smile graced the elder's face as he recounted these events. Zhengyu nodded, observing, "It is evident that in such an insular village, every household could afford to build such grand courtyards. Indeed, prosperity once flourished. Prosperous, but not for long," the elder continued, echoing Zhengyu's sentiments. "The tea trade attracted numerous calamities, uneven profit distribution, the plunder by outsiders. To safeguard our hard-won prosperity, You did not resort to another sacrificial rite, did you?" Zhengyu interjected. The elder sighed, "We did. To drive away competitors, outsiders, and those within the village harboring treacherous intentions, the village chief secretly summoned us elders for a second sacrificial rite, unearthing yet another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague descended upon our village. Thanks to ancestral protection, those loyal to Shangyu village remained unharmed, while outsiders and traders succumbed to the disease." Zhengyu pondered, "So, your current state of isolation is linked to this plague?" "Indeed," the elder confirmed. Sequestered, Shanyu village grew even wealthier as the tea trade became a monopoly. "But will others still purchase your tea? Are they not afraid of the plague?" When Renqingyu asked, "They are fearful, yet they cannot resist the allure of our tea. No one can turn down the exquisite flavor of Shangyu tea, and the plague has rendered it even rarer and more precious. Black market traders are willing to take risks for profit." Zhengyu nodded. "A profit margin exceeding 100% is indeed a compelling incentive for risk. Thus, even in our isolation due to the plague, We continue to thrive, for black market traders provide us with everything we need. Everything, including people? Zheng Yu scrutinized the elder's eyes, seeking any trace of deceit. The elder hesitated before nodding. A village tainted by plague did not choose its isolation. Rather, it was the outside world that had severed their ties. In a village seeking to perpetuate its lineage, the options lie between consanguinity or seeking individuals from outside. Yet, who would return? No one comes back. However, there are unscrupulous merchants. In light of substantial profits, abducting a few women into the village proves to be a trivial matter. Evidently, this village embodies the grotesque visage of the malevolent community that Zheng Yu had envisioned. Human trafficking, isolation, incest, and Zheng Yu's gaze upon the disappearing little girl, his eyes momentarily flashing with ferocity. He urged the elder to continue, though the elder fell silent. Zheng Yu, with a cold smirk, remarked, "You previously mentioned that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, indicating that you have conducted 3 sacrifices. When was the last one, and what prompted it?" Faced with Zheng Yu's aggressive demeanor and the glinting dagger waved before him by Wen Qingyu, the elder sighed resignedly and acquiesced. "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. Ever since the plague, Shanyu village has been sealed off for 3 years. Everyone in Shanyu has lived in contentment. We thrive on the mountains. And whatever we desire, the merchants fulfill, including the individuals you mentioned." The elder cast a glance at Zheng Yu, continuing, "Yet, there are always those who are dissatisfied with the blessings of our ancestors, choosing to remain in this sanctified village." Wen Qingyu, increasingly unable to bear the discourse, furrowed her brows in disbelief. How could a village, isolated from the world, reliant on the trade of human lives for survival, be considered a blessing? She was profoundly shocked and expressed her confusion. Zheng Yu, however, perceived the elder's words as heartfelt, lacking knowledge and exposure to the outside world. The impoverished inhabitants of the village viewed this land of abundance as a true benediction. In other words, setting aside the plague, for the elder, this village represented an earthly paradise. Is it the youth who yearn to leave? Zheng Yu speculated. Indeed, a group of youngsters, at the age when they should be marrying, broke the village's rules in their desire to escape. He was curious about how they suppressed this vibrant rebellion. The elder replied, "The village chief, adhering to our traditions, broke their legs." Well, that was even more direct than Zheng Yu had imagined. Like himself, they employed brute force to conquer. Yet, it was from that day forth that the purple tea leaves ceased to flourish. Thus commenced the 3rd sacrifice. From the elder's trembling hands and quavering voice, Zheng Yu discerned that the village had transformed into a veritable ghost town, likely due to the disruption caused by those young individuals whose legs had been shattered. Chapter 58. Breaking the Deadlock. The true nature of the ghost village. After recounting these events, the elder fell silent, adopting an expression of resolute defiance that conveyed, "Even if you kill me, I shall not speak further." Zheng Yu did not press him or the child. The elder exhaled in relief, retreating back to the corner with the child. Thus, today marks the 4th sacrifice, as Wen Qingyu deduced after the elder's departure. According to the villager's account, the transformation of the village can be attributed to the 3rd sacrificial ceremony, likely disrupted by certain individuals. These individuals, who harbored resentment after suffering injuries, are suspected to be the young men who had their legs broken. In an effort to restore the village to its former state, today's sacrificial ceremony was convened. Wen Qingyu's assertions closely mirrored Zheng Yu's earlier conjectures. Zheng Yu concurred with Wen Qingyu, affirming that the villagers would categorically not permit outsiders to interfere with this ceremony. This indicates that the 3 wooden coffins mentioned by the elder truly represent a place of safety. Zhang Zhan also appears to have deduced this information, ultimately choosing to trust the villagers' words and temporarily avoiding conflict to allow the ceremony to proceed. Wen Qingyu remarked, "I believe that Zhang Zhan thinks that as long as the sacrificial rites are completed, the village will revert to its original state, thereby enhancing the possibility of successfully navigating the challenges ahead." Zheng Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging this perspective. However, they were aware that even with a successful ceremony, Shanyu village would remain a ghost village, still facing the impending events of the 2nd day's ghostly wedding and the 3rd day's procession of spirits. Their analyses pointed directly to Zheng Yu's previous assertion, the disruption of the sacrificial rites. Wen Qingyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "The ancestor who could fulfill the wishes of Shanyu village must be that enigmatic spirit, akin to the god of the cold abyss who cursed Shaoqi." Zheng Yu proposed an alternative viewpoint, suggesting that perhaps, initially, there was no such spirit. Wen Qingyu, perplexed, inquired, What makes you say that? Zhang Yu, with a smile, responded. Do you not find that the irresistibly alluring purple tea, which compels people to risk their lives for a taste, bears resemblance to something else? Wenren Qingyu was momentarily at a loss. It was Ku Ying, who had been quietly listening to their analysis, who interjected, Poppy. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, suggesting that it was likely a similar substance, as only such items could yield substantial profit. The notion of disturbing ancestral graves for sacrificial purposes was merely a construct devised by the village chief and his associates, an elaborate form of superstition. Mysterious phenomena must have origins, and the sacrificial rites served as an effective means to deceive the uneducated villagers who would willingly cultivate these illicit substances. Subsequently, the second sacrificial ceremony would be utilized to ensnare these individuals. You see, once one engages with these items, escaping becomes a formidable challenge. The objective of the third sacrificial rite was quite simple, to find a reason to eliminate those wishing to depart. Through Zhang Yu's analysis, Wenren Qingyu gradually unraveled the historical narrative of Shanyu village, finding it to be quite logical. Indeed, it should be just so. Wenren Qingyu relished this process of deduction. During her previous encounters in the cold abyss, she had continuously analyzed, but had not anticipated the use of the internal cake. This abyss, it seemed, could not outpace Zhang Yu's ingenuity. She glanced at Zhang Yu, realizing that not only was he formidable, but his acute sensitivity to the intricacies within the abyss was also extraordinary. Found himself perplexed. What use is there in knowing all this? Zhang Yu elucidated. This signifies that, from the very beginning, there has never existed any ancestor capable of fulfilling wishes. It is far more plausible that the entire village perished due to some calamity, ultimately transforming into a ghost town. You must understand one thing. Within the framework of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for the curse of the deity to take effect. For instance, Shao Qi had his organs extracted, and his mother was cast into a well. Resentment, anger, and hatred intertwined with the curse of the god of the cold prison birthed the cold street. The same principle applies to Shangyu village. The Yin spirit can only manifest in a place teeming with vengeful souls. Do you grasp my meaning now? Zhang Yu's gaze drifted towards the elderly man and the child as he spoke slowly. It is not that the Yin spirit existed first, followed by Shangyu village. Rather, it was the emergence of the Shangyu ghost village, a locale suitable for the curse of the Yin spirit's survival, that gave rise to the abyss of the Shangyu shrine. The causality is inverted. Furrowing his brow, Tao Qian pondered Zhang Yu's words. So, are you implying that they are also ghosts? But if they are ghosts, why do the talismans not burn? And why are there no health bars? It was not Zhang Yu, nor Wenren Qingyu, who explained this to Tao Qian, but rather the silent Sha Yun. She remarked, there is a theory proposed in the forums that ghostly beings, if unaware of their spectral nature, might present themselves in human form. Thus, Zhang Yu's hypothesis holds merit. Tao Qian began to comprehend certain truths. This implies that, regardless of their rituals, they are ultimately futile. Akin to the abyss of Cold Street, where an individual possessing the powers of the Yin spirit punishes these villagers. You have finally grasped it, Zhang Yu remarked with a smile. Hence, the objective becomes exceedingly clear. The rituals serve no purpose. They are merely the obsessions of villagers who believe they are still alive, yearning for peace and a return to their former lives through their offerings. This elucidates why the village chief is absent from the village, residing instead in the cemetery. It is that individual endowed with the powers of the Yin spirit who has imprisoned the spectral village chief in the graveyard, preventing him from revealing the truth to the villagers. The villagers will continue to engage in these ritualistic acts day after day, year after year. What is required for a ritual? Digging graves? Yes, excavating the chief's grave. A sharp intake of breath escaped Tao Qian. The logic was crystallized. The act of grave digging for rituals, conducted daily, ensures that the instigator, the village chief, is repeatedly unearthed and subjected to torment at the shrine. The villagers will forever dwell in the terror of the ghost village. The most agonizing aspect is that they will persistently believe that the fourth ritual is effective. The most despairing often lies in that distant hope. Tao Qian slapped his forehead, enlightenment dawning upon him. Thus, the marriage of the dead on the second day and the parade of 100 ghosts on the third day are not aimed at us outsiders. Instead, they serve to torment these villagers? Zhang Yu regarded Tao Qian with an expression of a promising student. Then let me inquire further. Who in the entire village harbors such profound resentment towards Shangyu village? Tao Qian pondered. What about those young men who broke legs? Zhang Yu shook his head. Do you think they harbor such deep-seated resentment to transform the entire village into a ghost town? These youths are merely obstinate individuals who wish to abandon the drug trade and establish their own independence. Suddenly, Tao Qian recalled the question Zhang Yu had posed to the elder earlier. They purchased people, he murmured. So, were they victims of trafficking? Zhang Yu nodded. Tao Qian, you have uncovered a critical oversight. Zhang Zhan has consistently believed he was contending with that false ancestor. Yet in truth, the false ancestor is the village chief, who had already been dealt with in the graveyard. The true mastermind behind the transformation of Shanyu village into a ghost town is someone who harbors an intense hatred for it. Once we identify her, we need not wait 3 days. We shall swiftly navigate the depths of this ancestral hall. Chapter 59. Come, let me see what is amiss. The elder has vanished? Ku Ying reminded. The group turned their gaze to the corner where the elder had stood moments ago, only to find the unfortunate little girl without a tongue cowering there. While the elder had inexplicably disappeared, Tao Qian, filled with agitation, exclaimed, "Could it be that he overheard our conversation and went to inform others?" Zheng Yu chuckled. He could not have heard our words. After all, the curse of that shadowy deity has been watching us. How could she permit the elder to uncover the truth? However, your latter statement holds merit. He indeed went to report our presence. From the elder's perspective, our arrival poses a threat to their rituals. When Renkinji added, these gullible villagers wholeheartedly believe the lies spun by the village chief, convinced that the rituals must yield results, and they would never allow outsiders to disrupt them. Initially, he suggested we hide in the coffin out of goodwill, not to evade ghosts, but rather to escape the scrutiny of other villagers. No one would suspect that someone might be concealed within the ceremonial coffin. Yet, Mai and Zheng Yu's demeanor earlier clearly rejected the elders, which could be considered benevolence, indicating our intent to partake in the ritual. This must have crossed his threshold. By now, he should have already informed the other villagers. Upon finishing her statement, when Renkinji glanced at Zheng Yu, her expression inquiring if her analysis was accurate. Zheng Yu nodded in approval. Among the group, only when Renkinji could assist him in unraveling the logic of the abyss. Zheng Yu finished the last morsel of his meal, stood up, and declared, "Let us go. Having feasted well, it is time to create a ruckus." The elder was deliberately released by him. It was necessary for someone to relay information to expedite the ritual. The goblin general and the trolls have been causing turmoil in Shangyu village for quite some time. Yet they have not emerged, indicating that these villagers possess little capability. As long as the ritual is completed, they can endure anything. However, should anyone attempt to disrupt the ritual, they will undoubtedly take action. Zheng Yu desired precisely that, for these villagers to initiate their movements, as they were far easier to manage than remaining timid. By the way, bring her along. Before departing, Zheng Yu pointed to the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered to carry her, following Zheng Yu out of the courtyard. At that moment, the streets lay in utter disarray. Without the restraint of the goblin general, a band of goblins led by trolls went on a rampage. Ghosts. In the eyes of the trolls, they were mere playthings. Except for the goblin sorcerer. The rest of the goblin combat squad exhibited an insatiable thirst for blood, particularly the Death Knights, whose eyes turned crimson at the sight of a ghost. Although the phantoms in Shanyu village were all level 20, their small numbers and reliance on intimidation rendered them lacking in combat prowess. They were easily besieged by the goblin squad, typically facing a dozen goblins against a single ghost. The goblin combat squad was well-rounded, featuring ranged attackers, melee fighters, fearless warriors, spellcasters, and the troll acting as a formidable shield to draw aggro. Be it a hanging ghost, a death by illness, or even a seemingly powerful ghost of violent demise, none stood a chance against the goblin squad. The ghosts were reduced to mere prey. The chaos in the streets was palpable. When Renkinji observed this scene and remarked, "The mastermind behind Shangyu village remains unfazed. Their original plan was to create a ruckus, hoping to disrupt certain entities and hasten the conclusion of the narrative. However, it appeared that the lurking deity, the Cursed One, was indifferent to the turmoil, as the casualties were merely weak spirits. She cared not for the extent of the chaos. For Shangyu village was a cyclical torment for its inhabitants, where 3 days repeated in a cycle. The rituals were false, the ghostly marriages were fabricated, and the procession of 100 ghosts was merely a means of punishing the villagers. Zheng Yu could unleash havoc without consequence." Zheng Yu smiled and remarked, "Her patience stems from her indifference. After all, the rituals are mere fabrications. Even if we disrupt them, she can still proceed with the ghostly marriages and the procession of 100 ghosts." When Renkinji grasped Zheng Yu's implication, Our current objective is to sabotage the rituals? Indeed. With brute force? Tao Qian inquired, already brandishing his golden-level monk staff. Since becoming a professional, he had yet to engage in combat. As a mere bystander, he was acutely aware of his role. Against level 20 ghostly beings, he considered himself inadequate. However, he felt confident in confronting a few villagers without encroaching on Zhang Yu's experience. Zhang Yu retorted, "Do you truly believe brute force will yield results? Is there no hope?" Tao Qian recalled seeing Zhang Yu previously threaten an elder for information through force. Zhang Yu questioned, in a village filled with ghosts, where the rituals have repeated countless times without a single villager discerning the truth, "Do you believe your staff is more effective than the cursed one?" Tao Qian responded, "It's not just these villagers, confined and ignorant of the world. Even those in the city would willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of their so-called beliefs. They are beyond awakening." Zhang Yu shook his head. He had witnessed his own relatives stray from the path, impervious to persuasion, even by their children or parents. Tao Qian opened his mouth to speak further, but as he beheld the villagers emerging from the mist, each wearing a frenzied expression, with eyes that seemed to hunger for him, he fell silent. Tao Qian shuddered and inquired, "What if they resort to lethal measures?" "I refuse to believe they are not afraid of death." He contemplated the idea of employing a method of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Unless one were to annihilate them entirely, it would hold no significance. After all, they were specters. Should one slay them, their fear would only intensify, and they would invest their last remnants of hope in the shaman who had once aided them. Yet, exterminating them presents its own dilemma. In doing so, one would be avenging the hidden puppet master, thus resetting everything, leading to the resurgence of sacrifices, ghost marriages, and the parade of 100 demons. Not only would we remain lost, but we would also waste even more time. Tao Qian was bewildered. "What shall we do then?" "You dolt," remarked Wenren Qinjiu, her expression one of disbelief. "Your memory is truly appalling. They may distrust their kin, their children, their parents, or even the police, but they will undoubtedly place their faith in the words of a village chief who leads them astray. The village chief's status is scarcely different from that of a cult leader." It was only after Wenren Qinjiu's reminder that Tao Qian recalled the village chief's pipe. "All right." He hurriedly retrieved the pipe and turned to Zhang Yu, asking, "Did I bring it?" Zhang Yu nodded, advising, "Once you have it, say nothing further. We need someone to lead us to the ancestral hall. We must confront our adversaries there." "Understood." Just as Tao Qian prepared to clutch the pipe, a familiar voice echoed, "It is them. They intend to disrupt the sacrifice. They must be the black market traders outside, aiming to seize our tea." The speaker was the elderly man. Zhang Yu's attention, however, was not on the elder but rather on the mute little girl. Upon seeing the elder again, the girl did not exhibit any signs of reliance or excitement. Instead, she took a step back. A flicker of understanding crossed Zhang Yu's gaze. As the villagers approached Zhang Yu and his companions with fury, ready to interrogate them about their identities, Tao Qian emerged, pipe clenched between his teeth, shaking his head. "Come. Let me see what is happening." Chapter 60, He is not a man, but a ghost. Zhang Yu remarked, "You were tasked with impersonating the village chief, not a rogue." At that moment, Tao Qian embodied the very image of an old rogue, cleaning his teeth, tousling his hair, and swaying his head like a delinquent outside a school. Wenren Qinjiu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yun instinctively took a step back. This man could not afford to lose face, even when confronting a horde of ghosts. Yet, despite his lackluster performance, aided by the embellishment of the village chief's pipe, the villagers remained unsuspicious. They even exclaimed with great fervor, "Chief, you have finally returned." Many elderly villagers shed tears of joy. "The chief has returned. Good days are ahead." They cried, "Chief, you have finally returned. I thought you had fallen victim to those unscrupulous merchants." The villagers surrounded Tao Qian, save for the elder who had recognized Tao Qian's visage. His gaze fixed upon Tao Qian's face, betraying a hint of hesitation. Just as he was about to speak, whoosh, an arrow pierced through the elder's throat. Splatter. Blood gushed forth, shocking the once jubilant villagers into stunned silence. Upon witnessing the scene, Tao Qian immediately comprehended Zhang Yu's intention. The village chief's pipe had a flaw. Any villager who had seen Tao Qian before he took up the pipe would recognize him. The solution was straightforward: eliminate the threat. Tao Qian stepped forward and proclaimed, "Everyone, remain calm." He then pointed at the lifeless body of the elder, whose throat had been pierced by a goblin archer, exclaiming loudly, "This is a traitor." "A traitor?" "Indeed, a traitor." Tao Qian had fully embraced his role. These esteemed individuals are here to perform the true rites, not the nefarious merchants who disrupt them, he asserted. A voice of dissent arose. But we cannot simply kill him. Tao Qian retorted with fury. Are you questioning me? The individual recoiled, silenced by fear. At that moment, Zheng Yu stepped forward, gesturing towards the deceased elder's body, declaring, he is not a man, but a spirit. In an instant, the villagers witnessed the elder's corpse dissolve into ethereal wisps, vanishing into the air. Of course, this was not the doing of Zheng Yu. He merely emerged at the opportune moment. For all present were spirits, corroborating Zheng Yu's earlier conjecture. This ghostly village held no living souls. In a place where the living existed, how could there simultaneously be the specters of those who had hanged, starved, or succumbed to illness? Truly, they were all ghosts. Upon witnessing the body disappear, the villagers swiftly accepted Tao Qian's words, beginning to regard Zheng Yu with newfound respect. Zheng Yu, at this juncture, typed in the chat group, "Loose lips sink ships. Let us proceed to the ancestral hall." Tao Qian, the monk, replied affirmatively, understood. Zheng Yu had discerned that the atmospheric malevolence was intensifying. Clearly, the unseen observer could no longer remain passive. She could witness the villagers' demise and foresee the failure of the rites, yet she must not allow an outsider, who was not among the villagers, to lead them astray, nor could she permit the villagers to uncover the truth. This was the very reason behind the disappearance of the little girl's tongue. She had once spoken the truth. The deity requires the curse-bearer to fulfill their task, granting them power to assist in realizing their desires. However, should the curse-bearer fail, they will lose their strength and face punishment. This was a mantra known by all professionals, elucidating the core essence of the abyss's existence and serving as the fundamental condition for practitioners to navigate its depths. Within the chilling depths of the abyss, Shaoqi's task was to create cold corpses and maintain the frigid temperature of the cold street. The same applied to the curse-bearers of Shangyu village. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, he had mentioned that the curse-bearers might need to ensure the existence of Shangyu village to obtain the curse of the spirit. If the villagers were to learn the truth, Shangyu Ghost Village would cease to be Shangyu Ghost Village. She would undoubtedly obstruct any attempts to reveal the truth. Yet, throughout the process, no practitioner had dared to challenge the nightmarish depths of the abyss, following Zheng Yu's strategic path. They had all dutifully hidden in their coffins, adhering to a 3-day timeline, thus negating the need to disclose the truth. More critically, no one had ever posited the hypothesis that the villagers might be ghosts. However, the truth must not be revealed to the villagers here. Firstly, the villagers are unlikely to believe. Secondly, the entirety of Shangyu village serves as the primary battleground for the shadowy curse-bearers, with only the ancestral hall being an exception. At this moment, Zhang Zhan's strategy proves invaluable. The ancestral hall is indeed a fitting venue for combat. Tao Qian deliberately positions himself amidst the villagers, allowing them to lead the way to the ancestral hall, unaware of its location. The villagers are brimming with excitement. In the past 3 ceremonies, success was guaranteed with the presence of the village chief. In their hearts, the village chief is regarded as the pivotal figure capable of communicating with their ancestors. The ancestral hall is the largest structure in Shangyu village. From the outside, it appears indistinguishable from other houses. However, the internal space is far more expansive than one might expect. At the center lies a copper vat over 2 meters wide, within which a pale blue flame burns. The main hall is adorned with 3 coffins, the very ancestral coffins used in the previous ceremonies. Strangely, these coffins remain uncorrupted to this day. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu distinctly feels the oppressive aura of Yin energy being repelled from the interior. This courtyard possesses an enigmatic essence, he mutters to himself. The pervasive Yin energy throughout Shangyu village explains Zheng Yu's assertion that the curse-bearer has been relentlessly watching them. The Yin energy is the source of the curse-bearer's power. Yet, upon entering the ceremonial hall, the Yin energy weakens significantly, indicating the presence of something within. No wonder Zhang Zhan insisted that they must fight here. His reasoning holds merit. As they converse, Tao Qian has already been enveloped by the villagers into the hall. Zheng Yu and the others navigate past the coffins to join him. The hall has been transformed into a shrine, filled with various altars and inscriptions honoring ancestors. Yet prominently featured in the center is a clay sculpture. The sculpture is half black and half white. The black side glares fiercely, while the white side is devoid of eyes and mouth, with hands pressed together. Intriguingly, within the palms of the joined hands lies a clearly visible blade. Chapter 61. the most formidable elite monster, the bride of the underworld in red. It is perplexing that anyone would worship such a bizarre entity, when Ren Qingyu remarks. This is the sculpture referred to as the dual-faced shadow deity by practitioners in the forum. It is speculated that this might be the original visage of the shadow deity. Though such conjectures remain mere speculation, practitioners have yet to earn the right to confront a deity of this caliber. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu instructs the goblin general to guard the entrance. Approaching Tao Qian, he states, "Prior to the ceremony, I have a question for you. Answer me truthfully, and I shall assist you in completing the ritual, granting you peace." As the village chief, Tao Qian naturally affirms, saying, "You may answer without hesitation." This is a part of enhancing the success rate of the ceremony. With the village chief's assurance, the villagers lower their defenses. Zheng Yu inquires, "How many of the women you acquired are still alive?" A chilling wind violently assails the doors of the ancestral hall. Even before receiving an answer, Zheng Yu, upon witnessing the commotion outside, realizes he has posed the correct question. The mastermind behind this must indeed be the abducted women. "You mean the pigs?" A villager inquires. "Pigs?" The nearly insulting term provoked when Ren Qingyu, who stood behind, to the brink of an outburst, but thankfully, she was restrained by Zheng Yu's calm gaze. "Pig slave." Zheng Yu maintained a serene demeanor, recalling news reports he had previously encountered, which referred to women abducted from villages in such a derogatory manner, likening them to mere animals responsible solely for reproduction. "What does pig slave mean?" Zheng Yu feigned ignorance. A peasant woman replied, "It refers to women purchased from merchants who can bear children. The village chief decreed that such women are unworthy of living among us. So they were all confined to the pigsty at the eastern edge of the village." Zheng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "The pigsty? Ah, it's merely named a pigsty. But it's not a real pigsty. The women bought are kept there. Whoever desires one can simply go and take her back to procreate. If they no longer want her, she can be returned." Zheng Yu's breath quickened slightly, unable to contain her frustration any longer. One Ren Qingyu vented in the chat group, "These brutes are even worse than I imagined." Kuing added, "I don't even want to clear the level anymore. Let these damned creatures suffer here, just like those frozen corpses." Zheng Yu and his companions were on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet the villagers found this situation entirely normal. They showed no resistance to Zheng Yu's inquiries. However, the atmosphere outside was different. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted just as Zheng Yu posed the question about the pigsty. She was agitated. Zheng Yu gazed at the raging winds outside, certain that her hiding place was within the pigsty. The wailing of vengeful spirits echoed outside the ancestral hall. Zheng Yu instructed the goblin general to stand guard at the door. He still had one more question to ask. "Where's the pigsty?" he inquired, his demeanor growing increasingly indifferent. "At the eastern end of the village." "Are there still people alive inside?" "Probably not. Ever since the village chief disappeared, the pigsty has become the most haunted place in the village, and no one dares to approach it." "When was the last time you went there? Were there any survivors?" Two, I think." A loud crash resounded from outside. "Your goblin wolf cavalry has perished. Your goblin assassins have been slain." Two system notifications arrived, indicating that the external assault was intensifying. Zheng Yu had asked most of the necessary questions. It was evident that she no longer wished to continue the ritual. Concealing the truth had become her priority. That should suffice. Zheng Yu received several more death notifications, all from the Goblin Combat Squad. Having gleaned crucial information, he commanded the Goblin General, "Let them in. The battle outside is too passive." A thunderous boom resonated as a troll's body was violently hurled into the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Outside, a shadowy figure loomed, shrouded in darkness. An amorphous being of exaggerated proportions. Within the black mist, various ghostly forms could be discerned, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of spirits. Spirit Collective, level 20, rank, elite, health, 280. 000, attack power, 3000, skills, hanged ghost, skills, drowned ghost, skills, frozen ghost, skills, burned ghost, skills, wronged ghost, skills, malevolent spirit, an elite monster. This is the second elite creature they have encountered, aside from the Spirit Village Chief. Furthermore, this entity known as the Spirit Collective is entirely unrecorded in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. The good news is that the emergence of a new storyline signifies that they are on the right path. The bad news is that this elite creature is rather formidable. Zhang Yu immediately summoned the twin fire serpents. At this point, they had already achieved considerable success. Not only had they discerned the true location, But they had also successfully provoked the opponent, bypassing the so-called sacrificial narrative. All of it was a ruse. Engaging in battle was the only matter of significance. Now was the time to truly display their strength, which was Zheng Yu's favorite phase. Upon the appearance of the twin fire serpents, they unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the Spirit Collective. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted upon the Spirit Collective. The spirits entwined around the entity emitted continuous wails of agony. The piercing screams of the spirits inflicted damage, and it was an area of effect attack. When Ren Qingjiu, Kuing, and Chaiyun were all harmed by the ghostly cries, suffering damage. Fortunately, when Ren Qingjiu and Kuing possessed golden-grade armor, which mitigated some of the damage, while Chaiyun was not as fortunate. Merely a single wail from the spirits had drained a third of her health. Take cover, Zheng Yu exclaimed. At this moment, Chaiyun realized that this was a battle far beyond her capability to intervene. Having previously seen Zheng Yu single-handedly upend the entire Shanyu village with just a goblin general, she had unconsciously let her guard down. She had even begun to think that the nightmare-level abyss was rather mundane. But now she was awakened to the truth. She was merely a bystander. What courage did she have to relax her vigilance? Perhaps sensing that Chaiyun was the weakest among them. The Spirit Collective launched an attack on her. With a swift motion, a rope shot forth from the Spirit Collective's body, ensnaring Chaiyun's neck. Chaiyun was immediately choked, her face turning purple, health rapidly depleting. The Hanged Ghost skill. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared. When Ren Qingjiu, standing on a whirlwind, swiftly severed the rope with her dagger, saving Chaiyun. Thank you. I almost met my end. Chaiyun expressed her gratitude. Having been left with only a sliver of health. Had Wen Ren Qingjiu been even a moment later, she would have had to expend a revival crucifix worth 5 million. In comparison to her life, money was truly not an issue. The critical point was that the crucifix could only be used once in the abyss. Once used, true danger would ensue. Wen Ren Qingjiu spoke coldly. You didn't almost die. You nearly brought ruin to everyone. Do not hinder Zheng Yu. Her tone was almost scolding. Are you incapable of performing even the simplest tasks? Do you not know to hide in a timely manner? Chaiyun wished to retort, but her thoughts were interrupted by the mournful music echoing from the farthest end of the street. The sound was piercing, as if the entire Shanyu village trembled under the haunting resonance of the Swana. She has arrived, the most formidable elite creature from the depths of the Shanyu Ancestral Hall. The Bride of the Underworld in Red. Chapter 62. The Bride in Red, the Yellow Weasel, and the Death Warriors. The gathering of malevolent spirits coincided with the arrival of the Bride in Red, a day earlier than anticipated. Zheng Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. The early appearance of the bride indicated that he would surely surpass the records left by Zhang Zhan. However, the immediate priority was to eliminate the Bride in Red. The mournful music drew nearer, and the oppressive aura thickened. A chilling wind swept through. The red bridal sedan, which had been at a distance, suddenly appeared before the ancestral hall. 4 yellow weasels bore the coffin, and within the sedan sat the Bride of the Underworld, clad in red. Among the spectral entities, the Bride in Red held a rank far surpassing that of the village chief in the gathering of malevolent spirits. Zhang Zhan's strategy had advised to avoid confrontation with the bride, utilizing the sanctuary of the ancestral hall for combat. A strange sound emanated from within the sedan. Zheng Yu could not discern the attributes of the Bride in Red from his vantage point, so he decided to act decisively. Summon Beast Frenzy. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu unleashed the Summoning Beast Frenzy skill. The flames enveloping his twin demon fire serpent instantly transformed into a vibrant purple, dispelling the surrounding malevolent energy in an instant. The fiery aura radiated outward, igniting the walls, floor, and beams of the ancestral hall. Zheng Yu commanded, Goblin Archers, fire upon the sedan and force the Bride in Red to reveal herself. Shield Soldiers, hold off the yellow weasels. Goblin General and twin demon fire serpent, swiftly eliminate the gathering of malevolent spirits. Typically, his forces operated without his command due to their overwhelming strength. However, confronting 2 elite creatures of level 20 necessitated strategic planning. By swiftly dispatching the gathering of malevolent spirits, he could then devote his full attention to the Bride in Red. To his surprise, the first to strike were the 4 weasels bearing the sedan. The yellow weasels, resembling upright ferrets, had one with emerald green eyes, while the others bore black-red eyes. Each had a deep scar at the center of their brows, with long claws and swift movements. Yellow Weasel, level 20, rank, elite, health 140,000, attack power 2,000, skills, spirit communication, possession, ghostification The revelation that they too were elite creatures caused Zheng Yu to furrow his brow, including the 4 yellow weasels. He was now faced with 6 elite creatures of level 20 simultaneously. Fortunately, these 4 weasels possessed only 3 skills. Even among elite creatures, there existed a hierarchy of strength and weakness. The 4 yellow-skinned creatures are the weakest among the elite monsters. Bang! Faced with the incredible speed of the yellow-skinned beasts, 8 shield bearers promptly raised their shields, forming a formidable wall to withstand the onslaught of the first creature. 0. The yellow-skinned beast struck the goblin shield bearer's shield, inflicting no damage whatsoever. This was due to the goblin general's advancement to the 5th tier, which had also evolved the goblin combat squads under his command. The goblin shield bearers possessed the ability to absorb a fixed amount of damage, making them a remarkably strong frontline defensive unit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The coordination of the combat squad was impeccable. The shield bearers held their ground, while the archers immediately released their arrows. The goblin wolf riders flanked the enemies. For elite monsters, what they faced was an entire combat unit. Moreover, it was a well-trained summoner battalion led by the general. Stronger than a mere conventional troop due to their unwavering obedience, fearlessness, and lack of dread towards death. This is something the goblin death knights can attest to. Swish. The Death Knights activated their blink skill, instantly appearing around the red palanquin where the red-clad specter resided. Roar! Upon witnessing the Death Knights sneaking in, the 4 yellow-skinned creatures hurriedly turned back, but the goblin wolf riders would not grant them the opportunity to escape. Charge! Seasoned goblin warriors, riding on massive wolves over 3 meters long, surged forward. They directly knocked the 4 yellow-skinned creatures away. 24,158. 26,584, 19,854, 21,147. For substantial damage numbers erupted. They reduced one of the yellow-skinned creatures to a critically low health state. Roar! To everyone's surprise, the critically injured yellow-skinned creature suddenly swelled, dropping to all fours as a malevolent energy surged into its body. It instantly transformed into a giant yellow-skinned beast, rivaling the size of the massive wolf, exhaling a foul odor as it entered a ghostly state. Roar! Simultaneously, a colossal roar overshadowed the transformation of the yellow-skinned beast. It was a troll. Zheng Yu had initially held back from engaging it, waiting for this very moment. Among the goblin combat squad, the troll possesses the most formidable combat capabilities. Its immense physique, unparalleled damage potential, and substantial health could even serve as a trump card in Zheng Yu's hands. The yellow-skinned beast had entered its ghostly form. It was also at a critically low health stage. To minimize casualties, it was imperative for the troll to enter the fray and commence the harvest now. Boom! The troll leaped down with great force, crashing onto the ghostly yellow-skinned beast. Another blow followed. Bang! In an instant, the ghostly yellow-skinned creature was vanquished, not allowing it any opportunity to retaliate. Killed elite monster yellow-skinned beast. Gained 9,417 experience. Congratulations! Acquired armor top. Yellow-skinned coat, 20, golden grade. 9,000 experience points secured. The experience gained from killing the Spectre village chief was similar, indicating their comparable strength and rewards. Zheng Yu had no time to inspect the equipment's attributes. However, a level 20 golden grade item would undeniably be valued at around 1 million. Phew. After the yellow-skinned beast perished, a wisp of black smoke erupted from its corpse and flew into the red palanquin. As the reapers drew near, the archers' incessant harassment, and following the demise of the yellow weasel, the woman in the red dress within the palanquin finally made her move. Suddenly, several crimson silks emerged from the palanquin, ensnaring the goblin reapers that ventured too close. With an eerie force, they were yanked into the sky and then violently cast down. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy emanating from the palanquin surged outward, shattering the shield wall of the shield soldiers. Gazing at the multitude of damage values appearing, along with the 3 reapers that had been slain, Zheng Yu could not help but exclaim that Zhang Zhan had not exaggerated. This red-dressed spectre was indeed formidable. However, little did the spectre realize, it was not she who had claimed the lives of the reapers, but rather the reapers who had willingly embraced death. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fallen goblin reapers erupted in succession. Flesh, toxins, and black smoke enveloped the crimson palanquin. The evolved reapers' death explosions bore greater potency, and the bloodied venom was even more repugnant. To Zheng Yu's astonishment, the highly corrosive blood managed to erode the crimson silks, splattering them upon the palanquin. 2,548. Damage was indeed dealt. Zheng Yu now comprehended that this Crimson Palanquin was, without a doubt, an elite monster. Chapter 63. The Cold Prison Staff. Explosive damage from the Goblin General. Crimson Palanquin. Level 20. Tier Elite. Health 300,000. Attack power 3,000. Skills Sanctuary. Skills Lament. Skills Red String. Skills Ghostly Bearer. Goodness. It truly was an elite monster. Zheng Yu promptly urged the Twin Fire Serpent and the Goblin General, saying, "You two, hurry up. The ogre can't hold on much longer." Meanwhile, the Twin Fire Serpent and the Goblin General found themselves in a precarious situation, as this collective of malevolent spirits employed a variety of tactics. At one moment, a drowning ghost appeared, dragging the Twin Fire Serpent into the depths, while at another, a freezing ghost immobilized the Goblin General. Then, a wronged ghost emerged, bewildering the two, leading them to make erroneous attacks. Though this collective of spirits appeared weak, the incessant onslaught of ghostly abilities proved to be quite challenging. Fortunately, the flames of the Twin Fire Serpent had undergone a frenzy-fueled evolution by the summoner, rendering the drowning ghost's water-based skills ineffective against it. The collective of malevolent spirits was steadily being consumed by the flames, their health diminishing rapidly, just as the Goblin General was encased in ice. The ice crystal pendant that Zheng Yu wore activated just in time, breaking the freezing spell. The only formidable foes were the wronged ghost and the hanged ghost, one responsible for control, the other inflicting damage with its noose. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urging, the Goblin General drew forth a fish-slicing knife. Earlier, Zheng Yu had exchanged the equipment of the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Serpent. The Goblin General was better suited for this knife. A clumsy voice, lacking clarity, emerged from the Goblin General's lips. "For 30 years, I have sliced fish. My heart is as cold as my blade." Truth be told, the general's stature and demeanor imbued his words with a certain gravitas, even if it is merely a statement. One can witness the Goblin General's muscles suddenly bulging as the fish-slaying knife gleams with a silvery radiance. The knife's effect activates with this phrase, enhancing his next 3 attacks with a 100 increase in attack speed. The Goblin General charges forth with unbridled ferocity. Boom! The Twin Fire Serpent, in perfect synchrony with the Goblin General, unleashes fireballs to clear the path, obliterating the vengeful spirit that sought to confound him once more. The great wolf retreats, then leaps high into the air. The Goblin General descends from the wolf's back, launching an assault from above while the wolf strikes from below. The first strike, infused with the force of the leap, inflicts a staggering 18,741 points of damage. The second strike activates the effect of the human skin spider set. Set effect, hatred. The enmity will mark your enemy, and your next attack will inflict a hatred strike, dealing damage equivalent to critical hit damage, though without any critical bonuses. A critical hit, 25 for 117. The second blow shatters the head of the vengeful spirit that had just revealed itself, attempting to thwart the Goblin General, dispersing it into a cloud of black smoke. With the spirit's concealment dispelled, the Goblin General's third attack descends almost instantaneously. Though it is a standard strike, it still delivers over 10,000 points of damage. Simultaneously, the Great Wolf-esque charge skill crashes into the Gathering of Souls. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberates as an extraordinary damage figure of 45 for 188 appears above the collective of spirits. Were it not for the damage mitigation from the ghostly beings, this charge could have easily inflicted upwards of 80,000 points of damage. With the speed enhancement from the fish-slaying knife, the 3 strikes are executed in rapid succession. The combination of the charge and a series of minor skills swiftly depletes the Gathering of Souls by 100,000 health points, all within mere seconds. Coupled with the ongoing fiery assaults from the Twin Fire Serpent, the health of the spirits plummets dramatically. From a distance, Tao Qian and his companions gasp in awe, showering praises despite their accustomed familiarity with such displays of prowess. Their roles are clear. Zheng Yu is responsible for the slaughter, while they provide the cheers. Those who do not shout 666 are not worthy of being called good spectators. The only one left in shock is Chaiyun, whose naive expression brings a sense of comfort to Tao Qian and the others. Simultaneously, the effect of the cold prison staff activates. After casting 3 skills, it automatically releases the cold prison skill, utilizing formidable ice abilities to ensnare enemies, dealing a fixed 3,000 ice damage and freezing them. 3,000. 3,000. As the Goblin General's skills overlap with those of the Twin Fire Serpent, Two cold prison skills are unleashed simultaneously from the staff. Zhengyu realizes that fixed damage skills can bypass all forms of defense and damage reduction. While 3,000 may not seem significant, the freezing effect is assured. The gathering of spectral entities displayed no resistance and was instantly immobilized. Seizing this opportunity without hesitation, the Goblin General charged his power. Bang! The warrior's mighty strike, amplified 13-fold, coupled with the berserk enhancement from his summoned beast and the critical effect of lingering resentment, landed heavily upon the spectral assembly. Boom! It sent the spectral entity flying over 10 meters, crashing into the colossal bronze basin at the center of the courtyard. A staggering 478 damage. Witnessing the spectral entity being hurled away, the twin demon fire serpent seized the moment to strike decisively. It rushed forward, toppling the bronze basin over the spectral assembly, pressing down upon it and igniting flames. The anguished cries of several specters echoed incessantly, yet they could not escape the 2-meter diameter basin that was now inverted upon them. Flames enveloped the basin. 7, 415. 1, 475. 9, 874. A cascade of damage notifications erupted. The immense bronze basin glowed crimson as it burned, while the spectral assembly within resembled a roasted duck in an oven, gradually losing its vitality. That was a bit ruthless. Even Zhengyu was taken aback. This was nothing short of a bronze bull torture. From within the basin, piercing screams emerged. Remarkably, it managed to force open the basin. The spectral entity, its entire body scorched to a fiery red and reduced to mere blood and skin, unleashed a skill akin to brutality. The Vengeful Spirit. Chapter 64. The Female Ghost. Sweating profusely, the Vengeful Spirit emerged. A chilling wind swept through, and the spectral energy swirling in the sky transformed into vengeful spirits, descending into the ancestral hall. A multitude of specters filled the courtyard. As the vengeful spirits' wretched cries rang out, they surged towards the Goblin General and the twin demon fire serpent. Zhengyu's expression darkened. Just as he was about to reveal his trump card, a remarkably clear bell tolled from within the spirit hall. As the sound resonated throughout the ancestral hall, it instantaneously froze all spectral entities, including the vengeful spectral assembly and the yellow skin battling the trolls, leaving only the female ghost in red within the red sedan unaffected. Indeed, Zhengyu turned his gaze towards the ancestral hall, not at the dual-faced clay statue of the Yin deity, but rather at the dusty black and white photograph beside it. With descendants of such caliber, you still choose to protect them. How fiercely protective you are. Zhengyu scoffed. He then urged the Goblin General and the twin demon fire serpent, hurry and harvest. This is a rare opportunity. The immobilized vengeful spectral assembly represents the most challenging brutal phase. Frozen, it becomes a living target. Most importantly, there is a whole host of specters readily available around us. This is all experience. Kill Spectre 20, gain experience 5, 879. Kill Spectre 20, gain experience 5, 547. Kill Spectre 20, gain experience 5, 802. Kill. The twin demon fire serpent unleashed its fiery aura and hellfire serpent's output to the maximum, vigorously harvesting experience. Furthermore, Zhengyu discovered that the ancestors enshrined in this ancestral hall were indeed formidable, having been bound in time for an extended period. They had also immobilized the elite monster, the red sedan chair, restraining the unwilling ghostly woman in red from emerging. This provided Zhengyu with precious time to amass experience points. Advancing from level 14 to 15 required 590,000 experience points. He had anticipated a challenging ascent. However, this round surprisingly filled his experience bar almost to the brim. Ultimately, with a powerful strike from the Goblin General, he vanquished the malevolent spirit collective, and Zhengyu received notification from the system. Defeated Elite Monster Spirit Collective, 20, gained 14. 452 experience points. Congratulations! Acquired the bracelet, Soul Bracelet, 20, Platinum Grade. Congratulations! Acquired material, Soul Orb. Congratulations! Level up. Level, 15, 73, 600, requires 56. 500 experience points for next level. Health, 997, 010, 610, 7,950 equipment attributes. Mana, 880, 890. Intelligence, 469, 485. Strength, 130, 134. Agility, 3. 031. Remaining free attribute points, 12. Level has risen to 15. activating the 4th summoning beast space. Level has risen to 15. Acquired 2 Hextech Enhancement Runes. Please draw. Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy within. The Spirit Collective had granted an impressive 140,000 experience points. Previously, slaying a village of ghosts had yielded a substantial amount of experience, yet this Spirit Collective had propelled him directly to level 15. For professionals, every 5-level increase marks a significant enhancement. For a summoner, it meant the addition of another summoning beast space, allowing the invocation of a 4th beast. However, in reality, the 4th summoning beast offered minimal immediate benefit, as he lacked the resources for proper cultivation. Zheng Yu now comprehended why summoners typically abandon their paths around level 15. The financial burden of nurturing multiple beasts was too great. He himself was already struggling to sustain the cultivation of 4 summoning beasts, let alone those with insufficient talent and resources who were unable to conquer the nightmarish abyss. Moreover, his 4th summoning beast had not been prepared in advance. The resource department of Shangyu City, represented by Chai Fong, had long promised to procure a level 15 summoning beast from the national treasury for him. Should he find one with high innate talent, it would save him considerable talent points. Zheng Yu, however, had no time to inspect his equipment. He placed the platinum-grade bracelet into his storage and locked it, wary of inadvertently selling it in the temple. A level 20 platinum-grade item was indeed top tier. Having dispatched the Spirit Collective, the Goblin General and the twin fire dragons could finally join the fray against the ghostly woman in red. At this moment, the battlefield lay in ruins. 6 of the Death Warriors had perished, 3 Goblin Shield Bearers were lost, and nearly all the wolf-riding goblins had been slain, leaving only one engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with the ghostly Yellow Weasel. The giant troll was battered and bruised by the relentless onslaught of red silk emerging from the sedan chair. To speak candidly, had it not been for the assistance rendered by that figure in the ancestral hall moments ago, the troll would have met its demise long before. However, the circumstances have now shifted dramatically. The Goblin General, the dual fire serpents, the troll, and the Goblin Sorcerer, prepared to cast spells and ready to sacrifice themselves, are poised to launch a counteroffensive. Suddenly, a billowing cloud of black mist erupted from the palanquin, driving back all the goblin battalions that encircled it. For the first time, the crimson-clad specter within the palanquin uttered a sound, a melodious yet mocking laugh that resonated in Zheng Yu's ears as a taunt. It was evident that this crimson specter regarded neither the Goblin General nor the dual fire serpents with any seriousness. Although formidable, both creatures had exhausted their energy in the preceding battle. Perhaps sensing this vulnerability, the specter paused its assault and spoke. "Oh, handsome young man. Would you care to spend a delightful evening with your elder sister?" The voice was laced with seduction. Zheng Yu recalled a strategy from Zhang Zhan's guide, which warned of the Crimson Spectre's propensity to lure adventurers out of the ancestral hall, only to slay them. It dawned on him that throughout this encounter, the palanquin had never stepped foot inside the ancestral hall, remaining steadfast at its entrance while attacking with flowing red silk. After a brief contemplation, Zheng Yu summoned the great-winged spirit butterfly. Initially intended for a later use, it now seemed imperative, for if he were to eliminate her, perhaps it would signal the conclusion of this encounter. A resonant, ethereal cry echoed throughout the village of Shangyu as an enormous, resplendent butterfly materialized behind Zheng Yu. The spectacle astounded even the seasoned Tao Qian and his companions. After all, anyone who beheld such a magnificent creature, towering over 4 meters, could not help but be awestruck. Its sheer size and breathtaking beauty were simply overwhelming. With the emergence of the great-winged spirit butterfly came an enchanting melody, unleashing a series of restorative spells. Spirit Butterfly Guardian. This bond of protection with the troll fortified it, restoring the troll's vitality. Butterfly Song. The great-winged spirit butterfly chanted, enhancing the agility and movement speed of all summoned creatures by 260 points, an astonishing increase, given that Zheng Yu's own agility was merely 30 points. This enhancement applied universally. Lastly, the Nourishing Spirit spell revitalized the summoned creature's energy. This combination of support skills rejuvenated the troll's health, replenished the dual fire serpent's energy, and, coupled with the goblin sorcerer's life sacrifice, fully restored the Goblin General's vitality and energy. Now, the Crimson Spectre faced a formidable army of summoned creatures, invigorated and in a frenzy of enhancement. Zheng Yu regarded the Crimson Spectre within the palanquin and declared, "To invite me for an enchanting evening, you must first possess the capability to make such an offer. How are you, female ghost? Sweating profusely, aren't you? Tomorrow, this dungeon will come to an end, so do not be anxious." Chapter 65. When dealing with a straightforward man like Zhang Yu, one must be direct. The colossal giant-winged spirit butterfly drastically altered the tide of battle. The ghost in red ceased to smile. The three remaining yellow-furred creatures swiftly entered a ghostly state to prepare for the impending combat. The crimson sedan chair, having lost a third of its health due to the toxic blood of the Death Warriors, emitted a creaking sound, clearly under immense pressure from the fully powered troll. Goblin General, Dual Demon Fire Serpent, and Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Weren't you asking me to assist you? Here I come, Zheng Yu said with a smile, gently waving his hand. His summoned beasts surged forward. Roar! The troll charged ahead, its massive form shielding the crimson sedan chair as it wielded a giant hammer, striking downwards with tremendous force. Get lost! Came a delicate reprimand from within the sedan. The voice was melodious, yet coupled with a palpable aura of malevolence. It was exceedingly eerie. Boom! A powerful surge of dark energy engulfed the troll. 9,871. The red damage appeared above the troll's head. 9,000 damage seemed substantial. Yet it barely penetrated the shield cast by the giant-winged spirit butterfly, with the shield absorbing the damage. The ghostly assault from the woman in red failed to halt the troll's advance. Bang! The troll's heavy hammer struck the crimson sedan chair unimpeded. 5,587. The damage was similarly modest. Upon impact, a layer of gray shield enveloped the chair, a protective ability of the elite creature. The damage was anticipated by Zheng Yu. After all, this sedan chair was also a ghostly entity. Much like the red shoes and the doll, it possessed the capability to mitigate damage, while the protective skill further reduced some of the harm. Inflicting 5,000 damage was already commendable, considering it was merely one strike. Zheng Yu had plenty of summoned beasts at his disposal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of assault initiated by the goblin archers commenced. 1,054, 1,112, 1,058. The damage was lower, yet relentless. Next came the fiery aura from the dual demon fire serpent, the hellish fire serpents, the charge of the goblin general, and the ambush from the death warriors. Suddenly, a crisp drumbeat resonated from around the crimson sedan chair. A band clad in mourning attire emerged from the white mist. Mourning music. This was yet another skill of the crimson sedan. Zheng Yu recalled the four abilities of the sedan chair. The litter-bearer ghost must refer to those four yellow-furred creatures. The protection was that layer of gray shield. The mourning music, now manifesting as the spectral mourners in funeral garb, could diminish the attacking desire of summoned beasts, categorizing it as a status skill. The red string. Zheng Yu surmised that the previously seen red satin must correspond to the red string skill. Zheng Yu squinted slightly, realizing that the ghost in red within the sedan had not utilized any skills, but had merely relied on her dark energy all along. At that moment, he glanced down at the mute little girl by his side. Upon witnessing the anxious gaze of the little girl fixed upon the crimson sedan chair, an answer began to crystallize in my mind. So this is how it is. No wonder you Wu Ti enter this ancestral hall. You are indeed the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zhang Yu had long harbored a question regarding Zhang Zhan's strategy. The description of the red-clad female ghost's abilities was, in fact, entirely those of the crimson sedan chair. This implies that, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, the sedan chair is synonymous with the red-clad ghost. Thus, they were bestowed with the same name, Minghan, or ghost marriage. However, it is the crimson sedan chair that manipulates the red silk, and the individual within it is the true master of the malevolent energy enveloping Shangyu village. As Zheng Yu contemplated this revelation, he swiftly turned to Wenren Qinjiu and Tao Qian, instructing them, keep a vigilant watch here, ensure that no villager escapes. Tao Qian immediately inquired, where are you headed? Zheng Yu replied, I shall see whether the mastermind still lingers in the pigsty. Ling Dai, accompany me. Thus, Zheng Yu took a solitary Ling Dai by his side, grasped the little girl's hand, and strode confidently toward the entrance of the ancestral hall. A wave of malevolent energy surged toward Zheng Yu. Whoosh! Crack! The shield of the vengeful ring shattered, observing the ground beneath him. Marked by the eruption of dark energies that had conspicuously avoided the little girl, Zheng Yu smiled and cradled her in his arms, saying, now she will not dare to strike me. The little girl regarded Zheng Yu with a complex expression. He chuckled gently, do not look at me in such a manner. To speak candidly, I harbor no ill will. I merely need to resolve certain matters. For you, it is merely a repetition of 3 days. Perhaps I can alleviate even more grievances during this cyclical span. A former curse-bearer I served once held me in high regard. Should you encounter him, you might understand. Zheng Yu rambled on, effortlessly sidestepping the crimson sedan chair, and scathed and untouched by the surrounding malevolence. It was as though he were impervious to the multitude of spirits that haunted the street as he walked naturally toward the eastern end of the village. The little girl in his embrace. Tao Qian, bewildered, asked, "What on earth is happening?" When Renkinjiu, deep in thought, observed the receding figure of Zheng Yu. It seemed that after reaching this juncture, both parties had come to an understanding. Understanding? When Renkinjiu nodded. The red-clad ghost within the sedan chair has never revealed her true form to Zhang Zhan, indicating she is most likely the one orchestrating events from the shadows. This explains why Zhang Zhan's strategy encompasses only rituals, ghost marriages, and the procession of spirits, omitting any final confrontation. The rituals are mere fabrications, as are the ghost marriages. The crimson sedan chair represents the true essence of ghost marriage. Having reached this point, Zheng Yu's summoned beast had already subdued the crimson sedan chair. The end was nigh. With but one final step remaining, the pigsty, Tao Qian queried, "What of the procession of spirits?" When Renkinjiu's expression turned contemplative as she responded, "If the rituals and ghost marriages are fabrications, then the procession of spirits is likely a myth as well. The so-called procession of spirits is probably a massacre of villagers perpetrated by the women and children who were sold into this nightmare." Tao Qian feigned understanding, nodding, "Indeed. Your conjectures align closely with my own." When Renqingyu rolled her eyes, disregarding Tao Qian, she glanced at the time. Nearly 7 hours had elapsed since entering the ancestral hall of Shangyu village. For over a decade, the abyss of nightmares had remained unbroken by Zhang Zhan's record. Now, within these 7 hours, when Renqingyu recalled her initial persuasion by quitting to join Zheng Yu's team. At that time, she held a modicum of disdain for Zheng Yu, even expressing her distrust towards him. In retrospect, it was clear that her dear friend was indeed a person of great fortune, capable of allying with such a formidable figure. When Renqingyu studied Ku Ying intently, causing her to feel awkward, and inquired, "What troubles you?" When Renqingyu continued, "I am contemplating how to firmly bind you and Tao Qian together." Ku Ding responded with confusion. Tao Qian immediately grasped Wen Renqingyu's intent and pointed to the red satin protruding from the crimson palanquin, suggesting, "Why not just tie you both up?" Wen Renqingyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, when dealing with someone as straightforward as Zheng Yu, one must be direct. Ku Ying responded with a bewildered, "Meow meow meow." Chapter 66. Their unworthy of ancestors' protection. Zheng Yu made his way smoothly to the pig pen, where the malevolent atmosphere was even thicker than that of the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, the little girl unexpectedly inquired, "How did you know I am also from here?" Her voice was a haunting amalgamation that seemed not to emanate from her throat. Noticing the chilling aura emanating from the girl in his arms, Zheng Yu exhibited no fear. Rather, he explained with interest, "Because you are a ghost." The little girl did not comprehend. Zheng Yu gestured towards the specters trailing behind him, stating, "Look at that hanging ghost with its tongue protruding. It is because it could not retract its tongue when it was hanged. The limping ghost met its demise due to its unsteady legs. The elder mentioned that you had your tongue severed as a punishment. How could a ghost's tongue be cut? The ability to chew food adeptly without a tongue indicates that it had been severed during your lifetime. To inflict such cruelty upon a little girl signifies that you do not belong to the ancestral hall." In fact, the little girl had exhibited anomalies from the very start. The elder went to send a warning yet left her behind, allowing her to remain close to Zheng Yu. She did not display alarm upon encountering the congregation of specters and the ghost bride in red. Zheng Yu had already deduced that the little girl was not among the villagers. However, she was not entirely separate either. In other words, the depths of the ancestral hall held no true essence. The night parade of 100 ghosts was merely the final stage. The little girl pouted, conceding, "You were clever. Previous outsiders were foolish, hiding in coffins, truly believing they had found refuge. In reality, I was the one who directed them there, merely to watch their folly." Listening to her words, a peculiar glint appeared in Zheng Yu's eyes. He asked, "Why do you wish to see them ridiculed?" The little girl replied with indignation, "Because they sought to aid those wretched villagers." Indeed, Zheng Yu was acutely aware that Zhang Zhan and his companions had failed to discern the true nature of the ancestral hall's abyss. They merely assumed it was a haunted village. Misled by the initial warning upon entering the abyss, they believed the disturbances were due to their improper veneration of their ancestors. From the outset, Zhang Zhan's approach to solving the dilemma had been fundamentally flawed. Zheng Yu casually inquired, "Have many other outsiders visited here?" The little girl shook her head, responding, "Not too many. They come around periodically. You are the second wave of outsiders to arrive recently. The previous group was rather amusing, as they were chased around by us in a panic." Rarely did the girl reveal her youthful exuberance. She chattered on. The most memorable instance was when a formidable group of outsiders successfully navigated the Night of Revenge and expelled them before the reset of Shangyu village. Zheng Yu pondered. He must have figured it out. For over a decade, only Zhang Zhan and his group had managed to conquer the Ancestral Hall's abyss. All practitioners in Shangyu City had long believed that the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall should be cleared in such a manner. Yet they had all been outwitted by the little girl and her spirits. It could only be said that Zhang Zhan had stumbled through the hall in the most cumbersome way, by prolonging the ordeal for 3 days, waiting until the ghostly wedding concluded and the Night of Spirits ceased. No, it should be referred to as the Night of Revenge. However, these were but minor details. What astonished Zheng Yu even more was the revelation that they possessed the memories of the outsiders. The individual who had successfully navigated the Night of Revenge was likely Zhang Zhan and his companions, whom the little girl later referred to as the foolish outsiders. Having been inspired by Zhang Zhan's strategy, he was the first among practitioners to conquer it in such a manner and had received this astonishing information from the little girl. At the entrance of the pig pen, Zheng Yu could perceive the overwhelming resentment within. The so-called Night of Spirits referred to those who had been imprisoned here, ultimately perishing after being trafficked. Zheng Yu felt the intense malevolence of the spirits in the pig pen scrutinizing him, as if awaiting his decision. This was precisely why he had come to the pig pen. The Ancestral Hall had 2 possible conclusions, 2 choices. The first choice was Zhang Zhan's path, to trust the villagers and linger in the Ancestral Hall until the 3-day period concluded. The second choice was to join the vengeful forces. Faced with the spirits, Zheng Yu contemplated for a moment before directly asking the little girl, whose tongue was severed. The girl tilted her head. Guess? It must be that old man beside you, right? How dull. Upon Zhang Yu's accurate deduction, the little girl displayed a look of dissatisfaction. I'll help you kill him. No need, she replied, showing no interest in Zhang Yu's assistance. However, Zheng Yu added, not only will I kill him, but I will also help you take the items from the Ancestral Hall. The little girl paused, then gazed at Zheng Yu, asking, what else is it that you do not know? Zheng Yu smiled and replied, it was merely a guess. Yet your demeanor and their attitude indicated that I was correct. He gestured toward the spirits in the pig pen, who no longer directed their malevolent energy toward him. One must eventually choose a side. Zheng Yu chose the side he deemed just, regardless of whether you are the cursed of the Yin God or the instigator of this ghost village of Shangyu. You all belong to the victimized faction. The wicked must face retribution and are unworthy of the ancestors' protection. The Ancestral Hall, a chasm of fate, demands resolute choices from professionals. Which is why he made his way to the pigsty unimpeded by any specters. They were all awaiting Zheng Yu's resolution. Chapter 67. The title of the living king of hell is truly not in vain. Upon making his decision, Zheng Yu garnered the support of the 100 ghosts. The oppressive Yin energy that had lingered around him dissipated entirely. The little girl turned to Zheng Yu and smiled, saying, congratulations. You have earned the acknowledgement of the elder sisters. It is my honor. Zheng Yu nodded gently at the 100 ghosts in the pigsty. The little girl gazed towards the Ancestral Hall and remarked, although we have received the Yin Goddess benevolence, granting us the power to summon Yin spirits, potentially transforming the entire village into a ghost town, we cannot impose true punishment on those beasts as long as the ancestors remain in the Ancestral Hall. Zheng Yu inquired, what if there were no ancestors? The girl smiled sweetly, that would be splendid. I would lead them into despair from the very core, tearing them apart within the Ancestral Hall. I want them to dwell in the pigsty while we enter the hall. I shall compel them to worship me, to bow before one they deem the most despicable. I will make them truly become pigs, living the lives we once did. The little girl babbled on, her delightful voice delivering the most vicious of sentiments. It was evident that this vengeful plan had long been meticulously crafted in her mind, awaiting the arrival of a professional to navigate this choice. For apart from the little girl, who had been taken in by the old man and had her tongue severed, none of the other ghosts in the pigsty could enter the Ancestral Hall. To accomplish this, they required the assistance of the outsiders. Listening to the girl's merciless words, Zheng Yu expressed his admiration. Now, that is more like it. Revenge should be thorough and direct, not convoluted. The manner of retaliation you employed previously left them unaware of their transgressions, even oblivious to who was avenging them. They were merely frightened, with no sense of remorse. As a connoisseur of the petty, Zheng Yu criticized their prior methods as being more about form than substance. They must feel regret, Zheng Yu declared. Leave this matter to me. The little girl glanced at him, then at the shattered red palanquin, and asked, but how will you remove their ancestors? They are far more formidable than my sisters. Zheng Yu, brimming with confidence, replied, that is quite simple. He took the little girl in his arms and returned to the ancestral hall. At that moment, the red palanquin lay in complete ruins. Nearly 20,000 experience points and a platinum-grade piece of equipment had already been credited to him during his conversation with the girl. The female ghost in red emerged from the wreckage, hovering in midair, yet refrained from any attack, instead fixating her gaze on Zheng Yu as he walked back. At Zheng Yu's request, the summoned beasts also ceased their assault. Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they turned their gaze towards Zheng Yu, including the villagers hidden within. Zheng Yu entered the ancestral hall, cradling the little girl in his arms. When Renkinjia hurriedly inquired, "What is the situation?" Zheng Yu replied with a smile, "It's nearly complete. Now, we merely need to allow these villagers to make their own choices, and then we can depart from this place." Choices? When Renkinjia was perplexed, Zheng Yu gestured for her to observe. "Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry regiment." "Yes." A resounding sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as 30 heavily armored goblin cavalry emerged behind the Goblin General, standing tall with their giant wolves, precisely aligned in the center of the ancestral hall. In the sky, the red-clad ghost furrowed her brow at this imposing cavalry regiment. She had not anticipated that. After all this, the outsider still had an ace up his sleeve. Indeed, reaching this point was entirely due to the red-clad ghost acknowledging Zheng Yu's strength, permitting him to take the little girl directly to the pigsty. As the ghost king of Shangyu village, any decision required her consent. She had recognized the outsider's power. But little did she know that he was even stronger than she had imagined. Secretly, she compared whether the 100 ghosts could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry regiment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu addressed the villagers, "You must remove the items from the altar." The villagers were taken aback, frozen in place. "Move the altar? That's impossible. The altar is their sole protection. How could it be relocated?" The little girl beside him remarked with a smile, "They cannot move it." "Do you really expect them to remove the altar?" Zheng Yu whispered, "You are mistaken." The girl, puzzled, asked, "Are you going to threaten them with force?" Zheng Yu shook his head. Force would be futile against them. They would rather sacrifice themselves than be intimidated. The little girl pointed at the goblin heavy cavalry behind Zheng Yu in confusion. Zhang Yu responded with a grin. "They were originally meant to deal with the 100 ghosts. Which is your sister's trump card? I have kept them in reserve until now, but alas, I have not needed to deploy them. Their summoning serves to demonstrate that no matter which choice I take, I can navigate through it. Yet I choose to support you." As he spoke, Zheng Yu stepped into the hall of the ancestral hall. A powerful pressure descended upon him. He could sense that if he were to act directly, he would surely perish. The ancestors here were formidable. Zheng Yu surveyed the villagers and pointed to the dual-faced spirit's clay statue, saying, "Do you know why your sacrifices always fail? It is because your offerings are too diverse. Ask yourselves, can your ancestors truly accomplish those past feats? The inescapable allure of tea, the plague that barred entry to all. Your ancestors could not, but he can." With fervor, Zheng Yu declared, "Look at this ancestral hall. The spirit that can aid you resides here. Yet you allow other entities to exist within this hall. Is that not a profound disrespect?" The villagers appeared to waver in their belief. "Therefore, it is time for you to make a choice. Either remove the chaotic elements from the ancestral hall, or I shall grant you a swift end to your suffering. The choice is yours." With these words, Zheng Yu gestured invitingly toward the depths of the hall, directing attention to the dusty spirit altar nestled in the far corner. Zheng Yu sensed the chaotic energy emanating from the altar. Anxiety surged within him, for it was evident that the villagers had genuinely accepted his words, and some had begun to stir restlessly. Keating, observing from the sidelines, exclaimed in astonishment, "Surely they don't truly believe they remain oblivious to who protects them?" When Renkinjia affirmed, "Indeed, they are unaware." A sigh escaped Keating's lips. "Oh, poor ancestors, who have silently safeguarded them, only to be forsaken by their own kin." Zheng Yu, however, responded with a smile, "I consider this their just retribution. Ancestors who shield demons are not virtuous beings." As their conversation unfolded, the villagers astonishingly began to carry the spirit altar outside. An ancestor, feared even by the likes of Zheng Yu and the ghost clad in red, was unceremoniously treated like refuse by its descendants. One villager spat at the altar in contempt, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. Had it not been for you, our sacrifices would have succeeded long ago." Turning to the village chief, Tao Qian, she demanded, "Isn't that so?" Tao Qian, still with his pipe in hand, gave a thumbs up, affirming, "You did well." With a resounding crack, the altar shattered. Not only that altar, but the shrine was devoid of anything save the dual-faced Yin deity and 3 useless coffins. Zheng Yu approached the entrance, gazing at the heaps of altars discarded like refuse. He chuckled. You who once protected refuse have now become refuse yourself. Yet, you reap what you sow. After all, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. And you were no paragon of virtue. Sensing the fragmented hatred within the altar, Zheng Yu remained unfazed and addressed the ghost in red. They are entrusted to you. May you enjoy yourselves. As he spoke, a chilling breeze swept through, revealing that they could no longer contain their anticipation. One by one, they reverted to their original forms and surged into the shrine. The cries of despair commenced. Observing the scene, Zheng Yu laughed with delight, though the sight was brutal. When Renkinji remarked indignantly, they truly deserve worse. Those who traffic in human lives ought to face the death penalty. On the subject of capital punishment, Zheng Yu posed a philosophical question. If it is to be death, why not proceed directly to cremation afterward? It would save costs. Tao Qian interjected, while when Renkinji quipped, you certainly wear the title of the living Yama well. As the chapter drew to a close, a note lingered that another chapter was forthcoming, but the hour approached midnight, prompting the release of these 3 chapters first. Chapter 68. Eager to discern Zhou Yun's expression, this is Zhang Zhan's delight. In Xiaoyu City, Chai Fangzheng smoked one cigarette after another, occasionally sighing. Zhang Zhan reassured him, do not fret. With Chai Yin possessing the resurrection cross, nothing will go awry. Chai Fang extinguished his cigarette, frowning as he remarked, have you forgotten that to pass through the ancestral hall's abyss, one must remain within the hall for 3 full days? During these 3 days, aside from the first day of worship, which poses no danger, the second day brings the ominous wedding that blocks the way. And the third day heralds the night of 100 ghosts. How can one escape unscathed from such peril? I can only hope they manage to withdraw from the nightmare-level ancestral hall on the first day. Otherwise, by the second day, that ghostly figure in red may ensnare them. Chai Fang's agitation grew. Why did I ever think to push Chai Yun towards that madman Zheng Yu? Had I known he was insane, I would have. As Chai Fang reached a peak of exasperation, he suddenly sighed. It's too late to dwell on that now. Zhang Zhan interjected. I too did not anticipate Zheng Yu's madness. A level 13 practitioner, accompanied by 4 mere onlookers, daring to enter the nightmare-level abyss. It's quite audacious. Indeed, Zhang Zhan chuckled. You find this amusing? Chai Fang glared at him, and Zhang Zhan couldn't help but respond. I was reminded of a captain I encountered while training in the Central District, who was just as crazed as Zheng Yu. Yet, Zhang Zhan's demeanor starkly contrasted with Chai Fang's concern. He appeared rather untroubled, even intrigued. Such a character is what one might call a genius. Wouldn't you agree? Where can one find a genius who adheres strictly to convention? How many records did Nen Muyun break? How many dismissed him? And what of the sword god from the Central District, my former captain? Or even that detestable Li Qinggong? They are all madmen. In this world, only the insane can achieve greatness. Listening to Zhang Zhan, Chai Fang lit another cigarette. His expression inscrutable as he retorted, success makes one a madman. Failure merely results in a corpse. I have faith in Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan declared boldly. Chai Fang, unable to counter Zhang Zhan's conviction, shifted the topic, inquiring, have you secured the resources for Zheng Yu? Zhang Zhan replied with a laugh. Weren't you just fretting about whether Zheng Yu and the others would survive? Why the sudden concern for what happens after they emerge? Chai Fang responded tersely. Am I supposed to wish for their demise? It's merely concern. To be honest, I do harbor a slight hope. If it were anyone else, I would have already condemned them to death, but Zheng Yu is different. He doesn't strike me as one who would recklessly disregard his life. Naturally, I wish for their success, as it would also benefit Chai Yun. So, have you managed to acquire the resources? Zhang Zhan, displaying impatience, replied. Do you think I would fail in my endeavors? Chai Fang, with a skeptical expression, prompted him for clarification. Zhang Zhan elucidated, I sought assistance from our faction leader. Chai Fang, taken aback, asked, for such a minor matter, you consulted the leader? Zhang Zhan shook his head. This is no trifling matter. Our leader has long had a contentious relationship with Li Qinggong, and now Zheng Yu's situation directly involves the Li family faction. Utilizing the faction's influence to seize resources belonging to an orphan, especially one with exceptional talent, is a significant matter. Our leader is eager to assist. He never shies away from anything that could inconvenience Li Qinggong. Chai Fang inquired. So, the resources are secured? Zhang Zhan proudly declared, it is as stable as can be. We are merely awaiting Zheng Yu's emergence to bring us even better news. Chai Fang lit another cigarette, remarking that it was fortunate enough just for him to come out, let alone with good news. Observing Chai Fang's demeanor, Zhang Zhan abruptly stood, grasped Chai Fang, and said, let us go drink. I have no mood for it. Chai Fang replied, Precisely because you lack the spirit, we must indulge and drink. The abyss of the ancestral hall will last at least 3 days. Can you afford to brood for that long? Let's drink heartily, get ourselves intoxicated, and hasten the passage of time. Upon hearing this, Chai Fong concurred and followed Zhang Zhan out. Meanwhile, a post appeared on the forum. Shocking. Zheng Yu has entered the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss. As soon as it was posted, it became a trending topic. The discussions surrounding the ancestral hall had always garnered attention within the Shangyu City forum, for it is the most distinctive abyss in the area. The post included an image indicating a friendship with Zheng Yu. Practitioners can add each other as friends through the temple, allowing them to observe each other's circumstances in the abyss. The image displayed Zheng Yu's location as being in the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss of Shangyu City. A timid inquiry arose. Who is Zheng Yu? You do not know Zheng Yu? He is the practitioner who recently conquered the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss in Jianshui City. Is he that formidable? I recall the Cold Street Abyss is a level 1 abyss, yet he aspires to conquer the nightmare-level abyss of Stage 2 so swiftly? Your use of yet is well placed. What makes you think Zheng Yu can clear the Stage 2 nightmare-level abyss? If I recall, Zheng Yu is only at level 13, correct? Level 13 is not the crux. The pivotal point is that Zheng Yu is accompanied by Tao Qian and others. Has clearing a level 1 abyss inflated his ego to the extent that he believes he can independently conquer Stage 2? But why are there so many comments from Jianshui City? Jealousy, of course. Zheng Yu has been recruited by our mayor, and they come to observe the spectacle. You are correct. They harbor no ulterior motives. They merely wish to inform you that even if Zheng Yu arrives in Shangyu City, you will gain no advantages. For he is on the brink of death. Spectators, perish. From this point onward, the threat evolved beyond a simple discussion of Zheng Yu, transforming into a fierce exchange between practitioners of Shangyu City and Jianshui City. Some even initiated a guessing thread to speculate whether Zheng Yu could conquer the nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss. Instantly, thousands participated. Among them, 92 believed that Zheng Yu would perish within the ancestral hall abyss, while 7 believed he would survive. A mere 1 opined that Zheng Yu would succeed in clearing the nightmare-level abyss. As the online debate escalated, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong found themselves inebriated when suddenly, a notification emerged. Announcement. Congratulations to the practitioner team, the Summoner Squad, for breaking the historical clearance time of the Ancestral Hall Abyss, Nightmare Level. The completion time was 8 hours, 44 minutes, and 21 seconds. The captain was Zheng Yu, Summoner, accompanied by teammates Tao Qian, Monk, Kuming, Assassin, Wen Rinqingyu, Assassin, and Chai Yun, Ranger. The remaining team members received rewards, 100,000 experience points for professionals, a historical record gift pack, Nightmare Level of the Ancestral Hall Abyss, and the title of Historical Recorder, Nightmare Level version of the Ancestral Hall Abyss. This is a notification directed towards all professionals in Shangyu City, a piece of information only known to them. As the professionals in Shangyu observed the clamor from the Jianshui City professionals online, they could not help but wear peculiar smiles amid the bravado. The feeling of watching jesters was truly delightful. Keep on shouting. I am listening. Just a minute ago, I did not know Zheng Yu, but now, he shall become my godfather. The reward post for the quiz that had not yet been closed saw the options for passing suddenly soar from 1 to 15. If not for the original poster's timely closure, many more would have taken advantage of the situation. The main surprise was that no one anticipated Zheng Yu would conquer the nightmare level of the abyss at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong appeared as if rejuvenated from a stupor. They had been thoroughly intoxicated, yet now they seemed entirely sober, astonished by the announcement before them. Chai Fong rubbed his head, incredulously asking, "How many days have we slept?" Zhang Zhan retorted, "Professionals cannot possibly get drunk. They can wake up at will. Face reality. Zheng Yu has completed the challenge. Not only did he complete it, but he also broke the record." Chai Fong remarked, "This seems more than just breaking a record. Doesn't he it? 8 hours is rather astonishing, isn't it?" Zhang Zhan smiled. He likely discovered an alternative method to conquer the ancestral hall abyss, one faster than mine. Although the record has been broken, I am genuinely pleased. With pride, he declared to Chai Fong, "How about my insight?" This time, Chai Fong did not contest Zhang Zhan, but instead agreed. "Indeed, you have stumbled upon a treasure. The first phase of the Nightmare Level Abyss and the second phase of the Nightmare Level Abyss are achievements that only a few exceptional individuals in the central area could attain. It is surprising that an orphan from Jianshui City has reached such heights." Zhang Zhan expressed, "I am very curious about Zhou Yun's reaction. Ha ha ha, it must be quite amusing." Zheng Yu's triumph in the first phase of the Nightmare Level Abyss leaves him no reason for regret. I refuse to believe that he can remain unaffected now. The thought that Zhang Yu is a prodigy I snatched from Jiaxue City brought an uncontainable smile to Zhang Zhan's face. As long as Zhou Yun is distressed, he finds joy beyond measure. Additional content, gift requests. Chapter 69, Completing the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Breaking the record once again. In the nightmare level Ancestral Hall Abyss, resentful spirits rampaged, tearing the villagers' souls to shreds. The red-clad female ghost even explained to Zhang Yu, the agony of a soul being shredded is beyond verbal description. 100-fold more painful than physical suffering. Zhang Yu could not discern the expression of the red-clad ghost, as her face remained hidden beneath the crimson veil. Once the souls of the villagers are entirely torn apart, the abyss of Shanyu village shall undergo a reset, allowing you to depart this place prematurely. Zhang Yu had numerous inquiries regarding the specter in red. For instance, her awareness of the abyss was astonishing. He recalled that textbooks depicted the abyss as a history imprisoned in time, suggesting that entities within it should possess no consciousness. However, before he could voice his questions, the red-clad ghost interjected, I know what you wish to ask. I can only reveal that I possess knowledge far beyond your imagination. Part of it stems from the Yin spirits, while another aspect is derived from the peculiarities of ghostly beings. The mention of Yin spirits piqued Zhang Yu's interest. As the wails of the villagers in the courtyard began to diminish, a system notification then appeared. You have successfully completed Stage 2 of the Hall Abyss, Nightmare level, earning the reward of a Hall Abyss chest, Nightmare level, and 100,000 experience points for your profession. Regrettably, there was no first completion bonus. The experience reward for conquering Stage 2 of the Nightmare level Abyss was an astounding 100,000, sufficient to elevate him by 1 level. It is worth noting that after level 15, each advancement becomes exceedingly challenging for a practitioner. Hall Abyss, Nightmare level, has concluded. Exit the instance in 5 minutes. It is time for me to depart, Zhang Yu remarked to the specter in red, for he sensed that she was the master of all the negative energy in Shangyu village. In other words, the true curse bearer was the red-clad ghost. The other female specters in the pigsty were merely recipients of her power. Should a confrontation ensue, it would be unlikely for him to prevail against her. The red-clad ghost gazed at Zhang Yu and said, when you return, remember to bring the village chief's coffin as well, for coffins can compel the ancestors' true forms to manifest. Additionally, eliminate that green-eyed weasel and ensure the fire in the copper basin remains lit. After uttering these 3 commands, she extended her hand, summoning a wave of negative energy that enveloped the shattered red sedan chair on the ground. In an instant, the pieces of the broken sedan chair seemed to come to life, reassembling themselves into their original form. The green-eyed weasel emitted an eerie squeak as it emerged from the ground, shrouded in black mist. The sorrowful music resumed as 4 revived weasels lifted the sedan chair and approached the red-clad ghost with reverence, bowing and tilting the chair to facilitate her entry. The green-eyed weasel stepped forward and drew back the curtain of the sedan chair. The red-clad ghost elegantly stepped inside, and upon her entrance, the oppressive aura of negative energy surrounding her completely vanished. Zhang Yu then comprehended that the red sedan chair was, in fact, a disguise employed by the ghost to conceal her Yin spirit presence. With a creak, the 4 weasels lifted the sedan chair. At that moment, the voice of the red-clad ghost emerged from within. When shall you return? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. Will you allow leniency? No, she replied. Then in 3 days. He concluded. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Her statement left Zhang Yu momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing this, Ren Qingji immediately turned to Kuding and said, remember your competitor. Ku Ying rolled her eyes, feeling utterly helpless against her loquacious friend. Tao Qian, ever the gossip, chimed in, but she is a ghost. What of it? Perhaps Zhang Yu has a unique taste. Zhang Yu interjected, his tone irritable. Keep talking, and I'll have the female ghost leave you here. At once. When Ren Qingji fell silent, Zhang Yu glanced at the time and declared, let us leave. We shall return in 3 days. All right. After all, whatever abyss Zhang Yu ventured into, they would follow, as mere onlookers lacked any choice. They cherished every opportunity to enter the abyss, for each entrance was a rare privilege. Zhang Yu had already reached level 15, while they had only just attained level 11. Coupled with the rewards from the nightmarish abyss, Zhang Yu would soon widen the gap in their levels, and by the time he entered the 3rd stage of the abyss, they would hardly have a chance to team up with him again due to the substantial level disparity. If someone were to ask Tao Qian when he felt at the pinnacle of his life, he would reply, now. As for Zhang Yu's motive to re-enter the ancestral hall abyss, it was quite straightforward, a hidden quest. The 3 items mentioned by the red-clad female ghost, the green-eyed yellow-skinned creature, the 4 coffins, and the bronze basin with flames were likely the key elements he had overlooked. Since the red-clad ghost had emphasized them, it warranted another attempt. In the ancestral Hall Abyss Hall, Zhao Ning, having enjoyed breakfast as usual, arrived to stake out his prey. He had anticipated a lucrative opportunity the previous night, only to find a group of children inexplicably upgraded to level 10. After waiting for half a year, he was finally met with a professional team led by a summoner. An utterly absurd turn of events. Upon opening the door, Zhao Ning momentarily thought he had entered the wrong place. Why were there so many people? The ancestral Hall Abyss was rarely overcrowded. This was unusual. Although it was the awakening season, how could so many have rapidly reached level 10? Accustomed to the usual desolation of the ancestral Hall Abyss Hall, the sudden influx of people left Zhao Ning feeling somewhat dazed. The staff at the ancestral Hall Abyss Hall were familiar with him, and upon seeing Zhao Ning, one directly asked, "You don't know?" "No what?" Zhao Ning replied, a look of confusion on his face. "Did you not receive the notification from Shangyu City?" Zhao Ning shook his head. "I turned off notifications. They are too bothersome. Someone has cleared the nightmarish abyss." "The ancestral hall?" "Indeed. Yet, it hardly seems plausible that so many would gather here. I recall that since Mayor Zhang Zhan published the strategy, several groups of professionals have cleared the ancestral hall abyss." The staff interrupted Zhao Ning, inquiring, "Did they break the record?" Could it be Zhao Ning suddenly turned his gaze to the large screen in the center of the ancestral Hall Abyss Hall, which displayed the historical records of the abyss as projected by the temple. To his astonishment, he discovered that the record holder for the nightmarish abyss, Zhang Zhan, had now been replaced by Zheng Yu. Record of completion for the abyss of the ancestral hall, nightmare level 8 hours, 44 minutes, 21 seconds. Team members, Tao Qian, monk; Ku Ying, assassin; Wenren Qingyu, assassin; Chai Yun, ranger. Zhao Ning rubbed his eyes. "What? 8 hours?" He rubbed his eyes again. A nearby staff member chuckled. "Stop rubbing. You're not mistaken. It's indeed 8 hours. You really don't follow the forums, do you? They are in an uproar right now. So, you see why they have gathered here. There are onlookers, media, and reporters. More importantly, there are professionals and companies eager to befriend Zheng Yu. You wouldn't believe it. But even Mayor Zhang Zhan and Minister Chai Fong have arrived early. How enviable at such a young age. To have garnered the attention of both the mayor and the Minister of Resources, welcoming him personally. His future is boundless. If only I could know Zheng Yu. How wonderful that would be. He is destined to be a figure of mayoral stature. Damn, I should have spoken more with him yesterday." The staff member continued to ramble. Zhao Ning stood beside him, utterly bewildered. It was astonishing that they had summoned a monk, 2 assassins, such an improbable configuration. Zhao Ning could not forget it. He had not anticipated that the summoner he had outright rejected would prove to be a significant ally. The nearby staff member lamented not having engaged Zheng Yu in more conversation. Yet, there had once been a nightmare-level abyss that only required the ability to roast kidneys to join the team, and he had failed to seize that opportunity. Not only did he fail to seize it, but he seemed to have mocked the other party. Damn. Zhao Ning felt as though he had correctly predicted a lottery number only to realize he had never purchased a ticket, merely jotting down the numbers. The sensation was utterly maddening. Chapter 70. Providing aid in times of need and adding flourish to success. Jiangshui City. The mayor's office was enveloped in silence. It wasn't entirely quiet. Rather, the atmosphere was stifling, with officials at all levels holding their breath, hesitant to speak. Mayor Zhou Yun had not uttered a word since the meeting began, solely due to the news just delivered by his secretary. Zheng Yu had completed yet another nightmare-level abyss, breaking a record held by Zhang Zhan for 7 or 8 years. Were this record broken by a practitioner from their own city of Shangyu, Zhou Yun would have begrudgingly offered his congratulations, secretly envious that this young man had brought fortune to their faction by discovering a genius. However, the issue was that this record-breaking practitioner originally hailed from Jiangshui City. Zhou Yun gazed at the information regarding Zheng Yu's record-breaking feat after a prolonged moment. He smiled and said, "Why is everyone looking at me? It's merely a trifling matter." Zhou Yun maintained a composed expression, as if nothing significant had transpired. For him, there was no room for redemption regarding this event. He would simply let it unfold naturally. What could a second-stage practitioner achieve? It was trivial. Yet, what Zhou Yun deemed trivial had ignited a fervor on the forums. Especially among the practitioners of Jiangshui City, the news regarding Zheng Yu's triumph over the nightmarish abyss did not reach them immediately. Instead, they were still engaged in mockery and venting their frustrations. Many supported Zhou Yun's decision to allocate resources to Li Feng, believing that if Zhou Yun aligned himself with the Li family faction, Jiaxue City would inevitably become a branch of that faction. There was even speculation that he might have opportunities to work within the Li family or even team up with faction members to enter the abyss. As for Zheng Yu, he was merely a summoner. However, as the news gradually spread to Jiaxue City, it swiftly refuted all prior derision. Zhang Yu's departure, coupled with Zhou Yun's maneuvers, instilled a sense of resentment among the practitioners of Jiaxue City towards Zheng Yu. In Shangyu City, many believed that Zheng Yu had little potential for growth. Yet, on the fourth day of entering Shangyu City, he once again conquered the nightmarish abyss, shattering records in an astonishing manner. Was this indicative of a lack of development? Was it trivial? Which practitioner could conquer two nightmarish abysses, both in record-breaking fashion? Gradually, critical posts targeting Zhou Yun began to emerge in the forum. Who truly benefits and who suffers from the act of providing resources to Li Feng and fostering ties with the Li family faction? The original poster stated that by expressing loyalty to the Li family faction and successfully integrating into it, Zhou Yun had merely enhanced his own standing. However, the question remained, did Zhou Yun's integration into the Li family faction genuinely benefit them? In contrast to Zheng Yu, an orphan who had found himself in Jiaxue City, the city's acceptance and nurturing of him would be akin to a timely assistance in a time of need. A talent of such caliber, paired with the kindness of timely aid, showcased a stark difference that was hard to ignore. This post gained traction and rose to prominence. Practitioners from Jiaxue City began to rationally analyze how far Zheng Yu could potentially ascend, citing examples of practitioners who had consecutively conquered the nightmarish abyss in the past. Although Zheng Yu was a summoner, his two remarkable achievements were sufficient to validate his prowess. Meanwhile, the practitioners of Shangyu City simply viewed the situation for amusement. After all, Zheng Yu was one of their own, and regardless of future competitions or citywide rewards, he was connected to them. They continued their analyses, secure in the knowledge that the timely assistance came from Shangyu City, not Jiaxue. I recall that you previously insisted that Zheng Yu was incapable, yet now you have shifted to analyzing his future? Have you forgotten that Zheng Yu had ventured into the nightmarish abyss accompanied by mere spectators? How bitterly ironic. Faced with the derision from Shangyu practitioners, those in Jiaxue City found themselves unable to retort, as the evidence lay bare before them. Achievements serve as the most compelling testament. Gradually, the practitioners of Jiaxue City redirected their ire towards Zhou Yun, with some suggesting that his decisions were misguided. Indeed, some openly criticized him. However, these posts vanished shortly after their appearance, as the forum was not governed by the sanctuary. Zhou Yun, while dismissing the matter as trivial, secretly urged the administrator to erase any posts detrimental to him. My recently posted message has vanished. Who is anxious? I shall remain silent. Zhou Yun is such a fool. Whoever deleted my post, may their family meet misfortune. The forum had descended into chaos, with nearly all second-tier professionals from Shangyu and Jiaxue participating. Zhang Zhan observed the forum, unable to contain his amusement. This is utterly hilarious. These youngsters truly possess talent in their writings. This insult directed at Zhou Yun is quite something. I must give it a thumbs up. Hey, who deleted the post? I hadn't even liked it yet. That old dog Zhou Yun, daring to act yet lacking the courage to face the consequences. It's just a few remarks, and he resorts to deleting posts. Pathetic. Zhang Zhan, utterly devoid of a mayoral demeanor, sat carelessly in his chair, engrossed in the forum. Chai Fong could only shake his head in disbelief. In truth, Zhang Zhan had already tempered his exuberance. In his youth, he had earned the moniker of a madman in Shangyu, which perhaps justified his status as the first professional to conquer the Temple Abyss. It is worth noting that the Temple Abyss was once deemed a forbidden zone in Shangyu, haunted by a vengeful spirit in red, deterring anyone from entering its confines. A resonant sound echoed from the depths of the Temple Abyss Hall. Chai Fong interjected. Stop scrolling through the forum. Zheng Yu and the others have emerged. They've come out. Zhang Zhan sprang to his feet. Let us go welcome our future star. The first to emerge was Tao Qian, who, upon seeing the throng before him, couldn't he help but exclaim, being a celebrity feels splendid. When Ren Qingjiu rolled her eyes, retorting, You're no celebrity. They are here for Zheng Yu. Ku Ying chimed in. Let us not speak the truth. Before Zheng Yu emerged, we could still relish a few seconds of glory. Next came Chai Yun, who was soon recognized by the crowd. Yun, it's me. A girl called out to Chai Yun, revealing herself as a former classmate. I was curious about how a familiar name appeared in the record-breaking team, and here you are. Chai Yun looked up at the divine records and indeed found her name inscribed there. A wave of inexplicable pride surged within her. Previously, the list had been dominated by Zhang Zhan and her cousin, Chai Fong. She had never imagined that one day her name would grace such a platform. It felt surreal. I truly envy you for conquering the nightmare abyss and breaking the record. Ever since that day you suddenly vanished, I thought you would never return as a professional again. I never anticipated that upon your return, you would create such a commotion. It's incredibly enviable. Her classmates continued to express envy, their eyes betraying a tinge of jealousy. Why was it not they who boarded this express train? Why was it Chaiyun? The flames of jealousy could not be suppressed, revealing themselves through their gazes. Yet, the more they envied her, the more joy Chaiyun felt. She did not feel inferior for being perceived as a mere tag-along who had crossed the nightmare abyss. After all, being able to latch onto a powerful ally was a skill in itself. Thank you, dear cousin, Chaiyun sincerely reflected. For the first time, she felt the exhilarating sensation of privilege. Zheng Yu was not lacking in support. The reason she held a position in the team was solely due to her cousin, the minister of the resource department in Shangyu City. Chaiyun pondered that she ought to send a gift to Chai Fong, something of considerable value. She picked up her phone and sent him a message. At that moment, Chai Fong and Zhang Zhan were awaiting Zheng Yu's arrival. Upon receiving Chaiyun's text, Chai Fong read, "Brother, thank you. You've truly helped me immensely this time. I asked my mother to send you some resources, rest assured. They are valuable enough to secure a suspended death sentence for you." Chai Fong replied, perplexed, what kind of madness is she on? Zhang Zhan, having seen the message, analyzed. She probably just wants to express her gratitude. A suspended death sentence is indeed quite precious. Chai Fong responded, "There's still another chapter to go, please hold on." Chapter 71. Regrettably, my luck is not favorable. Zhang Yu was the last to emerge. The moment he was teleported out, a throng of people surged forward. "Hello, Zheng Yu. I am the general manager of Angel Pharmaceuticals. I would like to invite you to become a representative practitioner for our company." "Oh, great one. Do remember me. Could you take me into the abyss next time? I'll pay." "Greetings, I am from the Shangyu City Equipment Recycling Company." "Zheng Yu, do you happen to need a girlfriend?" "What a brazen person. Can't you see Zheng Yu is flanked by 3 beauties? Do you really think you stand a chance? Would you mind if I became your 4th wife?" "Zheng Yu, could you sell me the strategy for clearing the shrine abyss separately? I'm willing to pay a high price for exclusive access." "Monopolistic scoundrel, get out of Jojo." A cacophony of voices surrounded Zheng Yu. He had never encountered such a spectacle. It reminded him of the entertainment stars from his past life, and he contemplated how to navigate this situation and slip away from the shrine abyss. Just then, a voice resonated. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City." The announcement from the loudspeaker instantly silenced the fervent crowd. "I have some matters to discuss with Zhang Yu. Could I have him for a moment?" The tone was polite, and no one dared to refuse, for Zhang Zhan was the strongest practitioner in Shangyu City. In this world, the strong commanded respect. Zheng Yu was taken aback by the luxurious lounge within the Abyss Hall. Observing the exquisite furnishings and the fine tea on the table, he remarked, "Haha, I've only been here twice myself." Zhang Zhan, as he settled at the tea table, deftly prepared the tea. "Once was this time, in my capacity as mayor, to discuss your future. The other was 8 years ago, when I sat in your place, conversing with the former mayor about my future." Zheng Yu accepted the tea offered by Zhang Zhan, smiling as he said, "So, I have earned your approval?" Zhang Zhan responded without hesitation, eschewing any bureaucratic niceties, and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my intention in bringing you to Shangyu City is primarily a gamble. I want to indulge in empty platitudes. I have a rivalry with Zhou Yun. The stronger you become, the more displeased he will be, and the more his dissatisfaction delights me. Your prowess has exceeded my expectations, compelling me, in my capacity as mayor, to engage in a conversation with you." Zheng Yu could surmise what Zhang Zhan was about to convey. Factions. Zhang Zhan was not surprised that Zheng Yu could guess, for Chai Fong had previously broached the subject of factions with him. Indeed, given the strength you are currently exhibiting, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, attaining level 40 is merely a matter of time. The faction to which Chai Fong and I belong is a coalition led by Lu Nianyan as the alliance leader and Zhuge Wuhan as the vice leader. There are 2 pathways to join a faction. The first is to reach level 40, showcase your abilities, and be actively invited by a faction, or, like Zhou Yun, take the initiative to contact the Li family faction. The second entails cultivation, wherein professionals like yourself are given special attention by the faction. Zheng Yu inquired, "So, what I can expect are the resources of the faction?" Zhang Zhan responded, "It is not merely resources. Are you familiar with how to navigate the third stage abyss? Zheng Yu shook his head. He genuinely had no knowledge of it. On one hand, the textbooks in school do not mention the third stage, as only a select few professionals manage to reach level 20. On the other hand, prior to acquiring the Contract Enhancement Runes, he had never imagined that he would delve into this realm so swiftly. It has only been a matter of days. Zhang Zhan elucidated. The third stage abyss encompasses levels 20 to 30, with a pivotal transition at level 25 for the second advancement, causing changes within the abyss. The third stage abyss does not remain perpetually open. Rather, it is accessible by reservation. Reservation? Precisely. Zhang Zhan turned to Zheng Yu and continued, to be forthright. The abyss is regarded as a resource by the faction. The timing of its opening and who may enter first are determined by the faction. Zheng Yu remarked. That makes sense. He had long contemplated that in this world, strength reigns supreme. A single powerful individual can monopolize resources, let alone a faction composed of such individuals. Indeed, it is as anticipated. Zheng Yu queried, does this imply that the composition of my team must consist of faction members? Zhang Zhan nodded, but added, you need not worry about your current teammates, whether it is Tao Qian or Wenrin Xingyu, after successfully clearing several abyss dungeons. Their inherent resources far surpass those of ordinary professionals. Your level will rise more rapidly, and in the future, you may not be able to team up with them. I understand, Zheng Yu nodded, but I merely wish to inquire whether the faction can arrange for me to access the abyss independently. I intend to enter alone. Zhang Zhan frowned. Not in a team? Indeed. The third stage abyss. Before he could finish, Zheng Yu interjected, I have heard that phrase so often that my ears have calloused. I am acutely aware of the difficulty of the third stage abyss, just as I understand the challenges posed by the second stage nightmare level shrine abyss. I agree to join the faction, but I have but one condition. Prioritize arranging the abyss for me. Do not assign me teammates. Of course, if the faction requires me to guide someone's son or daughter through the abyss, I can oblige for the sake of monetary compensation and priority. Zhang Zhan chuckled. Such confidence, I see. Zheng Yu shook his head, stating that it was not a matter of confidence, but rather a shortage of time. Time? He continued. In the sanctuary, one can check the reservations made by practitioners above level 40 for the abyss. I noticed that Zhou Yun has booked a 5-stage abyss 6 months from now. Zhang Zhan stared blankly at Zheng Yu, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he said, you can't be. Before he could finish, Zheng Yu interjected. I will not forget the unpleasantness in Jiaxue City simply because you procured resources for me. Even now, he has yet to offer a single apology. Zhang Zhan inquired. What if he did apologize? Zheng Yu replied, whether or not he apologizes reflects his character. Accepting or forgiving him is a reflection of my own character. At this point, Zheng Yu smiled. Unfortunately, my character is not particularly commendable. As Zheng Yu departed, Zhang Zhan was filled with nostalgia for his younger self, confident, bold, and unafraid. Alas, I have aged, he sighed. We are only 30. Why does everything feel so overwhelming? Always fearing the wolf before us and the tiger behind. Chai Fong chuckled. It's primarily because our responsibilities have multiplied. Zheng Yu, not yet at the 5th stage, is oblivious to the challenges practitioners will soon face. When you mentioned that factions monopolize the abyss, he clearly was displeased. Lighting a cigarette, Chai Fong took a drag, his expression resembling that of Captain Zhuge Wuhan from years past. Zhang Zhan rose and opened the window to dispel the smoke, smiling as he remarked, but now, after 7 or 8 years, hasn't he become just like us? Everyone has their youthful days. Young practitioners believe that the abyss is merely a means to level up, gain power, and achieve social status. Yet, they fail to ponder why the government grants practitioners such high standing and why it permits factions to monopolize the abyss beyond the 3rd stage. Nonetheless, it is indeed a positive thing that Zheng Yu possesses such confidence. At least, in this current phase, it holds some significance. Zhang Zhan gazed out the window, observing Zheng Yu and Tao Qian leaving the shrine's abyss hall, chatting and laughing, followed by a group of young practitioners. I once basked in such glory. Zhang Zhan mused. Chai Fong, without holding back, retorted, that was in Shangyu City. I recall how you were utterly humiliated during your training in the Central District. Zhang Zhan scoffed. Like you were any different. Ignoring Chai Fong, he continued. I wonder how those two who went to train in the Central District are faring now. Chai Fong replied, it's been over 6 months. They haven't returned, which likely means they passed the assessment. You needn't worry about them. Instead of fretting over the youth, perhaps you should focus on yourself. Zhou Yun has already booked an abyss 6 months hence, and you intend to stagnate at level 45? The topic of leveling up troubled Zhang Zhan. Unfortunately, the two recently opened 5-stage abysses include a 5-star abyss, and I am simply not qualified to enter. One is the 2-star abyss, but it is already filled with participants. Oh, by the way, there is a 6-star abyss currently lacking a leader. Zhang Zhan inquired with a smile. He received a disdainful glance from Chai Fong. You don't even qualify to be a member of the 5-star abyss. Yet you wish to lead in the 6-star abyss? Sai, do you think there is a possibility? Chai Fong suddenly recalled what Zheng Yu had just said. Given Zheng Yu's current rate of advancement, if he were given another 6 months, he might very well be able to elevate me into the realm of 6-star or even 7-star difficulty abyss. Chai Fong was momentarily speechless. Are you serious? You are, after all, the strongest practitioner to emerge from Shangyu City in the past decade. Are you really going to wait for a child younger than you to lead you through the abyss? What about your pride? Zhang Zhan replied nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. If Zheng Yu can indeed maintain this pace of progress without encountering any bottlenecks, it is entirely possible. A practitioner's strength is not determined by their years of service. Who says that older individuals must be stronger? Zhuge Wuhan is 2 years younger than both of us, yet he is currently a vice leader. What if, right? What if? Chai Fong responded with a smile. The probability of that what if is exceedingly small. However, it is indeed something to look forward to. When Zheng Yu returned to the villa, it was already noon. In a gesture of gratitude, Chai Yun had specially invited a professional chef team to hold a celebratory banquet within the villa. She even consulted the chef on the art of grilling kidneys. Although she knew very well that her opportunities to join Zheng Yu in the abyss might be dwindling to just 1 or 2, she felt it was essential to express her appreciation. Whether they could conquer another nightmarish-level abyss depended on Zheng Yu's willingness to take her along. After a sumptuous meal, facing Chai Yun's eager expression, Zheng Yu did not keep her in suspense, stating, during the second phase, I will not change teammates. You and Wen Rinqing, you should prepare the supplies for the next expedition. By the way, the cost for the next venture has risen to 5 million. No problem. Chai Yun readily agreed. She had no objections to Zheng Yu's price increase and promptly accepted. After all, 5 million is merely the standard market rate. And it is a case of supply and demand, as it is nearly impossible to find a proficient leader to guide one through the abyss. Chai Yun, Wen Rinqing Yu, and Kuding were responsible for procuring the materials. Tao Qian would assist Zheng Yu with various formalities, as the process of obtaining supplies was quite cumbersome. Fortunately, it did not require his personal attendance. Zheng Yu remained at the villa to begin tallying the rewards from this venture. There were 2 sets of rewards in total. Nightmare level completion reward, Abyss Chest of the Ancestral Hall, Nightmare level, 100,000 experience for practitioners. Historical record reward, Historical record chest of the Ancestral Hall, Nightmare level, 100,000 experience for practitioners. Without delving into other details, the sheer amount of 200,000 experience from these 2 rewards is already quite astounding. Zheng Yu had inquired with Tao Qian, and their combined experience rewards for completing the abyss amounted to only 40,000. Zheng Yu first claimed all the experience. Experience gained, 100,000, level, 1517, 91,000, 32,400 experience points required for next level, health, 1,061, 012. 670, equipment attributes, 7950, mana, 890, 930, intelligence, 485. 527, strength, 134, 141, agility, 3, 133, remaining free attribute points, 28. With 200,000 experience, one can ascend 2 levels directly. The base health increased by more than 2,000, and as the level rises, the increase in health cap becomes more pronounced. Level remains of utmost importance. At level 17, only 3 more levels are needed to reach the 3rd stage of the abyss at level 20. Zheng Yu calculated that approximately 25 million experience points are required. A single nightmare level abyss is sufficient to elevate him to level 20. Fortunately, reaching level 20 allows one to cap their level, enabling them to farm the 2nd stage of the abyss while also accessing the 3rd stage. Hence, it is common for practitioners to challenge themselves at level 20. Just as Zhang Zhan did when he conquered the nightmare level shrine at that very level. Zheng Yu planned to once again enter the shrine abyss to complete the special task hinted at by the red-clothed ghost. He would then choose either the Blood Red Film Studio or the Dark Valley to conquer. Zheng Yu is not fixated on shattering all records. The 2nd stage serves merely as a transitional phase, and there is no necessity to linger here. Of course, Zheng Yu could forego the hidden task in the shrine. But considering the unique nature of the red-clothed ghost and the rumors circulating online about the rewards for hidden tasks, he found himself more inclined to re-enter the shrine abyss. After leveling up, Zheng Yu shifted his gaze towards two treasure chests, one a second-stage nightmare-level chest, and the other a second-stage nightmare-level historical record gift pack. Both represent the pinnacle of second-stage treasures. Rubbing his hands together, Zheng Yu felt a surge of anticipation. As he opened the chest, a dazzling brilliance enveloped the entire system interface. Ding! You have opened the nightmare-level completion chest from the Shrine Abyss. Congratulations! You have acquired the armor boots, Shadow God boots, Diamond Grade 20. Congratulations! You have obtained 25 enhancement stones, 25 forging stones, 50 soul pearl materials, and 10,000 health potions, restoring 10 health points. A plethora of materials, along with a piece of diamond grade armor. Zheng Yu immediately checked the Sacred Hall shop. Over the decades, only 3 transactions for level 20 diamond grade equipment had been recorded, with the highest transaction price at 65 million and the lowest at 41 million. The price of 50 million grade equipment made Zheng Yu gasp in astonishment. Truly, the wealthy do not regard money as money, he mused. The markup is excessively severe. Primarily due to the law of diminishing returns, second-stage diamond-grade equipment is exceedingly rare, and even when it drops, few choose to sell it, resulting in soaring prices. Generally, those adept enough to conquer the nightmare-level abyss have already been courted by factions. If diamond-grade equipment is unattainable, it is typically sold to factions, yielding a higher price and the possibility of acquiring privileges that money cannot buy. Consequently, top-tier equipment is rarely found in the temple shop. In the second stage, diamond grade is considered the pinnacle of equipment. Zheng Yu glanced at the attributes of the boots, armor, Shadow God boots, required level, 20, wearing requirement, none, grade, diamond, attributes, agility 100, health 7000. Movement speed 20, equipment effect. Wearing this equipment grants protection from the Shadow God, allowing the wearer to actively enter a ghostly state, reducing damage by 30 for 30 seconds. Summoners, when wearing these boots, can specify either their summons or themselves to enter the ghostly state. Forging, 0, enhancement, 0, refinement, 0, runes. No runes embedded. What a remarkable item. The health increase surpasses that of a complete set of human skin spider gear. Not to mention the agility attribute of 100 and a 20% increase in movement speed, which perfectly aligns with the standards of diamond grade boots. However, the most crucial aspect lies in its active effect, 30 damage reduction. This single attribute alone is worth at least several million. As long as there is no equipment with superior attributes, this pair can be worn indefinitely, unless something surpassing diamond grade is found. Beyond diamond is the brilliant grade, which can only be obtained in the 4-stage Star Abyss, a challenge significantly more formidable than the Nightmare Grade Abyss. Therefore, even at level 40, diamond grade equipment is deemed the very best. Excellent indeed. The human skin spider set consists of a hat, a top, and gloves, and he is precisely missing a pair of boots. The Shadow God boots fill that void perfectly. With the boots equipped, his base health combined with the equipment's health will reach nearly 20,000. The previous concerns of being instantly eliminated are somewhat alleviated now. The equipment's health is sufficient to ensure he won't be taken out in a single hit. Furthermore, there is the shield from the grievance ring, the taunt from training dummies, and the protection from the giant winged spirit butterfly. It will not be an easy feat to eliminate him. However, he must wait until he reaches level 20 to wear the diamond grade boots. Zheng Yu then opened the historical record gift pack. You have opened the historical record gift pack, Temple Abyss Nightmare level. Detected that your profession is summoner. The prize pool is locked to summoner equipment. Congratulations. You have obtained summoner equipment, Soul Claiming Swona, Diamond Grade 20. Congratulations. You have also received 25 enhancement stones, 25 forging stones, 50 soul pearl materials, and a health potion that restores 10,000 health. A Swona? Zheng Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the mournful melodies associated with ghost marriages. The Swona is the most vital instrument. When it sounds, even ghosts retreat. He never expected to draw equipment for a summon. The historical record gift pack is more user-friendly than Zheng Yu anticipated, as summon equipment is harder to obtain than that of practitioners, especially at the diamond grade. Summon beast equipment, Soul Calling Swona, equipment level, level 20, equipment grade, diamond grade, equipment attributes, health 19,000, attack power 1, 280. Equipment effects. Audio special effects skills. Effect 100. When releasing skills, there is a probability of emitting a lamenting sound that reduces the enemy's defense by 15. Remarkable. This piece of equipment is perfectly suited for the giant winged spirit butterfly, and only it can wield it, as it is the sole creature possessing the butterfly melody skill. An audio special effect skill. An effect increase of 100 signifies a doubling of the original speed enhancement, representing a qualitative improvement. Most importantly, it also diminishes the enemy's defense by 15. Truly a testament to its diamond grade status. Both diamond grade pieces of equipment greatly satisfy Zheng Yu. Furthermore, Zheng Yu recalls that he still has 2 Hextech technologies to claim, which represent the most significant rewards for enhancing his prowess. Claiming Hextech runes. A resonating hum fills the air. Zheng Yu acquires his 7th and 8th Hextech enhancement runes. Congratulations. You have drawn the 7th rune, the Silver Grade rune, Axiom Arc. Congratulations. You have drawn the 8th rune, the Silver Grade rune, Heart of the Dragon Sovereign. Axiom Arc, Silver Grade enhancement rune. Your summoned beast instantly regains 10 energy upon slaying an enemy. Heart of the Dragon Sovereign, Silver Grade enhancement rune. Your team is regarded as possessing an additional Dragon Sovereign and receives a Dragon Sovereign emblem. Zheng Yu's eyes light up. What he lacked has arrived. He has never felt so fortunate. Although these are merely 2 Silver Grade Hextech enhancement runes, they are precisely what he needed. Axiom Arc. Energy Restoration. It completely compensates for the excessive energy consumption of the Twin Demon Fire Jiao. With each kill, it restores 10 energy. The Twin Demon Fire Jiao excels in slaying foes. Thus, if utilized skillfully, it can maintain sustained output with the Axiom Arc. This presents a significant enhancement for the Twin Demon Fire Jiao. As for the Heart of the Dragon Sovereign, Zheng Yu is in need of a true master. The Dragon Sovereign Bond can directly create a powerful master. Dragon Sovereign Bond. 2468. Use the Blessing of the Dragon Sovereign item to select a summoned beast to become a hero. The hero will receive comprehensive enhancements in size, health regeneration, attack power, defense, speed, agility, and more. 2. Overall 50 enhancement. 4. Overall 100 enhancement. 6. Overall 150 enhancement. 8. Overall 300 enhancement. It can be said to be extraordinarily powerful. As for who to designate as the hero, Zheng Yu receives a call from Chai Fong. Your friend Tao Qian has completed all necessary procedures for you. The rewards from the provincial district should arrive tomorrow, encompassing both the first and second phase rewards. Furthermore, Zhuge Wuhan, our faction's vice leader, has agreed to your previous request and has procured 2 top-tier summoned beast skill books for you. A level 15 and a level 20 creature. Exactly what you needed were purchased from the temple shop. I sent them to you via the temple mailbox. After Chai Fong finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up. Ding. You have an unread message from the temple. Please remember to check it. Soon, Zheng Yu received the skill books for his summoned beasts. Zheng Yu was quite curious about what they deemed to be the top-tier summoned beasts. Chapter 74, 6th level talent. Primal Bloodline, War Bull. He opened his mailbox and retrieved the 2 skill books for summoned beasts. Chai Fong had thoughtfully provided Zheng Yu with an explanation. One was a level 15 summoned beast with a 3rd-tier talent, and the other was a level 20 summoned beast with a 4th-tier talent. Since there were no summoners in the faction, most were unaware of the significance of these talent tiers. However, these 2 books represented the highest talent levels the faction could procure. He suggested Zheng Yu examine their types to see if they suited his taste. If not, the vice leader promised to help find alternatives. One could only commend their sincerity. After all, neither Chai Fong nor the vice leader were summoners. Their efforts surpassed those of Zhou Yun from Jiangshui City by countless degrees. Zheng Yu had previously searched for a level 15 summoned beast skill book within the temple, where the best he found was a skeleton soldier with a 2nd-tier talent. Priced at 1 million, far inferior to the 3rd-tier talent Bullman provided by the faction. Indeed, this level 15 summoned beast with a 3rd-tier talent was an orc-type Bullman. Truly top-tier. The Bullman, known for its prowess in battle, possessed the ability to withstand damage, deal damage, provide protection, and maintain control, making it a quintessential warrior. As for the talent, with the demon contract available for upgrades, Zheng Yu was entirely unconcerned. The Bullman was precisely the type of summoned beast Zheng Yu had always desired. If the Goblin General excelled in combat experience and commanding presence, the Bullman was purely a creature of formidable statistics. Perfectly. The bond effect with the Divine Dragon Lord grants percentage-based enhancements. The higher the stats, the greater the bonus. As a tank warrior, The Bullman was exceptionally suited to become the Divine Dragon Lord's companion. Following the usual procedure, he drew the contract array and utilized the Summoned Beast skill book to bind the Bullman as his fourth summoned beast. A resounding moo echoed from the contract array. Shortly thereafter, a massive, upright Bullman emerged, wielding a colossal axe larger than Zheng Yu himself. Its imposing presence nearly took Zheng Yu's breath away. The Bullman's exhalation resembled the roar of an engine. "Master!" Upon seeing Zheng Yu, the Bullman respectfully bowed its head, its voice deep and resonant. After addressing him as master, it fell silent. This was the second speaking summoned beast Zheng Yu had encountered, alongside the Goblin General. The dual fire dragon never spoke. It was unclear whether it was incapable of speech or simply too reclusive to engage. The giant-winged spirit butterfly, on the other hand, was quite talkative and clingy. Although her ethereal chiming was indecipherable, the Bullman, however, radiated a sincere and earnest disposition. Zheng Yu did not even glance at the attributes and skills of the Minotaur. He commenced the talent evolution directly. Due to the consecutive elevation in levels, the unexpected fortune had already been credited. At level 14, he received 1,400 points, at level 15, 1,500 points, and at level 16, 1,600 points. This marked the complete acquisition of the rewards from his unexpected fortune. Zheng Yu had previously contemplated that if the unexpected fortune had not been drawn so early, perhaps at level 70, he could have obtained 7,000 points. However, upon further reflection, the increase in health points from leveling up at level 70 far surpasses the value of those points. Moreover, upgrading a 5th-tier talent to the 6th tier requires 5,000 to 6,000 talent points. Would this amount suffice at level 70? Could it even be retained? The crux of the matter is that the effects of unexpected fortune are automatically utilized upon extraction, rendering any intention to save them futile. Unexpected fortune is fundamentally a boon for the early stages. The continuous acquisition of unexpected fortune, amounting to 5,000 to 6,000 talent points, significantly enhances early progression. In the later stages, for instances may barely suffice to elevate even one tier. With the assistance of unexpected fortune, Zheng Yu began his enhancements. He expended 250 talent points to evolve the Minotaur to a 4th-tier talent. Summon Beast Minotaur, Tier 3, Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Elite Minotaur, Tier 4. Yet, Tier 4 was insufficient. He pressed on. He consumed 600 talent points. Summon Beast Minotaur, Tier 4, Talent Evolution. Summon Beast War Minotaur, Tier 5. Zheng Yu noted that to upgrade the War Minotaur to Tier 6, 4,000 talent points were required, 1,000 points more than the Goblin General and 1,000 points less than the Twin Fire Serpent. He was left with 3,650 points of unexpected fortune, in addition to the remaining talent points from before. By converting all 28 attribute points gained from the upgrade into health, he only needed to sacrifice 3,500 health points to amass the required 4,000 talent points. Zheng Yu calculated that his remaining base health was nearly 5,000. Utilizing the demon contract to sacrifice 3,500 health points, combined with the accumulation of health from his equipment, he still maintained a respectable level. He decided to proceed. Consume 4,000 talent points to evolve the War Minotaur. Summon Beast War Minotaur, Tier 5, Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Primal Bloodline War Minotaur, Tier 6. The first Tier 6 summoned beast of Zheng Yu emerged. He immediately affixed the Dragon Sovereign emblem onto the War Minotaur and removed the Steward emblem from the Twin Fire Serpent, placing it on the War Minotaur. The Steward emblem enhances health, making it exceptionally suitable for the War Minotaur. Summoned beasts can equip multiple bond emblems. Currently, the War Minotaur bore 2 types of bonds. The Heroic Bond from the Dragon Sovereign, which elevates all attributes by 50, and the Steward Bond from the Steward emblem, which increases health by 20 and directly transfers its effects to the Minotaur. With a resounding thud, a robust, colossal War Minotaur with well-defined muscles emerged from the summoning array. A stark contrast to the 3rd-tier Minotaur. The Savage Bloodline War Minotaur emanates an even more formidable aura, suffused with the scent of bloodshed and an air of ruthlessness. Its skin is adorned with crimson patterns, a manifestation of its primal bloodline. Summoned Beast, Savage Bloodline War Minotaur, Level 17, increases with the summoner's level. Health points, 60. 500 attack power, 6. 324, 527 summoner intelligence with an 8 coefficient and 50 from the Dragon Lord's enhancement. Talent, 6th tier, requires an additional 20. 000 talent points for upgrade. Skills, War Stomp 17. The War Minotaur initiates a trampling attack on all obstacles ahead. Savage Charge 17. The War Minotaur launches an unstoppable charge, reducing damage taken by 90 during the onslaught. War Roar 17. Emits a war cry, granting allies a 20 increase in attack power for 30 seconds and stunning enemies. Primal Bloodline 17. Originating from the wild, the War Minotaur possesses extraordinary vitality, growing stronger with each battle. In a critical health state, its health regeneration speed increases by 300, and it receives a 300 boost to healing effects. Summoned Beast Equipment. None. Upon examining the attributes of the War Minotaur, Zheng Yu could only utter a single word: invincible. He wondered if the War Minotaur stood a chance against the Crimson-clad Spectre. With a staggering 60,000 health points and an attack power of 6,000, coupled with control abilities, damage output, and the endurance of the Savage Bloodline, there might indeed be a possibility. After acquiring the equipment and contracting his fourth summoned beast, elevating the Minotaur to the 6th tier, Zheng Yu finally found the time to compose a strategy guide for the Hall of Abyss. The forum members were on the edge of their seats, eager to uncover how Zheng Yu had conquered the Hall of Abyss. They speculated whether an 8-hour completion time was even feasible. Zheng Yu's guide provided them with the answer, posted around 1 a.m. Strategy Guide, Classic Abyss of Shanyu City. Stage 2 of Hall of Abyss, Nightmare Level Strategy Guide, price 300 gold coins. Once published, it instantly soared to the top of Shanyu City's trending topics. Is there truly such a method to clear it? Unheard of. A genius. Truly a genius. How did I not think of viewing the events in Shanyu Village from a different perspective? It turns out the so-called false ancestors were merely deceptive conditions. So this is it. This comment became the most popular, as the commenter was none other than Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shanyu City and former record holder. In no time, Zheng Yu's strategy guide became a sensation. Increased updates, seeking gifts, kisses. Chapter 75. No need to guess. Personally tested. Extreme time of 5 hours and 21 minutes. Zheng Yu's strategy guide became the most popular thread on the forum, spawning hundreds of discussions analyzing the guide overnight. Despite the forum members' lack of prowess, their analyses were surprisingly insightful, particularly one titled Rational Analysis of Zheng Yu's Strength. Will Summoner Development find a way out of the abyss thanks to Zheng Yu? This post has become the second most popular, while the discussion regarding whether Zheng Yu, the summoner, possesses superior strength or simply understands how to navigate the nightmarish abyss better than other professionals has reached third place. Ultimately, the crux of the matter revolves around one question: is the summoner truly formidable? Personally, I believe Zheng Yu's prowess can only be classified as top tier, failing to reach the extraordinary talents found in the Central District. His ability to conquer the nightmarish abyss twice in succession relies predominantly on intellect. To be frank, upon reviewing the strategies for the Ancestral Temple Abyss, I found myself in a state of exhilaration as the thought process was remarkably astute, managing to elucidate the storyline with just a few inconspicuous clues. In truth, Zheng Yu's greatest strength lies not in his deductions, but in his audacious dismissal of Zhang Zhan's strategies. If it were me, I would certainly follow Mayor Zhang Zhan's guidance meticulously, fearing any misstep. The willingness to explore alternative approaches is a true testament to one's capabilities, is it not? I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Without skill, who would dare? Has anyone genuinely scrutinized the strategies? Zheng Yu has explicitly stated that the pivotal item is the village chief's pipe, which can only be acquired by defeating the ghostly village chief. Over the years, has anyone succeeded in vanquishing this spectral figure? Furthermore, in the Ancestral Temple, one must defeat the red sedan chair, thereby gaining the approval of the red-clad female ghost, an embodiment of true strength, is it not? A group engages in rational discourse, while another squabbles over trivial matters, such as, who is the true main consort, Wenren Qinjiu, Ku Ying, or Chai Yun? The first commentator quips, brother, you really have too much time on your hands. Another chimes in, I vote for Wenren Qinjiu. Her figure is simply stunning. Yet another retorts, what business is it of yours who the main consort is? Additionally, there are comments like, the Goblin General is truly handsome. Poke me, and I might. To which one replies, one cannot, and one certainly should not. Another adds, I believe the giant-winged spirit butterfly is the epitome of beauty. Had I known summoners could call forth such exquisite creatures, I would have chosen summoner for the sake of aesthetics. A dissenting voice counters, stop dreaming. I have encountered other summoners, and they either summon hideous goblins or feeble fire elementals, never a giant-winged spirit butterfly. Another asserts, you must first possess a high-level talent to achieve that. Yet another remarks, the issue is, Why are the goblins of other summoners so incredibly ugly, while Zheng Yu's goblin appears so cool? There are also genuine analytical posts, such as, I believe Zheng Yu's completion time in the nightmarish level can be further reduced. And strategy post, how to advance further on Zheng Yu's strategies and break the 8-hour and 44-minute barrier. Naturally, many posts are simply for amusement. At this moment, Zhang Zhan browses the forum, chuckling. It has been quite a while since I've seen the forum so lively. I recall the last time it nearly crashed the server was during my own completion of the Ancestral Temple Abyss. With a nostalgic expression, he then inquires of Chai Fong. Which abyss does Zheng Yu intend to tackle next? The film studio or the Dark Valley? Chai Fong replies, the Ancestral Temple. Still the Ancestral Temple? He mentioned there are matters to attend to. Zhang Zhan furrows his brow. That doesn't seem right. Zheng Yu should know that record rewards can only be claimed once. Did you not advise him? Chai Fong shrugged, having offered advice, yet he mentioned the hidden tasks and the prospect of achieving a flawless completion. Zhang Zhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did he possess confidence? Who could say? If he truly managed to flawlessly conquer the nightmare-level temple abyss, the new practitioners of Shangyu City would reap the benefits. This time, Chai Fong refrained from making a definitive assertion about Zheng Yu's capabilities, having been proven wrong once before. He was unwilling to endure that embarrassment again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days slipped by. Zheng Yu's strategy remained at the pinnacle of the popularity charts, bolstered not only by the practitioners of Shangyu City, but also by significant contributions from Jianshui City and curious onlookers from neighboring locales. In short, the fervor showed no signs of waning. However, on that particular morning, a piece of news surged to the forefront once more. Breaking news. Zheng Yu has once again entered the nightmare-level temple abyss. Floor 5. I don't understand. Clearly, Zheng Yu possesses the strength to conquer the other 2 nightmare-level abysses. Why enter the temple instead? Floor 9. Do you really think the nightmare-level abyss is a walk in the park? He must also consider the danger factor. Completing the temple with a strategy is far more manageable than tackling an uncharted film studio. Floor 10. If I were in his position, I would also continue to enter the temple, as I have already conquered the nightmare-level temple abyss once, making it relatively more familiar and secure. Floor 19. Disappointment. I can only express disappointment. Floor 47. I had hoped Zheng Yu could add another nightmare-level strategy for Shangyu City. Floor 66. Hold on. He has already shattered records and shared his strategy at a minimal cost. Aren't you all engaging in some form of moral coercion? Floor 75. What abyss he chooses to enter is his own business. Why is there a group of fools who can't even pass a simple abyss incessantly complaining? Floor 101. This is too amusing. Zheng Yu entering an abyss ignites such a stir. Floor 164. After all, this forum is filled with those who can't even navigate the abysses, merely here for some entertainment. The announcement of Zheng Yu's return to the nightmare-level temple abyss swiftly became a hot topic. Indeed, few practitioners genuinely hoped for his continued growth. Some were envious, others entertained, while a few secretly wished for his downfall. Additionally, practitioners from Jianshui City fanned the flames, leading discussions on the forum to revolve almost entirely around Zheng Yu. However, this discourse was short-lived, for news of Zheng Yu's success in completing the abyss reached all practitioners in Shangyu City in less than 5 hours. Notice, congratulations to the practitioner team, the Summoner Squad, for breaking the historical completion time of the Temple Abyss, Nightmare Level. Completion time, 5 hours, 21 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. Chaiyan, Ranger. The members of this team have already claimed the historical record gift package. In an instant, countless posts filled the forum with question marks, expressing their bewilderment and astonishment. Then, amidst the discussion titled Prediction Thread, the theoretical limit time for the Temple Abyss, a comment silently emerged. 41084. No need to speculate. Based on personal testing, the limit time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Certainly, if one refrains from undertaking hidden tasks and does not demand perfection in their completion, it should be achievable within 4.5 hours. The author of this comment is none other than Zheng Yu. Chapter 76. Quickly apologize to my adoptive father. I am at a loss for words. 5 hours. Goodness, does he not leave any hope for the younger generation? Has he pushed it to the extreme? Zheng Yu, an everlasting deity. But is it meaningful? You break the record yet receive no reward? It would be more considerate to leave some space for future professionals in Shangyu City. Indeed, he only knows how to show off, oblivious to the need to pave the way for those who follow. I suspect that in the future, anyone wishing to conquer the ancestral hall abyss will harbor resentment towards Zheng Yu. Wait a moment. Did you not see Zheng Yu mention the terms hidden tasks and perfect completion? What use is it? It has little to do with me. Amidst the chaotic comments, a marked reply emerged. It is relevant, and significantly so. To be frank, you will surely feel remorse for your words. Impossible. There is nothing that could evoke remorse within me. Just as this comment garnered a flurry of likes, a system notification appeared. Notification. Shanyu City Professional Team Summoner Squad has completed the hidden task in the Nightmare Level Ancestral Hall Abyss. The Red Palanquin and the Red-Clad Ghost will no longer appear in the Ancestral Hall Abyss. Shanyu City Professional Team Summoner Squad has perfectly cleared the Nightmare Level Ancestral Hall Abyss. Nightmare Level is the highest difficulty in the Ancestral Hall Abyss. All difficulty levels have decreased by 20, and rewards have increased by 20. Permanently effective. Awarded to the 5 professionals within the Shanyu City Summoner Squad. The Perfect Ancestral Hall Abyss Achievement Badge. In the Shanyu City Temple, a limited-time exclusive Ancestral Hall Gold Card for Summoner Squad members will be sold. Professionals purchasing the gold card will receive assistance from the virtual shadow of that gold card professional upon entering the Ancestral Hall. Available for purchase for 48 hours, after which it will be removed. Price set by the team members themselves. The silence in the forum was deafening. The system's announcement caught all professionals in Shanyu City, except Zhang Zhan and Chai Feng, completely off guard. Apologize. Those who previously called Zheng Yu selfish and mocked him. Hurry and apologize. I give you 3 minutes to do so. If you do not blame me for exposing you and defiling your home. Quickly apologize to my adoptive father. Apologize to my biological father. To those above, you are even more shameless. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of my adoptive father again, I will skin them alive. If anyone dares to anger my adoptive father again, I shall pay him a visit directly. I had never heard of such rewards for perfect completion before. The difficulty of the Ancestral Hall Abyss is reduced by 20. And this applies not only to the Nightmare level but also to the easy, normal, and hard levels, with rewards also increasing by 20. This is utterly outrageous. Not to mention, the permanence of it is beyond my imagination. How many sons will Zheng Yu have in the future? It is simply absurd. The professionals in Shanyu City must worship Zheng Yu. It infuriates me. Why does such a mechanism exist? Laughter erupted uncontrollably, a delightful cacophony that brightened the forum once more. The jovial remarks were undoubtedly from the residents of Jiaxue City, whose exuberant laughter resonated loudly, almost overwhelming my senses. Yet, the amusement was infectious, and I found myself unable to contain my mirth. In that moment, joy permeated the air, albeit primarily among the professionals of Shanyu City. The citizens of Jiaxue, however, silently bore their suffering. The mirth among Zheng Yu and his companions, who had long since escaped the depths of the Ancestral Hall and returned to their villa, was nothing short of audacious. Tao Qian was doubled over with laughter, for the Jiaxue Forum was vehemently criticizing Zhou Yun, and the moderators were struggling to keep pace with the flood of commentary. The forum denizens, while lacking in other skills, were sheer geniuses at mockery, employing a plethora of unflattering images of Zhou Yun, sardonic memes, and biting sarcasm. This spectacle brought immense joy to Tao Qian and his friends. Brother Yu, I must say, this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. When Ren Qingjiu chimed in with a smile, adding, I had been concerned that you might regret opposing Zhou Yun and Li Nan when the Li family faction targeted you in the future. But now, I am no longer worried, for as Tao Qian rightly stated, this sensation is indeed thrilling. It was rare for Ren Qingjiu to indulge in such coarse language. Zhang Yu shook his head, reflecting, I hadn't anticipated that achieving a perfect clearance would entail such a mechanism. It was unrealistic to expect Zhou Yun to regret his actions in a short span of time. It can only be said that the red-clad female ghost is the true instigator of this affair. Upon re-entering the depths of the Ancestral Hall, Zheng Yu began to understand why the ghost had urged him regarding those 3 matters. Only by vanquishing the green-eyed yellow-skinned creature and ensuring the flames within the copper basin remain unextinguished could the red-clad ghost be truly laid to rest. This constituted a hidden quest. Send away the red-clad ghost that does not belong to the Ancestral Hall. This task could only be revealed through the ghost's direct prompt. Mere conjecture would lead one astray. Thus, the hidden quest necessitated entering the depths of the Ancestral Hall a second time, carrying the village chief's coffin to the hall, and gathering 4 coffins to meet the criteria for a perfect clearance. Zheng Yu was aware of the hidden quest, but remained oblivious to the effects of a perfect clearance. Furthermore, The rewards from the second descent into the Ancestral Hall far exceeded those from a single completion of any other nightmare-level descent. The hidden quest yielded a resplendent treasure chest, indeed, a dazzling-level chest, guaranteed to contain splendid equipment. Dazzling equipment at level 40 is extraordinarily rare, incomparable to any historical record gift package. The perfect clearance conferred 2 rewards. One was an achievement badge. Perfect Ancestral Hall, achievement badge. Achieve perfect clearance in 2 nightmare-level descents. Base attributes of achievement. Intelligence 2, Strength 2. Special attributes of achievement. Defense against ghost-type entities increased by 10. The effect is commendable, ranking well among achievement badges. The other reward was a golden card privilege. Upon opening the Sacred Temple's marketplace, a notification promptly appeared. You have achieved a perfect clearance of the Ancestral Hall. Obtaining the privilege golden card for the Ancestral Hall, which will be prominently displayed in the Shangyu City Sacred Temple store for the next 48 hours. The profits from purchasing the golden card, amounting to 50, shall be entirely yours. Please set the price. Zheng Yu observed that there were indeed 5 golden cards prominently displayed in the shop, each bearing their names. Currently, they were unpriced and available for sale. Zheng Yu clicked on his golden card. Privilege golden card. Summoner team, captain. Zheng Yu. Occupation, summoner. Price, unpriced. Usage. This golden card can only be utilized within the abyss of the shrine in Shangyu City. Summoning a spectral manifestation of the exclusive profession to assist in battle for 5 minutes. The strength of the manifestation adjusts according to the difficulty of the abyss. Only available for use by professionals within Shangyu City. Exclusively for the purchaser, non-transferable, non-sellable. This item is quite remarkable. Although it is available for only 48 hours, Zhang Yu anticipates it will sell exceedingly well. Those on the verge of advancing to the second stage of their profession will undoubtedly purchase it. Even young individuals who are not professionals, if financially capable, would likely want to acquire one. Ding, ding, ding. Zheng Yu's inbox was incessantly pinging. He opened it briefly to find numerous messages addressing him as father, along with apologies and pleas for him not to be upset. Beside him, when Ren Qingjiu chuckled and remarked, "They probably want you to lower the price a bit. What are you planning to set it at?" Tao Qian inquired further. Their golden cards were inconsequential. No one would purchase them, especially since no one would invest in a privilege card for soy sauce. However, determining the price posed a significant dilemma. Yet, Zheng Yu remained unconcerned. "Why set a price?" Tao Qian asked, perplexed. "Aren't you selling it?" "Of course, I intend to sell it, but pricing is a task best left to professionals. If priced too high, they'll accuse me of being greedy. If too low, I'm not their father, and there's no need for me to incur losses for mere chatter. Thus, someone else must bear this burden," Zhang Yu stated as he called Chai Fong. "There would be additional updates soon, so please wait." Chapter 77. We must not let Zheng Yu feel disheartened again. In the Shangyu City office, Chai Fong hung up the phone, grinning oddly as he turned to Zhang Zhan. "I recall you mentioned a few days ago that Zheng Yu is a young man. Have you ever encountered such a cunning youth?" Zhang Zhan laughed, asking, "Did he delegate the pricing to us?" Chai Fong nodded. "He informed me that his father is the most unfortunate figure in history, and he prefers that I take on the role." "Ha." Zhang Zhan chuckled heartily. "This kid is truly amusing." Chai Fong sighed in resignation. "What can we do? It's rare for a genius to emerge in Shangyu City. We must cater to him. I will soon issue a public announcement stating that the price has been determined by our mayor's office. 1 million? That's exorbitant. How many professionals in Shangyu City can afford that? Indeed, those who can muster such funds probably do not need a privileged golden card. How about 500,000? That sounds reasonable. It could enhance sales. However, even at that price, some will certainly complain it is too dear." Zhang Zhan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "With so many pests, one cannot please everyone. After all, Zhang Yu's intention is for us to bear the brunt of this criticism. Isn't it? I have indulged him, and thus I have endured the insults." Zhang Zhan remains unfazed. What is a mere reprimand? In comparison to the benefits that Zheng Yu has bestowed upon Shangyu City, if he were to shy away from this minor issue, how would he differ from Zhou Yun? No one understands better than he the allure of a flawless completion mechanism and the extent to which it can enhance a city's strength. Zhang Zhan can envision the substantial growth in Shangyu City's overall capabilities in the coming years. At noon, the professionals of Shangyu City received a personal communique from Mayor Zhang Zhan. It explicitly stated that Zheng Yu had entrusted the pricing of the gold card to the mayor's office, demonstrating both Zheng Yu's confidence in Shangyu City and his regard for its professionals. There were no arbitrary prices set, nor exorbitant demands. Rather, he sought the expertise of professionals. The final price was established at 499,999 yuan. To Zhang Zhan's astonishment, rather than receiving condemnation, the pricing by the mayor's office was deemed quite reasonable. Admittedly, it is somewhat pricey, yet I am willing to purchase it. I will buy it not for any other reason, but because Zheng Yu is fully aware that many envy, mock, and ridicule him, yet he repays malice with kindness, relinquishing an opportunity to break records in order to assist us in achieving a flawless completion and securing such considerable benefits. Indeed, it is worth buying. I now finally comprehend why the prodigies of Zhongzhou district level up more swiftly than we do. They must have access to the flawless completion abyss. However, not entirely. As I have investigated and found that throughout Jiuzhou, there are only a handful of true flawless completion abysses for the professionals of Zhongzhou district. The second stage serves merely as a transitional phase. True geniuses cannot enter the same second stage abyss twice. The difficulty of the third stage abyss increases exponentially, making flawless completion exceedingly challenging, thus rendering the second stage the most viable option. Therefore, it is imperative to purchase it. Zheng Yu truly possesses a warm heart, which moves me to tears. Buy it, it is a necessity. Yet, 500,000 is indeed steep. One must act within their means. For those who can ascend to the second stage, 500,000 is not exorbitant. Others should consider their financial situations in making the purchase, as it serves as a gesture of gratitude towards Zheng Yu. Indeed, we cannot allow Zheng Yu to feel disheartened again, as he has already experienced disappointment from the professionals of Jianshui City. Once the gold cards were made available for sale, astonishingly, over 100 were sold in an instant. One must recognize that 500,000 is no trifling sum. Those who can readily procure such an amount are either affluent or established professionals capable of earning. Moreover, this number continues to rise. The solidarity among the professionals of Shangyu City deeply moved Zhang Zhan. It was not in vain that I brought Zheng Yu to you. Your gratitude is sincerely appreciated. In stark contrast to the joviality and unity of Shangyu City, Jianshui City is engulfed in despondency. The atmosphere is decidedly bleak. In the depths of the cold street abyss hall, the record bearing Zheng Yu's name is glaringly prominent. Everywhere, there are professionals who recognize Zheng Yu. Some are his classmates, while others are passers-by who once nearly joined Zheng Yu's team, but had the audacity to mock him. Of course, Wu Zong and Li Feng are absent, having chosen to avoid the spotlight. The topic of conversation among all professionals revolves around Zheng Yu. One might say, how wonderful it would be if Zheng Yu remained with us. Indeed, the flawless completion mechanism is something I envy deeply. A reduction of difficulty by 20 while enhancing rewards by the same margin, along with the privilege of a gold card, signifies a guaranteed success in the second phase. It is difficult to fathom the extent to which the strength of Shangyu City will be bolstered by this dungeon. Alas, let us not dwell on it, for I am consumed by envy. Shangyu City boasts both Zhang Zhan and Zheng Yu, while we in Jianshui City are left with nothing but Zhou De, the bane of our existence. Let us not speak of him. It is disheartening. Without him, Zheng Yu would never have left. I heard that Zheng Yu's grandfather perished due to the government's failure to provide timely assistance, unable to afford medicine. Is that true? It was mentioned on the forum. Hiss. Zhou De is indeed a despicable creature. In the Jianshui City office, Zhou Yun was resting his eyes. Yet, his secretary could discern the tension in his forehead, revealing his lack of tranquility. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary bluntly stated, "The administrator has reported that the post cannot be deleted if it proves insurmountable. We may have to temporarily shut down the forum. Minister Li from the Resource Department asked me to inform you that he has matters to attend to and requires your assistance with managing the recent affairs of the department. Is there anything else?" Yes. Zhou Yun's tension escalated once more. The faction has rejected your application for the Abyss request. Next matter. Zhou Yun interrupted the secretary. The 14 dismissed experts have collectively appealed to the provincial district, which requires you to provide them with a response. Enough. Zhou Yun abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage, clearly having had a restless night. Each one of them is a source of incessant worry. If that incompetent programmer cannot comprehend the situation, he ought to be dismissed. What qualifications do those foolish experts have to appeal? Does Li Nin truly believe he has me under his thumb? If not for his father's influence, who the hell does he think he is? He has created a mess and then simply walked away? And Zheng Yu, merely a minor summoner. Does he truly consider himself a prodigy? How dare he confront me? Zhou Yun shouted in a fit of rage, venting his frustrations. Yet, It is not solely Zheng Yu's fault. He merely serves as the catalyst. At level 45, he has yet to join a faction, having finally gained some recognition through Li Nan, only to encounter the obstinate Zheng Yu. He had hoped that his reputation would facilitate his entry into a team for the Abyss, yet he was turned away. The faction had never regarded him with any seriousness. Zhou Yun felt as though he had never known a moment of ease over the years, and a torrent of feelings, frustration, anger, and sorrow washed over him. Even a formidable individual like himself succumbed to the chaos of these trivial matters. Fortunately, this emotional outburst lasted but a fleeting minute. He raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, regaining his composure. He calmly stated, "It is all right, it is all inconsequential, as long as I endure until level 50. All these nonsensical voices will fade away. He is merely a summoner. Meanwhile, I am the cornerstone of the realm, poised to become a level 50 awakened one. A perfect completion? Ah, a mere second stage abyss, and the slightest favor has incited you to grumble about the mayor upon whom you depend? As long as my awakening is successful, the more vehemently they curse me now, the greater their regret will be in the future," Zhou Yun declared, casting a glance at his secretary, inquiring, "Do you not believe me?" The secretary, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "I do." Yet, a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. The motivational soup is not yet served. Chapter 78, Radiant Equipment. Illusory Spirit Staff. Within a span of just 2 days, 335 gold cards were sold. For a city as modest as Shangyu, having 335 professionals part with 500,000 for a gold card is quite remarkable. This is especially so, given that professionals comprise merely 10% of the general populace. Furthermore, the majority of these professionals possess the self-awareness that they cannot possibly enter the second stage abyss. Thus, purchasing Zheng Yu's gold card holds no value for them. Additionally, some affluent professionals have already surpassed the second stage and have no need for gold cards. In essence, those at the second stage and those aspiring to ascend to it have purchased nearly all that they could. After all, fewer than 10 professionals are able to emerge from Shangyu each year at the third stage. 335 cards, each worth 500,000. The total revenue amounts to a staggering 16.75 billion. After distribution, Zheng Yu's share stands at an impressive 83.75 million. Gazing at the colossal figure in his account, Zheng Yu felt a sense of disbelief. It turns out that achieving a modest goal is truly not as daunting as it seems. Beyond the 80 million in his account, resources from the provincial district had already been allocated the day before, complete sets of level 10 golden equipment and level 20 golden tier gear. Zheng Yu opted to exchange the equipment for a plethora of enhancement stones and forging stones. Although each piece of level 20 equipment holds a value of around 1 million, Zheng Yu found them unnecessary. Having completed 2 nightmarish level abyssal sanctuaries, he had assembled the full set of garments, upperwear, lowerwear, hat, and gloves, known as the Huangpizi set. His ring bore the grievance ring, while his bracelet was the soul gathering bracelet, a drop from the gathering of souls. The bracelet is platinum tier, and the Huangpizi set is golden tier, both at level 20, surpassing the scattered level 20 equipment provided by the provincial district. In other words, Zheng Yu was not particularly in need of the resources discovered in the provincial district. Their overall worth was even less than the 80 million dividend from the gold cards. However, what he sought was a statement of intent. Moreover, these resources rightfully belonged to him, and he could not possibly relinquish them. An enhancement stone is valued at 200,000, and a forging stone is similarly priced. After making the necessary requests, he directly converted the equipment, valued at 50 million for the first stage and 50 million for the second stage, into 250 enhancement stones and 250 forging stones. Additionally, he received a compensation of 20 million in cash. Zheng Yu now possessed a modest target, along with an abundance of enhancement and forging stones. With materials prepared, he now awaited the treasures hidden within the mysterious chest. He produced the radiant chest awarded from the hidden task in the nightmarish abyssal sanctuary, feeling a surge of excitement. At the auction house of the sanctuary, the most rudimentary piece of brilliant equipment at the auction is a pair of warrior trousers, level 30, priced at 3 minor objectives, which were purchased 4 years ago by a wealthy heir bearing the surname Wang. To this day, level 20 brilliant gear has yet to make an appearance in the auction house. It remains priceless and unsold. Enhancement stones and forging stones have been meticulously prepared for this level 20 brilliant equipment. Zheng Yu rubbed his hands together, excitement coursing through him as he opened the treasure chest. A radiant glow emanated from within. You have opened a brilliant treasure chest and acquired the weapon. Ancient Illusion Spirit Staff, level 20, brilliant grade. A weapon? Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy. And a staff, no less. Am I truly this fortunate? He had nearly assembled a complete set of level 20 equipment already, including the 4-piece yellow skin set, the Een Spirit Boots, and the Een Spirit Bracelet, along with the lingering resentment ring that he could still equip. The only item he lacked from the 3-piece jewelry set was the ice crystal pendant necklace, but its absence did not detract from his combat effectiveness. The staff, however, was still a level 10 piece. He never anticipated that he would draw a weapon from a brilliant treasure chest, and fortuitously, it was a staff. This discovery also spared him the need for an equipment forging tool. The staff exuded an ethereal appearance, crowned with a crystal orb the size of a fist, harboring a power so surreal that it resonated within Zheng Yu. Weapon, Ancient Illusion Spirit Staff. Required level, 20. Class requirement, Staff Mastery. Grade, Brilliant. Attributes, Intelligence 450. Casting speed 50, elemental damage 80. Equipment effect. The Illusion Spirit Staff can absorb elemental powers. When elemental power reaches 100, it activates the skill Illusion. Illusion. The next skill cast will replicate a corresponding illusion skill, possessing 80 of the original skill strength. Forging. 0. Enhancement. 0. Refinement. 0. Runes. Unset. The prospect of replicating skills brought a broad smile to Zheng Yu's face. For a summoner, the summoned beast embodies their skills. Does this not imply the ability to replicate a summoned beast? Although the strength is only 80. Even an 80 strength warbull would be a significant headache for the opponent. Excellent, truly excellent. Undoubtedly, this is a piece of brilliant equipment. Zheng Yu surmised that if he did not encounter superior gear by the 3rd phase, this skill-replicating illusion spirit staff would serve him well for a considerable duration. Its strength is commendable. It could be crafted into something remarkable. Having ascertained the strength of the illusion spirit staff, Zheng Yu resolved to undertake a crafting endeavor. The forging and enhancement stones utilized in crafting would not go to waste once he acquired replacement equipment. Selling it at the auction house would yield a price reflective of its crafting level. The current crafting would undoubtedly attract future buyers. Brilliant equipment is always in demand. Zheng Yu made his way directly to the Sacred Hall in Shangyu City. The main hall serves as a transition venue for new entrants to become professionals. Now that the transition season has passed, the hall is relatively deserted. The 2nd floor houses the offices of various guilds. Zheng Yu had never ventured to the 2nd floor, as there was no guild for summoners. Zheng Yu was heading to the underground level, specifically the exclusive forging venue of the temple. After descending in the elevator, he arrived in a basement where the temperature was significantly warmer than outside. A staff member greeted Zheng Yu and politely inquired, "Would you like to forge equipment or enhance existing gear? Both options are available. Do you have an appointment with a master craftsman?" Zheng Yu shook his head. The staff member glanced at the computer and replied, "Currently, there are 3 masters available." Zheng Yu asked, "What are the fees like? Could you please specify the level and quality of the equipment you wish to forge?" The fees vary depending on these factors. As Zheng Yu was not well versed in the intricacies of equipment forging, he straightforwardly asked, "Is there a significant difference?" Indeed, there is a considerable distinction. Whether it is enhancement, forging, refining, or embedding runes, there is always a chance of failure. However, the success rate increases with a more advanced craftsman. For instance, if your equipment is level 10, a level 5 craftsman will certainly have a lower success rate than a level 10 craftsman. Moreover, the higher the quality of the equipment, the more materials required for forging. We certainly hope that the professionals in Shangyu City can minimize their consumption of forging materials. Therefore, I need to select a craftsman based on the quality and level of your equipment. A craftsman is a profession, and a rather unique one at that. Unlike others, they can earn substantial income without delving into the abyss. The only similarity they share with other professions is that they are constrained by talent to a greater extent. After listening to the staff member's explanation, Zheng Yu took out the ancient phantom spirit staff. "I wish to forge this weapon, a level 20. Radiant quality ancient phantom spirit staff." Upon Zheng Yu's introduction, the staff member was momentarily taken aback, then confirmed, "Radiant quality?" Zheng Yu nodded, "Yes, radiant quality. Is there a craftsman in Shangyu City capable of forging this weapon?" After examining the phantom spirit staff and verifying its radiant quality, as well as noticing Zheng Yu's name on the registration form, the staff member promptly said, "Please hold on a moment." Chapter 79. The only path of ruthless slaughter. The craftsman did not arrive. Instead, Zheng Yu received a call from Chai Fang. Why didn't you come to me first for your equipment forging? I could have arranged it for you. Zheng Yu chuckled. I was unaware that forging equipment involved so much procedure. I thought as long as I had the materials and the equipment, I could just find a craftsman to forge it. I didn't realize an appointment was necessary. According to the staff member, there was only one 4-star craftsman in Shanyu City, equivalent to a professional level between 30 and 40. This 4-star craftsman was the only one who had successfully forged radiant quality equipment. Clearly, the staff member could not handle the situation and sought assistance from Chai Fong, who then called Zheng Yu. Rest assured, I will make the arrangements. Please wait a moment. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, Zheng Yu saw a robust man in his 40s walking towards him. Upon seeing Zheng Yu, the man was initially taken aback by his age, then directly asked, "Radiant quality?" Zheng Yu nodded and handed him the Phantom Spirit Staff. Indeed, this is a piece of exquisite equipment. Although it is only at level 20, its quality is considered to be of the highest caliber. How many materials have you prepared? Zheng Yu cast a glance at the warehouse and replied, 400 enhancement stones and 400 forging stones. The man looked at Zheng Yu, fell silent for a moment, and then muttered to himself, that makes sense. Acquiring such a remarkable weapon in the second stage certainly doesn't come cheap. I am Meng Zhan, a 4-star blacksmith. He introduced himself. He then informed Zheng Yu, for the forging of this equipment, the cost will be based on the number of successful attempts. A detailed fee schedule will be provided to you shortly. The charges will be rather steep, but I trust you are not lacking in funds. Zheng Yu nodded. As long as it isn't excessively outrageous, I can afford it. With 400 forging stones, you can at least forge it to level 11, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even to level 13. The fee for level 11 will be around 2 million, while for level 13, it will be approximately 3 million. As for the 400 enhancement stones, I cannot guarantee how far they will take you, but based on my experience, a level 20 exquisite piece can typically be enhanced to around level 8. The enhancement costs a bit more, around 4 million. Zheng Yu calculated that it would total less than 10 million and nodded. That isn't too much at all. Meng Zhan could not help but remark, compared to your crafting materials worth over 100 million, this forging fee is indeed quite reasonable. Follow me. Meng Zhan, holding the staff, led Zheng Yu into a spacious forging room. The interior was vast, dominated by a colossal machine that was hissing and emitting steam. Numerous individuals, more than 30, were bustling about, engaged in rapid activity. This was unexpectedly overwhelming for Zheng Yu. He had anticipated that enhancement and forging would be simpler than he had imagined, not realizing it required such a workforce and machinery. Hold on, Meng Zhan clapped his hands, signaling the apprentices to cease their tasks. Starting today, we will focus on forging this weapon. All other work will be temporarily halted. One apprentice inquired, what about Zheng Yang's golden grade heavy sword? It's due for completion, should we not attend to it? Meng Zhan replied, no worries. He won't lodge a complaint against us. Zheng Yu, listening nearby, speculated that it was likely a notification from Chai Fong. For a moment, he found himself enjoying this sense of privilege. The strongest blacksmith in Shanyu City had paused the forging plans of others to prioritize his work. At this moment, Zheng Yu also understood Zhou Yun's position. In a world where strength reigns supreme, Zhou Yun had never encountered a weaker individual daring to stand against him. Meng Zhan noticed the apprentice's expressions of confusion and produced Zheng Yu's exquisite staff. You are fortunate to handle exquisite grade equipment during your apprenticeship. Our primary focus now is to forge this exquisite staff, so I expect everyone to be fully alert. Meng Zhan then explained to Zheng Yu. Our method of leveling as blacksmiths is through forging equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the greater the experience gained. Although I have charged you several million in forging fees, it is nearly a cost price. Regarding the creation of equipment, Zheng Yu indeed possessed limited knowledge. He did not inquire further but simply asked, when can I collect the equipment? In a week, was the reply. Very well. Zheng Yu handed over the forging stones and enhancement stones to Meng Zhan, agreeing to return in a week for the equipment. He was not concerned about the potential misappropriation of his materials. Firstly, the blacksmiths adhered to a strict code of ethics. Any act of theft or shoddy workmanship would incur severe penalties from the temple. Secondly, the entire forging process was recorded on video, and ordinary individuals were prohibited from entering the workshop. Additionally, the forge was situated directly beneath the temple, ensuring that no one but Zheng Yu, the owner of the materials, could remove anything that did not belong to them. Safety was paramount. While awaiting the completion of his equipment, Zheng Yu planned to delve into the abyss once more, aiming to elevate his level to the 3rd stage. During his previous venture into the Shrine Abyss, he had received a substantial experience reward of 100 80,000 for clearing it, along with approximately 70,000 to 80,000 from various rates within, bringing his level to 19. He was now perfectly poised to tackle a second stage abyss. I recommend the film studio, suggested Kuding, as Zheng Yu and the others were discussing their next abyss venture in the villa. The film studio, like the Shrine Abyss, is inhabited by ghostly beings, and I believe we have a higher chance of clearing it. Tao Qian did not oppose, yet he expressed his thoughts with a peculiar demeanor, saying, "Do you think Zheng Yu is incapable of entering any second-stage nightmare abyss? Our discussion revolves around which abyss offers greater rewards rather than the difficulty level." Kuing remained steadfast in her perspective, asserting, "Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, while Brother Yu is indeed formidable. If we must choose one abyss, I advocate for the most reliable option." Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." With excitement, Kuing inquired, "So, Brother Yu chooses the film studio?" Zheng Yu remained silent. Ren Yu then proposed the Dark Valley, offering her rationale. The Dark Valley is a dark-type abyss. The rewards from such an abyss should be comparatively higher. Should be. Do you have concrete data? Chayan interjected. Ren Yu produced her laptop, stating, "Referring to strategies from other difficulties, it is evident that the rewards from the film studio's challenging abyss pale in comparison to those from the Dark Valley. Most importantly, there are numerous monsters in the Dark Valley, which translates to greater experience." Ren Yu harbored her own ulterior motives. Since this would be their final opportunity to rely on Zheng Yu, they aimed for maximum benefit rather than merely ensuring a safe passage. At that moment, Zheng Yu raised his head and asked, "There are many monsters in the Dark Valley?" "Indeed," Ren Yu replied. "It is a dark-type insectoid abyss." Zheng Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, "So, they lack intelligence, then?" Although Ren Yu did not comprehend the reasoning behind his question, she cautiously responded, "Insectoids have a queen and exhibit social behaviors. They cannot be deemed mindless. However, we are unlikely to encounter a queen in a second-stage abyss." Zheng Yu nodded. "Then it's settled. We shall choose the Dark Valley. After 2 rounds of strategizing, I find myself somewhat fatigued. It is time for a slaughter devoid of thoughts, devoid of schemes and speculations, a brutal massacre characterized solely by relentless assaults and bloodshed." Chapter 80, Jixian, Kiwandai, and Matsushita Morisa. Having resolved to venture into the abyss of the Dark Valley, preparations ensued, encompassing strategies, supplies, sustenance, tents, and more. During the days spent waiting for their summoned beasts to regain their strength, Zheng Yu and his companions remained industrious. The first undertaking of adulthood was to obtain a driver's license. With newfound wealth, the acquisition of a vehicle became imperative to elevate their quality of life. Their previous visit to the sanctuary had necessitated an arduous hour-long bus ride. Consequently, they were bestowed with new Japanese names. Tao Qian was named Jixian Kawandai. Ren Yu was designated Matsushita Morisa. Zheng Yu was christened Chibu Shihua. Chai Yun and Kuing refrained from pursuing their licenses. Kuing was hindered by her identity issues, rendering her ineligible. Chai Yun, on the other hand, had already acquired a Japanese name a year prior, co-heir with Zilong. In the Grand Hall of the Abyss of the Dark Valley, Zheng Yu, having endured a frustrating experience at the driving school, sought solace by entering the abyss. No matter how skilled a professional one may be, they are not exempt from the reprimands of their instructors. It was said that Zhang Zhan had also learned to drive at this particular school, where a photograph of him crashing into a tree while mistaking the brake for the accelerator still adorned the walls, serving as an emblem of the institution. "Zheng Yu, you can do it." As he awaited Tao Qian to finalize the entry procedures into the abyss, several professionals from a distance called out to Zheng Yu. He politely nodded in acknowledgement, responding to their encouragement. Following the golden card incident, Zheng Yu had undeniably become the most renowned professional, second only to Zhang Zhan, albeit within the confines of Shanyu City and, to some extent, Jianshui City. However, the sentiment of the professionals in Shanyu City towards Zheng Yu was one of gratitude and respect, as his flawless completion of the challenges had paved the way for the city's rapid development. In contrast, the attitudes of the Jianshui City professionals were far more intricate, encompassing jealousy, regret, and even resentment towards Zheng Yu's departure. Nevertheless, these emotions were of little consequence to Zheng Yu. Ultimately, they would return to the orchestrator, Zhou Yun. Particularly after the golden card incident, the forums of Jianshui City had been shut down, a clear indication of Zhou Yun's mounting anxiety beneath his calm facade. This was a sight Zheng Yu relished, devoid of sympathy for anyone, as the absence of a savior complex significantly improved his mental state. Observing the increasing number of professionals outside, Zheng Yu surmised that someone had shared details about their exploits in the abyss of the Dark Valley on the forums. Zheng Yu, summoner, let us move swiftly. Tao Qian, monk, all set. We can enter the abyss at any moment. Zheng Yu, summoner, good. Is everyone prepared? Wenren Qingyu, assassin, yes. Kuding, assassin, ready, captain. Chaiyun, ranger, prepared, captain. Zheng Yu, summoner, let us go in. Entering the abyss of the Dark Valley, nightmare level. Please hold on. The transmission beam enveloped Zheng Yu and the other 4 companions. In the next moment, the 5 vanished from the grand hall of the abyss of the Dark Valley. Upon arriving here to witness the spectacle, the practitioners were left in profound disappointment after failing to see Zheng Yu enter the abyss. Alas, they lamented their missed opportunity. Within the community of practitioners, there exists an intriguing superstition. If one can capture a photo alongside the divine being during the teleportation beam of the highest difficulty abyss, it is believed that fortune will favor them in their next endeavor. Although this notion lacks empirical support, the stalwarts of this world are, paradoxically, its most superstitious adherents. Some practitioners even pay homage at temples before opening treasure chests, seeking the blessings of masters, who are often practitioners themselves, typically of the supportive priest class. The pinnacle of the priest's vocation is to become a master, absurd yet reasonable. No matter, having missed the entrance, one can await Zheng Yu's emergence. The outcome shall remain unchanged. The pressing question is, when will Zheng Yu reappear? The fastest record for the difficult level of the abyss in the Dark Valley stands at 27 hours. The nightmare level may take longer. Yet given Zheng Yu's capabilities and his approach to clearing the challenges, it is conceivable that he may surprise everyone with swifter progress. Determined not to leave, they opted to stay put. Essential items for practitioners include tents, cooking gear, and sleeping bags. Except for extraordinary practitioners like Zheng Yu, who prioritize speed, the majority of practitioners adhere to a cautious approach. They can rest for an entire day after a skirmish. Such survival gear is indispensable. Consequently, a peculiar scene unfolded in the Dark Valley abyss. A throng of practitioners lay on the floor of the hall, creating makeshift bedding, or gathered in small groups to pass the time playing cards. Their sole aim was to capture a photo with Zheng Yu upon his exit, reminiscent of fervent fans awaiting their idol. Photos of the practitioners gathered in Shanyu City circulated through forums, reaching Jiangshui City and beyond. Rather than ridicule, they garnered envy. The practitioners of Shanyu City had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary luck, first achieving a flawless clearance of the 2-phase abyss with reduced difficulty, followed by Zheng Yu's golden card, worth a mere 500,000, which now seemingly belonged solely to them. The envy expressed was palpable. However, some voices of skepticism arose. Is this truly meaningful? It was evident that such a remark came from a newcomer who had never ventured into the abyss. The sensation of merely reviewing strategies differs significantly from the experience of entering the abyss firsthand. Only those who have traversed its depths comprehend the significance of superstition. In the face of life and death, even the most enigmatic gesture is not disregarded by a true practitioner. Zheng Yu is the kind of individual who can assure a successful clearance of the nightmare level before even entering. Thus, the pursuit of his presence is entirely justified. Little did Zheng Yu know of his rising fame across the cities surrounding Shangyu and Jiaxue. Unbeknownst to him, he was presently enveloped in darkness, contemplating the task before him. Task: you are a member of the combat unit led by Captain Hank. After completing an exploration mission, you encounter a torrential downpour that blocks the only exit. Your current objective is to escape this predicament. Zheng Yu gazed at the prompt that materialized before him. As the darkness gradually receded, a few indistinct figures began to materialize before him. He could hear the howling winds surrounding him and the relentless downpour striking the ground, the temperature plummeting, leaving his body drenched and chilled. This was a phenomenon characteristic of a descent into the abyss. The Dark Abyss, a rare type of dungeon, bestowed predefined identities and missions upon its denizens. Hey, wake up! We must leave promptly, or those creatures will trap us here, a low voice urged. Zheng Yu felt himself being supported upright. Once he regained control over his body, he recognized his benefactor, Edmund. Zheng Yu was well acquainted with him, as the strategy guide for the Dark Abyss clearly stated that he was the only combatant who showed goodwill towards the adventurers. Thank you, Zheng Yu replied politely. Edmund, with a serious expression, responded, what are you thanking me for? I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I would have been buried under the rubble by now. This is not the time for conversation. The captain has decided to proceed forward, circumventing this area and heading southeast in search of an exit. Southeast? Zheng Yu recalled that the guide indicated the southeast route led nowhere and would waste considerable time. Most crucially, there were no valuable creatures to be found there, only low-experience pests. Yugu, a voice called from behind him. It was Tao Qian, along with Wen Renkinjiu, who were also part of this team. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed, "Hey, you lot, get away from there." A massive insect emerged from the darkness, charging towards Zheng Yu and the others. "Be careful." Edmund stepped in front of Zheng Yu, attempting to shield him from the monstrous creature's assault. The other team members quickly drew their firearms, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the insect. Yet, the bullets merely ricocheted off a translucent membrane that protected the creature, failing to inflict any harm. Prepared for such an eventuality, Zheng Yu had already summoned the Goblin General. Chapter 81. My apologies. May I ask you to die first? Boom. The colossal insect posed no threat to Edmund, as it was intercepted by the Goblin General, a towering figure astride a massive wolf. With a single strike, the creature that could withstand bullets was sent hurtling away, crashing against the rocks behind, shattering into a spray of green ichor, a display of sheer brutality. You have slain a mutant insect, gaining 741 experience. The experience was rather meager, something Zheng Yu had anticipated. The Dark Abyss teemed with monsters. Yet their individual strength was comparatively weak, leading to correspondingly low experience gains. However, their weakness was only relative to the Goblin General. For other adventurers, a single insect could prove formidable, especially considering the swarms that emerged from the depths of the Dark Abyss. Low experience, high difficulty. This was the reason why adventurers from Shangyu City seldom opted for the Dark Abyss. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding team members astonished, their expressions reflecting confusion and shock. Particularly, the member who urged them to depart was astonished and inquired, "When did you awaken your extraordinary abilities?" This is characteristic of the Abyss of Darkness. Here, both beings and monsters possess supernatural powers. The Goblin General summoned by Zheng Yu is perceived as a manifestation of such abilities. The surrounding team's expressions of confusion and shock are experiences that every adventurer entering the Abyss of Darkness must inevitably face. In Shangyu City, this is the prevailing sentiment regarding the Abyss of Darkness. It is a thrilling journey through the abyss from the immersive perspective of a protagonist. If it were not for the overwhelming strength and sheer numbers of the insectoid race, making it challenging to conquer, the Abyss of Darkness would undoubtedly be the most entertaining of all abysses. One can indulge in ostentation within the abyss, showcasing the skills of adventurers, regardless of the ability. It elicits gasps and astonishment from teammates. Even if one possesses only mediocre talent in reality, executing a simple spinning strike before them can provoke exaggerated reactions, greatly satisfying one's vanity. To be frank, it was this very evaluation that led Zheng Yu to ultimately decide to enter the Abyss of Darkness, merely to satisfy his curiosity. In hindsight, the assessment was indeed accurate. This group, lacking worldly experience, displayed the expected reactions. However, the exhilaration of showcasing one's prowess was only moderately gratifying. The show was not yet over. Zheng Yu interrupted the teammates who were still eager to express their astonishment, gesturing toward the dark opening. Within moments, a cacophony erupted from within. A buzzing sound approached as dozens of colossal insects drew near. "Damn," Hank cursed under his breath, raising his machine gun and unleashing a barrage at the alien insects that had just emerged from the shadows. Unlike the attacks of his comrades, Captain Hank's bullets shimmered in a bluish-purple hue, creating arcs of violet energy upon impact with the alien creatures, piercing through their membranous shields and leading to their demise. Captain Hank was also an extraordinary being, one of only two in the entire team. The other extraordinary being was the vice captain, the very individual who had just urged Zheng Yu. He wielded a crimson steel blade and charged into the swarm of insects. Zheng Yu felt a surge of urgency. "No, those are my insects. My experience. Fire Dragon. One insect yields little experience, but 30 insects equate to 20,000 experience points. To advance from level 19 to 20 requires 175,000 experience points. 30,000 is not insignificant." Boom. The twin fire dragons illuminated the entire cavern, casting light upon the bodies of the insectoid creatures, igniting them in flames and transforming them into mere fireflies. The fiery aura drew all the insects into the domain of the twin fire dragons. Competing for experience with the twin fire dragons? Impossible. Such swarms of monsters were precisely the forte of the twin fire dragons. Damage numbers soared. 14, 247. 12, 578. 12, 225. 13, 567. A cascade of figures exceeding 10,000 appeared amidst the swarm. The alien insects, with their already low health, easily dispatched by the Goblin General's club, could not withstand the onslaught of damage and were incinerated instantly. In the depths of the Ancestral Hall, the spectral beings possess a 50% damage reduction, rendering their flames seemingly inconsequential. Yet, within the abyss of the Dark Valley, the true devastation of the twin demon fire serpent is revealed. This is still the damage output of Zheng Yu, who has yet to upgrade his equipment and is still utilizing his level 10 gear. Should he ascend to level 20 and wield the Phantom Spirit Staff, the damage would undoubtedly soar. Slain Alien Worm 20. Gained experience 774. Slain Alien Worm 20. Gained experience 658. Slain Alien Worm 20. Gained experience 794. Slain Alien Worm 20. Gained experience 702. Each worm yields approximately 700 experience points. This is amidst the nightmarish abyss difficulty, and a single wave of extermination grants scarcely 20,000 experience points. Not much, but immensely satisfying. Zheng Yu wore a contented expression, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of mowing down foes. Previously, whether vanquishing the frost corpses or the phantasmal entities, he had to maintain a constant burn to eliminate a wave of monsters before the energy of the twin demon fire serpent was exhausted. However, against the insect race, merely stepping into the fiery aura results in instant demise. This is true annihilation, and the pleasure derived from it is significantly heightened. Most importantly, under the effects of the Axiom Arc Hex Enhancement Rune, Zheng Yu found his energy replenished even before the wave had been fully incinerated. In the abyss of the Dark Valley, the twin demon fire serpent seemed capable of achieving genuine sustained output, with an abundance of energy at his disposal. With the insects eradicated, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, all eyes fixed on the twin demon fire serpent beside Zheng Yu. "Wow, you're incredibly strong," Edmund timidly remarked, suddenly feeling that his protective stance in front of Zheng Yu was somewhat superfluous. Zheng Yu, however, sincerely patted Edmund on the shoulder, expressing gratitude. Regardless of the other's disposition or the narrative's design, such selfless actions to shield a comrade and a character imbued with gratitude are qualities Zheng Yu deeply admires. Turning his gaze to Captain Hank, Zheng Yu noted that Hank was appraising him in return. This captain, a pivotal figure in the Dark Valley, is essential for navigating many narrative developments, yet he is notoriously obstinate, often making questionable decisions. Naturally, these seemingly foolish choices are only discernible as such from the divine perspective of Zheng Yu and his fellow adventurers. Hank regarded Zheng Yu and stated, "Let us continue southeast. The sounds of battle will attract more insects." Yet Zheng Yu countered, "We should return." Return? Although Zheng Yu was defying a superior's command, his recent display of prowess tempered Hank's ire, prompting him to inquire, "What is your reasoning?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "If I provide the reasoning, you will neither heed nor believe it. Should I tell you that venturing southeast will lead only to a dead end, necessitating a return? This would not only waste my time, but also delay the insect's demise." Hank scrutinized Zheng Yu with narrowed eyes, questioning, "How do you know this?" Zheng Yu shrugged. "See? I told you, you would not believe me." Hank, upon witnessing Zheng Yu's attitude, was filled with rage. "Private, do not presume to defy me simply because you have awakened your abilities. I am your captain, the lieutenant here. Immediately, execute my orders without delay." Hank had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Zheng Yu. He was determined to assert his authority as the leader. Zheng Yu sighed. Indeed. As indicated in the guide for the difficult level, this Lieutenant Hank was as stubborn as wood, adhering strictly to his planned course, first heading southeast, then circling back, and finally delving deep into the dark abyss. This was a hurdle that the difficult level guide consistently failed to overcome. However, Zheng Yu had a solution at hand. With a smile, he addressed Hank. "You are correct. But what I need is a team devoid of a captain or a lieutenant. I apologize. But may I kindly request your demise for the moment?" Zheng Yu politely inquired. Yet, behind him, the Goblin General had already launched an assault. Chapter 82. Let go of the helping spirit. Respect others' fate. Turning against someone is the most effective means of resolving interpersonal conflicts. Faced with the unyielding Hank, Zheng Yu chose to eliminate him. As for the ensuing narrative, he intended to bulldoze through it anyway. What need was there for a storyline? Were it not for the rewards gained from saving each team member, Zheng Yu would have considered slaughtering everyone save for Edmund. Thus, Zheng Yu made a decision to forego Hank's individual reward in order to spare the others, conserve time, and eliminate more insectoids for greater experience. Most crucially, without Hank's removal, Clearing the nightmare-level abyss would be impossible. There had been practitioners who attempted to enter the nightmare-level abyss with resurrection crosses, producing half-baked strategies. Essentially, Hank's decisions would irrevocably extinguish their hopes of escape. As for achieving a perfect clearance, having traversed the shrine abyss, Zheng Yu understood well that without the hints from the red-cloaked specter, fulfilling all conditions for a flawless completion was unattainable. This was why, despite the multitude of talents in Jiuzhou, there were so few who achieved perfection in the abyss. Firstly, it required the utmost difficulty of the abyss. Secondly, every step had to be flawless. Achieving either was no small feat thus. Zheng Yu abandoned the notion of a perfect clearance of the dark abyss and shifted his focus to the vast hordes of insectoids. His initial plan was to eliminate Hank and disregard the inconsequential side plots. At present, Zheng Yu was solely intent on grinding. You are insane. Hank barely managed to fend off the Goblin General's charge, cursing vehemently, as the surrounding team members prepared to intervene in the internal conflict. A shadowy figure appeared behind the vice captain. A poisoned dagger, glinting ominously, was pressed against the vice captain's throat. Shu, do not utter a word, or I shall slit your throat. When Renkinji spoke in a low tone, the assassin's flickering backstab skill, combined with that golden-grade dagger, rendered the few who accompanied Zheng Yu quite formidable. Even if their talents were not exceptional, the rewards from 3 rounds in the nightmare-level abyss had elevated their strength beyond that of their peers. Tao Qian brandished the monk's staff, radiating an aura of golden sound around him, presenting an imposing visage that warned others to keep their distance. The staff struck the ground, causing fissures to erupt instantaneously, exuding a formidable presence. Remarkably, he too was an extraordinary power wielder. The backstabs from Wen Renkinji and Ku Ying, along with Tao Qian's incantation and Chai Yun's bow glowing with a white light, all showcased their exceptional capabilities. For a moment, the team was uncertain whether to advance and assist. Who exactly are you? Hank questioned darkly, blocking the Goblin General's onslaught. Zheng Yu offered no reply, merely gesturing dismissively. The twin fire serpent joined the fray, as Zheng Yu had commanded a swift resolution. The serpent reared its head and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the sky. Then inhaled deeply, drawing in every surrounding flame to accumulate fire elements and unleash its most potent damage skill, Dragon's Breath. 2 fiery blasts surged towards Hank, instinctively sensing danger. He attempted to break free, only to discover that roots had ensnared his feet, binding him firmly to the ground. Simultaneously, a chilling coldness spread throughout his body, rendering his joints stiff. Meanwhile, the Goblin General began to charge his power. The simultaneous impact of the fire blast struck Hank. 48,781. 47,945. The combined damage approached 100,000, accompanied by the searing effects of fire. Hank's health plummeted to critical levels. The Goblin General's charged strike landed with precision. Bang! A heavy blow struck Hank's chest, followed by the chilling proclamation, "After 30 years of slaughtering fish, my heart is as cold as my blade." With remarkable speed, 3 successive heavy strikes ensued, interspersed with leaping attacks, curses, and critical damage effects, delivering a relentless combo to Hank. Thud! Hank's chest was shattered, blood gushing forth. Before he could utter a cry for mercy, the twin fire serpent's hellish flames engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. "My apologies," Zheng Yu uttered. A semblance of humanity in his words, yet devoid of any emotional burden or sentimentality. There was no necessity for such feelings. The paramount objective was to conquer the abyss, and no one could obstruct him. Defeated the plot character Hank, Experience 0. A sigh of relief escaped Zheng Yu's lips. Killing Hank without incurring an experience penalty was fortunate, as previous adventurers had faced a deduction of 10,000 experience for slaying their most trusted ally, Edmund. Zheng Yu had risked a similar penalty in eliminating Hank, a hindrance that needed to be eradicated. Truth be told, Hank was formidable, able to withstand the Goblin General's attacks. It was only with the twin fire serpent's intervention that he was subdued, marking him as no ordinary adventurer. Others had contemplated ending Hank's life, but lacked the necessary strength. Hank was dead. Zheng Yu turned to his surrounding team members and inquired, "Now, if I say we should retreat, who agrees and who opposes?" Edmund replied, "I agree." The vice captain retorted, "I oppose." With a resounding thud, the Goblin General struck down, sending the vice captain flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Fortunately, the vice captain was also a superhuman, of a notably resilient kind. "And now?" Zheng Yu asked coldly. No one dared to speak. To oppose meant facing a hammer. Who would willingly endure such a fate? Yet, The vice captain, still reeling from the blow, asserted, "Are we going back to our demise? The captain cannot be wrong. We should head southeast. Even if it proves impassable, there are distress signals to be sent, and someone will come to our aid. Returning is a certain death. He is leading you to your doom. Can't you see he has already been taken over by the insectoids? How else could he have possibly killed Captain Hank?" His words swayed a number of individuals, some of whom picked up their weapons. After all, they were soldiers, even in fear of death. They would not exhibit too much cowardice. Zhang Yu, however, shook his head in disappointment. "Do you know? It is precisely because of your and Hank's stubbornness that ultimately led to everyone's demise. But it matters not. You are not entirely at fault. You refuse to heed any warnings and are marching willingly into the abyss. Even if I were to kill Hank, it would be the same. I can only say, this is your fate." Zhang Yu understood that the distress signal sent by the machine was, in fact, the root cause of inciting the insectoids, which is why they guarded the sole exit so vigilantly. Beside him, Tao Qian asked, "Should we eliminate those who oppose us?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "What if they gain experience?" Killing Hank incurs no experience loss, indicating that this step is justified. However, killing team members carries risks. It is better to let them choose to leave if they wish. There is a saying, "Let go of the urge to assist others and respect their destinies." I choose to honor their decisions. Eventually, 6 soldiers, including Edmund, chose to follow Zhang Yu, deeming his side to be the safer option based on their capabilities. As for the obstinate vice captain, Zhang Yu permitted them to continue their southeast journey. Thus, the group was divided into 2 factions, one led by the vice captain, accompanied by 4 teammates who believed in him, and the other comprised of Zhang Yu and his 5 companions, along with Edmund, totaling 11 individuals. Guided by his recollections of the strategic map, Zhang Yu ventured deeper into the valley. "Though I choose to trust you, I am still curious as to why you insist on returning. That place is swarming with insects," Edmund queried with curiosity. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and conveyed in a manner that Edmund could comprehend. "Let me put it this way. The moment we entered the valley, we were already targeted by the insectoids, so no matter which path we take, we cannot escape. They are watching us." Edmund was evidently perplexed. "Then why did the exit we took just happen to collapse?" Zhang Yu earnestly explained to Edmund, "Do not regard them merely as insects. As professionals, we are acutely aware that every nightmare-level abyss is intrinsically linked to a so-called deity. The Cold Street Abyss is associated with the god of Cold Prison, while the Altar Abyss is tied to the dual-faced Shadow God. The multitude of insects lurking in this dark abyss must also be connected to a divine entity, though the specific deity remains undisclosed. Some speculate it to be the mother of insects, yet this is merely conjecture. The assertion made by Wenren Xingyu, stating that the mother of insects could not possibly manifest in the dark abyss, stems from this very speculation. For if the mother of insects were indeed a deity, then encountering such a godlike entity in a Stage 2 abyss would be incongruous with the difficulty level of that realm. In the challenging depths of the dark abyss, the path to success involves returning to the center and systematically eliminating the insect horde until one encounters a creature akin to an insect overlord, thus achieving victory. Historically, practitioners venturing into nightmare-level abysses have followed a similar protocol, albeit with a greater number of insects in the center. Fortunately, the insect horde does not guard their fallen. As long as one can time the resurrection at the cross, they may wait for the insects to gradually disperse and thus exit the battle, forcibly leaving the abyssal dungeon. In summary, the narrative of the Dark Abyss is remarkably straightforward. Predecessors have largely mapped out the process. Instead of fleeing, one must boldly advance into the heart of the insect swarm to escape. However, therein lies the dilemma. The greater the number of insects, the greater the peril. The sheer volume of insects in a nightmare-level abyss has rendered this ancient abyss of Shangyu City untouched by any successful completion to date, not for lack of strategy, but due to a deficiency in strength. Zhang Yu, noticing that Edmund was still perplexed, elucidated. "You may envision them as social insects like ants or bees. They possess leaders, communities, objectives, organization, and discipline. With this understanding, when you consider the sudden downpour, the coincidental cave collapse, and the swarm that just attempted to drive us in another direction, the truth becomes clear. We are currently on their territory, and their sole reason for confining us is to regard us as a food reserve. Yet, they are simultaneously striving to push us towards the abyss's edge, indicating that their leader resides at the center. Thus, the only means of escape lies in infiltrating the heart of the swarm and eliminating the controlling leader insect." One of the female team members beside Edmund interjected. "That sounds simple enough, but before we can slay this so-called leader insect of yours, we may well be devoured by the others. Or do you have some alternative method to drive them away? Zheng Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Drive the insects away? My objective is precisely those insects. If they leave, what purpose would I have in this place? This statement left both Edmund and the female team member utterly bewildered, momentarily questioning whether they had chosen the wrong companion. Yet, there was indeed a semblance of logic in Zheng Yu's words. The insect swarms they had previously encountered exhibited a discernible level of intelligence, contrary to being mere mindless creatures. At that moment, Edmund inquired of Zheng Yu, by the way, when did you awaken your abilities? Zheng Yu remained silent. However, Edmund, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, remarked, I too am an awakened individual with special powers. This revelation was novel to Zheng Yu, as the guide had not alluded to such information regarding any profession. Yet, Zheng Yu soon understood the absence of this detail in the guide. Edmund's abilities were utterly devoid of utility. My power is the ability to change colors, for instance, transforming your black attire into red, entirely lacking in combat prowess. Changing colors? Zheng Yu queried. Then you must excel at concealment. The only application of such a color-altering ability that Zheng Yu could envision was akin to that of a chameleon, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. However, another idea struck him. He turned to Edmund and said, Once you grow stronger, I shall share with you an amusing concept. Curiously, Edmund asked, What concept? Transform the pale-skinned individuals of the ugly nation into black individuals, and conversely, change the black individuals into white, leaving the others untouched, and then observe the spectacle. Trust me, it will be utterly captivating. Edmund responded, Zheng Yu, there are no worthless abilities. Think outside the box and reshape the world. Nearby, Wen Renqing praised. As expected of you. Tao Qian, contemplatively, posed a question. Speaking of skin tone, do Africans refer to black silk as black silk or flesh silk? Ku Ying and Chai Yun responded with a perplexed hiss. A chorus of insect chirps interrupted Zheng Yu's game of the King of Hell and Tao Qian's dry humor. A swarm of insects. The team member at the forefront warned. Yet, before the warning could fully register, the twin demon fire dragon had already surged ahead, igniting the path with flames. The fire illuminated the dark cavern, and the approaching swarm of insects, akin to moths drawn to a flame, met their demise within the fiery aura without the need for additional heat or serpentine flames. The twin demon fire dragon merely stood its ground. The insects would crash into the blaze, generously providing Zheng Yu with experience. Kill Alien Insect 20, gain 714 experience. Kill Alien Insect 20, gain 628 experience. Kill Alien Insect 20, gain 711 experience. Kill Alien Insect 20, gain 658 experience. In total, 23 alien insects were vanquished, yielding an impressive 150,000 experience. The sensation of effortlessly accruing experience was indeed delightful, perhaps sensing the swift demise of the insects dispatched by its forces. The ruler of this insect race appeared to send forth subsequent waves in greater numbers. However, no matter how numerous they were, they could not withstand the inferno of the fiery aura. Kill Alien Insect 20, gain 700 experience. Kill Alien Insect 20, gain 629 experience. The insect swarms continued to offer experience in relentless waves, which Zheng Yu accepted with gratitude. This transformed the several hours typically required for travel into a much more engaging endeavor. As Zheng Yu approached the first insect race checkpoint detailed in the guide, he received a notification from the system. Having slain 100 alien insects, Zheng Yu was acutely aware that the true nightmare of the abyss was only just beginning. Chapter 84, The First Battle of the Warlord. This was a scenario exclusive to the nightmarish abyss, where for every certain number of insectoid creatures eliminated, the insect overlord would elevate the star rank of all its kind. With each ascension in rank, the strength of the alien insects would undoubtedly increase. In the city of Shangyu, a professional had once exterminated over 300 insects, successfully advancing to 3-star alien insects. To this day, no one knew the upper limit of their potential rank. Nevertheless, regardless of how many stars they attained, the experience gained remained constant. 301-star alien insects yielded approximately 200,000 experience points, especially when shared among 5 professionals, resulting in merely a few tens of thousands per individual. Such a meager experience, lacking any completion rewards, and necessitating the expenditure of a resurrection cross, thoroughly deterred other professionals from venturing into the nightmarish abyss for experience farming. Ahead lay the first outpost of the insect territory, housing an elite-grade insect creature. Defeating it would provoke a counterattack from the insect horde. As long as they withstood the onslaught, the insects would eventually retract their defenses. When Renkinju, standing by, cautioned Zhengyu. All right, let us charge. Zhengyu had no objections. Up to this first outpost, he had relied on strategies penned by previous adventurers who had traversed the nightmarish abyss. Although these were incomplete guides, they still held significant value, such as the attributes and panels of the first elite monster. The term outpost was aptly chosen, as it was here that one could truly feel the presence of an insect horde akin to a military force. As the goblin general stepped across the threshold of the defensive line, a cacophony of hissing sounds erupted around him. The ground crackled with movement, accompanied by subtle tremors. As numerous mounds of earth were displaced, and scythe-like tendrils dug into the hardened soil, insects with black exoskeletons emerged. Damn, giant cockroaches, when Renkinju exclaimed. For many, the size of a cockroach comparable to a thumb was a nightmare, but these were colossal, tire-sized monstrosities, true embodiments of terror. The most effective means of dealing with such creatures was to incinerate them. Fire serpent, roast those cockroaches. With a roar, the taciturn dual-element fire serpent emitted a triumphant dragon-like cry, indifferent to whether they were cockroaches or any other foe. It reveled in battle, or rather, it thrived on carnage. Boom. The dual-element fire serpent unleashed a torrent of hellfire, engulfing the entire area. Coupled with the suppression of a flame aura, the entire expanse was transformed into a blazing inferno. The crackling of charred remains filled the air. The continuous damage from the hellfire and flame aura typically demanded immense energy. However, empowered by the Arc of Axiom, the dual-element fire serpent unleashed its full potential, maximizing its output. Burn. Burn fiercely. In mere moments, Zhengyu and his companions caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Yet, the thought of burning a colossal cockroach diminishes its allure. However, Tao Qian remarked, in truth, the seafood we consume, such as lobsters and mantis shrimp, are merely insects of the sea, indistinguishable from cockroaches. When Renkinju interjected, please, spare us further elaboration. Speaking of seafood, Kuing recalled a matter. I've heard that in the land of cherry blossoms, a stage 9 abyss has emerged, allegedly contaminating the marine life. The government has even advised us to refrain from consuming seafood lately. Alas, had I known earlier, I would have stocked up on marine delicacies. Zhengyu, however, displayed little interest in seafood. His curiosity lay with the abyss. This must be the first stage 9 abyss, right? When Renkinju nodded, indeed, the first of its kind to manifest in the land of cherry blossoms. Is there any distinction? Zhengyu inquired. When Renkinju explained, you should be aware that abysses beyond stage 3 are monopolized by factions, while those above stage 7 are controlled by the state. For factions, an abyss is a resource, and high-level abysses past stage 7 become national resources. However, as of now, there are no stage 9 practitioners at levels 80 to 90. Even if they possess a stage 9 abyss, they cannot acquire weapons of level 80. Having been a second-generation scion of a family, when Renkinju possessed considerable knowledge. So, there are no level 80 weapons in the world at this time? She smiled. Forget about level 80. Only Nanmu Yun possesses a level 70 weapon. The dominance of the 9 provinces in the world hinges entirely on Nanmu Yun, the sole stage 8 practitioner. It was no wonder that Nanmu Yun's level had stagnated for so long. Evidently, he lacked teammates. Tao Qian, eavesdropping, wore an expression of realization. When Renkinju turned to Zhengyu, keep leveling up with your pace. It is quite possible that you may one day venture into the stage 8 abyss alongside Nanmu Yun. At that time, you shall become a hero of the 9 provinces. Zhengyu waved his hand. Such matters seem far off. Let us focus on the present. An influx of experience acquisition notifications interrupted their conversation. Kill 20 stage 1 carapace alien bugs. Gain 654 experience. Kill 20 stage 1 carapace alien bugs. Gain 698 experience. The health of the stage 1 carapace alien bugs was relatively high, and the twin demon fire flood dragon could no longer eliminate them instantly. Fortunately, there was sufficient energy. Killing one restored 10 energy. Once the first was slain, the twin demon fire flood dragon could enter a perpetual motion state, sustaining its combat. Almost there, Zhengyu counted the fallen alien bugs. As he approached the count of 50, an elite bug finally emerged from the ground. Resembling the carapace alien bugs, but magnified several dozen times. It loomed like a mobile villa, upheaving the earth and roaring to assert its dominion. Giant Chitinous Aberration Lord, level 20, rank, elite, health, 700. 000, attack power, 800, skill, shockwave, skill, Zerg shield, skill, Chitinous defense, skill, acidic fluid, skill, Zerg physique. What a formidable creature, boasting a staggering 700,000 health points. This constitutes the most resilient elite monster Zhang Yu has encountered thus far. The most formidable adversary he faced in the Abyssal Shrine was a soul aggregation, possessing only 280,000 health points. Fortunately, this 700,000 health chitinous aberration possesses rather mundane skills and lacks any savage abilities, merely a pure-blooded tank. Most challengers who dared to confront the nightmare-level Dark Abyss have perished here, their efforts futile against such overwhelming vitality. Coupled with the Zerg physique, which allows for health regeneration, it is an insurmountable challenge for ordinary professionals, specifically those of lesser talent. A tank? Let a true behemoth confront you. Zhang Yu, unreserved in revealing his strength, summoned forth his most potent familiar, the savage bloodline Warbull. He also summoned the giant-winged spirit butterfly to enhance the Warbull's speed. With a resounding moo, the Warbull emerged from the contract array, its heavy footsteps exuding an imposing presence. Filled with fighting spirit, it was determined to showcase its utmost prowess before its master. For it, war and slaughter epitomized perfection. The aura of bloodlust radiated outward, capturing the attention of all. Chapter 85. Savage Bloodline, growing more valiant with each battle. The chitinous aberration lord sensed the Warbull's murderous intent and would not tolerate a creature of greater might encroaching upon its territory. Boom. The Warbull disregarded the threat posed by the chitinous aberration lord and charged forward. The Bull Charge, an unstoppable skill, rendering it immune to 90 of damage, essentially an invincibility skill. It barreled through the acidic fluid and shockwave of the chitinous aberration lord, colliding with the massive creature in front of it. With a resounding crash, the giant chitinous lord was toppled. 57,412, nearly 60,000 in damage. Though the Warbull's skill attack coefficient was not particularly high, its formidable base attributes, complemented by the 50 enhancement from the Dragon Sovereign, yielded an impressive 6,400 attack power. No matter how low the coefficient, it could unleash catastrophic damage. Regrettably, the explosive impact failed to breach the chitinous lord's shield. The shield was indeed robust. A damage output of 60,000 did not penetrate its defenses, indicating that the shield accounted for over 30 of its value, exceeding 200,000 in shield strength. No wonder even Zhang Zhan could not surpass this first elite monster. The health and shield were truly disheartening. To be candid, the chitinous lord's strength was not particularly remarkable, even lacking the prowess of the teleporting soul village chief. It was simply its overwhelming vitality that rendered it so formidable. Even if one were to forcibly breach the shield, a formidable carapace defense still remains, coupled with the rapid regeneration inherent to the Zerg physiology. It is not a matter of inability to defeat. Rather, it is the impossibility of annihilation. There is no time to squander here. We must hasten, giant-winged spirit butterfly. Zhang Yu did not wish to rely on time to wear down this formidable elite creature, the blood cow. In response to Zhang Yu's command, the giant-winged spirit butterfly was the first to act. From its form, 2 orbs of azure light emerged, merging upon the Warbull's body, transforming into a delicate blue shield. Subsequently, the giant-winged spirit butterfly began to chant. The level 19 butterfly song skill consumed 3 health points per second to chant, bestowing an increase of 290 points to agility and movement speed upon all summoned creatures. This enhancement directly affected the Warbull, the Goblin General, and the Twin Fire Wyvern. With the shield, agility, and movement speed all significantly augmented, the Warbull surged forward, exuding an aura of invincibility akin to a hero in battle. It swiftly caught up to the retreating carapace abomination lord, raising its axe for a mighty strike. The sound of metal striking metal echoed sharply. The Warbull offered the carapace lord no opportunity to react, utilizing its over 300 agility to deliver axe blows in rapid succession. The butterfly song, a skill that drained the giant-winged spirit butterfly's health, could not sustain such an extraordinary boost in agility for long. However, this moment represented the optimal time for the Warbull to exert its dominance. Despite the carapace lord's massive size, the Warbull, bonded with the Dragon Sovereign, had grown to over 3 meters, matching the imposing presence of the carapace lord. With each swing of the axe, the sound of impact resonated. Should the carapace lord attempt to retaliate, the Warbull would unleash a war roar, stunning the carapace lord and continuing its relentless assault, utterly overpowering the colossal creature and leaving it no chance to resist. In essence, without its brutal mechanism, the carapace creature was merely a living target. With a resounding crack, The carapace's shield shattered. Exposed, even with its defensive skills, the carapace could not withstand the strikes of the war bull, now in a primal bloodline state. One blow. The armor was breached. 2 blows. The carapace splintered. 3 blows. The carapace lord began to retreat. This was the war bull endowed with the primal bloodline, growing stronger with each battle. Once engaged in combat, entering the primal bloodline state, it epitomized one word: invincible. This was astounding. Edmund gazed at the war bull subduing the carapace lord with envy, wishing he possessed such extraordinary powers. The others, including Tao Qian, were equally astounded by Zheng Yu's new summoned creature. I can scarcely imagine how powerful Zheng Yu will become upon reaching level 70. When Ren Qingjiu calculated, stating, according to the rate of 1 new summoned creature every 5 levels, Zheng Yu would possess 15 summoned creatures at level 70. The mere thought of 15 such formidable summoned beings being summoned simultaneously elicited an involuntary gasp from Ren Qingjiu. Other summoners may seek quantity over quality, but one cannot afford to maintain such quality. Zheng Yu, in pursuit of quality, found that even a single goblin general surpassed all the talented warriors he had encountered. Not to mention this formidable war minotaur. As for quantity, when Ren Qingjiu cast his gaze towards the squad of goblins summoned by the general, a level 19 goblin combat team, now reinforced with additional numbers and heightened combat prowess. Moreover, there were mages and supports, possessing everything one could desire. This summoner embodied a perfectly coordinated team. It is no wonder that Zheng Yu declined the team privileges offered by the faction. At his level, a summoner required no companions, thus avoiding the sharing of rewards and the need to accommodate teammates. While they conversed, the twin fire WIRMS had already decimated the majority of the first-tier armored aberrations, with their fiery aura and hellfire serpents continuing to unleash maximum damage. The axiomatic arc significantly enhanced the group spell attacks of the twin fire WIRMS. The twin fire WIRMS and the goblin general joined the fray against the armored bug lord, while the goblin combat team was tasked with clearing the battlefield, eliminating any stragglers or fleeing ordinary armored bugs. Seeing the diminishing numbers of his kind, the armored bug lord frantically charged at the war minotaur. However, the war minotaur showed no mercy. Though large, it was ultimately just an insect. A simple stomp would suffice. The war stomp. The war minotaur launched a trampling attack against all obstacles in its path. The ground before the war minotaur instantly caved in, and even the armored bug lord, which was several times larger than the war minotaur, was pressed down into the earth. Boom. The ground trembled. The immense force rendered the armored bug lord immobile. Simultaneously, the goblin general and the fire WIRM struck. Charge. Dragon's Breath. Chapter 86, Level 20. Comprehensive Enhancement of Combat Power. The battle raged on for an extended duration, marking Zheng Yu's longest encounter with an elite monster, primarily due to the armored bug lord's substantial health pool. Its shell defense was even more outrageous than that of ghostly creatures. Nevertheless, the war minotaur grew stronger with each passing moment. Bolstered by the powerful support of the giant winged butterfly and the coordinated assaults of the twin fire WIRMS and the goblin general, which ultimately overwhelmed the armored bug lord with 700,000 health points. Boom. The armored bug lord collapsed with a resounding thud, felled by the final strike of the war minotaur, which shattered its head the size of a carriage. Kill the armored aberration lord level 20, gain 529 experience. Congratulations, obtained armored bug shell armor level 20 platinum. Congratulations, obtained armored bug shield level 20 platinum. The experience gain was on par with that from Red Sedan elite monsters. The 2 pieces of platinum equipment were indeed a delightful surprise. The armored bug shell was suitable for shield warriors, as was the shield itself. Although Zheng Yu could not utilize them, they would fetch several million at the Sanctum shop, promising a substantial profit. A wave of armored bugs yielded 50,000 experience. An elite monster granted 150,000 experience, along with 2 valuable pieces of platinum equipment. With just under 60,000 experience needed, he was poised to reach level 20. This marks the initial wave of the insect swarm. Zheng Yu has already begun to anticipate the forthcoming swarms. He instructed his team to remain in place to recuperate, while he commanded the goblin combat squad to excavate the charred husks of the deceased beetles to extract the hard stones within, a material known as insect essence. In Shangyu City, there are merchants who specifically seek this material, with each piece valued at approximately 5,000 yuan, and with over 70 pieces here, it amounts to nearly 350,000 yuan. Although it still falls short of the price of a gold card, one cannot overlook such an opportunity. Moreover, it requires no personal effort to unearth the beetle carcasses. One of the advantages of being a summoner is the luxury of not having to toil in the digging of corpses. The pervasive scent of charred insects initially bore a resemblance to barbecued meat, but soon became quite unpleasant, thus foregoing any barbecuing activities typical of other abyssal realms. Zheng Yu calculated the passage of time. Approximately an hour had elapsed. From a distance, a buzzing sound approached. Another wave was coming. Upon witnessing this scene, Edmund's countenance darkened, as this wave of insects outnumbered the previous one. Another wave. Zheng Yu echoed this sentiment, albeit with a tone of excitement. Sensing the vast experience rewards from the swarm, he could hardly contain his eagerness for another bout of combat. Archers, prepare. The goblin general had even preemptively made preparations before Zheng Yu could. Truly a commendable general. Zheng Yu mused. Perhaps when the goblin general ascends to the 10th tier of talent, he might actually lead a goblin army into battle, allowing Zheng Yu to merely sit back and receive experience and rewards. The anticipation had begun to brew within him. Yet, the journey to the 10th tier, or even higher, seemed quite distant. After all, elevating a 6th tier war bull to the 7th tier already required 20,000 talent points. It was difficult to fathom how many points would be necessary to ascend from 9th to 10th tier. 500,000? A million? Or perhaps even more? Zheng Yu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts for the moment. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Currently, with his health at this level, he could not hope to ascend, but what if he possessed the health of a level 70? Or obtained some resource-based Contract Enhancement Runes? Release the arrows. Just as Zheng Yu pondered these possibilities, the goblin general had already ordered the goblin archers and wolf riders to commence their assault on the alien insect swarm. After a single round, the great-winged spirit butterfly once again sang its ethereal melody, bestowing agility upon the ranged attackers. The song consumed health, yet the great-winged spirit butterfly possessed a unique constitution, allowing for rapid health regeneration. Within the brief respite, it had already restored its full vitality. Thus, it resumed its celestial song, augmenting the archer's firing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kill 1-star alien insect 20. Gain experience 666. Kill 1-star alien insect 20. Gain experience 688. In no time, they had already felled over a dozen 1-star alien insects. Unlike the armored alien beetles, these ordinary alien insects possessed the ability to fly, albeit only at low altitudes, which allowed even the goblin general to target them effectively. You have slain 200 alien insects, inciting the wrath of the Zerg overlord, who expended energy from the hive mother to evolve the alien insects into 2-star variants. Having killed 200, you are merely 100 away from breaking the record. This group of alien insects astonishingly evolved right before Zheng Yu and his companions. Dark spots began to appear upon their bodies, enhancing their flight and movement speeds, seemingly bolstering their defensive capabilities significantly. Yet, even so, under the searing flames of the dual demon fire flood dragon's fiery aura and the hellfire serpent's dual area of effect skills, they could not withstand the assault. The swarm of 2-star alien insects, barely halfway through their charge, fell in droves. You have slain 22-star alien insects, gaining 782 experience. You have slain 22-star alien insects, gaining 823 experience. Indeed, the experience gained has increased slightly. Although modest, it is sufficient. One wave is eradicated, and another emerges. The dual demon fire flood dragon has gone berserk. You have slain 300 alien insects, inciting the Zerg overlord's extreme anger, who consumed energy from the hive mother to evolve the alien insects into 3-star variants. At last, upon reaching the milestone of over 300 alien insects slain and their evolution into 3-star variants, Zheng Yu's experience bar at level 19 was filled. Level 20 achieved. Level 1920-250000. Experience needed for next level 249201. Health 152101. 6610. Mana 9801020. Intelligence 574,602. Strength 149,155. Agility 3740. You have obtained the 5th summoner space. Notice, level up 5 more times to deepen your profession in the temple, acquiring more powerful exclusive skills and confirming the future development direction of your profession. Notice, you have unlocked the leaderboard system, allowing you to check your ranking in the temple. At long last, level 20. Zheng Yu's first action was to eagerly don his level 20 equipment, the yellow skin set. Yellow skin coat, yellow skin pants, yellow skin hat, yellow skin gloves, golden tier. Sufficient for now. When he enters stage 3, he will replace them with stronger level 25 equipment. Although Zheng Yu could spend around 30 million to acquire a platinum tier set, he deemed it wiser to reserve that for reinforcement and forging stones. The attribute difference between gold and platinum is not substantial, as they are not of the resplendent caliber. He adorned himself with the platinum tier In Soul Bracelet. Bracelet, In Soul Bracelet. Required level, 20. Requirements, none. Tier, platinum. Attributes, intelligence 140. Increases magic defense by 10. Equipment effect 1. Malevolent Ghost Soul, when releasing a skill. Summons the aid of a malevolent ghost, dealing an additional damage value of 5. Equipment effect 2. Hanged Ghost Soul, can be actively released to summon a noose. Binding enemies of level equal to or lower than yours and pulling them closer to you. Chance of failure exists. Forging, 0. Reinforcement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes. No runes embedded. Chapter 87. The leaderboard refreshes. First and third. Possessing a platinum level bracelet adorned with 2 equipment effects, additional damage, and an active control skill, this piece is indeed remarkable among level 20 gear. Next, we have the diamond level Shadow Spirit boots, which enable the wearer to enter a ghostly state, providing a 30 damage reduction. Additionally, there is the diamond level summoning equipment, the Soul Snare Swana. Initially, I intended to bestow the Soul Snare Swana upon the giant winged butterfly, but the War Bull also possesses sound-based skills, such as War Roar. So I directly assigned it to the War Bull. The Soul Snare Swana enhances health by 190,000 and increases attack power by 280, coupled with Zheng Yu's intelligence, which has reached 740, and the overall enhancement of 50 from the Divine Dragon Sovereign. His total attack power skyrocketed to an astonishing 10,000. Attack power, 10,060. His health also surged to 90,000. The statistics are exceedingly lavish. It can be asserted that even the strongest swordsman at level 20 would struggle to achieve an attack power of 10,000, and the most resilient paladin would not possess 90,000 health. However, the data is strikingly extraordinary. Regrettably, the illusory spirit staff is still under forge, otherwise, his strength would be even greater. Gazing at his formidable statistics, Zheng Yu felt a renewed sense of confidence as he prepared to dominate the abyss of darkness. The insect race retreated,